This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Sneak Away. June. It was too hot, and the dog was lying under the tree to cool off. Lu Qiqi took her maid Chunbai and sneaked out of the back door of the Prince of Jin's mansion, all the way to the bustling market. Seeing the lively chickens, ducks and fish, all of them are pure natural and pollution-free good ingredients. The dishes made. Just thinking about it, Lu Qiqi's saliva is about to flow down. Chunbai looked at it and was very speechless. Today, the Prince of Jin returned triumphantly, and many women in the backyard dressed up exquisitely, sharpening their heads to attract the attention of the Prince of Jin. The young lady is good, and she still has the leisure to buy vegetables and cook today. Miss, let's go back first. Chunbai was anxious. Okay, I'll go back after I buy it, Lu Qiqi said, looking at the fat and lean pork belly with shining eyes. The fat residue made from the pork belly was so crispy. I haven't eaten it for a long time, and I'm craving it. Lu Qiqi walked to the butcher's shop. Brother Lu, give me 3 pounds of pork belly. The fat-headed and big-eared Brother Lu smiled and said, Miss Lu is here. I smell the fragrance of your pork from a long distance. And I'm here again. Brother Lu smiled and cut the pork belly with a knife. Put it on the scale. It was exactly 3 pounds. Brother Lu's knife skills are really unique. Brother Lu smiled. A craft passed down from my ancestors. This craft can't be lost. Otherwise, where can I find such good meat? Lu Qiqi said and put the pork in the basket. What is Miss Lu going to do this time? Squeeze it and eat it. The fat residue squeezed out is so crispy. I'll bring you some to try tomorrow. Okay. Brother Lu happily cut off a piece of meat and put it into the basket in Lu Qiqi's hand. I'll eat your fat residue. This piece is a gift. Lu Qiqi gave a thumbs up. Generous. Chunbai took out the money and took the young lady away. Why did she say so much to a butcher? Lu Qiqi didn't care and soon had a new goal. The fiery red rooster. The chicken claws were thick and big, and judging from the appearance, it should have been raised for more than 2 years. This kind of chicken is rare in modern times. This chicken is used to make spicy whole chicken. The soup is more rich and delicious, and the chicken is more chewy. Auntie Huang, give me this chicken. Miss Lu has a good eye. This chicken has been raised on the mountain for more than 3 years. I don't want bad things. Lu Qiqi greeted Auntie Huang and bought the chicken. In this way, Lu Qiqi greeted farmers along the way and bought a lot of ingredients, thinking about eating a whole chicken with spicy sauce, squeezing fat residue, and a cucumber salad for lunch today. And the lean meat sent by Brother Lu can be used to make boiled pork slices. Thinking about the food for lunch today, I feel happy. She is a big boss in the internet age. After years of hard work, she finally succeeded. She wanted to reward herself by buying a mountain, building a few houses in front of the mountain, planting organic vegetables, and raising chickens on the mountain. Except for eating and sleeping every day, she doesn't have to be tired like a cow. Unexpectedly, with a move of crossing, except for the embarrassing identity, she can live the life she dreamed of, while thinking on the way back. Chunbai saw that the young master finally got the idea and started the chattering mode. Miss, the prince has been on the expedition for a year and finally came back. Let's go back and dress up well to beat all those women. Speaking of this, Chunbai felt unfair for her master. The 10 young ladies had the same food, clothing and expenses. Xiao Nianqing relied on his family's wealth and bribed the housekeeper, to always suppress the young ladies in everything. I can't do it. They are all beautiful and know how to dress up. Even if I go, I can only be a foil. Speaking of King Jin, he is a legendary figure. The emperor is old, and the surrounding countries are eyeing him covetously. King Jin took on the heavy responsibility and saved the state of Chun in the bloody storm, making the state of Chun more stable. It is said that King Jin is very handsome and incomparable to ordinary people. However, Lu Qiqi has been in King Jin's mansion for a year, and King Jin has been on the expedition for a year. She has not seen King Jin in person until now. I think the young lady is the most beautiful. Lu Qiqi didn't care. That's because you have a problem with your eyes. Chunbai was unhappy with the young lady's appearance. If she could have a little snack, she would not come out to buy vegetables today. At this moment, the system's voice appeared in Lu Qiqi's mind. Alarm. Lu Qiqi glanced around. Speak quickly. System, someone wants to kill a child. Luchichi, where? System. A 5-year-old boy in a red jacket is buying candy figures on the street ahead. After hearing this, Luchichi stuffed the things in her hand into Chunbai's arms and ran towards the street ahead. Chunbai thought that the young lady was finally persuaded by her and planned to compete for her favor, so she followed happily. At this time, Luchichi quickly found the child in the red jacket according to the system's prompts. At this time, a horse was frightened and ran wildly. The people around were scared and fled everywhere. The child in the red jacket heard the noise and was frightened, not knowing how to dodge. The child was about to be trampled by the horse's hoof. At the critical moment, Luchichi leaped. And at the moment when the horse's hoof fell, Luchichi rolled to the side with the child in her arms. As the horse's hoof fell, 2 heavy hoof prints were smashed on the ground, and it quickly ran forward. Someone stepped lightly, jumped on the horse's back, and tried to stop the crazy horse. Mississippi. Chunbai saw the thrilling scene, screamed, and collapsed on the ground in fear. Everyone recovered, and sighed one by one. If the horse's hoof fell on the child, it would be dead. Some people looked at the hero on the horse's back, and some people went to see the child's situation. A maid ran out from the shop next to her. Young master, are you okay? Someone said. Your young master is okay. You should thank Miss Lu very much. If it weren't for Miss Lu, your young master would have been trampled to death by the horse. Hearing this, the maid hurriedly thanked Luchichi. Luchichi waved her hand. Your young master was frightened. Take care of the young master first. After that, she spoke to Chunbai, who was lying on the ground. Chunbai, come here. Chunbai staggered to her feet and came to the young lady. Miss, how are you? Are you injured? No. I was rushed and frightened. And I'm a little hungry. It's okay. It's okay. Chunbai wiped her tears and said, What do you mean it's okay? I'm starving. And the ingredients I bought are all over the floor. What do you mean it's okay? Luchichi complained while picking up the ingredients on the ground with Chunbai and walked towards the Prince of Jin's mansion. She didn't notice that the man who subdued the horse not far away was looking at this side. Chunbai was frightened by the young lady and didn't realize that the dusty man riding on the horse was the Prince of Jin she was talking about. The King of Jin looked at the master and servant who left. The maid's clothes were from the palace. And he didn't remember Miss Lu in the palace? The guard Xiaokai ran over. Your Majesty, the army will arrive in an hour. The King of Jin glanced at him and walked quickly to the EP1 tea house next to him. The scene of a woman rushing to save a child flashed through his mind. Arriving at the EP1 tea house, the King of Jin went straight to the second floor. Some people had been waiting for a long time, and when they saw the King of Jin coming, they knelt on one leg on the ground. The King of Jin took a look, walked over, and stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. The guard Sun Shua stepped forward. Your Majesty, they will take action tonight. Tonight? After returning triumphantly? Some people held a banquet to celebrate, and some people wanted to kill him. It was lively enough. Chapter 2. The Prince is back. Jinyu Garden. After Luchichi came back and applied the medicine, she lay on the soft couch and closed her eyes to rest. Ding dong. The system prompt sounded. Congratulations, young master. You have been promoted to a first-level customer and are rewarded with an amulet. Luchichi, amulet? System, you will know soon. Luchichi wanted to ask more, but Chunbai came back with a food box. Luchichi saw Chunbai with red eyes and asked, What are you eating today? Chunbai took out the dishes from the food box one by one with red eyes, and came to the young master and helped the young master to stand up. Young master, you are like this, but you still miss eating. It is because I am injured that I need to take good care of myself. Chunbai thought of the scratches on the young master's back, and tears fell. At that time, I thought the young master was really fine, but when I came back and saw the bloody back, I felt very distressed. Luchichi came to the table and saw the whole chicken with spicy sauce. It's a little worse than what I made. My lady, people are made of iron and rice is made of steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. The injured body should be well nourished. If you keep talking, you will disturb my meal. If you disturb my meal, you don't want me to nourish my body. If I don't nourish my body, my wound will not heal. If it doesn't heal, I will. Chunbai saw that the lady had such a good attitude, and quickly blocked her mouth with a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. My lady, This is what I asked the kitchen to cook before I left. Do you want to try it? Lu Chichi took a bite and nodded with satisfaction. It's soft and sticky, and the heat is well controlled. After eating a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, he started to attack the whole chicken with spicy sauce. The appearance of the dish was not very good, but the taste was excellent. The chicken was just killed, and it was free-range chicken that had been raised for several years. It tasted great. After eating for a while, she saw Chunbai, who didn't move her chopsticks, next to her. Why don't you eat? I won't eat. Thinking of the dangers of this trip and the young master's injury, she was so sad that she couldn't eat. Lu Chichi stretched out her hand and pinched Chunbai's face. This little face. I have raised it for a year, and it has meat. Mississippi. Eat quickly. If you don't eat, I will eat it all. After the master and servant finished eating, Chunbai cleaned up the dishes, and Lu Chichi rested on the couch again. There was a scratch on her back, which was not a big deal. She would feel a little uncomfortable these days. After eating and drinking enough, she was also sleepy. She slept for a while in a daze and heard the noise outside. Chunbai walked in from outside. What happened outside? The prince is back. Everyone was so excited that they couldn't sleep, and they dressed up exquisitely to attract the attention of King Jin. But only the young lady just woke up. The prince is back. So why are you so excited? Lu Chichi didn't care. Chunbai wanted her master to get familiar with King Jin, so that she could win his favor in the future. Thinking that the young lady was injured, she had to give up. She turned to look at the young lady. Young lady, you shouldn't eat spicy food. You should drink some herbs later. Herbs? Lu Chichi felt nauseous thinking about such bitter things. Why didn't you persuade me when we were eating just now? Young lady, I told you. Will you listen? Lu Chichi nodded. Yes. The chicken is ready. It would be a waste if we don't eat it. Chunbai, you came back and went to the kitchen to order it yourself. Okay? Okay. Okay. I'll take the medicine. Okay. Chunbai ran out satisfied after hearing this, worried that someone would change their mind if she came back too late. Lu Chichi was speechless. The original owner was sent to the Prince Jin's mansion, but she couldn't bear it and died of illness. She woke up in this body, but her body was too weak. She took herbs for 10 days to survive. When she thought of the taste of the herbs, she suddenly felt bitter in her mouth. Soon, Chunbai came back with the herbs. Lu Chichi pinched her nose and poured all the medicine into the bowl. After drinking it, she quickly covered her mouth. Chunbai looked at the empty bowl and saw that the master didn't spit it out. So she said, My lady, tonight's celebration banquet for the prince. I wonder who the prince will take to the palace. Chunbai saw that the lady didn't say anything, and then said, When I came back just now, I saw Xiao Nianqing carrying a bag to Sun Rumei's place. I wonder what she sent. Xiao Nianqing's father is the governor of Jiangnan, so she doesn't feel bad about sending more things. Her father is a corrupt official and very rich. Chunbai's face darkened slightly. You said that the prince might take someone to the palace, and it's normal for Xiao Nianqing to move around, because Sun Rumei's aunt is the concubine in the palace. Lu Chichi felt that it was useless to send it. Will the prince take Sun Rumei with him? Do you think it's possible for the prince to take a concubine with him? Chunbai was happy. It turns out that it's all for nothing. This time she felt relieved. Not necessarily. Why? Being familiar to the prince will give you a better chance of getting into his bed in the future. Chunbai blushed. My lady, don't be embarrassed. You just advised me to do this. Chunbai stamped her feet in anger and left with the medicine bowl. Finally, my ears were quiet. Just when I wanted to take a break, the system sounded a reminder. System, someone is going to assassinate the king of Jin tonight. Lu Chichi, what does it have to do with me? System, if the king dies, you will be buried with him. Lu Chichi was stunned for a moment. Is it so serious? System, according to the rules of Qin Kingdom, if the king dies, all the women of the king will be buried with him. Lu Chichi, I am a concubine, not the woman of the king of Jin. System, concubines are also buried with him. Lu Chichi immediately felt bad. She didn't want to die yet. System, give this to him. Lu Chichi felt puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, she saw something in her hand. When she looked closely, it looked like a small bronze mirror with some hollow patterns on it, which looked very beautiful. System, this is a talisman. Use this to save the king of Jin's life. Lu Qiqi rushed out with the talisman. Just after leaving the house, she met Chunbai, who had returned. Where is the prince? Chunbai thought the young lady had finally come to her senses. He's almost in. Quick! Take me to see the prince. I don't know how I can see the prince. The prince is the master, so he can't just go and see him. Lu Qiqi realized that she was too anxious, thought for a moment, and ran with Chunbai. Take me to the study. Chapter 3 Amulet. Lu Qiqi and Chunbai avoided many excited concubines, and came to the path to the study. Lu Qiqi calmed down after running all the way. She crouched and hid behind a big tree on the way to the study, stretched her head and looked out. Chunbai looked around nervously and reminded in a low voice. My lady, you want to see the prince. It's against the rules to wait here. If he is regarded as an assassin, your life will be in danger. Think about it. The king of Jin just won a battle, and is going to the palace to see the emperor. The emperor said a lot of important things. The king of Jin will go to the study first when he comes back. What's wrong with me waiting here? My lady, this is even more inappropriate. The study is an important place, and it's even more dangerous for the lady to be here. Don't talk. Chunbai wanted to say something, but she could only keep silent, because she had heard the footsteps of death. Soon, the king of Jin came in armor. Chunbai shuddered with fear. Lu Qiqi stared at the man in front of her. His armor shone in the sun, almost blinding her. When she got closer, the situation was better. The man had cold eyebrows and a straight figure. He was in his early 20s, but he was already imposing. The coldness reflected in his black eyes made people retreat. Lu Qiqi wanted to run away, but she thought that if King Jin died, she would be buried with him, and her monthly allowance would also be gone. She gritted her teeth and rushed over. She didn't control the strength of the rush well, and she almost rushed into the man's arms. Suddenly, a sword appeared, and Lu Qiqi stopped abruptly. If she couldn't stop the car, her neck would hit the blade and she would die on the spot. She tried to calm her frightened heart, tried to put on a smile, and held the amulet in both hands and sent it to King Jin. Your Highness, I have specially asked for the amulet for you. Please accept it. Chunbai wanted to die when she heard this. The king of Jin returned triumphantly. And you gave him the amulet. It's a curse. She ran out in fear and knelt on the ground. Your Highness, spare me. I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me. Your Highness. After the guard Xiao Kai knew the identity of the visitor, he did not put away his sword and waited for the king of Jin to decide. The king of Jin recognized Lu Qiqi and stared at her with interest. She was brave enough to save people in the morning, but she was weak again in the blink of an eye. I wonder what surprises the queen mother will bring after selecting 10 concubines. Lu Qiqi looked at people without saying anything. The sword threatening her life was still on her neck, trying to show her sincerity. Your Highness, this is the amulet I asked for you. The king of Jin looked at it coldly. Lu Qiqi felt bad, and the hand holding the amulet ignored the threat of the sword on her neck and stuffed the amulet into the hands of the king of Jin. Xiao Kai couldn't stay calm. What did the king of Jin mean? If he didn't want to, this woman had no chance to get close. Lu Qiqi approached and lowered her voice. Someone wants to kill you. Xiao Kai heard this and thought the news was leaked, and wanted to kill Lu Qiqi on the spot. King of Jin shouted, Come here. Drag her away. Soon, housekeeper who came with people and dragged Lu Qiqi away. Lu Qiqi shouted loudly, Prince, you must be careful. Half an hour later, the news that Lu Qiqi failed to win favor and was imprisoned in Jinyuan spread throughout the king of Jin's mansion. The hearts that were originally eager to move could only be temporarily calmed. Everyone knew that the king of Jin didn't like women, and there was not even a woman around him. They were all forced to the king of Jin by the queen mother. This time, after 1 year in the prince of Jin's mansion, they finally got the prince of Jin back. Lu Qiqi's stupid behavior disrupted their plans. Xiao Nianqing came to Sun Rumei and sighed. Sister Sunday. Sun Rumei smiled slightly. Who made you angry again? It was Lu Qiqi. How could she do such a shameful thing? Sun Rumei looked at the maid Chunlu. Chunlu shook her head. I don't know. Xiao Nianqing saw that Sun Rumei didn't know yet, so she told her about Lu Qiqi stopping the prince of Jin. Sun Rumei said, No. Lu Qiqi is timid and doesn't dare to do this. Sister Sun. This is true. The prince was furious because of this, and had Lu Qiqi dragged away on the spot. No way. Sun Rumei's face changed slightly, as if she was scared. Xiao Yinqing exaggerated the story, and Sun Rume believed it. It is said that a biting dog does not bark. And this is indeed true. After Xiao Yinqing left, he went to various courtyards and stirred up Lu Qiqi's affairs. After arousing public outrage, he returned to Yujing Garden and sent the news out again. Jinyu Garden. Lu Qiqi lay lazily on the soft couch as if nothing had happened. She was too excited just now and touched the wound on her back. After returning and applying medicine, the situation has improved a little. But her back still hurts. Eating a piece of snack, her mouth is sweet, and she feels better. Chunbai couldn't help complaining when she saw the young lady like this. Young lady, you have been in the Jin Wang mansion for a year. I told you that the prince doesn't like women to get close to you. Even if you have been waiting for a year and finally waited for the prince, you can't be so excited that you rush to seek medical treatment? Lu Qiqi licked her fingers after eating a piece of dessert. Your prince is not sick. I was just making an analogy. I think your way of competing for favor is inappropriate. I don't plan to compete for favor. Miss? I told you that someone wants to kill the prince. The king of Jin cannot die, or he will be buried with him. She has been lying flat for a year, with food and drink, and someone to serve her. Life is too comfortable. She doesn't want to be buried alive. When Chunbai heard it, she thought she was talking nonsense and left angrily. Lu Qiqi saw that she was about to leave and hurriedly reminded her. The dinner should be richer in the evening. I am very tired today. Chunbai turned her head angrily. Miss, you have offended the prince. Shouldn't you think about how to make the prince forgive you? Why are you still thinking about eating? I am saving your prince. How many times does it take for her to understand? Chunbai looked at the young lady for a long time. And seeing that the young lady didn't realize where she was wrong, she stomped her feet and left. She was assigned by butler who to serve the young lady. The young lady was not favored, and her life was not easy. She had to find a solution. Lu Qiqi continued to eat snacks in a very good mood. Everyone thought that she had lost her sense of propriety in her fight for favor. But only she knew it in her heart. If the king of Jin died, the concubines would be buried with him. She was only 17 years old, and she didn't want to die so early, nor did she want to be buried alive. Chapter 4. Drunk and out of control. The king of Jin returned triumphantly. The emperor held a banquet in the palace to celebrate. The ministers with status in the court brought their wives to attend. The emperor was happy today, and gave the king of Jin many rewards. Many wives stared at the king of Jin, just like a hungry cat seeing the smell of fish, staring with wolf-like eyes, waiting for someone to be alone and create an encounter. Everyone knew that the king of Jin was not interested in women. A year ago, the queen mother forced 10 concubines on the king of Jin, which showed that the king of Jin also liked women. But he just didn't meet the one he liked. She thought that each of them was the true love of God, and only she was worthy of the king of Jin. If she became the princess of Jin, she would be very glorious. Among the many princes, the emperor valued the king of Jin very much. Maybe the king of Jin was the future emperor. Who doesn't want to be the queen? Who would want to miss such a shortcut? The king of Jin ignored the hot eyes around him and sat down to drink. After the banquet was over, the king of Jin got up and left after seeing off the emperor and empress. On the way out of the palace, he felt a little dizzy after not drinking for a long time. After leaving the palace, Zhao Kai came over with a horse. Your Highness! The king of Jin looked at him, took the reins from him, and jumped on the horse. After riding for a while, he felt even more dizzy. The king of Jin realized something was wrong. And at this moment, the horse suddenly rushed forward like crazy. The king of Jin immediately tightened the reins and tried to stop the horse. It was useless. The horse ran like crazy. Zhao Kai saw this scene and immediately felt something was wrong. So he hurriedly chased after it. In the blink of an eye, the king of Jin and the horse disappeared in front of him. Fortunately, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from a distance, and Zhao Kai led his men to gallop away. The king of Jin tried to control the horse several times, but it was always in vain. He watched the horse rush up the tree in a suicidal manner. At the critical moment, the king of Jin could only abandon the horse he had followed for many years. Suddenly, a cold arrow flew from the side. The arrow came too suddenly and too fast. The king of Jin, who had been fighting for many years, reacted quickly and moved his body to the side to avoid the hidden arrow. At this moment, another arrow flew over. The king of Jin wanted to dodge it, but his brain was dizzy and his reaction was a little slow. It was too late to dodge. His pupils shrank, and he watched the sharp arrow flying. He saw the arrow tip infinitely enlarged in front of his eyes. Ding! There was a pain in his chest. The dizzy head, which was originally a little dizzy, got better, and saw the arrow stuck in his heart. At the same time, the horse hit the tree, and with a bang, blood splattered on the spot. The splashing blood blinded the King of Jin's eyes. For a moment, he thought he was on the battlefield. When Zhao Kai led his men over, more than a dozen black-clothed assassins flew from the surroundings. King Jin and his companions experienced a brutal killing field. They were not afraid of the danger in front of them, and quickly launched a counterattack. King Jin watched all this with cold eyes, pulled out the arrow in his hand, touched his heart with his other hand, and took out a blackened amulet from it. Lu Qiqi's words, "Someone wants to assassinate you," rang in his ears. Zhao Kai and his companions killed all the men in black and came to him. "Prince, you..." Seeing the black amulet in King Jin's hand, he was stunned. King Jin stared at the amulet. His eyes were cold as frost. When changing clothes, a subconscious action saved his life. His angry eyes looked at the bodies of the men in black, and then looked at the arrows carefully, with a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his mouth. He had a rough idea of who was going to kill him. But how did Lu Qiqi know that someone was going to kill him? What was her relationship with the assassin? Are they in the same group? Countless thoughts came into his mind. And soon there was the sound of horse hooves. King Jin put away his amulet and covered his heart with one hand, showing that he was injured and trying to hold on. As he exerted a little force with his hand, a trace of red appeared on his chest. Soon, King Chu and King Qin came over with their guards. Seeing King Jin's appearance, they asked about his well-being again. "Third brother, are you okay?" King Chu said. "Third brother, who is so blind that he dared to kill you?" King Qin said. King Jin swept his cold eyes across their faces and said indifferently, "No problem. Third brother, are you injured?" King Qin noticed the blood on his chest with his sharp eyes. After hearing what the King of Chu said, he also saw the blood on the King of Jin's chest. "Come on. Escort my third brother to the palace and let the imperial physician take a good look." The King of Jin did not accept their good intentions and climbed on Zhao Kai's horse. "It's just a small matter. Why bother to disturb my father and mother?" But the King of Chu was worried. "Brother, I'll leave this to you." The King of Jin rode away. Zhao Kai saw the King of Jin leave and asked a few brothers to take the dead horse away. The King of Chu and the King of Qin stayed to deal with the bodies on the ground. Each body was killed with a sword, leaving no chance for people to react. If it was done by the same person, it would be nothing. But when multiple people kill people with the same method, it would be intriguing. The King of Jin returned to the palace, and the imperial physician Ma arrived. In less than an instant's stick of time, Zhao Kai sent the imperial physician Ma away. When he walked to the door, he did not forget to tell the imperial physician Ma to keep the King of Jin's injury a secret. He returned to the study again, and saw the King of Jin holding the transformed amulet in his hand. Today, if it weren't for this thing, the King of Jin would be in danger. The question is, how did Lu Qiqi know that the King of Jin was in danger? The King of Jin held the amulet in his hand, thinking about the scene of the woman talking, and then thinking about the King of Chu and the King of Qin, and the current situation. This time, the Emperor returned triumphantly, and he intended to appoint the prince soon. He had made many contributions, and they couldn't wait to attack him today. Soon, Sun Shua brought news and confirmed that the horse had been tampered with. Zhao Kai couldn't believe it, because after the King of Jin entered the palace, he had been by the horse, and no one approached. How did the other party do it? The King of Jin was also very curious and went to visit the horse in person. Seeing the death of the horse, he felt very uncomfortable, and thinking of what the imperial physician Ma had just said, his heart sank. What was coming still came, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. After the King of Jin handed over the matter, he went to Jinyuan. After all the trouble, it was already late at night. Most people were asleep at this time. I came to the outside of Jinyuan and looked at the candlelight from the window. Zhao Kai stepped forward and said, "The prince is here." Chunbai in the room thought she was hallucinating, thinking that the young lady had offended the King of Jin today and was now sentenced to confinement. She didn't know when she would be released. She was still thinking about how to please the King of Jin. She didn't have any idea until late at night. On the contrary, the young lady was still drinking happily. She persuaded her several times that her injured body couldn't drink, But the young lady didn't listen, and she had no choice. Just thinking about it, she heard the movement from outside the door again. Open the door. Chunbai was smart, and quickly got up and came to the door. After opening the door, she saw the King of Jin standing outside the door. She was so shocked that she forgot to salute. King Jin walked in, and saw Lu Qiqi casually leaning on a chair and drinking. Lu Qiqi happily drank wine, ate delicacies, and hummed a little song. When she saw King Jin coming, she smiled drunkenly. Chunbai, I think I saw the prince? Chunbai saw that the young lady was drunk and was worried about offending King Jin again. So she saluted the prince and came to the master. Young lady, it's really the prince. Lu Qiqi staggered to her feet, came to King Jin, and walked around him. Good. Very good. He is still alive. After saying that, she laughed to herself. Chunbai saw that the young lady was still cursing King Jin, and was so scared that she knelt on the ground. King Jin frowned when he saw the woman who lost her composure. You drank? Yes, celebrate that you are still alive. And celebrate that I am still alive. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, her head was buried in King Jin's arms. Chapter 5. Throw yourself into someone's arms. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up feeling a little dizzy and nauseous. She touched her head and shouted, Chunbai, give me a cup of honey water. Ding dong. The system sounded. Lu Qiqi, you are really capable. You have learned to throw yourself into someone's arms? Lu Qiqi, what are you talking about? Don't be so scary. Okay. System, I'll make an exception for you. Lu Qiqi didn't know what the system was saying. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of her. The screen was exactly the scene of herself rushing into the arms of King Jin after getting drunk. The scene was too exciting. Lu Qiqi couldn't bear it, and fucked herself on the bed. Shameful. Too shameful. When did she, Lu Qiqi, do such a shameful thing? Soon, Chunbai came with honey water. Seeing that the young lady was still lying on the bed, she was used to it. After serving the young lady to drink the honey water, she couldn't help but nag a few words. Master, you were too bold last night. If it weren't for the magnanimity of the Prince of Jin, they would have all met the King of Hell. Stop talking. It's too embarrassing. Her reputation was ruined by alcohol. Chunbai thought the young lady knew she was wrong. Young lady, do you know how ugly the prince's face was last night? Lu Qiqi shook her head. I don't know. Chunbai saw it, and it was over. The young lady had no intention of competing for favor. But this time it was completely over. At this time, the voice of butler who came from the door. Young lady, the prince invites you. Chunbai was the first to react and hurried to butler who. She was an old man in the Prince of Jin's mansion, and was familiar with the butler. So she came to talk first. Butler who? The prince invites you. Is there anything? Butler who looked at her. You girl. How can you ask about the master's affairs? Seeing that she couldn't avoid the incident, Lu Qiqi adjusted her mentality, changed her clothes, and came out of the bedroom. Housekeeper who? The prince is waiting for the young lady in the study. Housekeeper who glanced at Lu Qiqi. Since arriving at the Jin Palace, it has been quiet as if it didn't exist. The Jin prince just came back and made such a fuss. He really has some tricks. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything, and let housekeeper who lead the way all the way to the study. She stood at the door. Housekeeper who knocked on the door. Prince, the young lady Lu is here. A cold voice came from inside. Come in. Housekeeper who opened the door. Lu Qiqi went in. Chunbai wanted to follow, but was stopped by housekeeper who. Lu Qiqi entered the study, and saw the Jin prince standing in front of a landscape painting with his hands behind his back. Your servant greets the prince. Prince Jin turned around, holding the black amulet in his hand. Speak. Lu Qiqi had been prepared for this situation, and was not surprised. The amulet has tried its best. Prince Jin looked at the woman in front of him, and it was different after several meetings. But she was also cunning enough. Is this an amulet? It's different from ordinary amulets. Lu Qiqi was unhappy. Is this how he thanked himself? Prince Jin asked. How did you know that someone tried to assassinate me last night? I heard it from others. Some things should be made clear to avoid planting the seeds of trouble. Who said that? Prince Jin narrowed his eyes. A lot of people. Prince Jin sneered. Zhao Kai opened the door from outside, and came to Prince Jin with a letter. Prince Jin glanced at Lu Qiqi, opened the letter, and threw it in front of Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi didn't like people looking down on her. and thought that this person was her breadwinner, so she could only endure it. After taking a look at the paper on the ground, she knew what was going on. But she didn't say anything. The king of Jin asked, "What do you have to say? This is my past. I wonder what the prince wants me to say." Fortunately, the system told the original owner's past, so no matter what was asked, it would not be exposed. The king of Jin looked at her and said nothing. Xiao Kai turned around and grabbed Chunbai from outside the door. Chunbai was a little confused. The moment she was thrown in, she subconsciously knelt on the ground. Xiao Kai asked, "Chunbai, what did Lu Qiqi do this year?" Chunbai trembled, and tremblingly told what she had done for Lu Qiqi for a year. Lu Qiqi looked at the king of Jin without blinking. At this time, what Lu Qiqi forgot was that she was no longer a strong woman in the business world, but a concubine of humble status. After hearing what Chunbai said, the king of Jin found that he underestimated the woman in front of him. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi knew that she should give someone a way out and forcefully change the subject. "Does the prince have any other instructions?" "Go down." "Yes. I'll take my leave." Lu Qiqi walked up to Chunbai and dragged her away. It took a long time for Chunbai to recover after the two returned to Jinyu Garden. She cried and wiped her tears. "My lady, am I still alive?" Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes in amusement. The poor kid was frightened. "I saved your life. How do you thank me?" "My lady, are we okay?" "Yes, we're okay." "The prince is angry." Chunbai was confused and eager to prove that the danger was over. "He's fine again." Chunbai couldn't react. Lu Qiqi didn't give her too much time to figure it out. "Okay. I'm starving after all this trouble. Go and prepare food." Chunbai wiped her tears and walked out. Ding dong. The system voice appeared. "Congratulations, young lady. You have been promoted to a second-level customer, and you will be rewarded with 2 amulets. Lu Qiqi snorted coldly. "There is such a good thing. The first reward was for saving a child, and then used on King Jin. Now there are 2 more. Does it mean that I have to save 2 lives? Young lady will know soon." Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes. She doesn't want it. "Okay. Soon." Chunbai brought back a sumptuous meal. Looking at the delicious food and the scenery, she demonstrated her value and saved her job. Life in the King Jin's mansion is indeed very good. Every day, delicacies from mountains and seas are served. It's hard not to feel comfortable. She didn't stop eating the dishes on the table. In addition to drinking, her hobby is eating. For a foodie, if there is food, she will never let her mouth talk. Chunbai was also a little confused. After being a maid for so many years, she knew that the young lady was favored. "My lady, I just went to the kitchen and met many people. They all asked me about it." Lu Qiqi glanced at her and signaled that she should say whatever she wanted to say and not disturb me while I was eating. Chunbai knew what the lady was thinking and continued. "They asked me what I like." Lu Qiqi knew that seeing that she was fine, someone wanted to curry favor with her. "Just tell them that I like money." Chunbai was unhappy. "My lady, this is too direct. Without money, how can you go out to buy food? If you ask me, my lady is just hanging them." Lu Qiqi glanced at her. "I remember they are all your good sisters." Chunbai curled her lips. Seeing that the lady is fine, they want to curry favor with her. Why didn't they care about me yesterday? The ladies they serve. Maybe one day one of them will catch the eye of the king of Jin and become the princess. Humph. Chunbai thinks that the lady should take the opportunity to capture the heart of the king of Jin, so that the concubines will have nothing to do. "You? Don't be so stingy. The prince belongs to everyone, not just you. If others ask, just tell them generously. Maybe they will help you when you encounter difficulties in the future." Chunbai saw the lady like this and wanted to nag. Lu Qiqi stood up and stretched. "I'm tired today. I'm going to take a walk." "Lady." Chunbai was about to cry. The prince has returned, and the lady still doesn't know how to stick to him. When can the lady be favored? Lu Qiqi didn't care and left the king of Jin's mansion from the back door. Chapter 6. The prince holds a banquet. Chunbai was worried and could only follow behind. The young lady was good in everything. Good-tempered, easy to talk to, and just willing to run outside. In a year, she gradually got used to it. Lu Qiqi dragged her injured and inconvenient body to squeeze some of the fat residue and sent it to Brother Lu. When she walked to the street, someone recognized her risking her life to save the child that day and greeted her warmly. Walking along the way, she learned that the old hen in Aunt Wang's house was lost. Uncle Li's grandson went to Hongming Academy to study, Wang Ergu, who sold tofu next door. And the second daughter of the owner of Minxing restaurant opposite went to the opera. The proprietress of Caoji Tavern bought another red dress and wore it to show off. The old man Ma, who sold candied haws, was hit by a carriage. Listening to all kinds of gossip along the way, Lu Qiqi came to Brother Lu's pork shop. But he was not there. So Lu Qiqi left after leaving the fat residue. On the way back, she also bought a lot of ingredients along the way, thinking that she could have a big meal tonight. Such a fairy-like life is so comfortable. After buying vegetables, I felt that it was still early, so I came to EP1 tea house for tea. At this point, people are full and have nothing to do, so they come to the tea house for entertainment. Lu Qiqi is one of them. There is food, drink, and people serving around her. Why should she be like herself in her previous life? Working hard and making wedding clothes for others? It is still comfortable now. Eating snacks, drinking tea, talking to familiar people, and drinking tea quietly and listening to other people's gossip if you don't meet them. Many people say that the king of Jin has returned triumphantly, and many people are thinking about the position of the princess of Jin. There are also some small gossips. When Ma, the head of the police, was arresting the criminal, he bumped into the little girl in Taixianlu and couldn't get up for a long time. System, Captain Ma is having an affair with a young girl, and his wife, Mrs. Du, is setting him up. Lu Qiqi, great. Li Junxian, the grandson of Minister Li, has another beautiful woman, Su Lingqin, who will be brought into the palace tomorrow. System, Su Lingqin deliberately seduced Li Junxian, but was caught by Su Lingqin's father, Su Xiusai. Su Xiusai went to make a scene, and the man had no choice but to agree to let her enter the palace as a concubine. Lu Qiqi, this works too. The son of the shopkeeper Ma at the entrance of the alley is not his own. And now he is making a big scene. And the shopkeeper Ma wants to divorce his wife. System, the child is the son of Mrs. Wang and the chef. Lu Qiqi, stealing from the house. Good job. Lu Qiqi listened to other people's gossip and learned the secret history of these people from the system. But she didn't know that her current whereabouts were all heard by the king of Jin. Lu Qiqi and her servant had just returned to the king of Jin's mansion. I heard a great piece of good news. The prince is holding a banquet, and all the concubines have to attend. Chunbai was a little happy at first, but she was a little unhappy when she heard that it was not just the young lady. Lu Qiqi didn't care. After returning to the room, she leaned on the soft couch like a cat without bones and picked up the storybook to read. Chunbai sighed when she saw the young lady like this. Okay, don't think too much. I'm hungry. Let's go see if there is anything delicious. Chunbai looked at the young lady, who was not motivated. She only knew how to eat and play all day long. When the king of Jin didn't come back, she could be said to be recuperating. What about now? She wanted to preach, but Lu Qiqi waved her hand impatiently. She could only go to the big kitchen first and find out the situation. Lu Qiqi finally had peace of mind. She leaned on the soft couch and understood Chunbai's thoughts. In her opinion, what's the good of competing for favors? It's better to live a comfortable life now. Eat when you're hungry. Spend money when you have it. Isn't this a good life? Chunbai moved quickly and brought back 4 dishes and a soup when she came back. Chunbai set the food and told the news she had inquired. My lady, just now Miss Xiao went to Miss Sun's place. I don't know what she sent. Speaking of this, Chunbai felt unfair for the lady. The 10 ladies were all given to the king of Jin by the queen mother. Logically, they should have the same food, clothing and expenses. Why do other ladies always have to suppress the lady in everything? Chunbai saw that the lady didn't say anything, and started to nag again. Obviously, the prince likes the ladies more. How can he let them take advantage? Lu Qiqi was eating, and she was frightened when she heard this. Chunbai was busy all the time, and continued to chatter when Lu Qiqi recovered. Young lady, how about we also arrange it? Lu Qiqi didn't care. Those are useless. Why are they useless? Xiao Nianqing's father is the governor of Jiangnan. He is also a corrupt official. Very rich. Chunbai's face darkened slightly. Sun Rumei's aunt is a concubine in the palace. What about young lady Tang? Chunbai was not happy. Why did she feel the young lady was helping others to be ambitious and destroying her own prestige? Tang Xiuya's father is a wealthy businessman in Yangzhou. Chunbai was still unwilling to give up. What about young Lady Gu? She doesn't have a prominent family background. Right? You should have seen the wooden hairpin on Gu Ling's head. Yes. It's just a piece of broken wood. And it's so ugly. I really don't know if young lady did it on purpose. The hairpin on her head is made of ebony. What's so good about ebony? Chunbai pouted. Lu Qiqi explained. The royal family used rosewood. And this ebony is more precious than rosewood. Chunbai was dumbfounded. A humble hairpin. Is it so precious? You don't know a lot. Lu Qiqi felt a little sorry for scaring the innocent little girl. Now that the king of Jin is back, it's a good thing to give him a warning first. Except for herself. All the 10 maids selected by the Queen Mother have backgrounds. Chunbai was really scared and kept silent for the whole afternoon. In the evening, Butler Hu and many maids got busy. Lu Qiqi was like nothing happened. Curled up on the soft couch. Reached out to pick up the tea of just the right temperature. Ate exquisite snacks. And read the newly published storybook. This day is so comfortable. Chunbai rarely said nothing. And quietly served beside her. Lu Qiqi looked at the poor Chunbai. What's the name of Li Shangshu's grandson? Chunbai's eyes lit up. Li Junxian. What's the name of the beauty? Su Lingqin. Yes. Her name is Su Lingqin. The daughter of Su Xiaocai. This marriage is considered up and coming. Chunbai was excited. Su Xiaocai has failed many times. I really don't know what he is still busy with at this age. According to Su Xiaocai's talent, he can be a teacher. Lu Qiqi knew that Su Xiaocai failed many times because he had no connections in the court. And it was unknown who was thinking of getting in touch with Li Shangshu. Su Lingqin's brain circuit was fast enough. The water in Li Shangshu's mansion was deep enough. I wonder how long she could hold on. The two were chatting when there was a noise outside the door. Is Sister Lu here? Hearing the noise, I knew that the person who came was Xiao Nianqing, the young lady Xiao mentioned not long ago. The two were not familiar with each other. But Xiao Nianqing was very direct when she called her sister Lu. Lu Qiqi put away the storybook and glanced at Chunbai, who went to the door to meet someone. Just as she arrived at the door, Xiao Nianqing walked in. Your servant greets Miss Xiao. Xiao Nianqing ignored Chunbai who was bowing and looked at Lu Qiqi. Sister Lu, why haven't you changed your clothes yet? Xiao Nianqing said, gently flicking the fox fur cloak on her body, which was really expensive. Ding dong. System. This fox cloak was taken from the tribute rick by the governor of Jiangnan. Lu Qiqi, haha. You are very brave. Chapter 7 promoted to Madame Lu. Lu Qiqi sneered in her heart. She dared to show off this. And pretended to be tired. Covering her mouth and coughing twice. Unfortunately, I may have caught a cold. And I feel a little uncomfortable. This is too unfortunate. Xiao Nianqing covered her face and laughed secretly. I feel a little uncomfortable today. I'm afraid I can't go tonight. Chunbai. Uncomfortable. Just now I was fine. Xiao Nianqing tried to hide the gloating in his eyes. It's a pity that Sister Lu didn't go to the first banquet held by the prince. Lu Qiqi coughed twice, indicating that she was very serious. Xiao Nianqing was afraid of being sick, so he stepped back 2 steps. Sister Lu, take a good rest. I won't disturb you. After that, he took the maid Chunyu and left quickly. The room was quiet. Chunbai looked at Lu Qiqi with great sorrow. Master, why don't you go? Lu Qiqi didn't care. No good will come of going. Why? Think about it. There was such a commotion yesterday. Many people should not want to see me. Chunbai didn't believe it. Lu Qiqi didn't want to compete for favor. She just wanted to eat and wait for death. Chunbai still wanted to persuade the young master and didn't want to miss the opportunity to show off. Just at this time, Butler who came and explained the specific time of the banquet. Lu Qiqi was speechless. I wanted to hide but couldn't. It was just getting dark. And the red lanterns of the Prince of Jin's mansion were lit. Lu Qiqi lived in a slightly remote place. Left late. And moved at a tortoise-like speed. Chunbai was very anxious. But she didn't dare to speak. Finally arrived at the main hall. Chunbai quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The prince hadn't arrived yet. So it wasn't too late. Arriving late. There was only one empty seat near the door. Lu Qiqi didn't care, and sat down directly. Lu Qiqi glanced at the beauties inside. Each of them was dressed exquisitely, and looked very eye-catching. In comparison, her ginger-colored dress seemed a little dull. This was exactly what Lu Qiqi wanted. She only cared about eating and drinking, leaving the competition for favor to them. looking at the plates of exquisite pastries on the small table. As expected, the treatment of the King of Jin was different after his return. Xiao Nianqing was obviously displeased when he saw Lu Qiqi coming, but was slightly more satisfied with her dress. Several other concubines looked over together, and everyone's eyes were more or less hostile. Only Sun Rume sat calmly, not affected by the people around her at all, with her waist straight, posing the best manners waiting for the King of Jin to arrive. Lu Qiqi seemed a little different. She was here to make up the numbers. No. To eat. She stared at the snacks on the table for a long time, wondering when she could eat, and whether she could continue after eating. Soon, footsteps were heard, and the King of Jin strode into the main hall. Many concubines were excited and stood up to salute. Your servant greets the prince. Your servant greets the prince. Lu Qiqi followed and stood up, saluting with everyone else. The King of Jin only took a look, sat down, and said in a calm voice, "Stand up." Everyone responded yes, stood up and sat down slowly, and looked at the King of Jin again. Xiao Nianqing was bolder, holding the wine glass and stood up. Your Majesty, your servant congratulates you on your triumphant return. Lu Qiqi looked at the snacks in front of her, thinking that she could finally eat, picked up the snacks and ate them, looking at the poor Xiao Nianqing. Her father was corrupt, and she wanted to stand up. It was indeed a father and daughter. Congratulations to the king? Miss Xiao, do you know how many people died on the battlefield and how many people were buried in foreign lands? The king suddenly got angry, and frightened Xiao Nianqing to kneel on the ground, not daring to speak again. The concubines sitting there mocked Xiao Nianqing for being brainless, but they were worried about being implicated, so they lowered their heads and kept silent. Yang Biyun was timid, and just as she was about to drink tea, she heard the noise, and the teacup fell to the ground with a tinkling sound. The King of Jin shouted, "Drag her away." Soon, 2 guards arrived and dragged Yang Biyun away. Everyone was scared. They sat one by one, trembling slightly. They didn't dare to think deeply about Yang Biyun's experience, but only hoped that they would not be the next unlucky one. The King of Jin held a banquet, but nothing was eaten. Xiao Nianqing was scolded and fined for half a year's salary. Yang Biyun was not so lucky. She fainted after being beaten with 5 military sticks, and now she doesn't even have a doctor. The meaning of the King of Jin was obvious. Let her fend for herself. Each concubine had her own little thoughts, and now they were all scared like quails. Lu Qiqi knew that there would be no good banquet, but she didn't expect that some people hadn't performed yet, and the King of Jin started to make trouble first. Maybe the King of Jin really had a problem. These had nothing to do with Lu Qiqi. She didn't have any extravagant expectations for men. She just wanted to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Back to Jinyu Garden. Chunbai was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. No matter how brave Lu Qiqi was, she didn't dare to go to the big kitchen to make food. Fortunately, for a foodie, there was always food around. While eating, she looked at the poor Chunbai. "Chunbai, your prince has a bad temper?" Chunbai slowly turned her head, looked at the young master, covered her mouth, and cried. Lu Qiqi was thoughtful but not sympathetic. She ate her own snacks and waited for others to vent. Chunbai didn't dare to cry loudly, so she could only cover her mouth and sob. At this time, there was a noise in the yard. Chunbai wiped her tears and stood beside Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi put away her snacks and wiped her mouth to avoid exposing herself. Soon, housekeeper who brought 2 maids to deliver food. "Madam Lu, you haven't had dinner yet, and the old servant has brought it to you." Madam Lu? Not little Master Lu. Today, Xiao Nianqing was punished, and when Yang Biyun's life and death were unknown, the housekeeper brought food and called her Madam Lu. What was the King of Jin going to do? Planning to kill himself? He helped the King of Jin escape a disaster out of kindness, and this is how he repays himself? Chunbai reacted quickly, and had known housekeeper Hu for a few more years, so she hurried to housekeeper Hu. "Butler Hu, what did you say just now?" Butler Hu smiled and looked at Lu Qiqi. "Look at me. I forgot to mention the big thing. There are suddenly many young ladies in the mansion, without anyone to restrain them. It will make outsiders laugh. The prince thinks that the young lady is the most suitable, and he promotes the young lady to be his wife. It is also legitimate for the wife to manage the backyard in the future." Ding dong. System. Congratulations to Madam Lu. Lu Qiqi, congratulations. She will be killed sooner or later. System, this is a good thing. No one will dare to bully Madame Lu in the future? Lu Qiqi gritted her teeth. Are you gloating? System. Chunbai saw that the young lady didn't say anything and thought she was too happy. In a blink of an eye, she turned into a happy bird and sent Butler who away with a smile on her face. The young lady's status changed. And Butler, who became much more polite to Chunbai. When she sent people back, she saw that the young lady only looked at the food and didn't eat it. She thought she was too happy. My lady. Oh. No. It's Madam. Madam. Are you so happy that you even forgot to eat your favorite dish? Lu Qiqi then looked carefully at the 6 dishes and 1 soup in front of her. Sure enough, they were all her favorites. Someone is warning herself. Being threatened. She had no appetite. She turned around and took out the unfinished snacks and ate them. Chunbai was surprised. What happened to Madam? Chapter 8. Wading into Muddy Waters. The next day, Lu Qiqi became a lady, which attracted many concubines to visit. They gave gifts one by one, greeted her with a smile, and kept calling her sister. Lu Qiqi thought her father had secretly given birth to so many illegitimate daughters. Sister Lu, when Celia first met you, she felt that you were particularly kind. Today, Sister Lu seems to be particularly blessed. No wonder the prince is fascinated by Sister Lu. Lu Qiqi didn't eat all night, only ate a plate of snacks, and went to bed very late, with dark circles under her eyes. She was convinced by someone's nonsense. She put the handkerchief she had prepared in advance to her mouth and coughed twice. Sister Tang is really good at talking. Being in the position of a lady, you have to do something. No way. Sister Lu has wronged me. That's right. There are still many things for us to look up to Sister Lu in the future? Shi Qiuxin helped to speak. Lu Qiqi knew this person. Shi Qiuxin was the cousin of Shi, the chief maid beside the queen. Mu Yaji was the childhood sweetheart of the general stationed in northwest China. Because Mu Yaji's father was greedy for power, he sent his daughter to the palace. Gu Ling was the illegitimate daughter of Wang Xiangshu, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. An ebony hairpin was enough to show the status of this woman in Wang Xiangshu's heart. Ming Xishuan's father was the governor of Lanzhou. Dong Huaizhu was the eldest daughter of Dong Yui in the palace. Yang Biyun, who was beaten by the military stick yesterday. Her father opened Yang's medical clinic far away in Jiangbei, the border, and had a great influence in the Jiangbei area. As his only daughter, she inherited her father's legacy. If she hadn't come to the capital to become a concubine, she would have become a doctor. Each of them has a great background. But she let the daughter of a county magistrate from a remote place manage these women. Looking at the women who were smiling but hiding their daggers, Lu Qiqi was ready to play Tai Chi and kick the ball out. Sister Shi, Sister Tang is right. Please ask Sister Lu to take care of us in the future. Before Gu Ling finished speaking, Xiao Nianqing couldn't stand it anymore. Yesterday, she clearly told herself that she would not go to the banquet. But she went and embarrassed her in front of everyone. Later, she was scolded and Yang Biyun was beaten. I think Lu Qiqi must have known about it and deliberately embarrassed her. Before she could calm down, she got the news that Lu Qiqi was a bitch and climbed over her head. How could she be happy? Sister Lu, I came here yesterday. Sister Lu said that she was not feeling well and would not go to the banquet. Did you know something in advance? These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. The eyes they looked at Lu Qiqi were mixed with some sharpness. Ahem. Lu Qiqi covered her mouth and coughed twice. When she put away her handkerchief, she was a little slow, so that Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rumei, who were sitting in front of her, saw a little red on the handkerchief. Lu Qiqi calmed down, and her spirits looked worse. She looked at Xiao Nianqing. What does Sister Xiao mean? Forget it. Forget it. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Xiao Nianqing didn't ask any more questions. He was worried that Lu Qiqi had tuberculosis and passed the disease to him. So he left quickly. Sun Rumei stood up and said goodbye. The remaining people left one by one after seeing this. Finally, it was quiet. Lu Qiqi sat down on the chair, picked up a piece of dessert, and put it into her mouth. Eating happily, Chunbai came to the lady. Madam, what are they doing? They think that since I have become a lady, their status should also be raised. Too shameless. Chunbai was successfully led astray by Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi ate snacks and told Chunbai, I've been feeling unwell recently, so prepare more light meals. Chunbai saw that the lady was lying again. In the next few days, The lady had been lying on the couch and seemed to be really sick. The amount of food she ate every day was also decreasing, and she ate very light meals. Chunbai thought that the lady was really sick and was very worried. At this time, a strange thing happened in the Prince of Jin's mansion, which attracted all her thoughts. Yang Biyun, who was knocked unconscious by the military stick that day, survived. She was not fully recovered, but she survived. Chunbai told Lu Qiqi about this, and Lu Qiqi was not surprised. 10 days later, Lu Qiqi became a lady and was also sick for 10 days. Some people thought that Lu Qiqi was not lucky, and they would wait for her to die of illness to laugh at her. Lu Qiqi successfully survived the dangerous period created by someone. She had been sick for 10 days, and finally she could go out for a walk. She was in a good mood, and she hummed a little song all the way since she left the Jin Wang mansion. Chunbai was happy to see such a lady. Finally, she got better. If she didn't get better, she didn't know what harsh words those people would say. Seeing the lady walking away, she hurriedly chased after her. Madam. Miss. Slow down. It's not good to call her madam outside. It's more convenient to call her miss. Lu Qiqi hadn't been out for a long time, and she felt relieved. When she saw something delicious, she was about to share it with Chunbai. She turned around and heard the sound of horse hooves. The moment she looked up, she found that it was the Jin Wang, who subconsciously dragged Chunbai to a small alley. Chunbai thought something big had happened. After she recovered, she saw the Jin Wang riding over. Miss, you? Lu Qiqi quickly covered her mouth. In the eyes of others, the king of Jin was full of noble and auspicious words. In her opinion, he was jealous of others and was petty. If this person knew that she was out to spread the wind, she didn't know what insidious way he would use to deal with her. Lu Qiqi thought she did it quickly and was not discovered. But she didn't know that the moment Chunbai opened her mouth, the king of Jin knew it. The king of Jin rode over and ordered Zhao Kai. Madam has been ill for a long time. Please ask the doctor to take a look. Yes. Zhao Kai took the order and left. The king of Jin rode slowly on the street, accepting the attention of the people, and then stopped at Leaning Restaurant. Third brother. Upstairs, King Qing popped his head out of the window and waved to King of Jin. The king of Jin glanced at him and walked upstairs. After King Jin entered, King Qing immediately stood up and asked with concern, Third brother, are you okay with your injury? Injury? King Jin looked at him. Who told you that? King Qing changed the subject after hearing this. It's been a long time since I sat down with third brother to drink. Today, we won't go home until we are drunk. Yes, King Jin said. Soon, good wine and good food were served. King Jin had been away from the capital for a year, and had not eaten authentic Beijing food for a long time. He ate a lot but didn't drink much. King Qing didn't persuade King Jin to drink, but only invited King Jin to eat food. After eating for a while, Prince Qing said, Third brother, did the emperor say anything when we entered the palace this time? Prince Jin stopped eating and looked at Prince Qing. What are you talking about? Prince Qing was a little nervous, and then he said shamelessly, Third brother, you should have heard that my mother. Prince Jin knew about the good things that concubine had done, and was waiting for Prince Qing to continue. Prince Qing couldn't speak, so he drank a glass of wine and said boldly, I asked my mother. The Koyan Fuyun Palace was not made by her. King Jin sighed, looked outside, and spoke after a long time. Eunuch Su beside concubine has confessed his guilt. Eunuch Su was concubine's childhood sweetheart. Concubine's parents sent their daughter to the palace for wealth and glory, and Eunuch Su followed them all the way and became a eunuch in the palace. King Jin knew this, and so did King Qing. Now Eunuch Su took all the blame, and concubine's behavior was chilling. Third brother, is there room for maneuver? King Jin thought for a while and said, It depends on what the mother wants. When King Qing heard this, his eyebrows and eyes relaxed instantly. He said some polite words, and left quickly. Zhao Kai did what King Jin had told him to do, and rushed over just in time to hear what King Qing said. Seeing King Qing leave, he walked in. Prince, why did you wade into this muddy water? Even he could see that someone deliberately set up a trap to kick King Qing out. But King Jin was so good. Why did he help King Qing? Thinking of what King Qing did in those years, he still hates it. King Jin was not angry. He drank one cup after another. It seemed that the wine today was particularly good. King Jin drank a lot in a row. Chapter 9. There is a leak in the Prince Jin's mansion. EP1 tea house. Lu Qiqi brought Chunbai to EP1 tea house. This is the place she must come to every time she goes out. A pot of tea. A few plates of snacks. Relax while listening to other people's gossip. From the conversation of several young ladies next to her, she heard the big news about herself. Have you heard that the Prince Jin proposed a concubine as his wife? No way. I heard it too. It should be true. When Lu Qiqi heard the gossip about herself, she opened her eyes wide and looked over curiously. Who knew the details of what happened in the Prince Jin's mansion? Is there a leak in the Prince Jin's mansion? Looking over, the three women who saw the gossip were Guo Xilan, the third daughter of Governor Guo, Yen Linger, the legitimate daughter of Staff Officer Yen, and Cheng Ro, the fourth daughter of General Cheng. Seeing the three of them together, Lu Qiqi was a little curious. Not long ago, Cheng Ro and Yen Linger had a big fight over a box of rouge, and many people laughed at it. It only took a few days for it to be over. I also heard that the newly mentioned wife is a poor girl from a small place. Not presentable, Yen Linger said sarcastically. Lu Qiqi was speechless. Her father was the county magistrate, not a high-ranking official, so there was no need to slander her like this. Right? Chunbai was unhappy to hear this. Cheng Ro said, I heard that the woman used extraordinary means to get the attention of King Jin. What means? Guo Xilan was a little behind the news and asked curiously. After Lu Qiqi laughed, she held the teacup and wanted to hear what others said. Cheng Ro approached the two and said in a low voice, I heard that the woman's name is Lu Qiqi. She rushed over to hug King Jin's thigh on the day King Jin returned. Ah? No way. It's true. Cheng Ro saw it with her own eyes. What happened later? Later, the king of Jin couldn't stand it, so he raised her position. In order to intimidate those concubines, he deliberately scolded concubine Xiao and beat concubine Yang. I don't know about concubine Yang, but I know concubine Xiao. I heard that her father is Lord Xiao, the governor of Jiangnan. Chunbai couldn't listen anymore and wanted to argue with them. Seeing that the lady had stood up, she was worried that the matter would become too big and difficult to end. To her surprise, the lady also got involved. Your information is inaccurate? Lu Qiqi came over and took the initiative to gossip. Who are you? Cheng Ro asked. Lu Qiqi was speechless. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I know more. How is it possible? Cheng Ro didn't believe it. Let me put it this way. I know a maid in the king of Jin's mansion. She told me this. Who do you know? Cheng Ro asked. I know that maid is Chunbai, the maid who serves Madame Lu. Chunbai was speechless. Madam, do you make up stories about yourself like this? Cheng Ro didn't say anything when she heard this. She also knew this. Tell me, what do you know? Lu Qiqi. I heard from Chunbai that Madame Lu is too scheming. She has always been as quiet as a little transparent. When Prince Jin came back, she immediately exposed her true nature and used vulgar and unpresentable actions to attract the attention of Prince Jin. After saying this, he paused for a moment, looked at the three of them, and said disdainfully, Tell me, if this happened to you, would you do such a thing? No. Cheng Ro immediately expressed her opinion. It's too embarrassing, Yen Linger said. Who would degrade themselves like this? Guo Xilan said. Lu Qiqi nodded. I said it. The noble ladies in the capital would never do such a mean thing. Chunbai looked at the indignant lady, as if the person she was talking about was not herself, and felt that if the lady really had this desire to win favor, she would not be a lady, but a princess. Lu Qiqi talked with the three noble ladies for a while, and then asked for some food. When she was leaving, Lu Qiqi became Sister Lu in their mouths. Chunbai left the EP1 tea house for a distance, looked back, and made sure that no one was following, and couldn't help reminding, Madam, you are so cruel to yourself, not hesitating to ruin your reputation outside. This is something that ordinary people can't do. Lu Qiqi didn't care. It was just talking, and the two lips touched, and they wanted to say whatever they wanted to say. Lu Qiqi, who was very happy, just returned to the Jin Wang mansion and realized something was wrong. When I returned to Jinyu Garden, I saw the king of Jin sitting in the house, and the doctor standing next to him with a medicine box on his back. I immediately felt bad. After seeing other people's jokes, it was my turn to be unlucky this time. Entering the door, I saluted to the king of Jin. Your servant greets the prince. Your servant? The king of Jin drank wine, and was a little drunk when he came back. He waited long enough and sobered up, looking at the woman who had been crazy outside for so long. A hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Lu Qiqi's brain circuit was fast, and she realized something was wrong. So she quickly changed her words. Your servant greets the prince. Is the lady's illness healed? It's just a cough. It's no big deal. She really coughed twice. And as for what others think? It's not something she can control. Chunbai didn't have such a mentality, and knelt on the ground tremblingly. Oh! Prince Jin looked at her. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty? I'm fine. Lu Qiqi said as she stretched out her hand to the doctor. Thank you. The doctor waited for more than an hour, and finally saw the patient. He knew that the woman was fine without taking her pulse by looking at her complexion. Because Prince Jin was there, he began to take her pulse in a proper manner. Your Majesty, the lady is weak in qi, and she will be fine after taking a few doses of medicine. Lu Qiqi lowered her head. Why is it weak in qi? It should be guilty. Okay. Prince Jin looked at the housekeeper next to him. You go and do this yourself. Yes. Housekeeper who responded. Prince Jin was satisfied and got up and left. Lu Qiqi patted her little heart gently, and she almost jumped out just now. Just when she thought she had escaped a disaster, she was slapped in the face by reality. Seeing the herbs sent by Butler who, Lu Qiqi felt very bitter just by smelling the smell. She held her breath and drank it in one breath, and then covered her mouth to prevent herself from spitting it out. Butler who did not leave until he saw her drink the medicine. Chunbai saw that the lady was so uncomfortable, and advised, Madam, good medicine tastes bitter. For the sake of your health, you should bear it. Lu Qiqi nodded and said nothing. Suddenly she envied the maid, who knew nothing but could still be regarded as caring. Chunbai advised again, Madam, the prince cares about you so much. You should go to the prince to express your gratitude. Lu Qiqi understood what the maid meant, and now she didn't want to listen to her. She would not understand the maid's thoughts. She went to the king of Jin to show her face in the name of thanking him. Some people forgot so quickly. Shan Yinqing took over the salary that was fine for half a year in order to show his presence. Yang Bian was beaten with a military stick because she was too timid. She just wanted to eat and drink, and didn't have that much in mind. She went back to the room, lay on the bed, and soon fell asleep. Poor Chunbai was still thinking about how to persuade the lady not to miss this opportunity. Seeing the lady like this, she was anxious. She stayed by the bed and waited for the lady to wake up. She immediately said, Madam, the prince is so good to you. What are you dissatisfied with? I am very satisfied. Madam should go to the prince to thank him, show her face, and get more favor from the prince. Wouldn't it be better? There is no princess in the Jin palace now. If the lady can go one step further and become a princess, how great it would be. Lu Qiqi collapsed on the bed, using the salty fish smell emanating from her whole body to tell Chunbai that she didn't have that ambition. Chapter 10 Invitation to the Concubine. In the evening, Butler who brought the herbs again and watched Lu Qiqi drink them. After drinking, Lu Qiqi asked, Butler who, when will my body get better? The doctor prescribed 7 days of medicine. Butler who answered truthfully. Lu Qiqi slumped down in the chair. 7 days. She had to bow her head. Madam, take a rest. I'll take my leave. Wait. Butler who was about to leave, stopped and asked, Madam, do you have anything else to do? Where is the prince? He just went out. Lu Qiqi waved her hands weakly, and it was not the right time for her to bow her head. In order to show her sincerity, she went to Xiushui Pavilion several times to find Prince Jin to express her position. She waited until midnight, but she didn't see the shadow of Prince Jin. Instead, she saw several maids following him stealthily. Lu Qiqi was too lazy to think about it. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up and was about to go to Prince Jin when Butler, who arrived with a bowl of medicine. Lu Qiqi took a look, said nothing, brought it over, and drank it in one gulp. Butler who took a look and left with the medicine bowl. Chunbai came to the lady. Madam, is the medicine bitter? She looked very uncomfortable yesterday. It's okay. She'll get used to it. If someone gives her some bitterness again, can she refuse? She cursed countless times in her heart. What a shitty prince. He is simply an ungrateful villain. Chunbai wanted to say something, But there was a noise outside the door. She went to the yard to see, and found that it was Chunyu, the maid next to Xiao Nianqing. When she saw this person, she thought about the deliberate trickery that day. And then she ran into him. This person said bad things about the lady behind her back. And she was a little unhappy to see her. Chunyu was smart and came over with a smile. "Sister Bai," she said, and handed a hairpin to Chunbai. Chunbai wanted to refuse. But Chunyu spoke again. "Is the madam here?" "Yes." Chunbai was unwilling, but could not stop her. So she brought Chunyu to the madam. Chunyu saw Lu Qiqi and bowed politely. "Your servant greets the madam. Chunyu is here." Lu Qiqi pinched a piece of dessert and put it into her mouth, trying to suppress the bitterness in her mouth. "Madam remembers me?" Chunyu was a little surprised. Lu Qiqi smiled. "I often heard Chunbai mention it, so I remembered it." Chunyu looked at Chunbai gratefully, and quickly took out the invitation. "Madam, this is an invitation from Consort Qing, saying that there will be a tea party in Limingchuan this morning, and invite you to enjoy the flowers together." "Consort Qing?" "Madam, she is the concubine of King Qing. Just drinking tea and enjoying the flowers?" Chunyu understood what madam meant, and quickly replied, "And snacks." "Okay." Lu Qiqi looked very happy. Chunyu saw that the task was completed, and left after bowing. Chunbai was unhappy. "Madam, you are the wife of the prince of Jin's mansion, and the invitation is also for you. Why let a concubine and maid send it? They are deliberately trying to intimidate you. Can't you see it?" Lu Qiqi was speechless. Chunbai was not angry, but happy. "Madam, you see it?" Lu Qiqi glanced at her, indicating that she didn't want to talk anymore. "If you can't see it when it's so obvious, you'd be a fool." Chunbai smiled and tried to please him. "Madam, there must be a trap at this tea party. Be careful." Lu Qiqi knew what was going on. The concubine of Prince Qin and the imperial concubine have a good relationship, and it is very likely that it was Sun Rumei's idea. "Look! What did she say? Someone can't sit still." So they took the initiative. Well, using the tea party to be mediocre can also prevent future troubles. She had no intention of competing for favor. She just wanted to slack off, so that they could see her lying down and not bother her in the future. Lu Qiqi was determined and didn't take it to heart. She turned around and saw the peaches on the table, which were big and red. She picked one up and took a bite. It was so sweet. She picked up another one and gave it to Chunbai. "You try it too, madam. Your servant." Before Chunbai finished speaking, Lu Qiqi's peach blocked her mouth. "I told you to eat it. So you eat it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Chunbai took a bite of the peach. Her eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. "Madam, it's so sweet. When have I ever given you something rough?" Chunbai smiled and continued to eat the peach. The two of them finished a plate of peaches very quickly. Lu Qiqi touched her stomach and felt that she was full, but something was missing in her mouth. "Chunbai, what do you want for lunch?" "I'll go to the kitchen and see." Chunbai ran away. Lu Qiqi leaned casually on the couch, eating melon seeds and reading a storybook. This kind of life of eating and waiting to die is so wonderful. I really hope I can live like this forever. Chunbai was very fast. It seemed that she had just arrived and came back with the dishes. Lu Qiqi saw Chunbai working so fast and laughed and joked. "Chunbai, you are very fast today." Chunbai smiled mysteriously. "It's not me. When I went there, Aunt Chen had already prepared it. When she left, she asked me what madam liked to eat so that she could prepare it in advance." Lu Qiqi smiled. This is the celebrity effect. If she gets into trouble one day, such fence-sitters will fall the fastest. Faced with the sumptuous lunch, Lu Qiqi was not affected by outsiders. She was full and satisfied. Because she ate too much, she needed to move around. She asked Chunbai to take out a blanket and spread it in the shade under the tree. She changed into loose clothes and did stretching exercises on the blanket. Chunbai has been with the lady for a year and has long been accustomed to it. Outside the yard, people who secretly watched saw this movement and thought that Lu Qiqi was possessed by a demon. Chunbai saw some people peeking out and raised her chin proudly. They all have backers. So what? They are all under the lady. Thinking, she reminded. "Madam, aren't you looking for the prince?" "I have looked. But your prince won't see me." Lu Qiqi pulled her back and sat on the ground to practice breathing. "Madam, you can go again." The enthusiasm of the past few days to see the prince has disappeared so quickly. Now it's just that the young lady has become a lady. If she becomes a princess, she will be excited just thinking about it. However, Lu Qiqi, after practicing breathing for a while, collapsed back, exuding a strong sense of laziness all over her body. I ate too much and can't walk anymore. Let's wait until next time. After saying that, she closed her eyes and fell asleep quickly. Chunbai. She had known the lady's temper for a long time, but this was too unmotivated. Lu Qiqi slept for a full hour. When she woke up, she saw Chunbai sighing beside her. Madam, Princess Qing has also invited Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rume tomorrow. You must be careful then. Lu Qiqi was very touched by the maid who was so worried about her. Okay, I'll listen to you. No woman in the backyard is simple. As a maid, she also has to be versatile. I have picked up a big bargain. Everyone knows that King Jean is cold. Among so many women, only a woman without a background like me has come out. How can I not be jealous? Some people see that my foundation is unstable and take the opportunity to do something. I think tomorrow's tea party will be very lively. But she is too lazy to intrigue with those women, let alone compete for favor. She only goes to eat and drink. Anyway, with her current ability, those women together are not her opponents. Ding dong. Master, you are too narcissistic. Lu Qiqi, with you here, what am I afraid of? System, woo woo. Master, you are so lazy. Lu Qiqi, don't say that. I trust you. Trust you, understand? System, hate it. Lu Qiqi stretched out her hand. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Give me the amulet. I will use it to save my life tomorrow. System, no need. Lu Qiqi, with such a good opportunity, no one will harm me. It can't be that I can save others but not myself. Right? Lu Qiqi wanted to ask more, but the system ignored her. She was thinking, no need. Does it mean that no one wants to kill me tomorrow? Such a good opportunity. Those women will miss it. Chapter 11. Something is going to happen to Prince Jean. Prince Jean was busy until dark before he returned to the palace. After returning, he went straight to the study and subconsciously took out the amulet that had already turned black. Zhao Kai walked in from outside and saw Prince Jean holding the amulet in a daze again. Thinking of the danger that day, he lowered his head slightly. Speak. Prince Jean collected the amulets and said, This is the news from over there. Zhao Kai handed over a note. Prince Jean took it and took a look. And soon the note turned into powder in his hand. Act according to the plan. Yes. Zhao Kai left in response. Prince Jean looked at the black amulet. And the scenes he had seen with Lu Qiqi several times appeared in his mind. Soon, Butler Hu arrived and told Madame Lu to take medicine obediently. Did you drink it all? Butler Hu answered truthfully. Yes. Have you left? Madame has been in Jinyu Garden and has never left. However, this morning, the concubine of Prince Qing sent Madame an invitation to invite Madame to participate in the flower viewing tomorrow. Flower viewing? Prince Jean showed a thoughtful expression. Butler Hu thought that Prince Jean was so concerned about Lu Qiqi that he knew what he should do next. On the other side, Lu Qiqi ate and drank enough and prepared to rest. Chunbai was still nagging beside her, trying to get Madame to show her kindness to Prince Jean. Lu Qiqi was annoyed by the nagging, and suddenly heard the voice of the system in her ears. Give you a talisman. Send it to Prince Jean. Lu Qiqi, what? Someone wants to kill Prince Jean again? Prince Jean is unlucky enough. He was killed several times just after returning. System, no. Lu Qiqi, I won't go. System, must go. Lu Qiqi, humph. Turning around and preparing to sleep. A familiar amulet suddenly appeared in her palm. It was already dark. Going to King Jean. Wouldn't that be courting death? Lu Qiqi was still trying to struggle. But a harsh voice came from her head. She sat up angrily, scaring Chunbai, who was muttering. Madam, you? Chunbai didn't know Madame's secret, and thought she had talked too much and angered Madame. Lu Qiqi stood up and strode out. Madam, where are you going? Chunbai was scared. Madame was not in good condition. Would she go out to fight Xiao Nianqing? Xiao Nianqing's father was the governor of Jiangnan, and Madame's father was the county magistrate of Huangshan County. If they really quarreled, Madame might not get any benefits. She chased after him and wanted to stop him before he made a big fuss. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Butler Hu coming from a distance. She could only wait for him to pass by. Lu Qiqi was angry and asked Butler Hu, Where is the prince? The prince is in the study. Butler Hu looked at Lu Qiqi's attitude. Before the other women made a move, Lu Qiqi had already made another move. Lu Qiqi just wanted to send the amulet over, but she didn't notice Butler Hu's eyes. After taking the amulet to the study, she heard that the king of Jin went to Xiaoshui Pavilion again. Lu Qiqi walked toward Xiaoshui Pavilion again. When she arrived at Xiaoshui Pavilion, she saw the guard Sun Shuo leaving in a hurry. She thought it was not the right time to come. While she was hesitating, Zhao Kai arrived. Madam Lu, the prince invites you. Lu Qiqi saw the door and had no intention of entering. Madam? Lu Qiqi glanced at Zhao Kai and walked into the house. Zhao Kai said, Prince, Madam Lu is here. I pay my respects to the prince. Lu Qiqi bowed. I pay my respects to the prince. Chunbai knelt down and saluted. Prince Jin was about to eat, and took a look. Together, Zhao Kai heard it, and added a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Lu Qiqi wanted to put down the amulet and leave, but she saw that the food on the table was too exquisite. For a foodie, she couldn't move her legs. The prince ignored her, and started eating. Lu Qiqi sat down and started eating, savoring it carefully. She had obviously eaten, but she couldn't help eating too much again. After the meal, a cup of tea slowly digested the food. Prince Jin looked at her. What's the matter? I made an amulet. Lu Qiqi took out the amulet. Prince Jin took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. Did you make it? Yes. Seeing that the matter was done, Lu Qiqi wanted to seek benefits for herself. Prince, I am already well, and I don't need to take medicine anymore. Prince Jin looked at her. After a while, she asked, How did you know someone was going to assassinate me? Lu Qiqi was well prepared and not afraid of being suspected. When I was out, I passed a carriage, and the people inside said that the king of Jin had returned triumphantly, and it would be very lively in the evening. The king of Jin frowned. Your Majesty may not know that the carriage was the carriage of the princess of Chu. The king of Jin looked at her. When I went to buy rouge, I accidentally met Gu Yan and Tao Ku. The two quarreled over a pearl hairpin. In anger, Gu Yan said. The king of Jin looked at her. She could think so much about these ordinary words. Why should I believe you? Lu Qiqi stared at the king of Jin. I know one more thing. The king of Jin looked at Zhao Kai and Zhao Kai left. Chunbai understood, and left after paying her respects. Lu Qiqi looked at the king of Jin. Something is going to happen to the king of Qing. Oh! How did the woman know the news he just learned? She should know in a few days. The estimate is good. Within half a month, something will happen to the king of Qing. The king of Jin looked at the woman and asked, You have such ability. Why do you become a concubine? The prince is a good man, and I should be allowed to eat and wait for death. Hee. The king of Jin laughed. Eating and waiting for death. Is this what women pursue? Can you believe this? Lu Qiqi waited quietly. If the king of Jin fulfills it, she can realize her ideal. If not, she cannot leave the king of Jin's mansion alive. Tonight, 2 messages will be delivered. The attack on the king of Jin this time was caused by the king of Chu. The king of Qing will be the next unlucky one. The key behind these 2 things. If you are in the game, you can figure out what's going on with your toes. If the king of Jin wants to keep everything now, he has to start preparing. After a long time, the king of Jin spoke in a low voice. Why should I trust you? Half a month. The king of Jin looked at her and said to Zhao Kai outside. Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai stood at the door, clasped his fists. Your Majesty, look for Butler Hu. Yes. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Lu Qiqi stood up and saluted the king of Jin. I'll take my leave. The king of Jin watched the woman leave. After the matter was done, she just ran away. Are women really just waiting to die? Lu Qiqi acted straightforwardly, asked Chunbai to leave. And when she reached the door, the king of Jin spoke. I don't keep idle people around me. I know. The king of Jin's reminder and Lu Qiqi's I were enough to explain everything. After Lu Qiqi and Chunbai left, Chunbai was too scared to speak. After returning to Jin Yuyuan, she asked the lady, Madam, you are so capable. Not bad. Chunbai asked again, Madam, what are your plans next? Just eat and wait for death. Chunbai was unhappy to hear this. She wanted to say something else, but when she saw the lady yawning, she knew it was getting late, so she said nothing more. Xiaoshui Pavilion. After Lu Qiqi left, The king of Jin looked at Zhao Kai. Do you know what to do with what she said? Yes. Go to the Prince of Qin's mansion tomorrow, and prepare my carriage for the lady. Yes. Zhao Kai was not surprised. They had gone through so much trouble to get the news. Lu Qiqi had only gone out a few times, and she could figure out such a serious problem through what others said. With such a person by the side of the king of Jin, they could feel much more relaxed. The king of Jin said nothing more. He picked up a book and flipped through it. Since he left the capital a year ago, he has understood many things. If you don't fight or compete in the capital, you may not live long. Reading the book, thinking about what my father said. He should move. Chapter 12. The invitation is fake. The next day, after Lu Qiqi woke up, she washed up and had breakfast. Chunbai started to nag again. She knew she couldn't escape, so she packed up and prepared to leave. Sooner or later, she had to take this step. This was the only time she would be embarrassed. Besides, Prince Qin would soon be in trouble. If she didn't go again, she would have no chance. As soon as she walked out of Jinyu Garden, she saw Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rumei walking over from somewhere else, talking and laughing. When the two saw her, they put away their smiles and came to her. No matter how reluctant they were, they took the initiative to come over. Sister Lu, you look much better today. Xiao Nianqing pretended to be friendly and wanted to hold Lu Qiqi's hand. Lu Qiqi pretended to take a handkerchief and dodged. Xiao Nianqing stared at Lu Qiqi. Was she doing it on purpose? Sun Rumei smiled slightly and stood by without saying anything. Seeing this, Chunbai didn't want to cause trouble for the madam. I greet Xiao Xiaoshi and Sun Xiaoshi, intentionally reminding them to pay attention to their identities. The one in front of them is the madam. The maids Chunyu and Chunlu hurriedly saluted. I greet Madam Chunyu. I greet Madam Chunlu. Lu Qiqi looked at them, with a faint smile between her eyebrows. At this time, Butler, who walked over quickly, saw Lu Qiqi and stopped. Madam, the carriage is ready. Thank you. Lu Qiqi glanced at Butler, who and nodded slightly to Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rumei. The three walked to the door together. When they arrived at the door, they saw two carriages parked at the door, one of which was the carriage of King Jin. Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rumei thought that King Jin was in the carriage, and they excitedly left Lu Qiqi and walked quickly to the carriage. Lu Qiqi just took a look and walked towards the carriage behind without saying anything. Butler, who spoke up and stopped someone from slapping her in the face. Two young ladies. You take the carriage behind. Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rumei stopped abruptly and looked at Lu Qiqi, with envy and jealousy flashing in their eyes. Damn. Are they going to let her be alone with the king of Jin? They can't do it. Butler, who came to Lu Qiqi. Madam, the prince specially asked me to prepare a carriage for you. After saying that, he lifted the curtain of the carriage, letting the people next to him see that it was empty. Lu Qiqi saw that someone was pulling hatred for her, and she couldn't refuse. She lifted her skirt, got on the carriage, lowered the curtain, and blocked some people's angry eyes. Sun Rumei was unhappy. She put on a shelf and forcibly pulled Xiao Nianqing to the carriage behind. As soon as she got on the carriage, Xiao Nianqing cursed. Who is she? How dare she sit in the prince's carriage? Sun Rumei comforted her generously. Okay. It's just a carriage. Why think too much? That's the prince's carriage. Xiao Nianqing thought of this and felt even more unforgivable. You still know that it's the prince's carriage? Sun Rumei asked back. Xiao Nianqing wanted to say something else, but when he thought about waiting for Lu Qiqi in the Prince Qing's mansion, he let her be arrogant for a while. In the carriage in front, Chunbai was like an old nanny, nagging non-stop. Madam, when you see the side princess later, don't say anything. If what they say is not nice. You mean even if they say something bad? I can't get angry, let alone offend her. Lu Qiqi directly said someone's thoughts. Chunbai thought that Madam finally realized this, and she was happy in her heart, and suddenly felt much more relaxed. Lu Qiqi smiled. Do you know that I am now a lady? To put it nicely, I am a lady. But to put it bluntly, I am a concubine. A concubine cannot be compared with a side princess. But have you ever thought that I am sitting in the carriage of King Jin and represent King Jin? Are you planning to make King Jin bow down to King Qin? Chunbai was stunned. It seems to be the truth. It is obvious that he is deliberately falling into a trap today. Is it really okay for the lady to jump down like this? Lu Qiqi took out the snacks prepared in advance and ate them indifferently. After eating for a while, seeing Chunbai's face as if the sky had fallen. She stretched out her hand and pinched her little face. Okay. I know what to do. What is the lady going to do? Lu Qiqi pretended to be mysterious. You will know when the time comes. Someone gave her a warning. So she couldn't force herself to stand out. She had to be careful not to discredit King Jin and embarrass King Qing. This is very technical and difficult for some people. For someone like her who started from scratch in the business world. She has experienced everything. And she will not let herself fall into a disadvantageous situation. The carriage arrived at the Prince Qing's mansion very quickly. After Chunbai got off the carriage, she made sure that nothing was wrong with the lady before helping her get off the carriage. As soon as she got off the carriage, Chunbai was dumbfounded. Lu Qiqi had been prepared for this. When she saw the people from the Prince Qing's mansion coming to the carriage behind, she enthusiastically invited Sun Rumei and Xiao Nianqing to get off. But she was left out. Lu Qiqi didn't care much and asked Chunbai to take the invitation to the Prince Qing's mansion. After the guards of the Prince Qing's mansion received the invitation, they saw that it was fake. And the brainless guards directly blocked Lu Qiqi outside the door. What's wrong? Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rumei came over and asked kindly. My lady, this is not an invitation from the palace, the guard said as he sent it to Xiao Nianqing. Chunbai gritted her teeth when she saw Chunyu. This was the one she sent over. It was fake, and this person was playing tricks on her. Sun Rumei stood quietly by and watched without saying anything. Lu Qiqi understood what was going on. She looked at Sun Rumei, who had nothing to do with the matter, and Xiao Nianqing, who was ready to make a big fuss, and shook her head and laughed. They were already labeled as the Jin Palace. If they were embarrassed, it would be the Jin King's embarrassment. Xiao Nianqing carefully read the invitation and asked, Sister, were you in a hurry and took the wrong invitation? This was a humiliation, but also gave an opportunity. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai. Chunbai, you left too quickly and took the wrong invitation. Madam, Chunbai felt wronged and couldn't speak. Okay, let's go back and get the invitation first. So we won't block the door of Prince Qing's mansion and make a fool of ourselves, Lu Qiqi said, pulling Chunbai to get on the carriage. Sun Rumei said, Sister, wait. Lu Qiqi turned around and saw that Sun Rumei had already attacked the guards of Prince Qing's mansion. Look carefully. This is Madame Lu from Prince Jin's mansion, sitting in Prince Jin's carriage. I wonder if this is Prince Qing's intention or yours. The guards who were blocked at the door heard this and looked carefully at the carriage next to them. They were shocked and knelt on the ground to apologize. My servant didn't recognize Mao Tai. Please forgive me. Madam. Lu Qiqi saw that her face was back, and she was just about to stop when a sound of horse hooves came, and several people turned their heads to look over. The guards saw the horses coming, and their faces turned pale with fear. What's going on? Prince Qing jumped off the horse. The people in Prince Qing's mansion knelt on the ground, and no one dared to speak. Sun Rumei knew Prince Qing, and in order to improve his impression of her, she told him the story. Who was Prince Qing? He grew up in the palace among wolves and tigers, so he knew what was going on. The matter of concubine was over for the time being. He owed Prince Jin a favor, and Madame Lu came in Prince Jin's carriage. Thinking of this, she kicked the guards over and personally took Lu Qiqi in. This move made Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rumei furious. They hated the bitch and had to follow her in. Chapter 13 Oranges are poisonous. What happened at the gate of Prince Qing's mansion soon reached the ears of Prince Qing's concubine. After she got the news, she knew what to do. After Prince Qing entered the mansion, he asked his guards to send Lu Qiqi to Limingchuan. Lu Qiqi thanked the guards. Xiao Nianqing felt that she had never seen the world and was about to mock her. But she didn't want the reality to slap her in the face too quickly. Concubine Qing had been waiting for a long time. When she heard that Lu Qiqi was coming, she hurried out to greet her. When she saw Lu Qiqi, she came over enthusiastically. You are Madame Lu, right? Concubine Qing smiled and was very enthusiastic. Sun Rumei saw that the opportunity to humiliate the bitch today was gone, so she had to hold back and pretended to stand by as if nothing had happened. Xiao Nianqing stepped forward and said, Meet Concubine. Concubine Qing pretended not to know her and asked, Who is this? My master is Xiao Nianqing, the legitimate daughter of Xiao Shifu in Jiangnan. Chunyu spoke for her. Concubine Qing took a look. It turned out to be Miss Xiao. Miss Xiao? Xiao Nianqing was so angry that she almost vomited blood, but was stopped by Sun Rumei. Meet the concubine. Miss Sunday. Concubine Qing said the same thing before and after, but with a different tone, obviously giving Sun Rume some face. Lu Qiqi saw this scene clearly, and felt relieved immediately. Xiao Nianqing's past identity was acceptable in Jiangnan. But who could see it in the capital? With her uncontrollable temper, it will sooner or later bring disaster to the Xiao family. Thinking in her heart, under the warm hospitality of concubine Qing, Lu Qiqi and others came to Limingchuan. There were already many people sitting in Limingchuan. There were concubine Qing, concubine Chu, concubine Chu, concubine Chen, concubine Chen, concubine Yin, and others. The 5 princes of the current dynasty all gathered together. They sat in the pavilion in turn, with various fruits in front of them. Lu Qiqi knew her identity, and went forward to pay her respects. Concubine Qing helped Lu Qiqi up. Sister, we are all family. Why be so polite? Lu Qiqi smiled slightly, and said nothing. When she was asked to sit down, she sat down obediently, her eyes attracted by the fruits in front of her. These fruits looked delicious. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but swallowed her saliva quietly. Concubine Qing kept staring at her, and this action was all in her sight. She smiled and said, "These are snacks prepared for all sisters. Everyone come and try them." When others heard this, they just smiled and didn't really mean to eat it. Only Lu Qiqi, when she heard this, quickly picked up a piece of snack and put it in her mouth. After eating it, it was really delicious. Sister Lu, how does it taste? Delicious. Lu Qiqi's words instantly made everyone present laugh. It turns out that the king of Jin likes such women. Each of them has a plan in their heart, but they don't show it on their face. Lu Qiqi didn't care, and went for the peach again. She ate one after another, and all the snacks and fruits on the table were eaten by Lu Qiqi. The woman next to her went from testing at the beginning to talking to her later. Xiao Nianqing, who had always relied on Sun Rume's relationship and had a good time in the king of Jin's mansion, became a nobody. I also saw that Sun Rume and the princess were not smiling when they talked. Only Lu Qiqi was different. Xiao Nianqing vented all his resentment on Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi was possessed by a foodie. When there was something delicious, she would never let her mouth be idle. Just as she was about to take an orange, she heard the system's voice. "Don't eat this. It's poisonous." Lu Qiqi, who wants to harm me? System, you don't have enough. Lu Qiqi wanted to complain, but Xiao Nianqing saw her pause and reached out to grab it. Lu Qiqi expressed regret. There are also people who are scrambling to get poisoned, which is really weird. Just at this time, Princess Qing invited everyone to enjoy the flowers together, and the group left. Xiao Nianqing and Lu Qiqi had a quarrel, and he insisted on walking in front of her and deliberately gave the orange to Sun Rume. "Sister Sun, try this orange. It's a tribute from Qi." Sun Rume took a look. Sister Xiao knows a lot. Xiao Nianqing didn't notice Sun Rume's lack of warning, thinking that she was angry with Lu Qiqi, and wanted to peel the orange and send it to Sun Rume, but was bumped by the maid who came next to her, and the orange in Xiao Nianqing's hand fell to the ground. Xiao Nianqing wanted to make trouble for the maid, but was stopped by Sun Rume. "Don't forget, this is the Qing Palace." Xiao Nianqing was unwilling, and did not dare to attack Sun Rume. He glanced at Lu Qiqi and walked to the side. Lu Qiqi glanced at the oranges on the ground. The system voice sounded. "This is what concubine Qing prepared for concubine Qing. Lu Qiqi, some brains. You have the courage to poison the princess in front of so many people. System, the best is yet to come." Lu Qiqi wanted to ask more, but was pulled by the enthusiastic concubine Qing to appreciate the flowers. "Sister Lu, if you like it, I will have someone send you a basket of oranges later." "Really?" Concubine Qing covered her mouth and laughed. "Can I still deceive Sister Lu?" Lu Qiqi was embarrassed by what she said. Concubine Qing asked the maid to send a basket of oranges to Lu Qiqi in front of Lu Qiqi. Because of a basket of oranges, Lu Qiqi became much closer to concubine Qing. Chunbai sighed beside her. "Madam, you were bought by a basket of oranges." Princess Qing, who was walking in front, saw the movement behind her and couldn't help but look at concubine Qing more. "Sister Bai, you are just fine. Don't get tired and get sick again." Everyone paused when they heard this. Princess Qing was mocking concubine Qing for being in a good condition to enjoy the flowers. Concubine Qing still smiled. "Sister, don't listen to the prince's nonsense. I just feel a little uncomfortable." I will be fine after a good sleep. Princess Chu usually walked very close to concubine Qing, and continued, Concubine, take care of yourself. Yes, concubine is very busy all day. If she gets sick, the whole palace will be in chaos. Princess Yan said. It was a matter of one sentence, and she supported concubine Qing in both words and deeds. After a few words, Lu Qiqi knew that King Qing liked concubine more. Princess Chen looked at concubine Qing. In my opinion, concubine Qing is not feeling well, so don't work so hard. I think concubine Qing should also exercise. Her words were obviously to give concubine Qing a way out. Concubine Qing chuckled. The more capable, the more work. Sister Bai is a good manager. I am relieved to leave the affairs of the mansion to her. After saying that, she deliberately glanced at concubine Qing. Concubine Qing happened to say something to Lu Qiqi, and she didn't receive the meaning of concubine Qing's words at all. She raised her voice slightly. Sister Bai, what do you think? Concubine Qing replied. Sister is right. Lu Qiqi couldn't help laughing when she heard concubine Qing's words. There is a mystery hidden in the words. But someone is stubborn. Then she thought of how concubine Qing could poison Princess Qing in public. This was something that ordinary people could not do. Princess Qing gritted her teeth in anger, seeing Lu Qiqi and concubine Qing getting close. She asked, Sister Lu, what do you think? Lu Qiqi looked up from the flowers blankly and looked around. Concubine Qing enthusiastically took Lu Qiqi's hand and smiled slightly. Sister Lu didn't seem to hear it. Lu Qiqi knew that they were competing secretly and didn't want to participate. She said stiffly, The flowers are beautiful. Many concubines and concubines were speechless. Chunbai almost knelt down to the lady. Madam, what you said is a slap in the face of Princess Qing. Princess Chu saw this and spoke at the right time. It seems that our sister Lu only has the eyes of King Jin. Everyone laughed at this. Concubine Qing echoed. Yes, the king of Jin personally proposed sister Lu as his wife. He really likes her. Concubine Yin added. I heard that the king of Jin doesn't like women to get close to him. Turns out he hasn't met anyone he likes. Everyone surrounded the king of Jin and Lu Qiqi and joked. And Lu Qiqi's face turned slightly red. Shan Yinqing and Sun Rumei were so angry that their faces turned blue. The atmosphere eased and concubine Qing changed the topic neatly. I heard that the king of Jin was almost injured on the day of the celebration banquet. Chapter 14. Prince Jin is incapable of sex. Everyone looked at Lu Qiqi, wondering what she would do. Sun Rumei glanced at concubine Qing with gratitude. She knew that concubine Qing remembered the kindness of her aunt, concubine Shu, and all the closeness was for this. Concubine Qing. Does Sister Lu know what's going on? Lu Qiqi shook her head. I haven't heard of it. I knew that flower viewing would not be good. Shan Yinqing was too stupid. I heard that the horse was frightened and almost dropped the prince. Just at this moment, footsteps came from outside. Soon, Prince Qing and Prince Jin came from outside. Shan Yinqing and Sun Rumei immediately checked their appearance and made sure they were beautiful from head to toe. Lu Qiqi looked at the two people who came. Prince Qing looked gentle and refined, more like a canary in a cage. Prince Jin burst out with power, like a hunting tiger, looking harmless, but aggressive at any time. When the two walked in, everyone stepped forward to salute. Prince Qing asked them to stand up. The king of Jin walked over to Lu Qiqi. What were you talking about just now? After saying this, all the concubines froze for a moment. Lu Qiqi said, They said that you were almost injured on the day of the celebration banquet? The king of Qin glanced at concubine Qing. Concubine Qing coughed twice and said softly, We just heard about it. We are worried about the safety of the king of Jin. The princess of Chu and others knew that this was a sensitive question and did not respond. Concubine Qing coughed twice again, looking very uncomfortable, seeing that the king of Jin seemed to be just asking casually. The king of Qin came to concubine Qing. Are you sick again? Concubine Qing said softly. It's okay. Just coughing twice. Prince Qing asked. Have you asked the imperial physician to see me? Concubine Qing's eyes were as tender as water. It's just a cough. No need to alarm the imperial physician. You always don't care. I'll have someone take my sign to ask the imperial physician to see you later. Concubine Qing shyly lowered her head slightly, a bit shy like a girl, and replied softly, Yes. Concubine Qing's face was not good. Concubine Qing had made a mess. and King Qing had to clean it up. And he embarrassed her in public. She had to keep her status and suppress the jealousy in her heart. "The prince is so good to my sister," concubine Qing whispered. "The prince is also very good to my sister." Seeing that someone was jealous, and seeing that Prince Qing was so good to concubine Qing, she was willing to risk offending Prince Jean, and was stupid for once. And it was also her bad luck. Soon, the group moved to the main hall and started to eat. Princess Qing and concubine Qing sat next to Prince Qing, and Lu Qiqi sat next to Prince Jean. Some people were busy vying for favor. Some were talking with ulterior motives. Only Lu Qiqi was concentrating on eating. Before she started eating, a pile of melon and fruit peels had already piled up in front of her. The king of Jean couldn't stand the sound of people eating like hamsters. So he called out, "Lu Qiqi." Lu Qiqi slowly spit out the melon seed peels in her mouth and looked up at the king of Jean. The king of Jean wanted to say stop eating, but she looked cute now. The two looked at each other, and Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rumei saw it, and they were even more jealous. Lu Qiqi was terrified by the king of Jin's eyes, and asked, "What do you want, your majesty?" The king of Jin casually picked up the teacup and took a sip, saying, "The king of Chu will hold a banquet tomorrow, and you will attend it with me." Lu Qiqi blinked. The king of Chu is hosting a banquet, so there should be a lot of food. She nodded excitedly. Okay. When Xiao Nianqing heard this, he could no longer hold back his jealousy. "Your Highness." Before he finished speaking, Sun Rumei, who was sitting next to him, pinched him again. The king of Jin sat upright like a mountain, without giving the people behind him an expression. Lu Qiqi pretended not to hear, and continued to attack the fruits in front of her. Soon, the dishes were served one by one. Seeing the exquisite dishes, Lu Qiqi had no more thoughts. She started eating from the ones in front of her, and gradually there was nothing in front of her. She stretched out her arms to eat the ones in front of the king of Jin. At first, it was a bit bumpy. After eating for a while, she saw that the king of Jin did not make trouble, so she ate generously. The actions here attracted the attention of many people. When the king of Qin saw it, he enthusiastically invited the king of Jin to drink. After a meal, Lu Qiqi was full and felt floating when she walked. She really couldn't stand the call of good wine, and couldn't help but drink a few cups. When the king of Jin saw the woman who couldn't even walk properly, he simply picked her up and strode away. The king of Qing and others saw it. They all sighed in their hearts. Is the king of Jin finally blooming? Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rumei were stunned for a moment, and were soon drowned by the sympathetic eyes around them. When they finally arrived at the gate of the king of Qing's mansion, they found that the carriage of the king of Jin's mansion was gone. Xiao Nianqing wanted to get angry on the spot, but was pulled back by Sun Rumei. At this time, Lu Qiqi, who was sitting in the carriage, felt dizzy, and suddenly a voice from the system sounded. "There is a big melon about the king of Jin." Lu Qiqi woke up instantly. "Tell me about it." Squinted and glanced at the king of Jin beside him. System, Prince Jin is incapable of sex. Lu Qiqi, just can't. System, yes. Lu Qiqi, too pitiful. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "Are you sure?" System, is this system joking? Lu Qiqi believed it. That's great. If she can't have sex, she will be safe. Thinking about it, she looked at the man beside her, and thought, he looks decent, but I didn't expect him to be incapable of sex. After recovering, she asked, "Why did you say it now?" System, just received the message. Lu Qiqi didn't have a career ambition, and it was a good thing that Prince Jin couldn't have sex. Her gaze was too direct, which attracted the attention of Prince Jin. Lu Qiqi hurriedly chuckled twice. "Prince, I was too happy today and drank a little wine. I didn't lose face for you, did I?" Prince Jin's mouth twitched. More than he drank. How can that be called drinking a little? Lu Qiqi suddenly felt that she had said something stupid, so she simply tilted her head, leaned against the wall of the carriage, and fell asleep quickly. At first, the king of Jin thought that this person was pretending to sleep, but after waiting for a while, he really fell asleep. The carriage returned to the king of Jin's mansion, and the king of Jin got off the carriage and told Chunbai something. When Chunbai heard it, she thought that the lady must have been drunk and angered the prince. She didn't dare to speak, so she could only stand beside the carriage and wait for a long time. And the embarrassed Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rumei came back. Chunbai went forward to wake up the lady. "Madam, We're here. Lu Qiqi was drowsy, and was a little unhappy to be woken up. Seeing that it was Chunbai, she didn't make things difficult. When she got off the carriage, she saw the embarrassed Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rume and asked casually, what happened to them? Chunbai approached the lady and reminded her in a low voice. They walked back. Lu Qiqi muttered, ah, so pitiful. Chunbai saw that things were not going well, and hurriedly helped the lady into the house. Xiao Nianqing was so angry that he could no longer hold back and rushed over to settle accounts with Lu Qiqi, but was slapped in the face by Sun Rume. Xiao Nianqing covered his face and looked at Sun Rume aggrievedly. Sister Sun. That bitch. Sun Rume slapped him again. Stupid pig. This incident quickly spread throughout the Jinwang mansion. Lu Qiqi and the Jinwang came back in a carriage together, while Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rume walked back. The two people who were usually good friends actually fought each other. Following that, the news that Xiao Nianqing was sentenced to confinement for a month and Sun Rume was fined for half a year's salary spread to everyone's ears. Chapter 15. The King of Jin was attacked. In the evening, Lu Qiqi woke up and heard what happened. She heard Chunbai's unintentional words, and suddenly felt that it was not good to talk nonsense after drinking. Those women were jealous, and should be busy stabbing people in the house now. Chunbai was not worried. Today, the King of Jin gave his wife enough face, and let everyone know the status of his wife in his heart. Let's see who dares to make trouble in the future. She went to the kitchen happily, picked out the food that his wife liked, and brought it back. Lu Qiqi leaned on the couch like a cat without bones. She smelled a fragrance, and all the depression in her heart disappeared. Watching Chunbai put out the dishes and rice, she got down from the couch and saw 8 treasure tofu, roasted goose, 4 happiness meatballs, stir-fried bamboo shoots, and 8 treasure porridge. She immediately felt warm in her stomach. Chunbai arranged the dishes and handed the chopsticks to Lu Qiqi. Madam, today Aunt Shin made it specially for you. It means that there is an old hen that has been raised for 5 years. I will braise it for you when the time comes. Lu Qiqi just took a bite and heard about the 5-year-old hen. Her eyes lit up immediately. No, don't braise it. It's better to stew it. The rich soup. Now thinking about it, can't help swallowing twice. Okay. Chunbai ran away in response. Lu Qiqi wanted to say something, but when she saw the maid walking away, she wanted to eat it with her. When she came back, the taste would change, so she ate it first. The 8 treasure tofu was tasty. It must have been stewed for a long time. After eating it, it was obviously a vegetarian dish, but it tasted like meat. Add a mouthful of 8 treasure porridge. It was simply a delicacy. When Chunbai came back, Lu Qiqi was eating roasted goose. The goose meat was cooked to perfection, and the texture was clearly visible. Even the toppings were delicious. After eating one piece, she wanted another. Just as she picked up a piece, she saw Chunbai come in and stuffed a piece of roasted goose into her mouth, stopping her from saying anything. Eat first. Chunbai knew the rules of the lady, so she sat down and started eating. After the two finished eating, Chunbai cleaned the table and turned on the old lady mode. Madam, didn't you see that when Xiao Nianqing and Sun Rume came back? They were so embarrassed. Lu Qiqi drank tea and rinsed her mouth, listening to the gossip that had a little to do with her. Didn't Xiao Nianqing see that Sun Rume's face was not good, and he slapped her with dirty words? 2 slaps? Xiao Nianqing was looking for death, and then he slapped her again. If Chunbai hadn't helped the lady back, she would really want to turn her head to see. Lu Qiqi saw Chunbai's smug look and reminded her. Just tell me this. Don't mention it in front of others. I know. Chunbai nodded. As the two were talking, there was a noise outside. Lu Qiqi looked anxious enough. Chunbai saw that the lady was favored, and ran out happily. Lu Qiqi turned around and got on the soft couch. It was a pleasure to lean on the soft place after eating and drinking. When Chunbai and several concubines came in, Chunbai was speechless by the lady's appearance. It would be fine if there was no one at ordinary times. Now that someone has come, we should seize the opportunity and make them never dare to make trouble again. Tang Xiaoya and Shi Qiuxin were stunned, thinking of the miserable situation of Sun Rume and Xiao Nianqing. They quickly expressed their opinions. Sister! Sister! Lu Qiqi was about to speak when she burped. She quickly covered her mouth and smiled awkwardly. Sorry. I ate too much and made my 2 sisters laugh at me. Shi Qiuxin quickly expressed her opinion. It's my sister who came at the wrong time and disturbed my sister's rest. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she wanted to get up from the couch and felt dizzy. Chunbai hurried forward. Madam, you are not feeling well. You should rest more. Lu Qiqi waved her hand. It's okay. It's okay. I drank 2 cups too much. It's okay. As she said that, she stood up and entertained Shi Qiuxin and Tang Xiaoya. Chunbai was tactful and quickly brought a pile of melon seeds. The 3 women sat at the table and started chatting. Shi Qiuxin and Tang Xiaoya tried to test each other, and after chatting for less than an instant's stick of time, there was another pile of melon seed shells in front of Lu Qiqi. Seeing the 2 exchange glances, Lu Qiqi yawned at the right time, and they found an excuse to leave. When Jin Yuan finally quieted down, Lu Qiqi took 2 steps, came to the couch, and stepped back, showing her salted fish physique. Chunbai cleaned up beside her and couldn't help complaining. Neither of them is as pretty as Madam. And they dared to come and show off. How do you show off? Lu Qiqi narrowed her eyes and said. The bracelets they both wore looked very valuable. Lu Qiqi didn't care. They are all external things. They can't be eaten or worn. What's the good of them? Madam still doesn't have a decent piece of jewelry. Chunbai complained. King Jin is really something. If he likes Madam, why doesn't he send some jewelry to her? Even if it's just to show off. It's better than being outdone by others. Lu Qiqi turned around and said vaguely. Forget it. I have that spare money. I might as well buy a chicken to eat. Chunbai. Madam only has this bit of ambition. After thinking for a while, she reminded. Madam, you and the prince will go to the Chu Palace together tomorrow. You must not get drunk like today. Lu Qiqi's eyes lit up instantly when she heard it. There will be delicious food tomorrow. How could you forget about this? I thought of the old hen that Chen Ma had raised for 5 years. And I felt a little entangled. Was she having a banquet? Or eating the old hen? Madam. What's wrong? Chunbai rarely saw Madam's bitter and resentful look, and thought she was finally motivated. You said you want to eat chicken tomorrow? Hearing this, Chunbai turned her head in anger and ignored someone directly. Lu Qiqi didn't care and laughed. It's okay. Tomorrow we will have a banquet at noon and chicken at night. So we can do both. Madam, is this all you can do? If people don't live to eat, what else can they live for? Madam, didn't you see Princess Jean today? How great is she? Whether it's her clothes, they are eye-catching. But Madam, who looks plain and simple, makes people feel pitiful. So what? I think Prince Qing prefers Consort Qing. Chunbai endured it and started with Consort Qing. At least she is a consort. Lu Qiqi nodded in agreement. Chunbai, if you want to be a consort, I can help you. Madam. Chunbai stamped her feet in anger. At this time, Lu Qiqi remembered what the system said, and couldn't bear to hurt Chunbai. So she changed her words. Okay. If you don't like her, then don't like her. I won't force it. Chunbai wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could she dislike Prince Jean? It was because of their different status. And she knew she was unworthy. Lu Qiqi said again. Don't envy Consort Qing. She is in the position of consort. And Prince Qing prefers Consort Qing. Maybe the 2 are fighting at this time. And maybe they are thinking about killing each other. Chunbai thought that Madam was making excuses for laziness. When she really heard about this a few days later, she was scared. It was rare for Chunbai to be quiet. Lu Qiqi leaned on the soft couch and squinted her eyes to keep healthy. Thinking about her previous life. She started with her studies, then her career, and finally became a big shot in the internet age. Before she could enjoy the fruits of her labor, she was reborn in the most crowded backyard of the palace. Fortunately, she didn't have to do any work here, and she didn't have to worry about food and drink, which made her grateful. At this time, the system's voice appeared in her mind again. Prince Jean was attacked. Lu Qiqi sat up suddenly. Is he dead? System, he's still alive. Lu Qiqi patted her frightened heart. Fortunately, he's not dead. Chapter 16. If you don't want to die, don't say anything. The next day, the news of King Jean being attacked was not revealed. But the news of King Chu, who was hosting a banquet today, was suddenly attacked. Lu Qiqi listened to the gossip from the system, and thought that King Chu's face must be very ugly at this moment. The King Chu was hosting a banquet, and the invited people knew it long ago. It was too embarrassing to make such a fuss at this time. After dinner, She was in a very good mood and took a walk in the yard. As she walked, she took Chunbai to the street. Chunbai didn't want to say anything about the lady's behavior. Lu Chichi walked on the street and greeted the people around her enthusiastically. A young man who was buying candied haws saw Lu Chichi and ran over while calling sister, and was pulled by the maid beside him. This movement attracted Lu Chichi's attention. She only took a look, said nothing, and continued to walk forward. Chunbai was unhappy when she saw it. Miss, look, let's go to the market. Otherwise all the fresh things will be bought up by others. Lu Chichi saved the child because the system reminded her, and she couldn't bear to let a child lose his life within her ability. She didn't care what others would think. All the way to the market. The first stop was Brother Lu's butcher shop. Brother Lu, give me 5 pounds of pork belly. Brother Lu grinned and cut. Are you going to make fat residue this time? The fat residue I ate last time still smells delicious in my mouth. No, I'll fry it today. Fry it? Brother Lu is a butcher. Since Lu Chichi became a customer, he has been amazed by all kinds of ways to eat it. Lu Chichi didn't hide her secrets and told him how to fry pork belly. Soon a group of people gathered around. Brother Lu's meat was sold out early, and Lu Chichi bought 5 pounds of pork belly with half of the money. Chunbai saw the happy look of the lady and pulled a long face behind her. If she was so thoughtful and tried to please the king of Jin, she would have become the princess of Jin long ago. Lu Chichi happily bought the dishes she wanted along the way. When she walked back, she saw Chunbai pulling a long face and reached out to scratch Chunbai's lips. Look at you. Your mouth is full of oil. Madam. Okay. I know. Why are you still doing it? Lu Chichi saw that Chunbai was not convincing and knew that she was ignorant. In her eyes, getting the favor of the king of Jin was the only way out. In Lu Chichi's eyes, it was not as important as eating. Just as she was about to give a lecture, a harsh noise not far away attracted their attention. When they looked over, it was a noble lady wearing gold and silver, grabbing a young woman's hair and pushing her directly to the ground. Several maids nearby stepped forward and beat the young woman to the ground, punching and kicking her. The noblewoman kicked the young woman arrogantly. You bitch. You dared to seduce the master. Today I will let you know what the rules are. The beaten woman didn't even have the strength to fight back, so she could only let herself be beaten. When someone got tired of beating, they stopped. Remember this? This is the fate of seducing the master. If you do it again, I will strip you naked and throw you into a brothel. The woman seemed scared, climbed up and knelt in front of the noblewoman, explaining, Madam, you really misunderstood. Things are not what you think. The noblewoman chuckled. Why didn't you say that when you took off your clothes and climbed into bed? When the people around heard this, they pointed at the beaten young woman. Lu Chichi was standing not far away watching the scene in front of her. In her opinion, the noblewoman was cruel enough. She could say such insulting words as bitch, seducer, and brothel casually. Just as Lu Chichi was about to step forward to seek justice, she accidentally saw the sneer on the kneeling young woman's mouth. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from her ear. Humph! You think you can suppress me just because you are a lady? Why don't you look in the mirror to see how ugly you are? If it weren't for these jewelry, you still have the face to come out. This is the voice of the young woman. Lu Chichi wanted to step forward to help, but turned around and left after hearing this. She just walked a few steps and passed by someone walking by. Her footsteps were instantly stopped. Zhao Kai, the personal guard of King Jin. He changed his clothes, but Lu Chichi, who was naturally sensitive, still found it. When Chunbai wanted to look over, she was pulled away by Lu Chichi. After walking a distance, she looked back and saw that Zhao Kai really walked towards the bullied young woman and extended a helping hand. Chunbai was particularly attentive to the people around the king of Jin. She also found something wrong. Just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Lu Chichi's words. If you don't want to die, don't say anything. Chunbai's cultivation was too low, and she returned to the king of Jin's mansion in silence. The two returned to Jinyu Garden. Lu Chichi took Chunbai to work in the small kitchen. The bought ingredients were ready, but Chunbai hadn't calmed down yet. Just at this moment, Zhao Kai suddenly arrived, and Chunbai fell to the ground in fright. Lu Chichi pretended to be nothing and looked at Zhao Kai. Guard Zhao. Is there something wrong? Zhao Kai looked at Lu Chichi and handed a wooden box to her. Madam, this is for you by the prince. Lu Chichi understood that she could recognize Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai recognized her at that time. But because of the taboo, he did not deal with her on the spot. These things were hush money. In front of Zhao Kai, she opened it and saw a set of jewelry inside. Her eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. Zhao Kai glanced at Chunbai, said nothing, and turned away. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Qiqi kicked Chunbai. It's all your fault. It must be you who talked about how other princesses were so grand yesterday, wearing all kinds of gold and silver jewelry. And this time the prince also sent it. Husband. Madam. Did the prince know? Lu Qiqi secretly felt bad and quickly interrupted. The entire Jin Wang mansion belongs to the prince. Do you think that we are talking in Jinyuan? And the prince will not know? Chunbai finally calmed down and covered her mouth to prevent herself from making any sound. Lu Qiqi heard the footsteps outside going away, and she helped Chunbai get up. If you don't want to die, forget about that matter. It should be that the Jin Wang has an event. How others fight for power and favor has nothing to do with her. To put it bluntly, who becomes the emperor has nothing to do with her. In this life, she is not destined to be the emperor. Chapter 17 Princess Jing is dead. Study. The king of Jin stood with his hands behind his back in front of a landscape painting. Zhao Kai, who had returned, knew that he had done a bad job and knelt on one leg on the ground. Have you delivered the things? The king of Jin asked. Yes. What did she say? Zhao Kai looked up at the king of Jin, then quickly lowered his head. Mrs. Lu is very happy. Just happy? The king of Jin said and turned around. Zhao Kai knew that he had ruined the king of Jin's plan, and he could not make up for it even if he died 10,000 times. He was about to hurt himself. But the king of Jin spoke again. Go down. Zhao Kai thought he was going to die. But when he heard this, he felt it was impossible. He looked up and met the king of Jin's eyes. Knowing that he had heard it right, he quickly got up and fled. When he came to the door, Zhao Kai was still wondering. When did Lu Qiqi become so important to the king of Jin? Sun Shu arrived and saw Zhao Kai wandering at the door. The two exchanged glances briefly, and Sun Shu walked into the study. Your Highness, there's movement over there. Keep watching. Yes. Sun Shu bowed and stepped back. When he came to the door, he saw Zhao Kai sneaking around. He pulled him to the side. Hearing what Zhao Kai said, Sun Shu didn't think it was a big deal. Madam goes to the market every day. Zhao Kai paused when he heard this. Did he think too much? What about the amulet? As they were talking, they saw Sun Chao enter the study. They were both stunned. Sun Chao rarely appeared. If he appeared, it must be a big deal. Your Highness. Sun Chao clasped his fists and saluted. Keep watching Lu Qiqi. This king needs to know everything. Sun Chao replied yes, and left quickly. King Jin took out 2 amulets from his arms again. One was a black amulet, and the other was just delivered. The amulet has been investigated. It is not from the temple, and the material is something no one has ever seen. The king of Jin is more curious about Lu Qiqi. The scene of her risking her life to save the child flashed through his mind. And then he thought of the way she ate. And the woman herself said that she would sit and eat and wait for death. Who is she? What is her purpose in appearing in the king of Jin's mansion? Even if he knew that it was the king of Chu who attacked him on the day of the celebration banquet. What about this time? His heart was in a mess. So he simply came to the table and practiced calligraphy to calm himself down. Chunbai was scared. She finally calmed down after chattering all the time. Lu Qiqi felt pity for her when she saw her like this. Some things she would understand sooner or later. It was her good fortune to meet such a caring master who was willing to accompany her to grow up. With a rare silence in her ears, she leaned beautifully on the soft couch and ate the oranges said by concubine Qing. The oranges were really delicious. But it was a pity that the frame was too small. I thought it was a big basket of 50 kilograms. But when I saw the so-called basket, it was at most 10 kilograms. She hadn't eaten for long, and half of the oranges were gone. She thought to herself, concubine Qing is a good person, and it would be nice if she could send another basket. Ding dong. The system voice came. You wish. Lu Qiqi, I'm not asking you to send it. System, you are such a big eater. Who dares to send it? Lu Qiqi looked at the pile of orange peels in front of her. It was really a lot. Lu Qiqi, you suddenly appeared just to say this? Every time you speak, there is something to do. This time you are too idle? System, Princess Qing is dead. Lu Chichi was stunned for a while, thinking of the scene at the flower viewing banquet that day, and asked, "Did concubine Qing do it?" System, yes. Lu Chichi, she was caught? The system laughed for a while, and the laughter was very harsh. Lu Chichi couldn't help but cover her ears, but found it was useless. So she could only speak immediately, speak quickly. System, concubine Qing is quite capable. She poisoned people to death, and now she is still sleeping with Prince Qing. Lu Chichi chuckled twice, and couldn't say anything. Hearing such a big news, Lu Chichi was in a bad mood and didn't want to eat the oranges in front of her. She simply got up, washed up, asked Chunbai to go back and rest, and she went to lie down on the bed, thinking about what happened recently. According to the day of Prince Qing's bad luck is not far away. According to the current situation, the death of Princess Qing is a reason. Thinking about the fact that she accepted a basket of oranges from someone else. Should she do something? The voice of the system sounded again. No matter what you do, it's useless. Lu Chichi, why? System, so many people want Prince Qing dead. Do you think he can escape? Lu Chichi believed what the system said, and soon stopped dwelling on it, and asked, what happened to Prince Qing when he was attacked? System, self-directed and self-acted. Lu Chichi sneered. Can this work? I thought it was true, but it turned out to be like this. Thinking of the day when Zhao Kai walked towards the young woman. What is the connection between them? Is it related to the young woman I saw in the market that day? System, is it related to the master mentioned by the lady? Lu Chichi, is the young woman arranged by Prince Qing? After waiting for a long time, there was no sound from the system. Just when Lu Chichi thought that the system did not know for the time being, the system's weak voice came. There is someone outside. Lu Chichi understood what was going on, and began to sleep without communicating with the system. She was a little busy and a little tired. In order to make it realistic, she tried to slow down her breathing. Unexpectedly, she fell asleep. Fufeng Garden. Tonight, Sun Rume was in a terrible mood. After taking a bath, she sat in front of the mirror, looking at her face in the mirror, thinking of the embarrassment of yesterday. She had nowhere to vent her hatred in her heart. She had never been so embarrassed, thinking that Lu Chichi came back in the carriage of King Jin. And today she sent jewelry to Lu Chichi. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth in hatred. Chunlu saw that the young master looked bad, and comforted her. Young master, don't think too much. The prince will see your good sooner or later. Really? Sun Rume finally had a smile in her eyes. The young lady is the best of the maids sent by the queen mother. Now that Lu Chichi is promoted to the position of madam, it is just a delaying tactic. Oh, Chun Lu said hurriedly. Lu Chichi only knows how to eat all day long. She sneaks out of the mansion every day. I don't know what she does. Sun Rume frowned. Go out every day? The young lady plays chess, calligraphy and painting every day. She is not like some people who don't know how to love themselves. Sun Rume thought. It would be bad if the prince knew about it. Chun Lu snorted coldly. It would be better if the prince knew about such a person who doesn't love himself. Okay. Don't say this casually in the future, so as not to be misunderstood. Sun Rume will not forget that the maid next to her is from the Jin Wang mansion, and she must be cautious in everything. The young lady is kind-hearted, Chun Lu said at the right time. Seeing the smile on Sun Rume's face, she served the young lady to rest. After the young lady rested, Chun Li was in the corner, thinking quietly. I thought Sun Rume would be favored by the king of Jin, and her status would rise. But she was snatched away by that woman Lu Chichi. When she thought of Lu Chichi rushing over to hug the king of Jin, and then looking at Sun Rume, she probably didn't have the courage in her life. Was her future really going to be pinned on such a young lady? After thinking for a while, she was unwilling. After making sure that Sun Rume was asleep, she quietly left and went to Yujing Garden. If the king of Jin likes active women, in addition to Lu Chichi, Shan Yinqing can also be willing to go. Shan Yinqing was fined her salary, and is now under house arrest. In the most difficult time, her active approach will surely make her a confidant. If you want to succeed, you must first get rid of Chunyu. As soon as I arrived at Yujing Garden, I heard a crackling sound coming from the house, followed by Shan Yinqing's abuse. Who is Lu Chichi? How dare she climb over my head? Chapter 18. Shan Yinqing is going to be in trouble. Chun Lu hadn't heard Chunyu's voice for a long time. She knew the opportunity had come. When she entered the room, She saw Chunyu kneeling on the ground tremblingly. My lady is right. Why can Lu Qiqi compare with my lady? Chunlu spoke directly. Xiao Nianqing was about to get angry. But when he saw Chunlu, she was Sun Rumei's person. Thinking of being slapped twice, he immediately swept everything on the table to the ground. What are you doing here? Xiao Nianqing felt that it was too insincere to send a maid to apologize after being slapped twice in public. I feel sorry for my lady. Chunlu is good at observing words and expressions. If King Jin likes such a woman, Xiao Nianqing is the best candidate. Oh! Xiao Nianqing's face looked much better. The young lady is a person of character. She speaks and acts openly. Unlike some people who use despicable means, this touched Xiao Nianqing's heart. And he stood up with gritted teeth. I will not let Lu Qiqi, that bitch, go. If Lu Qiqi hadn't blown the whistle in front of the prince would never treat the young lady like this. The more Xiao Nianqing looked at Chunlu, the more satisfied she was. On the contrary, Chunyu beside her was not of the same mind as her. And she really wanted to change her. Change? After thinking about it, she thought of Butler who took so many of her things. It shouldn't be difficult to change a maid. It was a bit unkind to snatch someone from Sun Rumei. Thinking of the 2 slaps he had received, he suddenly felt that it was nothing. Chunlu stepped forward to help Xiao Nianqing sit down next to him and brought a cup of tea. Young lady, drink a cup of tea to cool down. After saying that, he turned around and started to clean up the mess on the ground. Chunyu finally reacted and cleaned up together. Soon, after cleaning up, Chunlu came to Xiao Nianqing and gently massaged her shoulders. My lady, don't let your imagination run wild. The prince hasn't seen your goodness yet. If he does, there will be no need for Lu Qiqi. Do you think so too? Of course. Xiao Nianqing was not fooled by the love potion, and asked, compared with your lady? Chunlu knew it would be like this, and said, the prince prefers the active one. Xiao Nianqing suddenly realized, and happily took off the jade bracelet on her wrist, and put it on Chunliu's wrist. Chunlu pretended to refuse, but later she couldn't resist Xiao Nianqing's insistence, so she could only accept it reluctantly. Before leaving, Chunlu talked about some of the preferences of the king of Jin. Xiao Nianqing didn't know that these so-called preferences were specially spread by the king of Jin. A new day. A new beginning. Lu Qiqi woke up, and Chunbai waited beside her. She was in a much better state than yesterday. After a nice breakfast, she took a blanket and went to the tree in the yard to enjoy the cool. Chunbai brought oranges, melon seeds, and tea and placed them next to her. Lu Qiqi picked them up and saw that Chunbai was not in good condition, so she simply put a handful of claws into her hands. Do you still have the pork belly you bought yesterday? I used a small half of it yesterday. Is it not spoiled? No. It has been marinated using the method Madame told me. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. You go and slice it later, and we will fry it. Madame wants to make fat residue? Lu Qiqi saw that Chunbai was in much better condition, and she was relieved. No. Chunbai left happily after hearing that there was something delicious. Lu Qiqi ate a few oranges, and was about to see how Chunbai prepared it. Just as she stood up, the system voice came. Someone is around you. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes. Someone is monitoring me. System. Yes. Lu Qiqi smiled. Someone is worried. Afraid that I will ruin his good deeds. Someone is really going to make a move. System. Is it true? Lu Qiqi didn't want to hear this, so she simply changed the subject. Let's talk about something else. System. Xiao Nianqing is about to be unlucky. Is it true? Lu Qiqi. Yes. Tell me quickly. It's still relaxing to listen to these gossips. System. Xiao Nianqing began to hate Sun Rumei because of those 2 slaps. And Sun Rumei's maid felt that her master was not the type that the prince liked, so she was ready to throw herself to Xiao Nianqing. And now she is teaching Xiao Nianqing how to gain the prince's favor. Lu Qiqi. Favor? Could it be drugging? System. Smart. Lu Qiqi. Do you think I should tell Xiao Nianqing now that the king of Jin is incapable? The system paused for a while and said, You will be the first to suffer. Lu Qiqi chuckled. Forget it. Xiao Nianqing and I are not on good terms. There is no need to take risks for her. System. There is progress on the original Big Melon. Do you want to hear it? Lu Qiqi. Yes. Lu Qiqi simply sat on the ground and listened to the gossip. System. Captain Ma wants to divorce his wife. Lu Qiqi sighed. It has come to this? System. The little girl is pregnant. Captain Ma wants to divorce his wife in order to have a son. Lu Qiqi thought about it. Is the child in the little girl's belly really Captain Ma's? The girl in the brothel. Whose child it is? Can't be said. It must be Captain Ma's decision, after weighing the pros and cons, to be so sure that it is Captain Ma's. System. By the way, the father of the child is Li Juntian, the grandson of Li Shangshu. Lu Qiqi laughed like a goose when she heard this. Su Lingqi knew about this. She went to the Shangshu mansion with great effort. But it has only been a short time. And the man she married got the girl from the brothel pregnant. This is really a bloody thing. System. I don't know yet. After Lu Qiqi recovered, she asked again. Wouldn't it be better for the little girl to go to Li Shangshu's grandson? System. Who knows? Maybe the little girl has water in her brain? Lu Qiqi is not afraid of big things when she is gossiping. So she just said, let the little girl get the water out of her brain. System. It's easy for you to say. Do you think everyone is as open-minded as you? Even the king of Jin is unable to have sex. And you could be happy for a long time. Lu Qiqi's mouth twitched. From what you said, why do I feel like there is water in my brain? System. Isn't it? Lu Qiqi was unhappy. That's because I worked too hard in my previous life. And I didn't enjoy the results. So I came here. I see through everything. Okay. System. Why don't you say that if you didn't work hard in your previous life? How could you have this blessing to come here to enjoy it? Lu Qiqi wanted to make it clear. Chunbai ran out from the small kitchen. Madam. Madam. The meat is cut. You come and see it. Lu Qiqi had to put away her gossiping heart and walk towards Chunbai. Okay. Let me see. Let me make it clear first. If you don't do it well, you will be punished. Chunbai licked her smiling face. What punishment? Punishment to eat? Lu Qiqi tapped her forehead. You little girl. You are getting more and more disrespectful. The two said this and entered the small kitchen. Sun Chao had been observing in the dark and felt that Lu Qiqi's expression was a little strange. Just now, she seemed to be lost in thought. And her expression was too vivid. As if she was gloating over something else? There were too many things that Sun Chao couldn't understand. So he told King Jin everything. After hearing this, King Jin didn't think Lu Qiqi was weird, but was more curious about her identity. Immediately, he asked someone to investigate Lu Qiqi's past in detail, no matter how big or small, and to know everything. Chapter 19. Someone wants to harm you. Lu Qiqi is careless. She knows that someone is watching her, and that someone thinks of her as an enemy. But she is still busy frying pork belly in the small kitchen. The fried pork belly is golden yellow, and looks very appetizing. The two of them are not afraid of the heat. And each of them takes a piece to eat. It is too hot to eat. But there is no reason not to eat delicious food right next to your mouth. She blew it while eating. And only took a bite. The marinated meat is more chewy. It was fried slowly, and for a little longer. The fat inside is almost unnoticeable. And the lean meat is wrapped in fat juice, which immediately fills the mouth with fragrance. I haven't made this dish for a long time. But it is still so delicious. After eating it, Chunbai immediately became a little fangirl. Madam. It's delicious. When is the food I cook not delicious? After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she stuffed the whole piece of meat into her mouth. Her mouth full of meat fragrance. And it was worth it to sweat in the kitchen. Chunbai wanted to eat more. But Lu Qiqi pushed her away. Don't eat it. Madam. Let me have another piece. Lu Qiqi said seriously. We cooked a dish. Go to the big kitchen and get some back. And we'll eat together. Chunbai ran away satisfied when she heard it. Lu Qiqi fried all the remaining pork belly. When it was out of the pot, thinking that Chunbai should be back soon, she left the small kitchen with the fried pork belly and ran into the house. When she came to the yard, she saw the king of Jin, who had arrived at some point. What was he doing here? I'm here to see you, Your Majesty. The king of Jin looked at Lu Qiqi, who was wearing a white thing like a bellyband, which was much larger than a bellyband and covered half of his body. The sleeves on his wrists were rolled up high, revealing a white arm. He was holding 2 plates of golden things in his hands. Just smelling the smell, he felt it was very fragrant. Is this the fried pork belly that Sun Chao mentioned? Chunbai happily ran back from outside with a food box. She was worried that coming back late would affect the taste. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw the king of Jin suddenly appear. She felt guilty and her legs softened. And she knelt on the ground. Lu Chichi heard the noise and knew that Chun Bai had not forgotten that memory. So she interrupted. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The prince was angry to see that the woman was so unromantic and wanted to leave. Zhao Kai came a few steps from outside and was about to report the important matter. When he saw the prince for the first time, he knew what to say and what not to say. Your Majesty. Housekeeper who asked what he wanted to eat for lunch. Lu Chichi thought. The prince hadn't eaten yet, but she had already started. As a subordinate, should she show some respect? Thinking, she said, Your Majesty, I have some food here. If you don't mind, stay and eat together? The prince turned and went into the house when he heard this. Lu Chichi was still waiting for someone to refuse. From what the king of Jin meant. Was he planning to eat in this kind of place? Thinking about it, she looked at Zhao Kai standing next to her. What does your prince mean? Zhao Kai looked at Lu Chichi, who had won the favor, and said with disdain, The prince is eating here with the lady. Lu Chichi's mouth twitched. Good job. She hinted that she didn't really want to keep the king of Jin. Couldn't the king of Jin hear it? She was upset. She gave half of the delicious food she made to others. She felt a little reluctant. Then she thought that her superior life was provided by the king of Jin. She shouldn't be stingy with the big boss. She was reluctant to go in with the pork belly. When she saw Chun Bai kneeling on the ground without any reaction, she knew what was going on. She took the food box from her hand. Go to the big kitchen and bring some more food. After hearing this, Chun Bai nodded, got up from the ground, and left in a hurry. Lu Chichi had no choice but to entertain the boss in person. She knew that when King Jin ate here, many people hated her. When she entered the door, Lu Chichi had already adjusted her attitude and facial expression. She first put the fried pork belly in front of herself, and then put all the dishes in the food box in front of King Jin. Your Highness, you eat first. Chun Bai will go to the big kitchen to get the dishes. After hearing this, King Jin took chopsticks and started eating. Lu Chichi saw that King Jin didn't speak. She was happy and relaxed. Sat opposite King Jin, and first took a bite of millet porridge cooked with red dates. Millet porridge looks simple, but when making it, you have been standing by the pot, stirring it constantly to avoid sticking the pot. All the water is absorbed by the millet and jujube. When eating, you will also find that there is brown sugar here, and you feel like pulling every time you eat it. At this time, add a piece of fried pork belly. The taste is amazing. Lu Chichi nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. After finishing a bowl of red date millet porridge, she attacked the fried pork belly, picked up a vegetarian bun, and ate it bite by bite. King Jin saw that the woman was stingy, and did not move. When there were only 4 pieces of pork belly left on the plate, he stretched out his chopsticks, and put them all into the bowl in front of him. In an instant, Lu Chichi stared at the pork belly being snatched away, and subconsciously wanted to snatch it with the chopsticks in her hand. Seeing that she touched the other person's bowl, she met the eyes of the 5th prince, and smiled guiltily. Prince, the fried pork belly is a little fat. You may not like it. King Jin looked at her, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. After eating it in one bite, it tasted really good. It's okay. Still okay? Lu Chichi's mouth twitched. If you don't like it, you can choose not to eat it. Why force it? Prince Jin found the look in the woman's eyes when she was eating people interesting, so he deliberately ate it in a few bites. Lu Chichi saw that the last piece of fried pork belly was gone, and she felt bored immediately. She could only eat something else. Each dish was very distinctive. Some dishes didn't look good, but they were delicious. Soon, Lu Chichi was in a good mood again. Prince Jin looked at her and continued to eat. Later, as Chun Bai brought dishes one by one, Lu Chichi ate too much again. After the meal, the prince left. Lu Chichi touched her round belly and walked in the yard, complaining, It's all your fault. You can't control yourself. This time it's better. You're full. Right? Without Prince Jin, Chun Bai was bolder and asked, Madam, when the prince was here, you can also eat too much? It's all Chun Ma's fault. The dishes she cooks are so delicious every time. Chun Bai, eat too much, and you can still find this excuse. After walking for a while, I felt much better. Lu Chichi made up her mind to control her food intake next time. She ate too much every time, which not only made her fat, but also put a burden on her body. The situation was a little better, and Lu Chichi started to do yoga. On a summer afternoon, doing yoga under the tree, accompanied by the chirping of birds. She quickly got into the state. Chunbai was bored and leaned against the tree casually. She accidentally saw Chunlu peeping outside. Seeing this person, she deliberately closed her eyes and squinted to look over. Others said that the noble Sunrume was worthy of the king of Jin. But who would have thought that her master was favored? Here, Lu Chichi practiced for half an hour, sweating and sticky all over. Chunbai brought a sweat towel. Lu Chichi took it and wiped her hands. Madam, someone is peeping outside. Lu Chichi glanced outside and saw only a piece of clothing. It's Chun Lu. What is she doing here? She must know that the prince is having lunch here, and someone can't sit still. Lu Chichi smiled. She must feel bad after being fined half a year's salary. Chunbai, I feel bad about the money, and I feel I lost face. Half a year's salary. You can't eat alone for half a year. Madam, you only know how to eat. Why don't you think about them holding back a big move? Lu Chichi wanted to refute. And the system sounded. Ding dong. Someone wants to harm you. Lu Chichi looked at Chunbai and was hit by her. And asked, who? System. Xiao Nianqing. Lu Chichi. It's not over. Chapter 20. Say people? Madam. Madam. What's wrong with you? Chunbai was frightened by the sudden serious look of the madam. Lu Chichi stood up and walked into the house without saying a word. Madam. Are you okay? Chunbai was anxious. Prepare water. I want to take a bath. After some activities, she sweated a lot. She washed first and then thought about how to deal with the demon. Xiao Nianqing's action was expected. Will the people around be quiet? Emil brought so many things, and she felt more dissatisfied with King Jin. Chunbai moved quickly. When Lu Chichi soaked in the water and was surrounded by hot air, her body and mind quickly relaxed. After taking a bath, her whole body was much more relaxed. When she came out of the wooden barrel and put on her clothes, she sneezed. This was nothing at first. Lu Chichi thought of what the system said, smelled her clothes carefully, and sneezed again. Madam, what's wrong with you? It's so hot. You shouldn't catch a cold. Lu Chichi threw the clothes aside and rubbed her nose. Take this clothes away. Chunbai was stunned. Is it poisonous? Lu Chichi is allergic to spinach pollen. Once touched, she will sneeze and get rashes all over her body. If she contacts it more, she will have difficulty breathing. And in serious cases, her life will be threatened. Only her father and mother know about her condition. The maid who has taken care of her since she was a child doesn't know. Who in the Jin Wang mansion would know this secret and use it to attack her? According to Xiao Nianqing's vision, she would have such a brain? Spinach blooms in March and April. It's summer now. Even if spinach is grown in a greenhouse, it usually won't bloom. Who knows this secret of hers and deliberately makes these things to harm her? Seeing Chunbai throw away her clothes and bring new clothes, Lu Chichi put them on and asked, is there anyone who grows spinach at this time? Madam, do you want to eat spinach? Lu Chichi paused. Yeah, it's okay in spring. There are a lot of spinach. I haven't seen it in this season. Go out and take a look tomorrow? Okay. Lu Chichi sighed. Simple people are good. They are stubborn about everything and don't have too many worries. However, someone is targeting her like this. Should she do something? That night, Lu Chichi made some food in her yard and didn't go to the big kitchen to get food. The next day was the same. On the third day, a caring person, Shirchioshin, came. When Lu Chichi saw this person, she wondered if she was the one who attacked her. This person's cousin was the head maid of the queen. How did they know about the secrets of their parents? Sister, what happened to you? Shirchioshin's eyes were red when she entered the room. Seeing Lu Chichi's haggard appearance, tears fell like money. Lu Chichi was moved by someone's acting skills. Lu Chichi coughed twice and asked, what happened to my sister? Shirchioshin came up and took Lu Chichi's hand. Sister, it's only been a few days, and you have lost a lot of weight. Lu Chichi sneered. The haggard look is from makeup. And she has lost weight. Which eye did she use to see it? Summer fatigue is not a big deal. It will be fine after a while. Is it a random punishment? Who punished her? Lu Chichi sighed. It's too hot in the summer. I don't want to move. I stay in bed all the time and become like this. My younger sister can't be like me. She should move around regularly. If my younger sister also gets summer fatigue and becomes skinny, it will be bad. Ahem. No. No. Lu Qiqi thought for a while, and sighed in her heart. We all entered the Jin Wang mansion together. Among the 10 sisters. Only Sister Shi treated me sincerely. Sister will never forget sister's kindness in the future. Shi Qiuxin was moved to tears when she heard this. Not long after leaving, she asked the maid to bring tonic. Chunbai was speechless. She knew the situation of the lady. When she saw someone talking nonsense, she felt it was irritating standing by. Later, Tang Xiuye, Ming Xishuan, Dong Huizhu, and Gu Ling came one after another. The lady would always say, we all entered the Jin Wang mansion together. Among the 10 sisters. Only sister treated me sincerely. Sister will never forget sister's kindness in the future. Lu Qiqi was sure that no one would come, and washed away the paleness on her face. Chunbai was waiting by her side. Madam, those people are so hypocritical. Lu Qiqi washed her face and wiped it twice with a sweat towel. How many people want others to live better than themselves? They are jealous. Tell the prince about this, and he will punish them. Lu Qiqi laughed and joked. Why? You are not afraid of the prince this time? Madam. Chunbai blushed. Lu Qiqi smiled and walked into the yard. Chunbai saw where Madam was going and knew where she was going. She thought that Madam wanted to eat spinach yesterday, and it was not easy to wait for a day. When the two came to the market, they walked around the whole market, but did not see anyone selling spinach. Lu Qiqi was sure that someone had been thinking about her a few months ago. At that time, she showed no fighting spirit. Who could have thought of her so long ago? Which one of the 9 people would it be? After thinking for a while, Lu Qiqi walked on the road listlessly without a clue. I accidentally bumped into someone, and then I realized that it was a 5 or 6-year-old child. Lu Qiqi didn't care. Chunbai saw it and asked nervously, Miss, are you okay? Lu Qiqi shook her head, and then saw that the other person was a child. Nothing. Chunbai turned her head to look at the child. You are lucky. My lady won't bother with you. The child bent down and wanted to apologize. There was a burst of hurried footsteps in the distance. The child looked back and was very nervous. He bowed to Lu Qiqi and threw a note into Lu Qiqi's basket while running. Soon, a servant from an unknown mansion ran over and chased the child away. Lu Qiqi saw the extra note in the basket. Chunbai said, Miss, it seems to catch that child. It should be. Lu Qiqi said this and was about to leave. Chunbai didn't find the note and followed her forward. After walking a few steps, Chunbai saw the note. Miss, who put it in our basket? Chunbai said, taking out the note. Someone must have met a bad guy and asked us for help. How did you know? Chunbai asked. Lu Qiqi said, you'll know if you open it. Chunbai thought it made sense, and opened the note. And sure enough, she saw 2 crooked big characters. Save me. Miss. Look. The child who just hit me put it there. Why didn't we save that child? Chunbai's motherly heart overflowed. And the kind-hearted lady also began to become cold-blooded? Lu Qiqi looked at her, knew what was going on, and walked away. Chunbai didn't understand, and followed behind to ask, Madam, why didn't we save people? Are you sure we went to save people, not to catch them in a trap? Chunbai was stunned for a while, and when she saw the lady walking away, she hurriedly chased after her. At this time, King Jin, who was in the tea house, saw the scene through the window. He played with the teacup in his hand, staring at the master and servant who were gradually walking away. You go and take a look. Zhao Kai responded and left. I thought, who gave me the courage to attack the people of King Jin? I also thought of Lu Qiqi's words. Are you sure we are going to rescue people, not to catch them in a trap? He looks like a foodie, but he is also a smart guy. No wonder the prince cares so much. Chapter 21 Du's Tactics. Lu Qiqi, who was walking away, was unaware of the attention paid to her, and was annoyed by Chunbai's nagging. The child is 5 or 6 years old, with calluses on his hands. He should have been doing rough work all year round, as a young family forced to make a living. Do you think he has time to learn calligraphy? Chunbai was silent. She was also a maid, and it took the lady half a year to teach her a few common characters. She met a good lady, and the child obviously didn't have her good luck. The person chasing him and the child are wearing the same clothes. I have been in Beijing for a year, and have not seen any family wearing such clothes. The clothes are new at first glance. Obviously acting. I don't know who the other party is, but it is obvious that they are deliberately targeting me. Lucici is not that stupid. Someone has attacked me several times, and she has no vigilance at all. She has lived in vain. Just as I was thinking about it, the system voice sounded. You hit the nail on the head. Lucici. Who? The system sighed. Lucici didn't ask and waited for someone to speak. The system lost its temper. Aren't you curious? Lucici. Go ahead. System. Not cute at all. Lucici rolled her eyes, said nothing, and continued to move forward. The system lost its temper first. It's because of the child you saved. Lucici stopped and knew what was going on. She quickly gritted her teeth. That's also because of you. The system admitted that it was wrong. The child's name is Lu Jiamu, the son of Jing Xiao-in Lu Hongshan. Now the concubine Xie is pregnant, and she bribed the maid Xianqi to kill Lu Jiamu to pave the way for her unborn son. Lucici. So, you harmed me? System. How is it harm? If you didn't save the child, how could you be rewarded with a talisman? And how could you save the prince's life? If you didn't do these, you would be buried with him. Lucici snorted twice. She was speechless about the system's perverse logic. After a while, the system's voice came. They will soon be punished. Lucici didn't want to waste time with the system, bringing danger to yourself, and will be punished. You are kidding. Lucici saw the opportunity and asked directly. Who made the spinach pollen? The system responded quickly. You are tricking me. Lucici smiled in her heart. And then she realized that it was too late. The only person I trust is you. Who else should I ask? The system was satisfied. It was Sun Rume. Sun Rume. Lucici smiled. She knew the complicated tricks that Xiao Nianqing couldn't do. She asked. You said Xiao Nianqing harmed me. How did it become Sun Rume? System. Sun Rume used a relationship with concubine Shu to get this news. She prepared it in advance. Because of the matter of Prince Qing's mansion. She deliberately slapped Xiao Nianqing twice to anger Xiao Nianqing, and then deliberately muttered something. It seemed that Chunlu heard it. In order to please Xiao Nianqing, Chunlu stole some of these things and gave them to Xiao Nianqing. Lucici was completely speechless. The maids around the queen are very capable. They can even know such confidential things. It seems that Sun Rume should have known the weaknesses of the 10 concubines in the mansion. To put it bluntly, Sun Rume is the most favored concubine of Jin by the queen. Sun Rume did not disappoint the queen. She took the maids around her and Xiao Nianqing into account. If I am not wrong, Chunlu only stole a portion of the spinach pollen. If the matter really got out of hand, Sun Rume would lose all the spinach pollen. What a good plan. Lucici felt that it was too unfair for such a calculating woman to not be favored. Thinking of the situation of the king of Jin, even if Sun Rume was favored, what could she do? Sun Rume shouldn't have done that to herself. And she wasn't the kind of person who was so good-tempered that she could remain indifferent when someone shit on her head. On the way back, Lucici thought a lot, and was just about to do something to tear off Sun Rume's sinister face, when a sharp voice came from the side. Lucici looked over. Wow! She was in a bad mood, and she could still pass by a brothel, and the Tianxian building of a little girl. She saw at a glance that Captain Ma was going to carry the little girl back in a sedan chair regardless of other people's strange looks. But Captain Ma's wife Dushir was making a fuss and refused to let him go. The three of them were pulling, and the noise was getting louder and louder. And there were many onlookers, saying all kinds of things. Look! Captain Ma has given up his wife for a girl from a brothel. If you ask me, Captain Ma's behavior is not fair. After all, Du has been with him for so many years. He has taken care of his parents and children. But she is still not as good as a woman from a brothel. She is really blind. Being young is good. Who doesn't want to see beautiful women? It's not easy for Captain Ma to be in the capital these years. He has come back from a clean record. It's not wrong for him to want to have a happy life with a woman. Who'd let the little girl have tricks? This caused a burst of laughter from the people around. If the women in the brothel didn't have tricks, they wouldn't have to stay in the brothel. At the critical moment, Du's words were like thunder in everyone's ears, which completely knocked everyone's heads. Boss, I know you blame me for not being able to bear a son for the Ma family. I have been taking medicine all these years, hoping to get in good shape and give birth to a big fat boy for the Ma family. But I never thought that the little girl would deliberately seduce you and lie to others that she was pregnant with your son. You must not be fooled. If the child is not born, Who knows if it is a son? Besides, Mrs. Du glanced at Tianxian Tower. Who knows whose child the little girl is carrying? When these words fell, the eyes of the people around were all bright. Lu Qiqi stood in the crowd and wanted to applaud Mrs. Du's words. At first glance, Mrs. Du was a smart person. She said this at this time. Obviously Mrs. Du had other plans. Captain Ma and the little girl had an affair. Not long ago, Mrs. Du exposed their shady relationship. Now there are these words. There is no hope for Captain Ma to marry the little girl. Mrs. Du's next words not only saved the face of Captain Ma, but also made her magnanimity known to everyone. Boss, I also know that even if my body is well, if I can't leave a descendant for the Ma family, it is my fault. Today, if the boss marries a young lady from a certain family, as long as she can give birth to a son for the Ma family, I am willing to give up my current position and volunteer to be a concubine. When Lu Qiqi saw this, there was no suspense about the final result. The little girl's calculations flew away. As long as Captain Ma still has a brain, he will not act alone. After walking far away, I heard the movement behind me and knew that Mrs. Du had one. I also thought that the little girl was pregnant with the seed of Li Junxian, the grandson of Minister Li. I don't know how the little girl will find a new backer after today's incident. A small family like Captain Ma can't accommodate a child born by a brothel woman, let alone in Minister Li's mansion. At this moment, Lu Qiqi finally understood the little girl's plan. On the way back, after these farces, Lu Qiqi felt much better. Hearing that Princess Qing was dead, Concubine Qing was busy presiding over the funeral. And others said that Concubine Qing was capable and right about this matter. Lu Qiqi really wanted to tell everyone loudly that Princess Qing was poisoned by Concubine Qing. She didn't say that. Just like the complicated relationship between Captain Ma, the little girl, and Mrs. Du, she didn't bother. And Mrs. Du could easily handle it. Everything has its own rules. And people don't have to think that the world will not turn without them. The result of self-aggrandizement is that one wastes time and energy to make wedding dresses for others. Chapter 22 The Lost Old Hen. It was noon when Lu Qiqi and Chunbai returned to the Prince of Jin's mansion. It was too hot, and they didn't meet many people when they returned. When the two returned to Jinyuan, Lu Qiqi asked Chunbai to go to the kitchen to get food. She carried the things she bought and put them in the small kitchen. When she entered the house, she saw the tonic on the table. Tonic? There were none when she left. But suddenly there were. Was it because the Prince of Jin heard that she was not feeling well, and in order to cover up his impotence, he specially sent her concern? She didn't forget how many people came to show their goodwill because of the jewelry sent by the Prince of Jin, and how she had tried so hard to pretend that she was not worthy of it. Ding dong. System. You think too much. Lu Qiqi. It was not sent by the Prince of Jin? System. Sun Rumei asked the maid to send it. Lu Qiqi thought for a moment. Isn't it that I gave it to you right after I left? System. I guess so. Lu Qiqi. You came here just to give me something, and didn't take anything you shouldn't take, or leave anything you shouldn't have. System. The comb on your desk was taken away, and there is a portrait under your pillow. Lu Qiqi came to the bedroom, and saw that the comb on the dressing table was gone. The comb is not a valuable item. She and Chunbai went out to buy vegetables, and bought it back smoothly. It's just a comb missing. There's no need to get angry. Bending down, he took out a comb from the drawer at random. He came to the pillow again and saw a portrait. He only took a glance and confirmed that he had never seen this person before, and asked, Who is this? The system screamed. You don't even know him? Li Qiqi. Is he famous? The system was silent for a while. He is as handsome as Panin, and he is the Prime Minister of Chu that many young ladies in Beijing want to marry. Lu Qiqi sneered. You want to marry just because of his looks? Why don't you go and find out more? You have no background at all. Just like a stone monkey jumping out of the ground. How dare you marry such a man? System. Who is as rational as you? Lu Qiqi was a little flattered by the praise. And she didn't forget the cause of some things. Sun Rumei is so resourceful. What would happen if she knew that the king of Jin was impotent? The system didn't make a sound for a long time. And just when Lu Qiqi thought the system had run away again, the system voice came again. Is the news about the king of Jin wrong? Lu Qiqi raised her eyebrows. She had a bad premonition. But she still gritted her teeth and didn't think about the worst. You mean? The attack on the king of Jin was not self-directed and self-acted? System. No. Lu Chichi. The amulet you asked me to send is ineffective. Is the King of Jin really injured? System. It's about the King of Jin's impotence. Lu Chichi took a breath of cold air suddenly. You mean you made a mistake? She trusted the system so much. But the system actually deceived her. System. No. It doesn't count. I just got the news. The news about the King of Jin's impotence was deliberately spread by him. Lu Chichi gritted her teeth. Good. Very good. Excellent. You. System. Someone is coming. Lu Chichi thought it was some difficult big shot. But it turned out to be Chunbai, who had just left and came back with a food box. She knew that she was tricked by the system again. She wanted to smash the system. But she didn't know the exact location. So she could only sulk alone. Damn system. I thought it was omnipotent. But I didn't expect it could make mistakes on such an important matter. What's even more annoying is that the system is too cunning. When it sees that things are not going well, it runs away faster than anyone else. Madam. Are you okay? Chunbai saw Madam like this and thought that she was slow and angered Madam. Then she thought that she was a little late and Madam's favorite dish was snatched away by Chunlu. The bad guy. Lu Chichi would not vent her anger on others. Seeing the food box in Chunbai's hand, she helped to take out the dishes. Seeing the 4 dishes on the table and looking at Chunbai's appearance. It should be again. Asking, only these? Mrs. Chen also made a dish, which was snatched away by Chunlu. Chunlu. The one next to Sun Rume? Chunbai didn't know what happened here. So she nodded. Yes. Lu Chichi knew what was going on. Someone started to take action. Seeing that spinach pollen didn't kill her, she started to attack again. She spread her hands. Forget it. You're tired too. Let's eat first. Chunbai breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. But she was still thinking that things couldn't just end like this. Lu Chichi knew that someone was holding back a big move. So she was not in a hurry. She ate first, saved her energy, and waited to watch the show. When she started eating, she saw a dish in front of her. She had never eaten it before, so she couldn't tell what it was. Is it a potato? Thinking about it, she added a piece with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. It was chewy. It should be a vegetarian dish. But she had never eaten it before. Chunbai. What is this? Lu Chichi said, and took another bite. Chunbai saw. Madam. This is dried radish. Dried radish? Lu Chichi took another bite. She felt more like the vegetarian meat she had eaten before. After eating it carefully, it did taste a bit like radish. Do you know how this thing is made? This is how Chen Ma's family does it. They will dry the radish after the frost, and then soak it in water the next year and fry it. Why after the frost? The radish dried after the frost will turn into this color. If it has not been through the frost, it will be a little white. Lu Chichi remembered that she saw someone doing this for a few days last year, but she didn't expect it was for this delicacy. Chunbai thought for a while. Sweet potatoes can also be dried, but it's best not to go through the frost. Otherwise the dried sweet potatoes will. How do you eat dried sweet potatoes? She had eaten sweet potato pancakes before, but she had never eaten pancakes when she came here, so no one should know how to make them. Cook porridge. Why haven't I eaten it before? Chunbai smiled. Madam is of noble status. How can she eat sweet potatoes? When Lu Chichi heard this, she realized that this was the case. Sweet potatoes are considered coarse grains, and many people think that she should eat fine grains now. After thinking for a while, she said, give me a bowl tonight to try. Chunbai glanced at the lady and nodded. Okay. Also, what about the old hen that Auntie Chen mentioned that she had raised for 5 years? Haven't you eaten it yet? Chunbai began to feel troubled when she heard this. Just now Auntie Chen told me that Annie Wang, who was supposed to sell the old hen to us, had a quarrel with the neighbors over the old hen. And then the hen was killed. Auntie Chen felt that the dead hen was not good, so she is looking for a better old hen these 2 days. Auntie Chen said that as long as she gets it, she will let the lady taste it immediately. Lu Chichi nodded. She knew Annie Wang, who had an old hen at home. Not long ago, she heard that the old hen was lost. It seems that the lost chicken also caused a lot of trouble. Where there are people, there is no shortage of trouble. Annie Wang, who likes to raise chickens all year round, is no exception. Chapter 23 Ice-type Imperial Green Bracelet. It was just past noon. There was a sound of chores coming from Eugene Garden. That bitch Lu Chichi was not dead. She was still alive and kicking. Damn it! She deserved to die. The angry Xiao Nianqing smashed everything in Yujing Garden again. Chunyu was too scared to speak, and she waited for Xiao Nianqing to vent. And then she cleaned up and put new things on the table. Xiao Nianqing didn't intend to let her go, so he grabbed her and slapped her twice. And in an instant, Chunyu's mouth was bleeding. Chunlu arrived and saw this scene. Thinking that her plan was going to succeed, she stepped forward and pretended to be a good person. "My lady, what's wrong with you?" Chunlu said, and came up to give Xiao Nianqing tea and massage, and quickly suppressed Xiao Nianqing's anger. "I heard that Madame Lu went out today." Xiao Nianqing gritted his teeth. She didn't believe that the man was so lucky every time. Chunlu knew what she had done best. Thinking that Xiao Nianqing was under house arrest and Chunyu beside him was an ignorant person, she spoke up. "I heard about it too. I went out for a long time and went to the clinic." "Clinic?" Xiao Nianqing turned his head and looked at Chunlu. Chunlu nodded in understanding. Xiao Nianqing was in a good mood and asked Chunyu to pack up her things. She and Chunlu planned something big. Chunyu was scared after being beaten. After packing up her things, she quietly retreated. Chunlu took out a comb while Chunyu was away. "My lady, I got it from there." "Where is the portrait?" "It's also put down." Xiao Nianqing smiled when he heard this. Everything was ready, waiting to be caught in adultery. How to lead people over and let King Jin see everything. After thinking for a while, Xiao Nianqing had an idea in his mind. He looked at Chunlu, who was trying to please him, and sighed. "If Chunyu could be half as capable as you, there would be no Lu Qiqi now. The prince will soon know the goodness of the young lady." "I hope so," Xiao Nianqing said, as he pulled out a hairpin from his head and inserted it into Chunliu's head. "Look, our Chunlu is also pretty when she dresses up." "Young lady." Chunlu showed a greedy look. Xiao Nianqing gently patted Chunliu's hand. "Don't worry. If I can get the prince's eye in the future, all the maids in the mansion will listen to you." Hearing this, Chunlu knelt on the ground excitedly to show her loyalty. When Chunyu came back, the two had finished talking about the matter. Chunlu left happily, and Chunyu stood quietly beside her. "Go. Get the bracelet that my father just sent." When Chunyu heard it, he hurried to do something, and soon came with an exquisite wooden box. Xiao Nianqing took it out and looked at it. She was sure it was a good thing, and put it back in the box. "I have been under house arrest for long enough. You can send this thing to Lu Qiqi." Chunyu knew that someone had given gifts to Lu Qiqi. Xiao Nianqing was under house arrest, so she couldn't do nothing. She didn't think too much and sent the things to Jin Yuyuan. At this time, Lu Qiqi was taking a nap and Chunbai was embroidering handkerchiefs in the yard. Hearing the noise at the door and seeing the person coming, Chunbai looked unhappy. She just took a look and lowered her head to continue embroidering the handkerchief. Chunyu came to Chunbai and said, "Sister Bai, is Mrs. Lu here? What's the matter?" Chunbai didn't care. She felt disgusted when she thought of what Xiao Nianqing had done. "My lady is under house arrest. I heard that the mistress is not feeling well, so I asked this servant to bring this to you." Chunbai couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Chunyu when she heard this. She wanted to push Chunyu away. As soon as she touched her, she saw Chunyu grinning. She realized something was wrong. She rolled up Chunyu's sleeves and saw the shocking bloodstains on them. Her dissatisfaction with Chunyu also dissipated a lot. Thinking that it was not her intention to send the invitation to concubine Qing, she turned into the house and took out a small medicine bottle. "Take this." Chunyu took it in her hand. Her eyes reddened with grievance. "And Su?" She held back her tears and said to Chunbai, "Tell madam to be more careful recently." After saying this, she put the jewelry box on the ground and ran away. Lu Qiqi had heard the noise outside a long time ago, and she didn't care about the interaction between the two maids. She got up and went to the door, and saw Chunbai staring at the jewelry box in a dilemma. "What's wrong?" This is what Xiao Nianqing asked Chunyu to send. "What is it?" Chunbai sent the jewelry box to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi looked at the size of the box, and guessed what it was. When she opened it, it was an ice-type imperial green bracelet. After a closer look, the waterhead was very good. If this thing was auctioned in modern times, it would be sold for hundreds of millions. Xiao Nianqing had a father who was used to embezzling, so it was not surprising that good things were sent to Xiao Nianqing. Xiao Nianqing sent this expensive item over, obviously with bad intentions. Thinking of the lost comb and the extra portrait, she thought for a while and walked to the study with the jewelry box. This time she came just in time and saw Sun Sho coming out of the study. Lu Qiqi stepped forward to stop him. "Guard, son. Please give this to the prince." Sun Sho glanced at the box, and then looked at Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi lowered her voice. "Big thing." Sun Sho glanced at Lu Qiqi, turned around and went into the study again. Lu Qiqi waited outside. Not long after, Sun Sho came out and said that King Jin asked her to come in. After she walked into the study, she bowed politely. "I pay my respects to the prince." "Get up." King Jin glanced at the jewelry box that was open on the table. Lu Qiqi stood up and looked at the ice-type imperial green bracelet in the jewelry box. "This is what Xiao Xiaoyu asked the maid to send. I wanted to return it, but Xiao Xiaoyu is still under house arrest. According to the rules, I can't go, so I asked King Jin for advice." King Jin looked at her and said nothing. Lu Qiqi stood by and waited quietly. "This thing is too valuable. It is evidence that someone has set a trap. If you take the initiative to hand it over, you can also force the trouble." After a while, King Jin said, "Go down. I'll take my leave." Lu Qiqi felt embarrassed, took 3 steps back, turned around and left. In the evening, Xiao Yanqing smashed things like crazy in Yujinjiwen again. This time, the noise was so loud that people in the surrounding courtyards heard it. As a housekeeper, Hu Guanjia usually received a lot of benefits from Xiao Yanqing. When he heard about the incident here, he hurriedly brought people over. Xiao Yanqing saw Hu Guanjia and slapped Chunyu again. "Tell me, did you steal the bracelet my father just gave me?" Chunyu was a little confused after being beaten. She knelt on the ground in fear, regardless of the blood on her mouth. "My lady, you have wronged me." Butler, who heard that Xiao Yanqing had stolen a lot of things, and he had seen it himself. Xiao Yanqing said that there must be something. So he looked at Chunyu. "Chunyu, why don't you tell the truth?" Chunyu was a little confused. In addition to not knowing, she couldn't say anything else. Xiao Yanqing was well prepared. He stepped forward and kicked Chunyu. This kick was so sudden that Chunyu was directly kicked unconscious. Butler, who saw that Xiao Yanqing was so angry that he regretted coming a little early. "My lady Xiao, calm down. What is the bracelet you just mentioned?" Xiao Yanqing was so angry that he had to give face to Hu. "My father sent me an emerald jade bracelet a few days ago, which was placed in a red wooden box. I took it out and tried it on before going to bed. Who would have thought that when I woke up, the thing was gone?" There was only Chunyu, a maid in this courtyard. Who else could it be but her? The emerald jade bracelet is worth a lot of money. Hu took it seriously and started investigating quickly. In less than half an hour, several witnesses were found to say that Chunyu took such a box to Jinyuan. Hu knew that Lu Qiqi was favored, and many people had tried to give Lu Qiqi gifts in various ways in the past few days. According to this situation, Chunyu should have other thoughts and stole Xiao Yanqing's things to sell to Lu Qiqi. Thinking of this, Hu did not deal with it when dinner was about to start, but planned to deal with it after dinner. For this matter, Xiao Yanqing was specially consulted. When Xiao Yanqing saw that Hu was so sensible, he gave him a reward directly. Chapter 24. One Less Dead. Fufeng Garden. When Sun Rume was eating, Chunlu went to the kitchen and came back very late. What happened outside? Chunlu carefully glanced at Sun Rume and found that she was not suspicious. She took the food out of the food box and said, "I heard that Xiao Xiaoyu lost a very expensive bracelet." After saying that, she saw the bracelet on her wrist and hid it with her sleeves guiltily. Sun Rume took a look and understood in her heart. She pretended not to see it, picked up the chopsticks and said casually, "Xiao Yanqing never lacks these things. Why is he so concerned about a bracelet today?" Chuilio's hand trembled. "Forget it. Now is different from the past. The prince is back. Be more careful in the future." Sun Rume didn't go out, but she knew that the prince was back and someone couldn't stand it anymore. One less dead. This is also a good thing. Chunlu hurriedly said, "I will go and ask." "Go." Sun Rume said this and ate peacefully. Chunlu bowed and walked out quickly. Jinyu Garden. Lu Qiqi leaned on the couch to read a storybook, and there was a piece of melon seed shells on the ground. Chunbai came with a food box and saw the mess on the ground and was speechless. Lu Qiqi heard the noise and looked at her. "It's the most comfortable to eat like this." Yes, Madam is right," Chunbai said, and put the dishes on the table one by one. Lu Qiqi smelled a different smell. Lu Qiqi put on her shoes and came over. At a glance, she saw a bowl of black sesame paste with small pieces in the bowl. She picked up the bowl and put it to her nose and smelled it. Is this the dried sweet potato you mentioned? Yes. This is dried sweet potato porridge. Madam, you can try it first to see how it tastes. As soon as Chunbai finished speaking, Lu Chichi couldn't wait to take a bite. It was a taste I had never tasted before, and it was different from the sweet potato porridge I had drunk before. After taking a bite, I couldn't taste the real taste. After swallowing it, I quickly took a second bite. Chunbai stood by and watched. If Madam felt uncomfortable, she would immediately take the small bowl away. Surprisingly, Madam ate the whole bowl in a few bites. Very good. Is there any more? Lu Chichi asked with an empty bowl. Yes. I will get it now. Chunbai was about to leave with the bowl, but was stopped by Lu Chichi. Don't go. Just make more next time. Madam. But Chunbai held the bowl and wanted to leave. Although it is summer now. You come and go. When you come back, the food will be cold. Let's eat something else. Lu Chichi pulled Chunbai to sit down. The small move moved Chunbai to tears. While eating, Lu Chichi urged, eat quickly, or you won't have a chance to eat later. Chunbai thought the lady was lying to her, so she didn't care. After finishing the meal, Chunbai cleaned the table. Lu Chichi glanced at the sky outside. It should start. I wonder what surprise Xiao Nianqing will bring her. Over the past year, they have been living in peace in the Prince of Jin's mansion. Now that the Prince of Jin is back, Xiao Nianqing is the most active one. Thinking of the past scene, Xiao Nianqing had intended to show off his fox fur cloak in front of her. But why hasn't he done anything these days? On a hot day, it must be very uncomfortable to put on a fox fur cloak. Right? Lu Chichi couldn't help laughing out loud. I wonder what kind of look someone will wear tonight. What Lu Chichi didn't expect was that someone could keep calm and not move all night. Chunbai went out several times and heard that housekeeper who was looking for something with people, which made a lot of noise. But the result was nothing. Lu Chichi was full of expectations. But then she felt sleepy. She had been leaning on the couch and fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how long I slept, but I always felt a little cool air coming from outside. Did the weather change? After a while, there was lightning and thunder outside. Lu Chichi looked outside in the night. With the downpour, her heart calmed down at this moment. She turned her head and took a look. Chunbai, who was unshakable by thunder, was sleeping soundly beside the couch. She got up, helped Chunbai lie on the couch, and went to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, she had something on her mind and couldn't sleep. She lit the light and leaned against the bed with the storybook. After reading for a while, she felt something was missing. I got up and took out the stored snacks and dried fruits. I ate while reading the storybook. This kind of day is so enjoyable. It was raining heavily outside. Listening to the sound of rain, I would not be disturbed when reading the storybook on such a night. Lu Chichi likes the sound of nature. At this moment, she was so engrossed that she was quickly attracted by the storybook. She would laugh out loud when she saw the exciting parts, and cry when she saw the angry parts. Study room. Sun Chao was reporting to King Jin. Sent people to Huangshan County to find out that Mrs. Lu is the daughter of the county magistrate. The county magistrate Lu's father is upright and his family is honest. He is well known in the local area. When the selection was made, it was not Mrs. Lu, but the daughter of County Magistrate Lin. It was County Magistrate Lin who presented Mrs. Lu's portrait and was selected by the court etiquette official. The King of Jin raised his eyebrows. Is County Magistrate Lu a native of Huangshan County? Sun Chao said. They have lived in Huangshan County for generations and are all ordinary people. That is to say, Lu Chichi could suddenly know so many things without any other instigation. The King of Jin asked again. Did anything happen when the concubine came to Beijing? No. Madame Lu was ill for a long time after entering the King of Jin's mansion. After she recovered, her temperament was very different from before. Is she ill? The King of Jin thought to himself. Could she have been replaced by someone? After thinking for a while, he had no clue and waved Sun Chao to leave. What kind of woman is she? What is her purpose in coming to the King of Jin's mansion? After several investigations, he felt that Lu Chichi had too many differences. Since he was a child, the King of Jin had seen all kinds of storms and weirdness. But this matter was something he couldn't figure out. He simply left the study in the heavy rain and walked towards Jinyuan. From a distance, he saw that the lights were still on in the bedroom, and he must have been scared and couldn't sleep. When the king of Jin walked in, he found that it was different from what he thought. The maid was sleeping on the couch as if dead. In the bedroom, a woman was sleeping on the bedside, with a book next to her. When he walked in, he saw that it was a storybook. Lu Qiqi, who was sleeping, felt as if someone was staring at her. Thinking of the heavy rain, the night, and the staring, she felt uneasy. The moment she opened her eyes, there was no one in front of her. Just when she thought she was overthinking, she saw a few water footprints on the ground in front of her. She opened her eyes and saw someone was here. Try to pretend that she didn't notice it, and turned over to summon the system. Who was here just now? System. King of Jin. Lu Qiqi. Is he sick? System was speechless. A man and a woman are in the same room. Doesn't it mean that the king of Jin has taken a fancy to you? Lu Qiqi was more direct. Sleep. Chapter 25. Something happened to the prefect of Jiangnan. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up, and it was a new day. After the heavy rain, the air was better, and the weather was hotter. Lu Qiqi got up, washed up, and had breakfast. She had long forgotten about the uninvited guest last night. Chunbai came from outside, and came to her excitedly. Madam, I just heard a new thing. What is it? Lu Qiqi glanced at her from the storybook. Something happened to the prefect of Jiangnan. Lu Qiqi smiled. Look at how happy you are. You must hate Xiao Nianqing so much. Chunbai snorted twice. Who made her so annoying? Okay. Tell me. Lu Qiqi was thinking. Xiao Nianqing didn't make any big moves yesterday. Could it be because of this incident that delayed him? I heard that someone wrote a memorial saying that the prefect of Jiangnan was careless about human life. Careless about human life? She felt that the monkeys scattered when the tree fell, and those who were close to the prefect of Jiangnan would keep their distance. Some people would attack the prefect of Jiangnan in order to prove their innocence. The prefect of Jiangnan was unlucky, but she could still struggle for a while. As for Xiao Nianqing, she should be quiet for a while. After thinking about it, this is indeed a good thing. Chunbai was unhappy when she saw the lady was silent after she finished speaking. Madam, are you unhappy? What happened to them has nothing to do with me. I think Xiao Nianqing must be feeling very uncomfortable now. Right? She deserves it. Chunbai gloated. Let's see how she bribes others in the future. Lu Qiqi thought of Butler who, given their relationship, how could the matter not be a big deal? Chunbai vented her anger and remembered another thing. Madam, I heard that the mansion was very lively last night. Oh! Xiao Nianqing told housekeeper who that he lost something, and it was related to Chunyu. Chunyu was locked up yesterday, and there was a lot of noise outside. There was a lot of noise outside for a long time. Lu Qiqi said. Xiao Nianqing should have said that he lost a green jade bracelet. Many people don't know the preciousness of the imperial green, so it is easier to understand if it is called a green bracelet. Chunbai opened her mouth and found her voice after a long time. Madam, you are not talking about the bracelet that Chunyu sent yesterday? Lu Qiqi smiled. Whether it is or not, you will know if you go out and ask. Chunbai really couldn't stay and ran out directly. Lu Qiqi simply took a book and came under the tree. While enjoying the cool, she could still hear the noise outside. Not long after, Chunbai ran over, cursing. Madam, Xiao Nianqing is so abominable. She clearly asked the maid to give us the bracelet, but she turned around and said it was stolen. Lu Qiqi nodded. So, she is unlucky today. When Chunbai heard this, she felt happy and laughed out loud, seeing that someone was so impatient. Lu Qiqi just shook her head and smiled, and continued to read the storybook without saying anything. Ding dong. The system sounded. Su Lingqing's matter has progressed. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. Su Xiaocai thought that he would have a bright future by climbing up the high branch of Li Shangshu. But he never thought that his qualification for the imperial examination this year was cancelled. Lu Qiqi remembered. Who did it? System. Li Shangshu arranged someone to do it. Lu Qiqi. Why? Did you discover Su Lingqing's bad behavior? System. Su Lingqing heard from somewhere that Li Junxian and the little girl were having an affair. Some people said that the child in the little girl's belly was Li Junxian's. Su Lingqing knew about this and had a big fight with Li Junxian. Li Shangshu felt ashamed and asked someone to attack Su Xiaocai. Lu Qiqi. Compared to her, Mrs. Du is smarter. System. She is not as smart as you. Send the things to the king of Jin first, so that someone's plan will fail. Lu Qiqi. It's just tit for tat. The ice-type Imperial Green bracelet has a great origin. The King of Jin is in the royal family, so he should know all this. Thinking of this, he asked again, "How is Xiao Nianqing now?" System. Nothing else except house arrest. Lu Qiqi. Where is her maid? System. She was arrested. I don't know what the housekeeper who will do to her. Lu Qiqi thought that Xiao Nianqing's move was completely self-destructive. She kicked the maid away before doing something bad, which proved the maid's innocence. Xiao Nianqing's life will not be easy in the future. Sun Rumei flashed in her mind again, and asked, "What did Sun Rumei do?" System. Sun Rumei asked Chun Lu to take care of Xiao Nianqing. Lu Qiqi mocked. Sisters are indeed very affectionate. Sun Rumei is not going to keep Chun Lu anymore. Yujing Garden. Xiao Nianqing was restless, seeing that Chun Lu had been out for a long time and had not come back. She began to be afraid. If Daddy really got into trouble, who would support her? Not long after, Chun Lu came to her in a hurry, and Xiao Nianqing asked, "What's going on? Any news?" Chun Lu took out a note and handed it to Xiao Nianqing. "My lady, I just went out, and someone gave me this and asked me to give it to you." Xiao Nianqing opened it immediately and saw the words on it, and was immediately angry. Lu Qiqi. You bitch. Xiao Nianqing gritted his teeth. Chun Lu thought that Xiao Nianqing would soon be favored by the King of Jin because he had the support of the prefect of Jiangnan behind him. At that time, she would take advantage of Chunyi's trouble to come to replace him. Unexpectedly, the prefect of Jiangnan got into trouble at this time. Calculating in her mind, and seeing Xiao Nianqing's impatient look, she suddenly felt that it was good that what happened. She had not left Sun Rumei yet, and it was not the worst step yet. My lady, what good thing did Lu Qiqi do? Lu Qiqi. That bitch found someone to falsely accuse my father. We can't just let this matter go today. Xiao Nianqing gritted her teeth, and Chunlio's heart began to waver again. At this time, they did not doubt that Chun Lu had just left the Jin Palace to inquire about the Jiangnan prefect. And at this time someone was so kind to give Chun Lu a note. After venting for a while, Xiao Nianqing sneered. Okay, Lu Qiqi, you don't like to act. This lady will let you know how powerful I am. Today is a troubled day in Jin Palace. Tingxue Garden. Shi Qiuxin didn't know what was going on. Her face was swollen like a pig's head. The maid Chuanxiang was scared. Chuanxiang saw that things were not going well, so she hurried to find the housekeeper who. When the housekeeper who heard about this, he went to ask the doctor. When the doctor arrived, he said that she had eaten something she shouldn't have, and that she should take a few doses of medicine and wait for the swelling on her face to subside. Eating something she shouldn't have eaten was not a big deal. As long as she didn't eat it, she would be fine. The doctor first prescribed medicine for Shi Qiuxin to take, and then tried to find the source of the problem. But he had no clue. But within half a day, Shi Qiuxin didn't get better after taking the medicine, but vomited and had diarrhea and a high fever. She finally woke up in the evening, but her voice became hoarse and rough. In terms of appearance, Shi Qiuxin was not outstanding. In addition to her relationship with her cousin, the only thing she could rely on was her voice. Now her voice was ruined, and she had no hope. She was so angry that she fainted again. Chapter 26. Shi Qiuxin's throat is not good. Jin Yuan. Lu Qiqi finished reading a storybook, but did not see the result. She felt uncomfortable like a cat's claw scratching her heart. She was taking a pen to prepare to write a storybook herself. Just after writing a few words, Chunbai ran in from outside. Madam, I heard that Shi Qiuxin fainted. What happened? Chunbai said. She said she ate something she shouldn't have eaten. Lu Qiqi thought. Was it poisoning or allergy? Allergy is not a big deal. As long as you stay away from allergens, you will be fine. Poisoning is hard to say. After thinking about it, is it related to Sun Rumei? I also heard that Shi Qiuxin fainted because her throat was not good. Chunbai sighed. If Shi Qiuxin's throat is ruined, there will be no hope. Lu Qiqi understood that it must be Sun Rumei's doing. Not knowing what Sun Rumei's anxiety was like, Lu Qiqi was only curious and quickly took the pen to start writing again. Madam, aren't you curious? Lu Qiqi said as she wrote. There's no point in being curious. I'm not a doctor, and I can't cure Shi Qiuxin's throat. Chunbai was confused. Madam was not in a good mood. Seeing Madam writing, she asked, Madam, what are you doing? After reading so many storybooks, I want to write one myself. Chunbai looked at Madam with admiration. The madam she served was different. She could even write storybooks. Lu Qiqi felt that she had eaten so many melons and read so many storybooks. Her experience was also tortuous and bizarre. She couldn't tell anyone. It would be better to write a storybook. Maybe she had the talent in this aspect. Just as she wrote a few words. Butler who came in a hurry. Madam. The prince asked you to go to the study. Prince Jean is looking for her. Lu Qiqi was a little surprised. Chunbai was a little nervous. Madam. The prince will not believe Xiao Nianqing's nonsense. Right? Butler, who was standing next to her. He heard what Chunbai said. Yesterday. He found out that the matter was related to Jinyuan. He was about to come to Jinyuan, but was stopped by the guards around Prince Jean. Could it be that the prince knew about this matter and protected Lu Qiqi? Lu Qiqi was calm, stopped writing, stood up, and walked towards the study. Butler who followed behind, looking at Lu Qiqi from time to time. She really has means. How long has Prince Jean been back? This woman can make Prince Jean become like this. Thinking of Xiao Nianqing who lost something. And thinking of the news about the prefect of Jiangnan. This matter is destined to have no result. Lu Qiqi came to the study calmly all the way. And many people looked at her with strange eyes. Knowing it in her heart. She didn't care too much. All the way to the study. Butler who went to knock on the door. Your Highness. Madame Lu is here. Come in. Lu Qiqi walked into the study, and saw the king of Jin sitting at the table writing. Seeing this person, she thought of the watermark she saw when she opened her eyes. In the huge king of Jin's mansion. Only this person can appear in the women's bedroom. Thinking in her heart, she stepped forward and saluted as if nothing had happened. I pay my respects to the king. The king of Jin stopped writing and glanced at the bracelet next to him. Wear it. Lu Qiqi was stunned for a moment. What did the king of Jin mean by this? She didn't think much about it. Stepped forward, took the bracelet out of the box, and put it on her wrist. Sure enough, good things look good when worn. Turning her wrist, it was indeed very good. No wonder so many people are willing to be corrupt officials. They can't resist the temptation. The king of Jin took a look, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After Lu Qiqi finished appreciating it, she bowed and said, Thank you, Your Highness. I'll wear it every day from now on. Yes. If someone asks you to wear it, you have to wear it. Lu Qiqi never wastes words. Are you from Huangshan County? Lu Qiqi nodded. Yes. Is your father the county magistrate of Huangshan County? Yes. How long has he been in office? Lu Qiqi thought for a while. My father has been the county magistrate since I can remember. And he has not changed over the years. Poor old father. He has been honest all his life. He would not have been a scheming person. And he was suppressed by the county magistrate. If it weren't for the county magistrate's trick, she would not have entered the palace as a concubine. Let alone entered the Prince of Jin's mansion. Prince of Jin nodded. Do you need my help? Lu Qiqi looked at Prince of Jin. What does this mean? Planning to find a backdoor for his old father? After thinking about it, forget it. Thank you for your kindness. My father has been used to the position of county magistrate for these years. When the king of Jin heard this, he turned and said, There is no jade in Huangshan County. How did you know the origin of this bracelet? I have never raised pigs. And I have eaten pork. Lu Qiqi was unhappy. King of Jin. Very good. It is rare to hear someone speak to him so boldly. Lu Qiqi also found that her words were emotional, and hurried to save the situation. I don't know what the prince means. Are you used to living in the Prince of Jin's mansion during this time? Lu Qiqi didn't have much good feelings for someone's sudden kindness. Used. She enjoyed being served with delicious food and drinks. Butler who was standing at the door, came in. Your Highness. From today on, Madam will live in Qingyu Pavilion. Yes. Butler who responded and left. Lu Qiqi knew that Qingyu Pavilion was several times larger than the current courtyard. And more importantly, this courtyard was for the concubine. Is this considered a promotion for her? Lu Qiqi met the king of Jin's gaze and bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Go. See if there is anything you need to buy. And tell Butler who. Yes. Lu Qiqi bowed and left. He walked to the door and grabbed Chunbai, who was about to drift away, and left. Chunbai tried to control her happy cheers. The king of Jin gave the bracelet to his wife, and also gave his wife the courtyard of the side princess. So his wife was not far from the status of the princess of Jin. The king of Jin watched Lu Qiqi leave, and only reluctantly retracted his gaze until he could no longer see her. But his mind was still on her. A person who had never seen the world could see the difference of the jade bracelet at a glance. Knowing its value, he was only happy for a while when he gave it to her. Later, people came in and out to report things, and he gradually let it go. Unknowingly, he was busy until dark. After dealing with a few things, he didn't feel like having dinner, so he just skipped it. Later, after working until late at night, King Jin returned to Xiaoshui Pavilion and lay on the wide bed, not feeling sleepy at all. Picking up 2 amulets at random, he thought of Lu Qiqi again. After testing, it was confirmed that Lu Qiqi was herself, and there was nothing unusual in Lu County Magistrate's family. How could she have such a vision now? During this year, except for the beginning of her illness, Lu Qiqi had only the maids around her and those people in the market. Could it be Lu Qiqi has some secret? Thinking about it, I was not sleepy now, so I simply got up and left Xiaoshui Pavilion. Chapter 27. Someone is by the bed. Midnight. Lu Qiqi and Chunbai have been busy for nearly a day, and finally arranged Qingyu Pavilion as they are used to. Butler who led the people to work, and all they had to do was to put their things in order. Even this made the 2 of them exhausted. After dinner, they cleaned up until now, and they were tired and sat on the steps at the door, looking at everything in Qingyu Pavilion. The yard is indeed big enough, and everything inside is extremely luxurious. It is worthy of being the yard where the concubine lives. So many people want to come in, but it is a bargain for themselves. Xiao Nianqing set a trap, and Sun Rumei's secret attack did not go as expected. Thinking about it, the few people who heard the news and came to congratulate are now stabbing people behind their backs? Chunbai was busy for a long time, and her legs were so tired that she couldn't walk, but her face was still full of smiles. Madam, the yard is so big. Lu Qiqi looked at her. Is it just the yard that is big? Chunbai smiled and leaned on Lu Qiqi's shoulder. Madam, you are so bad. You? Lu Qiqi scratched her nose. Okay, I'm tired after a day. I want to take a bath. Yes. Chunbai left with a smile. Lu Qiqi went back to the room and leaned on the couch to read the storybook and waited. The waiting time was not too long. When Chunbai brought hot water, there was a piece of melon and fruit peel on the ground. Chunbai had long been accustomed to it. Without saying anything, she took the wooden barrel to the bedroom. Lu Qiqi quickly packed up and came to the wooden barrel. Chunbai waited by the side. At this time, Prince Jin came to Qingyu Pavilion and saw the dim candlelight. He thought the woman had fallen asleep while reading a storybook again. He was about to go in to check when he heard some noise inside. He turned over and went to the roof. He gently lifted a piece of glazed tile and looked down. He saw Lu Qiqi sitting in a wooden barrel and talking to a maid. He only took a glance and turned to look to the side. Chunbai was excited. Madam, the prince is so good to you. Is he interested in you? King Jin has seen many women who are self-indulgent, so he doesn't find it strange. Lu Qiqi sighed. Your prince doesn't like me? How is it possible? The prince is so good to you. First he raised your status, and then let you live in Qingyu Pavilion. Madam, do you know that Qingyu Pavilion should be the courtyard of the concubine? Lu Qiqi sighed. Have you forgotten what Butler Hu said? Which sentence did Butler Hu say? Butler Hu said a lot, and today he said more. Chunbai couldn't remember it for a while. Do you still remember when King Jin just came back? Butler Hu said. There are suddenly many young ladies in the mansion, and no one to restrain them, which will make outsiders laugh. The prince thinks that the young lady is the most suitable, and he promoted the young lady to be his wife. In the future, it is also legitimate for the wife to manage the backyard. Madam, how long has this happened? Chunbai didn't think. When the king of Jin on the roof heard this, he didn't feel embarrassed anymore. He looked down directly, wondering what the woman's face looked like when she said this. Inside the house, Lu Qiqi sighed. This time moving to a larger courtyard seems to be a good thing, but I'm afraid it will also bring trouble. How could it be? Madam's status is too high. Those women would not dare to move. Those young ladies are staring at the king of Jin one by one. The king of Jin is only good to me, and they will turn into wolves and eat me without leaving even a bone. Chunbai was not convinced. Tomorrow, I will go to housekeeper Hu and tell him that I can't serve alone, and ask housekeeper Hu to send a few more people to protect the lady. You are very brave. daring to order housekeeper who to do things. Chunbai laughed for a while. I rely on the lady. Lu Qiqi frowned. You think too much. The king of Jin just wanted a shield. But the maid in front of him didn't see it. The king of Jin on the roof raised his eyebrows. This woman is quite sensible. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. And suddenly felt the chill in the room. Chunbai, check if the doors and windows are not closed properly. When Chunbai heard this, she hurriedly looked at the doors and windows to make sure they were all closed. Lu Qiqi hid in the water and saw Chunbai walking back and forth without finding anything. Suddenly, she blew out the light next to her. It seemed that in an instant, the king of Jin on the roof knew what was going on. He didn't have time to cover the open glazed tiles, and hurriedly covered the hem of his clothes. Lu Qiqi in the room didn't notice that she couldn't stay in the water anymore. So she quickly grabbed the clothes next to her and covered herself with them and came out of the wooden barrel. Seeing that the lady was so cautious, and because of what she had just said, Chunbai took care of the lady to the bed first and began to pack up. After going in and out several times, no suspicious person was seen. Madam, no one. It's better that I'm overthinking. Lu Qiqi said this and lay on the bed. Because of her intuition just now, she couldn't sleep well. Suddenly, she thought of what the system said. That someone was watching her around her. Could it be that person? She also thought of the footprints she saw on a rainy night. Could it be the king of Jin? Lu Qiqi couldn't sleep, so she simply called the system. After calling for a while, the system didn't respond. She held on for a while, but she couldn't hold on any longer, so she leaned against the head of the bed and fell asleep. Chunbai stayed beside the lady. At first, she had her eyes wide open. Because she was too tired from moving today, she leaned against the side and fell asleep. Lu Qiqi didn't know how long she had slept. When she opened her eyes, she saw a figure in front of her. She was startled. And the moment she opened her eyes, she showed her calmness. She saw the king of Jin in front of her, blinked, and looked over again. It was still the king of Jin. After confirming what she saw, she smiled. What kind of shit luck do I have? I can see the prince everywhere. After saying this, she closed her eyes and turned around. She could clearly feel the sight behind her. But Lu Qiqi still felt that she should pretend to be sleepy. The king of Jin stood by the bed and looked at the cautious woman to see how long she could pretend. But she really fell asleep. He had always deliberately rejected women, and this was the first time he saw such a scene. He had to admit that this woman made him unable to take his eyes off. He didn't look at her for long and left quickly. When he returned to Xiushui Pavilion again and lay on the bed, it was obviously very late, and he would not be able to sleep if he didn't sleep. But when he closed his eyes, his mind was full of the scene he saw tonight, tossing and turning. It was even more difficult to fall asleep. Lu Qiqi slept beautifully until noon. If Chunbai hadn't called her, she could have eaten lunch and breakfast together. After washing up and having breakfast, Lu Qiqi took Chunbai for a stroll in Qingyu Pavilion and took a closer look at the house. She made sure there was no air leakage. At this time, a bird flew by, and Lu Qiqi suddenly thought of a possibility. The roof is also a dangerous place. There is no ceiling in the house, and there is a possibility of exposure. She thought of the king of Jin standing by the bed when she woke up. What is he going to do? Because he suspected that he had taken her to the study several times and came to her bed twice in the middle of the night. Those who didn't know would think that he had improper thoughts about her. As a person who had experienced it, Lu Qiqi knew that people were just suspicious. She had the urge to put aside everything and be honest with each other. But after thinking about it, she decided to forget it. Chunbai, go to Butler Hu and tell him that I want 2 bundles of white coarse cloth. 2 bundles? Chunbai was shocked. Or white coarse cloth. What is the lady going to do? Chapter 28. Throw out of the carriage. Just go when I tell you to. Why are you so busy? Lu Qiqi pushed Chunbai out of the door. Seeing that everyone had left, she moved a chair to the yard and laid out the fruits. Seeing that there were still a few oranges set by concubine Qing, she took them out. After finishing everything, she took out a blanket and spread it on the ground, enjoying it beautifully. The system ding. Someone peeped at you taking a bath last night. Lu Qiqi was stunned. Who? Is it really the king of Jin? She was seen naked while taking a bath. How could that person not react? At this moment, Lu Qiqi did not feel shy, but felt that the king of Jin might really be impotent. System. King of Jin. Lu Chichi snorted. It was really him. The system could not remain calm. You know? Lu Chichi guessed. They are all considered the women of the King of Jin, a general who has been leading troops in battles for many years. And a prince can still let others take advantage of the loopholes. The King of Jin has won so many battles. System. You are not angry. Lu Chichi. What is there to be angry about? She threw her clothes out when she went into the water. There were petals after she went into the water. When she came out, she was already alert and would not show her body. The system was speechless about Lu Chichi's generosity. Are you still a woman? Lu Chichi. What do you want me to do? I want to die or live. Let King Jin be responsible. Are you sure I won't die faster this way? The system was silent. Lu Chichi said it easily, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. Otherwise she would not have asked Chunbai to make a trip. She is open-minded about many things. What has happened cannot be erased. She will try her best to protect herself in the future and never suffer such a loss again. Chunbai moved quickly. She came back with 2 large rolls of coarse cloth, followed by 2 maids, who also held cloth in their arms. Madam, I'm back. Chunbai saw Madam when she entered the room and shouted loudly. Lu Chichi was in a bad mood. When she heard the noise and saw the 2 people behind Chunbai, she asked, So many? Butler who said that coarse cloth is not suitable for Madam. If Madam likes it, she can use these. After Chunbai finished speaking, she let Madam take a look and then took the maid to send the cloth to the room. Lu Chichi knew that someone had misunderstood her, so she didn't explain. When Chunbai came out of the room and saw that she was sweating profusely, the girl became anxious again. Okay. You are tired too. Come and rest. Chunbai went to Madam's side, sat on the blanket, and said to the 2 maids, The things have been delivered. You can go. Madam, I am Qingdai. And I am Yudai. And I am here to serve Madam. The 2 maids saluted. Chunbai's face changed when she heard this. No. I can serve Madam well. You 2 are not needed. She stood up and tried to push the 2 people out. How could Qingdai and Yudai be driven away so easily? They saw that Madam didn't say anything, and they both knelt on the ground. Madam, I am here to serve Madam. If I don't serve you well, it's not too late for you to drive me away. Lu Chichi looked at her for a while, and finally looked at Chunbai and nodded. Chunbai reluctantly agreed and directed the 2 to work. Okay. You 2 go clean the yard. Qingdai and Yudai heard this, and quickly stood up and started to clean with a broom. It was inconvenient for Lu Chichi to have 2 more people around her. She thought that if she didn't do anything bad, she wouldn't have to worry about more people. Chunbai was unhappy. Madam, what does housekeeper who mean by sending these 2 people here? Chunbai squinted at the 2 maids, and she didn't like them no matter how she looked at them. Lu Chichi leaned against the tree, eating fruits and looking at the busy 2 people. Qingdai and Yudai are both pretty. Madam. Chunbai was unhappy. Lu Chichi glanced at her. Such a big yard. I will feel bad if you work alone. Chunbai's face finally looked better. Housekeeper who is an old man in the Jinwang mansion. There must be a reason for his arrangement. The status was improved and the yard was changed to a bigger one. These things were not decided by housekeeper who. It should be the intention of the Jinwang. What is he going to do? Is it to better monitor himself? Lu Chichi was broad-minded and didn't care much about these. After Qingdai and Yudai finished cleaning, she took the 3 of them to the market. Lu Chichi went to the market to buy all kinds of things as usual. On the way back, she passed by EP1 tea house. When they came to the 2nd floor, they saw some familiar people. Sister Lu, Guasilan said. Sister Lu, Yenlinger said. Lu Chichi smiled at them and sat down at their table. Chung Ro poured a cup of tea and sent it to Lu Chichi. Sister Lu, long time no see. Lu Chichi took a sip to moisten her throat and smiled at the 3 of them. Are you waiting for me? I haven't seen Sister Lu for a few times. Sister Lu is very busy recently, Chung Ro explained. Lu Chichi grabbed a handful of melon seeds and said while eating. Too busy. I haven't come out for tea for a long time. Are you done now? Yenlinger asked. Lu Chichi thought for a moment. I guess so. Guasilan. Yenlinger. Chung Ro exchanged glances. And soon Yenlinger, as a representative, approached and asked in a low voice. Do you have any latest news recently? Lu Chichi knew they were talking about the King of Jin. And seeing their amorous feelings, she approached and asked in a low voice. Do you like the king of Jin? The three girls blushed immediately and drank tea together to cover up the embarrassment in their hearts. Lu Qiqi was amused by their expressions. Look, this is the difference between a lady and a concubine. She is so direct even when she is shy. Sister Lu, tell me, how is the lady of the king of Jin's mansion now? Yenlinger asked while holding Lu Qiqi's hand. Lu Qiqi pretended to be entangled and soon sighed. Mrs. Lu moved into the courtyard of the side princess. I wonder if it is a big deal. The faces of the three ladies turned a little pale when they heard this. Chung Ro asked, Sister Lu, do you mean that the king of Jin likes Madame Lu? Lu Qiqi said, if you say you like her, it doesn't seem to be the case. If you say you don't like her, why did Madame Lu get promoted among so many concubines? Chung Ro cursed. It's because Lu Qiqi is shameless. Lu Qiqi paused and explained herself. It takes two hands to clap. Chun Bai was secretly happy. Madam, do you regret it this time? The three young ladies in front of you look decent and call each other Sister Lu. Have you ever thought that the one in front of you is the Madame Lu that the king of Jin likes? Why Lu Qiqi? Yenlinger said. Lu Qiqi said, it seems that from what Butler who said, there are suddenly many young ladies in the mansion. No one will restrain them, which will make outsiders laugh. If he said that, he should just want to find someone to manage them. Chung Ro was relieved when she heard this. Prince Jin is so high up. How could he be interested in people from small places? Yeah, Guisilon agreed. Lu Qiqi didn't want the topic to revolve around herself. So she changed the topic. What did you talk about just now? Sister Lu hasn't come out for a few days. Right? Yenlinger asked. Lu Qiqi nodded. Yenlinger said, the little girl in Tangxianla said not long ago that the child in her belly was from Captain Ma. And yesterday someone said that the child was from Mr. Li. What is Tangxianlu? I'm afraid she doesn't even know whose child she is in her belly is. Chung Ro said. Lu Qiqi ate fruits, drank tea, listened, and didn't speak. When there was food, her mouth couldn't be empty. Guisilon asked, Sister Lu, what do you think? Lu Qiqi didn't care. The child is not mine. Why should I bother about it? This made the three people laugh. Led by Lu Qiqi, they soon talked about rouge and powder. As they were talking excitedly, there was a commotion outside the window. Several people looked out the window and saw a little girl sitting in a carriage. For some reason, the horse went crazy and threw the little girl out of the carriage. Soon there was a pool of blood under the little girl's body. Chapter 29 Head explodes. The little girl died. She died with the baby in her belly. After the incident, it was Captain Ma who reported the case and led people to the scene. Lu Qiqi stood on the second floor and saw the scene downstairs clearly. Captain Ma saw every expression. Captain Ma had feelings for the little girl, and this feeling was mixed with too many factors. When the little girl was taken away, Captain Ma treated it as an ordinary case. Back to Qingyu Pavilion. Lu Qiqi was quiet for a long time. Chun Bai brought two maids to deliver exquisite food, but it did not arouse Lu Qiqi's appetite. Chun Bai was very worried. Madam, the little girl will have this day sooner or later. Why are you sad for her? The little girl pushed the baby in her belly onto Captain Ma, and later wanted to find Li Junxian, wavering, and the little girl's background, destined not to have a good ending. A background determines a lot. If the little girl's identity changes, there may not be today's ending. Madam, this is the old hen soup that Aunt Chen prepared for you. Please try it. Old hen? Lu Qiqi's mind was quickly distracted by a chicken. Chun Bai was speechless. Smiling, I heard Aunt Chen say that the old hen was cooked for an hour. Lu Qiqi took a bite and felt better immediately. She took another bite and felt that she was finally alive. Good. Delicious. Madam, if it tastes good, please eat more. Chun Bai said as she served another bowl of chicken soup for Madam. Lu Qiqi saw Chun Bai standing there. What about you? I will serve you dinner. Lu Qiqi knew that now was different from the past. If she let Chun Bai eat with her again, she would be harming her. She didn't say anything else and ate the chicken in peace. She ate half of it and stopped, preparing to leave the other half for Chun Bai. Chun Bai knew what the lady was thinking and was moved. The days of being served by three people were very comfortable, and time passed quickly until the evening. After Lu Qiqi finished her meal, Chun Bai brought fruits and vegetables. Lu Qiqi moved to another place and leaned on the soft couch to read the storybook and eat fruits and vegetables. After eating for a while, she saw the snacks that were sent at some point. The color was slightly different. What is this? Green snacks are rare here. Miss, this is a snack that Anshin made for you. Anshin is thoughtful. Luchichi picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. She tasted the taste of spinach in one bite. She deliberately ate a piece and stopped moving. Chunbai saw something strange. Madam, don't you like it? It tastes great. I just had dinner and can't eat too much. Chunbai glanced at the fruit peels on the ground. She lied to someone seriously. And she didn't say anything. Luchichi ate all the fruits and vegetables, then got up and prepared to rest. After lying on the bed, Luchichi asked the three maids to go down, and she leaned against the head of the bed to continue reading the storybook. I went out today and just bought a few storybooks. She couldn't sleep until she finished reading them. She read and read until late at night. Luchichi was a little sleepy, but couldn't sleep, so she simply got up and moved around a little to let her eyes rest for a while before reading again. The king of Jin came back from outside with his men. Go to the study first and explain the matter. The king of Jin was alone in the study. The king of Chu took action, and the king of Qing was in trouble. In order to prevent the matter from ending so quickly, he sent someone to kindly remind the king of Qing. If the king of Qing still had a heart, he would have taken precautions. After finishing all this, the king of Jin saw that it was already late at night, and he had to attend the court early tomorrow. So he went back to Xiaoshui Pavilion to rest. After turning the corner, he stopped and said to Zhao Kai, "Go down." Yes. Zhao Kai stood where he was, and saw the king of Jin walking away. He saw the king of Jin go to Qingyu Pavilion with his own eyes. Luchichi was quite capable. So many women had no chance to get close to the king of Jin. But Luchichi took a risk to get the king of Jin's attention. The king of Jin came to Qingyu Pavilion, and thought that he was discovered yesterday. So he couldn't go up to the roof again. So he simply pushed the door open and walked in. Luchichi had just finished her activities, and was in high spirits. She was ready to continue reading the storybook. She heard the movement in the yard, followed by the sound of the door opening. And she immediately grabbed the vase. No matter who came, she would definitely hit the other person on the head. Hearing the footsteps approaching step by step, she hid in the dark. And when the footsteps approached, she raised the vase in her hand and prepared to smash it down. Before she saw the other person's forehead bloom, her wrist that was about to hit her was held by someone. Luchichi was stunned for a moment, opened her mouth to shout, but was covered by someone again. She looked at the culprit, King Jin, and twisted her body hard, trying to break free. Luchichi was about to sleep, wearing only a white inner garment, and tossed around in front of King Jin like a fish. King Jin instinctively increased his strength, lowered his head to ask the woman to be honest, and saw the red belly band inside the clothes from the open collar. When he was distracted, he felt a pain in his palm. King Jin hurriedly came back to his senses, and found that it was the woman who bit him. At this time, Luchichi had only one idea in her mind: to bite this old pervert to death. She had guessed that the person who came was King Jin. It was her fault that she still took action even though she knew it was King Jin. If she didn't know, the action she took in a hurry would be self-rescue. Taking a step back, she was surprised when she saw the king of Jin. Prince? Prince? At this time, Chunbai's voice came from outside. Madam, are you okay? As she said that, Chunbai rushed in from outside with her clothes on. And when she saw that it was the king of Jin, she knelt on the ground. Luchichi laughed in her heart. I didn't expect the prince to come suddenly, and I was scared. I thought it was a thief, and prepared to protect myself. Fortunately, the prince acted in time. Otherwise I would have fallen. Chunbai didn't dare to look up when she heard this. Luchichi knew that Chunbai was afraid of the king of Jin, and kindly reminded her, go and prepare some fruits. Yes. Seeing that the prince didn't say anything, Chunbai got up and left. When she came to the door, Chunbai smiled after being nervous. The prince came to see the lady at this time, and he must be doing good things. As the most intimate maid of the lady, she couldn't do bad things. Not only that, but also prevented others from getting close. Luchichi looked annoyed. Prince? Prince? Why are you here? Prince Jin looked at her and sat down next to her. I came to see you. Why? Why did you come to see me? Prince Jin deliberately tried. Why did I come? Don't you know? Luchichi shook her head. Your Highness, I didn't know you were here. I'm not safe around me recently. It seems that there are thieves coming in and out. I don't know what this person wants to do, but this can shut someone up. Sure enough, Prince Jean didn't mention it again. You don't welcome my arrival? No. Lu Qiqi answered too straightforwardly. Prince Jin's eyebrows jumped, and he was about to get angry. Lu Qiqi hurriedly explained. Is there anything wrong with you, Prince? The time you said is almost up. Lu Qiqi looked over, but she had no impression of the time. Can you remind me? Ding dong. The system sounded, talking about the bad luck of Prince Qing. Chapter 30 Sharing a Bed. Lu Qiqi came to her senses and said, Please let me know. Your Majesty. Prince Qing. Lu Qiqi calculated the days carefully. There should be 3 days left. Right? System. Lu Qiqi. You are brave enough. Lu Qiqi. Hee hee. If you are not brave enough, how can you still live until now? The King of Jin stared at the distracted woman. I will wait and see. Lu Qiqi saw that the words were finished and someone should leave. But unexpectedly, the King of Jin shouted and interrupted all fantasies. Someone come! As soon as the words fell, a person suddenly appeared outside. Your Majesty, take a bath. Yes. Lu Qiqi saw someone coming and leaving. She wondered what it meant for someone to take a bath here. After a few minutes, she was dumbfounded by the things that were delivered one after another. What does the King of Jin mean? He is taking a bath in his own room? Seeing buckets of hot water being brought in, and seeing the King of Jin getting up. There was no need to say anything. Someone had already started to undress the King of Jin, so she simply bent over and left. When she came to the yard and saw Chunbai with a smirk on her face, she didn't want to talk anymore. She strode towards Chunbai's room. Ignoring Chunbai's look of being struck by lightning, she rolled onto Chunbai's bed, pulled over a thin blanket, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. After all this tossing and turning, Lu Qiqi was really sleepy. Not long after lying on the bed, she fell asleep quickly. Chunbai saw such a lady, and if she didn't understand what the lady meant, she would have served her for so many years in vain. What surprised Chunbai was that not long after, the prince came and picked up the lady and left. Seeing the prince carrying the lady back to the room and seeing the lights go out, Chunbai went to sleep happily. That night, she had many dreams. She dreamed that the lady was favored by the King of Jin, and soon a little prince was born, and the lady sat in the position of the princess as she wished. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up and heard the system say that she slept with the King of Jin yesterday. Lu Qiqi didn't believe it, and the system popped up 2 screens. The first one was the scene of the King of Jin holding her away from Chunbai's bed. The second one was the 2 of them lying on the bed, and she took the initiative to arch into the King of Jin's arms. Lu Qiqi couldn't accept it. No, this is not true. System. Okay. Sleep. You won't suffer any loss. Lu Qiqi. You said he was impotent. System. I said it was wrong. Besides, I didn't touch you. Lu Qiqi's nose was crooked with anger. Do you think the King of Jin suffered a loss? System. Isn't it? Lu Qiqi. Get lost. Chunbai saw that it was so late, and the lady hadn't gotten up yet. She thought that the battle was fierce last night. So Chunbai had been sitting at the door, waiting quietly. Qingdai and Yudai were cleaning in the yard, and from time to time, they looked at Chunbai, who was like a cat stealing fish. I always felt that she was a little strange today. Lu Qiqi was almost angry to death by the system in the house. When she came to the yard and saw Chunbai with a smirk on her face, Lu Qiqi was speechless. Chunbai hurried over. Madam, are you okay? Lu Qiqi tried to take a deep breath. It's not what you think. What did the servant think? Chunbai asked with a smile. Lu Qiqi saw that she couldn't explain the matter clearly, so she simply pulled Chunbai to the bedroom and lifted the quilt. Chunbai thought she would see a hint of red, but there was nothing there. She turned to look at the lady. Madam, what is this? Nothing happened. Chunbai's face cracked on the spot. Seeing that the lady was about to go out, she hurriedly chased after her and stopped her when she was about to go out. Madam, this matter cannot be known by others. Lu Qiqi. Who would want to know? Chunbai was embarrassed. Too many people know. Lu Qiqi really couldn't laugh this time. She looked at Chunbai. Chunbai knew that something bad had happened and ran away. During breakfast, Lu Qiqi ignored Chunbai, and Qingdai and Yudai took out the canvas brought yesterday. There were too many canvases, and she couldn't use them. The things had been delivered. and it would be a waste to leave them there. Seeing that there were 2 trees in the yard, not far away, it was just right to make a hammock with canvas. Under the command of Luchichi, Chidai and Udai made the cloth into strips according to the lady's request, and then sewed them up with needle and thread according to the lady's request. Chunbai knew that she was in the wrong, and after several attempts to please her, she had no choice but to follow the 2 maids to work. The 3 of them were busy for half a day, and Luchichi was eating a bunch of melon seeds beside them. After the last melon seed was eaten, they were not done yet, so they got up and prepared to go to the kitchen to get fruits and vegetables. Chunbai saw it and hurriedly followed behind, whispering to Flatter, "I heard that some dried fruits came into the warehouse yesterday, saying that they were pine nuts, hazelnuts, and..." Luchichi was angry that someone took the initiative, but it was also for her own sake, so she didn't get angry for too long. You have to control your mouth in the future. Otherwise it will bring disaster sooner or later. Yes, I know. If what she said was known by King Jean, it would be gossip, and she trembled when she thought of the consequences. King Jean favored Luchichi. This is not a trivial matter. Chunbai deliberately spread the news, and everyone who heard the news couldn't sit still. If the promotion of status doesn't mean anything, it means favor. If I don't take action, there will be no more opportunities for me. Study. The King of Jean also got the news. He favored Luchichi? How could he not know about this? Thinking about it, he looked at the injured palm. His hand was swollen, and there was a tooth mark on it. That woman was really cruel. Others couldn't do this. She really wanted to kill. What do you mean by unknown? What thief? That woman should know that I have been there. Cunning woman! Favor? The King of Jean said. Zhao Kai. I'm here. Send the set of jewelry that has just been sent from the palace to Luchichi. Zhao Kai glanced at the King of Jean, found that he was serious, and left quickly. Luchichi took Chunbai out of the kitchen. The moment Chinma saw Luchichi, her face was full of wrinkles. The attitude of speaking was completely different from before. Madam Lu, why are you here? Come and take a look. Mrs. Chen knew Luchichi's preferences, so she quickly brought the dried fruits that had just arrived and asked Madam to try them. Luchichi saw that there were indeed many more varieties of fruits and vegetables now than before. There used to be only melon seeds, but later there were more watermelon seeds. Now there are not only pine nuts and hazelnuts, but also pistachios and papershell walnuts. These things have not been eaten for a long time. Suddenly seeing them, Luchichi couldn't help but grabbed a few and ate them. Mrs. Chen thought that Luchichi was from a small place and didn't know how to eat these things. Seeing that Luchichi was so skilled, she changed her words. Madam likes them. I will send them all to Madam. Okay. Luchichi is very picky about food. These dried fruits are big and taste great when fried. They are fragrant in the mouth. Mrs. Chen was busy directing everyone, and Luchichi stood by and ate. Luchichi admired Mrs. Chen's ability to do things. After Chinma finished giving instructions, she came over and asked, Madam, how do you think the snacks we made yesterday taste? Excellent. Chunbai. Madam only ate 1 piece and then stopped eating, so it must taste terrible. Chinma was excited when she saw it. That's my new way of making it. I squeezed the spinach to make juice and then mixed it with the dough. Chapter 31 Slapped. Great idea, Luchichi said. Mrs. Chen was very happy to be praised. In the past year, she had been a little neglectful to this insignificant young lady. Now that she is favored, she is busy making up for it, hoping that it is not too late. Mrs. Chen, did you come up with this idea yourself? Luchichi finally told the purpose of her visit. Some people know that she is allergic to spinach pollen, but they don't know that she is not allergic to spinach. Chinma hesitated for a while, and finally told the truth. Madam, it's not what I thought. I accidentally heard Miss Chunlu say that snacks have always been white and a bit boring. If they are made with spinach juice, the emerald green color will be more appetizing. Is spinach a bit hard to buy now? It's okay. I mentioned it the day before yesterday, and Lao Zhang sent spinach yesterday. Luchichi heard it and said, Make some more today? Yes. Luchichi took Chunbai away, eating all the way. This time, she didn't throw the dried fruit peels everywhere, and used the empty sachet to fill the peels. Chunbai was speechless when she saw the use of the sachet. It's so unfair that the good sachet was filled with these. Madam. Luchichi cracked the paper-shelled walnut with a click. It's just a little bit of pretense, You can't expose it. Yes. After walking away, Chunbai asked again. Madam, you don't like eating the green snack. Why do you still make it? I only ate one piece yesterday. It tasted pretty good. I'll eat more today. Chunbai felt that what Madam said made sense, and she shouldn't say too much. On the way back to Qingyu Pavilion, she happened to meet Sun Rume, who was out. Lu Qiqi saw her and stood there, waiting for someone to come. Sun Rume was slightly stunned when she saw that moment, and quickly walked over here. Sister. Sun Rume bowed and saluted. I greet Madam. Chun Lu saluted. Chunbai saluted to Sun Rume. I greet Miss Sunday. Sister Sunday. Lu Qiqi reached out to help Sun Rume up, and deliberately showed the ice-type imperial green bracelet. Seeing Sun Rume's eyes lingering on the bracelet for a few times, and seeing her almost unable to hold back her face, she must be angry. Sun Rume coughed twice, and Chun Lu asked, Miss, are you okay? It's okay. I caught a cold, and I'll be fine after taking a few doses of medicine. Miss, you can let me go. Why bother to go there in person? I cough. Sun Rume said, and coughed violently. Lu Qiqi didn't react, waiting for someone to act. She was promoted to Madam. Logically, if a concubine needs something, the Madam should come forward. Lu Qiqi would not meddle in other people's business, nor would she take the initiative to prevent trouble. Let's see how someone finishes the show. When Sun Rume recovered, she wiped away the tears from her eyes. It's not a big deal. I still have the strength to go there. Chun Lu. My lady. I'll ask the housekeeper for a carriage, so you won't be too tired. Isn't this not good? Seeing that Lu Qiqi didn't respond, he asked, Sister, is this okay? I don't know. Lu Qiqi shook her head sincerely. Chun Lu was angry by this and asked, Madam, the prince promoted the madam to a position in order to take better care of the ladies. Now that my lady is so uncomfortable, why is madam so ruthless? Chunbai listened and stepped forward to slap Chun Lu. A crisp slap woke Chun Lu up, and Chun Lu knelt on the ground in fear. Sun Rume looked at Lu Qiqi in disbelief. Is this what she meant? Just because she was sleeping with the emperor, she didn't even have to do the superficial work? Lu Qiqi glared at Chunbai. She deserves to be punished. Chunbai knelt on the ground. I can't stand it. A maid dared to teach madam how to do things. If this gets to other people's ears, they will think that it was all directed by Little Master Sunday. If some people instigate, people will think that Little Master Sun was dissatisfied with madam and deliberately let her maid contradict madam. If this gets out, according to the rules of the palace, Chulio's tongue will be lost at best, and Little Master Sun will also be implicated at worst. Lu Qiqi thought Chunbai was well prepared, and smiled secretly in her heart, looking at Sun Xiaozu. Sister Sun, are you dissatisfied with the prince? Sun Rume didn't dare to pretend to be sick when she heard this, and knelt on the ground directly. I dare not. Lu Qiqi took a look. 3 times is the limit. Sun Xiaoyu better remember it. Having said this, she pulled Chunbai up from the kneeling ground. Is your hand okay? Chunbai smiled secretly. I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. Thank you, madam, for your concern. You know how to care. But don't be so reckless next time. Do you know? While Lu Qiqi was teaching the maid, she slapped Sun Rume's face hard, and the sound of crackling was even more creepy. Lu Qiqi ate walnuts all the way back to Qingyu Pavilion. Chunbai thought that madam was easy to talk to, and was bullied by the cunning Sun Rume. Now it seems that she doesn't need to worry at all. The two returned to Qingyu Pavilion and saw Zhao Kai standing in the yard. Lu Qiqi subconsciously glanced into the room, and after making sure that no one was there, she walked towards Zhao Kai. Guard Zhao. Zhao Kai presented the jewelry to Lu Qiqi. Madam, this is what the prince asked his subordinates to deliver. Lu Qiqi saw that the box was similar to the one she had seen not long ago. She opened it and saw that it was another set of jewelry. Thank you, Prince. Zhao Kai saw that the things had been delivered and turned to leave. Lu Qiqi looked at Zhao Kai's back and felt that he was the same as the king of Jin, and was not very likable. Madam, is it from the prince? Chunbai said and winked at the lady. Lu Qiqi took a look. If you like it, I can give it to you. Chunbai waved her hands repeatedly. I am a humble servant, and I am not worthy of these. Lu Qiqi put the box in Chunbai's hand. Since you are not worthy of them, then feel them more. After speaking, She walked into the house and saw so many dried fruits when she entered the door. And she excitedly cried like a goose. Some people thought that the king of Jin was excited about the jewelry. But only Chunbai knew that there were food. And the lady would never see these things. Finally, I understood that these things are good-looking but not edible. As Madam said, they are good-looking but not edible. So what's the use? I carried the jewelry into the house, carefully placed it on the table, and walked to Madam. Madam, Chidayudai is here too. You should at least restrain yourself. When Luchichi heard this, she sat on the ground in frustration and blinked at Chunbai. Can you retreat? Chunbai shook her head, looking for the prince. It might work. Luchichi was frustrated. She didn't forget that Prince Jin was not a good person to talk to. And she didn't forget that Prince Jin had tested her many times. She simply sat on the ground and ate the dried fruit basket in front of her. I ate a lot of paper shell walnuts on the way back. And now I want to change my taste and start with pine nuts. The pine nuts were big and round, with full flesh inside. And the roasted nuts tasted great. She took out the hazelnuts and started eating them. The opening of ordinary hazelnuts was very small, and it was a bit laborious to peel them open. This one was different, with a large opening, and it opened with a little effort. After eating one, it tasted just as good. As for pistachios, there was no need to say anything. They were big and thin-skinned, and the nuts inside were even more delicious. Pistachios were much easier to fry, and no seasoning was needed. The original flavor was delicious. Soon, after eating a whole sweet potato peel, Chunbai saw that it was getting late, and reminded the lady, Madam, the ground is cold. Luchichi thought about it, and got up to prepare to move the dried fruits with Chunbai. At this time, Chidai and Yudai came to help at the same time. Luchichi simply asked them to put them next to the soft couch, which was also convenient for her to eat. Chapter 32. Prince, who hurt you? Zhao Kai returned to the study to report to King Jin. Zhao Kai came to King Jin and was about to speak when he first saw the wound on his hand. His eyes widened, and he was immediately shocked. Prince, who hurt you? King Jin raised his hand to stop and said, Bring the medicine. Zhao Kai moved quickly, and quickly brought the medicine to King Jin. King Jin felt that his hand was no longer burning, and frowned thinking about what happened just now. He always felt that the woman was a little inexplicable. He went to Qingyu Pavilion openly. How could he be regarded as a thief? The woman said nice things, and she wanted to bite off a piece of his flesh. He also said jewelry, and suddenly felt that he was too idle, while Zhao Kai was bandaging the wound. He thought that the tooth mark was not big, so it should be a woman's. There were not many women around the king of Jin. So who could it be? Could it be Luchichi? Thinking in his heart, he deliberately tried. Your Majesty, when I sent it to Madame Lu, Enchen sent a few baskets of dried fruits. The king of Jin snorted coldly. You have a good appetite. Zhao Kai knew who had taken the bite. Keep your mouth shut, the king of Jin said in a deep voice. Zhao Kai was stunned and quickly said yes. The next day, Luchichi woke up, washed up, and had not eaten breakfast yet. She came to the soft couch, leaned on it casually, reached out and grabbed a handful of pistachios and ate them. Chunbai came in from outside, and there was already a pile of fruit peels on the ground. Madam, are you awake? Yes. Luchichi called Chunbai. Take these fruits away. Madam? No matter how much you like something, you can't eat too much. Luchichi knew that the food tasted good but was difficult to digest. She couldn't control herself, so she had to ask Chunbai for help. Chunbai understood and started to clean up. Only a little of each was left. Not long after, Chidai and Yudai came with breakfast. Madam, you are awake. Luchichi glanced at them and smiled at Chunbai again. Chunbai lowered her head in embarrassment. Luchichi did not make it difficult. She got up and went to the table and started eating. After the meal, Chinma asked someone to bring snacks. Seeing a piece of green, knowing that it was spinach, Luchichi picked it up and ate a few pieces. Chunbai said, Madam, don't eat it if you don't like it. Eat some occasionally to change your taste. Chunbai saw that she couldn't persuade him. So she said, It's so strange. I just went out for a while and heard that the prince was injured. Injured? Is it another self-directed and self-acted? Just when she thought of this, a scene suddenly appeared in her mind. The system voice sounded, Madam, you finally remembered? Luchichi's heart skipped a beat. System. Prince Jean is a royal family member. There are teeth marks on his hand. And a palace banquet will be held in a few days. This is not easy to deal with. Lu Qiqi knew that something bad had happened. And she was upset. What should I do now? System. It's not easy to say. If the emperor and the queen know, they will definitely investigate. It's only a matter of time before they find out about you. Because of this, Lu Qiqi lost her appetite for anything she ate. And she had no appetite for the dried fruits that were sent to her. After the system said this, it didn't respond again. And she suddenly felt that it was better to rely on herself than on the system. In the evening, Lu Qiqi cooked a table of delicious food herself. When she met Butler Hu delivering food to Prince Jean, she kindly asked Butler Hu to bring over a few dishes she made. Butler Hu was an old man, and he knew what Lu Qiqi meant. So he sent them over. Lu Qiqi saw that Butler Hu had left, and took 3 maids back to Qingyu Pavilion. That night, she had a poor appetite and didn't eat much. Chunbai saw that the lady was worried, but she didn't know why. Thinking of what she had said, was she worried about the king of Jean? Thinking of this, Chunbai smiled secretly beside her. Now that she knows how to please, she has begun to worry about gains and losses. Living in the courtyard of the side princess, good things are not far away. Lu Qiqi couldn't sleep at night because of this, and woke up a little late the next day. She had 2 dark circles under her eyes, and her mind was full of the king of Jin's injured hand. If others found out, what should she do? Chunbai served Lu Qiqi to comb her hair, and Qinai ran in happily from outside. Madam, the housekeeper just sent someone to send rouge and powder, saying that it was more tribute sent from the palace, and the prince asked Butler Hu to send them all. As soon as the voice fell, Chunbai was overjoyed. Lu Qiqi's hanging heart was also relieved. Just at this time, Zhao Kai suddenly arrived. The moment Lu Qiqi saw Zhao Kai, she clearly saw the little flame in his eyes. The system just said at this time, Guard Zhao is so resentful. Lu Qiqi. Zhao Kai came with bad intentions. Lu Qiqi knew it in her heart. Facing Zhao Kai, Lu Qiqi tried to keep her calm. Zhao Kai came up to her. Meet the madam. Chunbai was shocked. Why did she look at Zhao Kai like he was going to eat someone? Lu Qiqi looked at him. Guard Zhao. Is there something? Zhao Kai looked at Lu Qiqi carefully, and continued to say in a sarcastic tone, the prince will bring his wife to the palace banquet in 3 days. Lu Qiqi didn't think it was a good thing, and directly refused. Can I not go? Chunbai's heart skipped a beat. If Zhao Kai's expression was scary, then Madam's words scared her to death. Zhao Kai thought someone was playing hard to get. Madam, don't you want to go? Lu Qiqi. I said it very clearly. Guard Zhao. Zhao Kai felt that this woman was doing it on purpose, but it didn't look like it, so he could only hum. If Madam doesn't want to go, you can go and tell the prince yourself. Zhao Kai left angrily. Chunbai wanted to persuade Madam not to do anything stupid. Lu Qiqi asked them to go down, and she wanted to be alone. When she came to the yard, she looked at the hammock that had been made. She hadn't enjoyed it yet. When she walked in, her butt fell first, and her feet were in the air. She thought a lot. What is the king of Jean going to do? System. The king of Jean likes you. Lu Qiqi. Do you think it's possible? Going to the palace together to attend the palace banquet. This matter will become a big deal. In the king of Jin's mansion. No matter what. It's just a small fight. Once you leave that door, everything will be treated as non-existent. Attending the palace banquet, being labeled as the king of Jean. Danger will follow. The peaceful life she wanted will be gone. Thinking of this, she was annoyed. She wanted to rush to the king of Jean to make things clear, but she didn't have the courage. System. Who asked you to please the king of Jean? The king of Jean thought you were interested in him. Lu Qiqi. I can explain now. System. What did you say when you saw the king of Jean? Lu Qiqi was silent for a while and asked. What should I do now? System. Take one step at a time. Lu Qiqi felt that she had walked into a dead end, and suddenly heard a movement outside the yard. The voice should be Sunrume. After thinking about it, she saw hope again. Sunrume's aunt is the concubine Shu. She should also go to this palace banquet? System. The concubine Shu has already greeted. Lu Qiqi was happy to hear this. As long as she was not alone, everything would be fine. Chapter 33 Being Liked. Tingshu Garden. Shi Qiuxin took the medicine and lay on the bed weakly. The doctor said that after taking the medicine, she would be better in a while. After a few days, she still didn't get better, so she was a little worried. What should she do if her throat doesn't get better? When she was worried, she heard noises outside. Shi Qiuxin glanced at Chuanxiang. Chuanxiang went to the door to see. Seeing that it was Sun Rumei, she saluted and said, "Your servant greets Miss Sunday." Sun Rumei came to the palace to thank concubine Shu and came to do a favor. When she came to the door, she asked, "Is Sister Shi better?" Reply to Miss Sun. Miss Sun just took the medicine and lay down. When Sun Rumei heard this, she walked quickly to the bedroom. She came to the window and took Shi Qiuxin's hand with concern. "Sister Shi, what's wrong with you?" Chuanxiang explained. "The doctor said you ate something you shouldn't have." Sun Rumei was startled at first, and then asked carefully, "Has the lady been here?" Shi Qiuxin looked over. "Sister Sun." She couldn't finish her words, but she was too sad to say anything more after hearing this noise. Sun Rumei was shocked, and her eyes soon turned red. "Sister Shi is too serious." Shi Qiuxin nodded. "Sister Shi should find an imperial doctor to see her. It's not good to keep dragging it out like this." Shi Qiuxin sighed. She also thought that she couldn't go to the palace with her current body. She is now the concubine of King Jin, and she dares not to do it without King Jin's order? I just happened to go to the palace to see my aunt today. Or should I ask my aunt to come forward? Sun Rumei asked. Shi Qiuxin wanted to speak, but her throat didn't allow it. So Chuanxiang spoke for her. Sister Sun is really willing to help? My young master's aunt is a concubine in the palace. As long as my young master asks, there is no reason why it won't work. Chuanxiang heard it and knelt on the ground. Thank you, young master Sun, for saving my life. Sun Rumei glanced at Chunlu, and Chunlu quickly helped Chuanxiang up. My young master is kind and will help if she can. Unlike that Madame Lu, who is in the position of a lady. She only thinks about how to win favor and doesn't care about other people's lives. Chuanxiang was moved to tears when she heard this. Shi Qiuxin was also moved. Because of her bad voice, she was shaking when she grabbed Sun Rumei's hand. Soon Sun Rumei left, and Shi Qiuxin asked Chuanxiang to see her off. Chuanxiang saw her off to the outside of the yard. Seeing Sun Rumei walk away, she turned back to Shi Qiuxin. My young master, if young master Sun becomes a lady, she will definitely not let you suffer this. Shi Qiuxin glanced at Chuanxiang, said nothing, and slowly closed her eyes. Chuanxiang knew that the young lady had a bad voice and didn't want to talk, so she could only put all her hopes on Sun Rumei. Yujing Garden. Xiao Nianqing heard that Lu Qiqi moved to Qingyu Pavilion, was rewarded by King Jin, and was now favored. So he smashed everything in the house in anger. Now Chunyu was taken away by butler who and has not returned yet. Xiao Nianqing has no one to take care of her. She smashed everything and sat on the ground crying in anger. How could the lady who was once high and mighty end up like this? Not long after, footsteps were heard outside. Thinking that Chunlu was coming, he looked up and saw that it was Butler who was coming. Butler who frowned when he saw the mess on the ground. Xiao Nianqing saw hope. Butler who? Have you found my lost bracelet? Miss Chunyu has confessed. Is really? What did she say? Xiao Nianqing is a martial artist. Chunyu will definitely die if she kicks him. How could she confess? Chunyu said that the young lady asked you to give the bracelet to Madame Lu. No, that's not true. Xiao Nianqing thought that she had used this trick to move Lu Qiqi. How could she be willing to have such a result? Butler who took a step back impatiently. Madame Sun is still under house arrest. Stay in Yujing Garden and don't leave the yard on your own initiative. Xiao Nianqing heard the warning in the words and quickly stood up. She took a bracelet off her wrist and gave it to Butler who did not refuse and accepted it directly. A kind reminder. Madame Lu is in favor. Young Master Xiao, be careful in the future. Xiao Nianqing didn't expect it to be like this. She staggered back a few steps. Her body was unstable. The moment she got it, her hand instinctively supported it. The broken porcelain pierced into her palm. The instant pain made her face begin to become hideous. Damn it! Lu Qiqi. Xiao Nianqing, swear to heaven that I will never let you go. After making sure there were no spies around, she summoned her own people, cleaned up the place, and asked them to do something for her. After dinner, Lu Qiqi was bored and saw the three maids in front of her. She felt it necessary to set rules. She asked them to stand up, leaned on the soft couch, ate pistachios, and looked at the three of them. Chindai. Udai. You two came late, and you don't know some of my habits. If you don't understand anything in the future, you can ask Chunbai. Yes, I obey your order, Chindai said. Yes, I remember it, Udai said. Lu Chichi nodded with satisfaction and looked at Chunbai. Chunbai, the prince has given some rewards recently. But you remember, don't show off these things in the future. Even if others ask, don't say too much, knowing that Chunbai is willing to show off. She wants everyone to know. Yes, Chunbai responded. Recently, when you go in and out, pay more attention to the movements outside. If there is anything, just tell me. Yes, Chunbai. Lu Chichi deliberately glanced at the three of them. Don't get too close to Chunlu recently. What's wrong with Chunlu? Chunbai asked. It's not a good thing for a maid to serve two young masters back and forth. Chunbai understood. I know. How is Chunyu? The maid? Xiao Yinqing set a trap for himself and turned it against himself. I think he is still thinking of ways to hide from the light at this time. Just like the comb he lost. And the extra portrait. Chunyu was transferred to the backyard to wash the chamber pot. Chunbai said. Still sighing. They all served the master together. And Chunyu was unlucky to come to this point. Just at this time, Tang Xiuya arrived. Tang Xiuya came in and saluted Lu Chichi. Hello. Sister. Lu Chichi stood up. Sister Tang is here. Sister, I heard that you like cakes. So I made a cake from my hometown. Sponge cake. For you to try. Really? Lu Chichi said with her eyes shining. From the open food box, she saw the flower-shaped cake, with a little red in the middle. Just one look, she immediately thought it was delicious. When Tang Xiuya picked up a piece and brought it to her, Lu Chichi quickly caught it with both hands, put it to her mouth, and took a bite. It was soft, like bread, fragrant and sweet, and very delicious. She ate a piece in a few bites and licked her fingers with relish. Tang Xiuya turned her head and smiled when she saw Lu Chichi's action. Sister Tang's smile makes even the sponge cake look inferior. Sister. Tang Xiuya blushed. Lu Chichi's heart beat fast when she saw her little appearance. Is she a beautiful girl? She didn't look outstanding. After a closer look, she felt that everything around her was eclipsed. Thinking, the king of Jin is really lucky. The concubines he picked casually are so lovely. The king of Jin is blessed. Lu Chichi smiled and said, Sister Tang is beautiful and knows how to behave. No wonder she is so popular. I heard the king of Jin talk about her the other day. Chapter 34 Bullying Others by Taking Advantage of One's Power. Tang Xiuya blushed. Sister, please don't lie to me. Lu Chichi remained calm. This is what the prince said. Not me. Really? How can this be false? Xiuya thanks sister for your advice. Tang Xiuya blushed. Lu Chichi smiled. We are all sisters. Why should we be so polite? Look, how generous I am. Taking the initiative to recruit beauties for King Jin. The system voice sounded. You said this. Don't you blush? Lu Chichi. I am really doing this for King Jin's good. System. You are kidding. Lu Chichi didn't care and continued to chat with Tang Xiuya. I met Sun Rume yesterday. She was going to the palace to see Concubine Shu. So she made a sachet for Concubine Shu with her own hands. There was a red agate on the sachet. And the quality was really good. Chunbai looked over. Is there? She was also beside. Why didn't she see it? Tang Xiuya was stunned. Lu Chichi continued to make up stories. I heard that Concubine Shu was very happy. And she also said that she used 8-year-old purple soft fragrant cloud gauze to make an inner garment in the early spring. And Concubine Shu liked it very much. If you ask me, Sun Rume is thoughtful. I heard that she is busy making an inner garment for the prince now. Purple soft fragrant cloud gauze? Tang Xiuya paused again. At the beginning of this year, she happened to lose a piece of 8-year-old purple Shangyun gauze fabric, which made her very sad. Lu Chichi chuckled. I heard that the base of this 8-year-old Shangyun gauze began to turn oily, and there were some small screw holes on it, which was breathable and suitable for summer wear. Tang Xiuya's handkerchief was almost wrung to pieces by her. Okay. Red agate. Purple 8-year-old Shangyun gauze. It turns out that the things I lost are all in Sun Rume's hands. Why don't you use your own things to please Concubine Shu? Sister Tang. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Lu Chichi asked with concern. Tang Xiaoya came back to her senses. I ate too much today, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Lu Qiqi was concerned when she heard this. I don't know what happened. I also felt uncomfortable after eating a few days ago. Maybe I had an upset stomach. Sister Tang may be the same. You should go back and rest quickly. Tang Xiaoya left, walked out of Qingyu Pavilion, and looked back. Shi Qiuxian had an upset throat, and Lu Qiqi had an upset stomach. This was not a coincidence. She didn't have time to think about these things. When she thought that her treasured things were used as a favor by Sun Rume, she remembered this. Chunbai saw Tang Xiaoya leaving with her maid, and looked at the lady. Madam, is your stomach okay? Lu Qiqi spread her hands and pushed the dried fruit in front of her out. No one can stand eating too much of this. Why don't you try it? Chunbai felt that this was not the case. And what the lady said made sense. Qinma reminded herself today, so she didn't think much about it. Here, Lu Qiqi said that eating too much is not good. And she ate the cake said by Tang Xiaoya piece by piece, and licked her fingers after eating. This thing is delicious. Everyone can watch the fun. She was waiting for someone to start a good show. Sun Rume came back from the palace without the imperial doctor, but brought back the prescription and herbs prescribed by the imperial doctor. She went back to Fufeng Garden first, and more than an hour later, she came to Dingxuad Garden with a medicine bowl. Sister Shi, this is the medicine prepared for you by the imperial doctor Qi in the palace. You should drink it while it's hot. Chunlu helped to grab it. This is the medicine that the young master personally made for Miss Shi. Don't let my young master down. Sun Rume glanced at Chunlu. Why are you saying these things? As long as Sister Shi gets better as soon as possible, I'm willing to do anything you want. The young master is kind-hearted. Chunlu muttered. Miss Shi's eyes were red, and she looked at Sun Rume, excitedly holding her hand. Sister Sun. The hoarse voice was very uncomfortable. Sun Rume was in front of her, and she didn't refuse. She took the medicine bowl and quickly drank all the medicine. Sure enough, after drinking it, her throat felt much better instantly. Sister Shi, how do you feel? Shi Qiuxian smiled slightly. Thank you, Sister Sunday. We are all sisters. What is there to thank or not? Sun Rume sighed. If it weren't for the unfortunate illness of my sister this time, maybe we could go to the palace together. Go to the palace? The palace is holding a banquet, and everyone brings their families. Given your cousin's relationship, the king of Jin will not leave them. But it's a pity that Sister Shi's voice is so bad. Sun Rume sighed when she said this. Chuanxiang heard this, and wiped her tears in grievance. Chunlu went to comfort her. Chuanxiang, don't be sad. The young lady will get better soon. Yeah. Chuanxiang nodded. The young lady must have not eaten well for a long time. Let's go to the kitchen. When my young lady came just now, I specifically asked the kitchen to make some delicious food for her. Let's go get it. Chunlu and Chuanxiang left. Sun Rume helped Shi Qiuxian lie down, turned her head and sighed. Sister Sun, what happened to you? You have been ill these days, so you may not know. Shan Yinqing said that her father had just sent a bracelet. She did not need these things, but the maidservant around her was too cunning. She thought Shan Yinqing had forgotten about it, so she stole the bracelet and gave it to Lu Qiqi. Later, Shan Yinqing found out about it and told Butler who also started to investigate. After a lot of investigation, he found out that it was Lu Qiqi. I don't know what happened, but Lu Qiqi was fine. But Shan Yinqing suffered. Ah? There is such a thing? Shan Yinqing is unlucky. It's just a bracelet. She has many. You know her temper. She was a little angry about being confined. The eldest lady's temper flared up. And this happened. How could she bear it? This is not. Sun Rume sighed. If it were the original housekeeper who would definitely handle it impartially. Seeing that Lu Qiqi is favored now. Housekeeper who can't really do anything to Lu Qiqi. Shan Yinqing. Is she okay? Like Yang Biyun who was beaten with a stick. Chuni was transferred away, leaving Shan Yinqing to fend for herself. Chuanxiang and Chunlu acted quickly and brought exquisite meals. Sun Rume looked at Shi Qiuxian with red eyes and comforted her. Don't be afraid. You still have your cousin. No one dares to bully you. Shi Qiuxian was moved to tears. After seeing Sun Rume off, Shi Qiuxian sat down and started eating. Chuanxiang talked about what happened outside. Shan Yinqing lost his bracelet. Chuni was taken away by housekeeper Hu, and was sent to the backyard to wash the urinal. Now there was no one around Xiao Yanqing, and he said that Lu Qiqi had already served him in bed and was rewarded by King Jin. Shi Qiuxin had been eating quietly, and she didn't seem to hear Chuanxiang's muttering. After a meal, she ate a little more than in the past few days. Chuanxiang was very happy to see it, and she helped Shi Qiuxin lie down, and her little face finally had a smile. In the evening, Chunlu brought herbs to Shi Qiuxin. After Shi Qiuxin drank it, she asked Chuanxiang to send it out and give Chunlu a reward. When the two of them went out, Shi Qiuxin turned around and vomited all the herbs she had just drunk into the flower pot in the house. Chuanxiang came back from sending people and smelled a smell of medicine. She thought it was because of the herbs, so she didn't think much about it. After a while, Shi Qiuxin lay down early, and Chuanxiang was tired and yawned on the bed. When Chuanxiang fell asleep on the bed, Shi Qiuxin suddenly opened her eyes, holding Chuanxiang in her arms. She lay on the bed, changed into a maid's clothes, and left in the dark. Chapter 35. Pretending to be Madame Lu. Lu Qiqi was reading a storybook in a hammock under a tree. Chunbai brought a platter of dried fruits over. Lu Qiqi saw it, reached out, and grabbed a handful, and started eating. It was more convenient to eat dried fruits in a hammock. The skins could be spit out directly, and fell through the gaps in the hammock. This time it was more comfortable. Chunbai leaned against the side. She had been in the mansion for the past few days, and she missed the old days. She had hoped that the lady would not go out. But now she was in the mansion all day, and she was not used to it. What's wrong? Lu Qiqi finished reading a storybook and felt a little strange when she saw Chunbai's uncomfortable look. Chunbai sighed. Madam, what are we having for lunch today? Lu Qiqi wanted to have lunch right after breakfast. Did she become a pig in Chunbai's eyes? Whatever. Madam, don't you want to eat anything? Lu Qiqi was asked this question and really wanted to eat something. I haven't eaten chicken for a long time. How about we buy one? Okay. Okay. Chunbai excitedly helped Madam down from the hammock. Lu Qiqi understood this time that someone was suffocating. Just go out for a while. It's not appropriate to take 3 maids with her. So she asked Qing Dai and Yudai to stay. And she only took Chunbai out. The two quickly left from the back door and came to the street, feeling the enthusiasm of the people around them. They felt like they were alive again. The two hadn't been out for a long time, so they were not in a hurry to go to the market. So they walked around the street first. As they walked, they heard a burst of firecrackers. What happened? Chunbai listened for a while. Someone is getting married. Lu Qiqi heard that she had never seen people getting married here, so she simply pulled Chunbai to follow the sound. Soon, they saw someone riding on a horse, followed by a red sedan. Miss, someone is really getting married. Lu Qiqi looked carefully at the man riding on the horse and saw that he was Wang Ergu, a tofu seller. I had heard that Wang Ergu had a very good relationship with Jiang Haiping, the second daughter of the owner of Minsheng restaurant. Could it be that today was their wedding day? Just thinking about it, I heard people around me talking. Wang Ergu is so lucky to marry Miss Jiang Er. Miss Jiang Er is the chef of Minsheng restaurant. If you marry a woman like this, you will have endless delicious food to eat in your lifetime. That's right. Wang Ergu is so lucky. Lu Qiqi smiled and watched the wedding party go away. She sent her blessings in her heart. Jiang Haiping is the chef of Minsheng restaurant. She will not abandon her business after getting married. For a woman, having independent financial ability is half the success of marriage. Chunbai saw that his wife stopped and was unhappy. She had to pull her to go and see. Lu Qiqi had no choice but to follow to watch the ceremony. When they arrived at Wang Ergu's house, it was packed with people. Lu Qiqi and Chunbai had a hard time squeezing in. At this time, many children were laughing and asking for candy. Wang Ergu's marriage was a happy event, and he would generously give the children candy if they wanted it. Lu Qiqi and Chunbai stood by and were enthusiastically stuffed with candy. At this time, Lu Qiqi realized that marriage was not only about candy, but also about dyed peanuts, chestnuts, and dates. It meant having a son soon. Lu Qiqi stood by and ate, watching them worship heaven and earth. When the bride and groom were sent to the bridal chamber, the excited people calmed down a little. Lu Qiqi and Chunbai were not familiar with Wang Ergu's family, and they were about to leave when they were pulled by someone. Miss Lu, is it really you? Lu Qiqi saw that it was Aunt Wang who raised chickens. Aunt Wang, you are here too? Aunt Wang smiled. Wang Ergu is my eldest nephew. Aunt Wang is so lucky. My eldest brother and his wife are so lucky to marry such a good girl. Such a good marriage is hard to find even with a lantern. Everyone is a neighbor. And they all know that although Jiang Haiping is the second daughter, the eldest daughter of Minxing Restaurant never takes up the restaurant's business. From now on, this famous restaurant will belong to Jiang Haiping. Marrying a daughter-in-law and giving away the restaurant. Where can you find such a good thing? Lu Qiqi and Aunt Wang were talking, when Aunt Wang's face suddenly changed, and she walked forward and dragged a woman out. When the people around saw this scene, they vacated their seats one by one. Lu Qiqi felt strange, and the system's voice automatically sounded. That person is Widow Ma. It was Widow Ma who stole Aunt Wang's chicken. Later, when she was discovered, Widow Ma smashed the chicken to death. This incident caused a lot of noise, and the neighbors all knew about it. Lu Qiqi understood that the chicken was not very expensive and was also private property. After hearing what the system said, she could understand why Aunt Wang was so angry. System. Sun Rumei arranged for Widow Ma to smash the chicken to death. Lu Qiqi didn't expect that eating melons could also know that she was born on her head. So she went out to see. Following the quarrel, they came to an alley. At this time, Widow Li was grabbed by the hair by Aunt Wang and scolded. And Widow Ma admitted it. Auntie Wang, stop beating me. Isn't it okay for me to say it? Auntie Wang was very fierce. After beating me for a while, she was a little out of breath. Tell me, if you don't explain what happened today, I will report it to the police. Widow Ma was even more scared when she heard this. She quickly told what she knew. That day you said you wanted to sell the chicken. Someone found me and gave me 1 or 2 taels of silver to let me steal your chicken. What did you say? And Wang thought that Widow Ma was greedy and stole her chicken. When she heard this, she was stunned. You know, my son is sick and needs money urgently. So what does the person you were talking about look like? Widow Ma thought for a while. The person was wearing a bamboo hat, so I couldn't see her face clearly, but I heard the maid next to her call her Madame Lu. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi understood what was going on, and also knew that Sun Rumei deliberately used her identity to do bad things outside. Thinking of this, she didn't want to continue listening, and pulled Chunbai, who was confused, away. Lu Qiqi was in a hurry to leave, and didn't pay attention, and bumped into the young man who was walking around the corner. In an emergency, Lu Qiqi instinctively grabbed the other person when she was about to fall, and the other person also pulled her up. Chunbai was not so lucky. She fell to the ground in embarrassment. Reflecting, she saw a man holding the lady, and she immediately jumped up and separated the two. Lu Qiqi was not embarrassed. After she stood firm, she thanked him. Thank you. If you hadn't helped me, I would have fallen to the ground. I'm glad you're okay. Mississippi. Lu Qiqi heard the other person's voice was nice. Looked up, and just a glance, Lu Qiqi felt that this person looked familiar. The system reminded. He is Chu Xiang. No wonder he looked familiar. Thinking of someone framing her, she subconsciously looked around. Unexpectedly, she saw Chunlu not far away. Chunbai saw that the other person was too good-looking and a nobleman, so she hurriedly pulled Lu Qiqi away. Miss, we have been out for a long time. It's time to go back. Lu Qiqi was dragged away, and she didn't have time to react. When Chunbai finally let go, Lu Qiqi hadn't even had a breath left when Chunbai spoke up. Madam, this matter cannot be known to others. I know that the young master helped you out of kindness, but if someone else took advantage of it, you wouldn't be able to explain it even if you had 10 mouths. Lu Qiqi saw Chunbai's worry, and didn't say that Chunlu had seen it. Yes, I know. Chunbai saw that Madam understood the key to the matter and asked, Madam, who is Madam Lu that Widow Ma mentioned? After thinking for a while, she looked at Madam. Madam, what a coincidence. Your last name is also Lu. I guessed right. Someone pretended to be me. After hearing this, Chunbai remained silent all the way. When she arrived at the market, she used to be like a little follower. But today, she didn't say a word and went shopping to her heart's content. Some things were already known, so she didn't have to worry, as long as she could deal with them as they came. Chapter 36, Who uses the identity of a lady to do bad things? On the way back, I saw the bustle of the restaurant at the entrance of the alley again. The shopkeeper Ma stood at the door. His face was ashen with anger. Wang was kneeling at the door with a child in her arms, and many people around were pointing and talking. Get lost. I don't want to see you again in this life. Wang kowtowed with the child in her arms. Boss, for the sake of the child calling you father for 5 years, please save this child. When the people around heard this, they looked at Wang with disdain. Wang, things have come to this point, and you still have the nerve to ask for help? That is, when you were rolling with others, did you ever think of shopkeeper Ma? Wang saw that you had exposed the matter, and she had nothing to say. The child in her arms was sick, and if she didn't save him, there would be no hope. Ding dong. The system sounded. The chef was killed by shopkeeper Ma, and the body was buried in the backyard of the restaurant. Lu Qiqi was shocked. System. It was their bad luck that they were caught by Ma, who felt ashamed and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. So he drugged Wang and the child and killed the chef at night. Wang thought the truth had come out, and he ran away. Lu Qiqi sighed. This era is full of male chauvinism. Ma's business is so prosperous. How can he bear such a big green hat on his head? Breaking up and killing are all expected. Killing for someone else's fault is irrational after all. System. Don't worry about it. Everything has a destiny. Lu Qiqi asked. What's going on? There is something wrong. System. Ma is the king of choose man. Lu Qiqi understood and nodded, indicating that she would not participate. Wang's pleading voice was still in her ears, and Lu Qiqi could no longer listen. In Lu Qiqi's opinion, people who are unfaithful to marriage are even more hateful. It's a pity that Wang's fault implicated a child. It's really a pity. Lu Qiqi and Chunbai returned to Qingyu Pavilion, and Qingdai and Yudai prepared the food. Today's lunch is golden silk cake, mutton soup, pumpkin porridge, and 2 side dishes. Lu Qiqi has been busy for a long time, and so many things have happened. So she eats especially deliciously. While drinking mutton soup, beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and she ate even more happily. Eating mutton properly in summer is good for the body. Mutton is warm in nature and has a certain effect of warming the body, which can play the role of treating winter diseases in summer. After eating, touching her round belly, she asked, Today's mutton is really fresh. Chunbai was speechless. What did the lady think was not delicious? You eat the sweet potato porridge that farmers drink with relish. Lu Qiqi didn't waste time. After eating, she changed places and came to the soft couch, holding the storybook in one hand and reading it with relish. She stretched out her hand and saw all kinds of cakes and dried fruits. She ate and read at the same time. Chunbai stood by, her eyes rolling around. Madam is so carefree. After so many things happened, she can still read the storybook. Seeing Qingdai and Yudai busy next to her, she suddenly felt that it was a good thing for more people to take care of Madam. If it was usual, Madam would not be able to eat as soon as she came back. After a while, Chunbai looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Madam. Lu Qiqi came back to her senses from the storybook and asked, What's wrong? Chunbai said angrily. Madam. Who used Madam's identity to do bad things? Lu Qiqi didn't care. If there is one, there will be 2. Just wait. Are we just going to wait like this? No hurry. Lu Qiqi wasn't in a hurry, but someone else was. Chun Lu told Sun Rume everything she saw outside. When she heard the news, she was so excited that she couldn't hold it back, and said that Chun Lu had seen it wrong, and asked her not to make trouble. Chun Lu couldn't hold back her temper, and took the opportunity to tell Xiao Yanqing about it, while she was taking care of him. Xiao Yanqing heard that it was the Prime Minister of Chu, and thought it was an opportunity. She slammed the table in anger. Damn it. You have a prince, but you are still flirting with other men. So shameless. Chun Lu looked down on Xiao Yanqing, who did things without thinking, and she was very satisfied with the response. Unlike Sun Rume, who didn't stir up any waves. So boring. Xiao Zhu. What should we do now? Leave this to me, and I will definitely not let that bitch have an easy time. Study. King Jin saw the news sent by Sun Shu, and knew that the border countries were relatively quiet. I felt relieved, and happened to see the wound on the side of my palm. Sun Shu paused, stepped forward. Prince, are you injured? King Jin said casually. No problem. After saying that, he looked at Sun Shu. Go down. Sun Shu wanted to know what happened, and looked at King Jin's hand when he left. There were not many people who could hurt King Jin. Who was this time? Damn Zhao Kai. He was with the prince all day, and this could happen. He wanted to settle accounts with Zhao Kai. and wanted to clarify the matter. The study finally quieted down, and King Jin took out 2 amulets. It is still unknown what material this thing is made of. Could it be that Lu Qiqi is from Xianmen? Looking at the entire continent, only the matter of Xianmen has been heard so far, and there is no real statement. Soon, Sun Chao arrived. Your Highness. King Jin looked at him. How is Qingyu Pavilion today? Your Highness. My wife went to the market today, and attended the wedding of Wang Ergu, and the chef of Minxing restaurant on the way. When she came out, she bumped into Prime Minister Chu. Prince Chu? King Jin asked. Prince Chu is a very mysterious person. He suddenly arrived, suddenly became the Prime Minister, and suddenly gained a foothold in the capital. I once suspected that Prime Minister Chu was also a member of Xianmen. Could it be that they were all members of Xianmen? Someone even pretended to be my wife and deliberately approached Widow Ma, causing the chicken she was going to sell to fall to death. King Jin looked at Sun Chao. Did Lu Qiqi know? I know. How did she do it? Nothing. Sun Chao couldn't stay calm. When ordinary people heard the news, they would either investigate secretly or make it public. Lu Qiqi heard it as if she didn't hear it. It seems that someone deliberately framed her. King Jin thought of Lu Qiqi's appearance. Investigate. Yes. Sun Chao responded and left quickly. King Jin was thinking about Lu Qiqi. Thinking about her in a trance. Was she keeping her composure? Or did she know what was going on? Or, it was late at night, and everyone was asleep. Lu Qiqi couldn't sleep, thinking that Sun Rumei had already planned against her, and would frame her and put her in an unfavorable position. She was worried and couldn't sleep. She wasn't afraid. She just felt it was troublesome. If Sun Rumei wanted to win favor, she could target King Jin. Why did she always stare at her? Was it because she had no power or influence? Or because she was favored? Thinking about it, she got up, put on some clothes, and came to the courtyard. Sat on the steps at the door, and looked up at the sky. The night sky was dark except for the stars, and seeing the twinkling stars injected a ray of light into her heart. After sitting for a while, she felt that it was too tiring to watch the stars like this. So she came under the tree and climbed up the hammock, which made it much more convenient to watch the stars. With her feet in the air, she could think without getting tired. After thinking for a while, she decided that she should ask Sun Rumei to find something to do. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard a faint noise. Lu Qiqi turned her head and saw someone entering Qingyu Pavilion. Who? He didn't look like the King of Jin. She blinked and stared at the door, wondering what the other person's purpose was. Not long after, when the man came out, he looked around, and Lu Qiqi discovered that it was the guard Wang Dashan. What was he doing in his room? She thought of the comb she had lost and the extra portrait. Was it done by Xiao Nianqing or Sun Rumei? After thinking about it, it should be the former. When Wang Dashan left, Lu Qiqi lay on the hammock and thought for a while. When she was about to leave, she suddenly saw the King of Jin, who had arrived at some unknown time. Lu Qiqi was startled, and she fell off the hammock because she was too nervous. Chapter 37. If he lives, you live. If he dies, you die. Bang. My butt hit the ground first. It hurts. Lu Qiqi kept this posture and looked at the King of Jin, who was standing in front of her indifferently. In theory, you should catch me. Then she wouldn't be in such a mess now. King of Jin glanced at her and said, in theory, a woman should scream when she sees a man entering her room late at night. When Lu Qiqi heard this tone, she didn't expect anyone to explain. After hearing this so-called explanation, she didn't expect anyone to pity her. She stood up, brushed the dirt off her buttocks, and looked at the King of Jin. I wonder why the prince came here so late at night. Catching an adulterer. Ahem. Lu Qiqi choked on her own saliva. When she recovered, she looked at the King of Jin like a monster. Prince, you saw it too. It has nothing to do with me. Maybe I came at the wrong time. Lu Qiqi tried to take a deep breath, thinking that this man believed in her. Now it seems that the rumors that he was impotent may be true. Even the shopkeeper Ma at the entrance of the alley killed people in anger because he couldn't accept it. But the King of Jin in front of him didn't care. Lu Qiqi lowered her posture and saluted. Sorry. I didn't let the prince see a good show. It's my fault. The King of Jin looked at the woman who was acting in front of him with interest. She was still talking seriously here, because she was resentful of what happened just now. At this moment, he wanted to see the other side of the woman. Bending over, lowering his head, pretending to get close to the woman's face. The Prince of Jin waited for someone to be shy or panicked. But he didn't see any of that, and was instead teased by the woman. "Your Highness has beautiful eyes." Lu Qiqi blinked and said seriously. The system couldn't hold it anymore. "Lu Qiqi, you dare to tease the prince?" Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. "He provoked me first." System. "Be careful not to get into trouble." Lu Qiqi. "I'm putting out the fire." System. "Just be tough." Lu Qiqi. "I'm not only tough, but also my heart." After communicating with the system, he stepped back and stood up straight. "The prince is in a good mood. Enjoy the night view here. I won't disturb you." After saying that, he left in style. King Jin stood there, watching the woman enter and close the door. He wanted to see if someone was playing hard to get. At the moment the door opened, King Jin sneered, and suddenly saw Lu Qiqi standing at the door, throwing something out. He could clearly feel that his face had cracks. The door was closed again, and King Jin saw that what was thrown out was a snake, thicker than a thumb. Damn it! Someone was committing suicide under his nose. King Jin left, and soon Xiao Kai arrived. Without making too much noise, he caught the snake that shouldn't have appeared. Soon, the gatekeeper Wang Dashan was sent to King Jin. Wang Dashan usually looked honest, but when he was taken to the study, he saw the dead snake on the ground, knew that the matter was exposed, bit the poison hidden in his teeth, and committed suicide. King Jin stared at the corpse without saying a word, and soon people came in and out of the study. It was obviously late at night, but the study tonight was more lively than during the day. On the other side, Lu Qiqi, who threw the snake out, was already sleeping soundly on the bed, dreaming that King Jin was bitten by a snake. Lu Qiqi laughed happily in the dream. Chunbai was attracted by the laughter. When he arrived and saw the lady who had just woken up, he asked, "Madam, what are you doing?" "I just had a dream and woke myself up with joy." When Chunbai heard this, she hurried forward and asked, "What did you dream about?" "Madam?" Lu Qiqi laughed. "I dreamed that your prince was bitten by a snake, and he was so scared that he cried loudly." Chunbai thought it was a beautiful dream, but she was scared when she heard this. Lu Qiqi knew that she had said the wrong thing and lowered her voice. "It's just a dream. Not real. You are my person. You won't tell the prince, right?" Chunbai shook her head quickly. "Yes. You are worthy of being my most loyal maid." Lu Qiqi touched Chunbai's head as if she was touching a puppy. Chunbai felt that this action was not good, but she couldn't say anything. At this time, Xindai and Yudai arrived. Seeing this weird atmosphere, they lowered their heads to work together. Lu Qiqi just took a look and got up to wash as usual. She knew in her heart that Xindai and Yudai were both smarter than Chunbai. However, these two people are not as loyal to me as Chunbai. If I guess correctly, they should be sent by King Jin to monitor me. Humph! She relies on King Jin to have a comfortable life now. But he is not the only one. She does not need to lower her posture to please King Jin. If it really comes to that, she will choose a good backer for herself. Ding dong. System. Impossible. Lu Qiqi. What is impossible? System. He is your only backer. Lu Qiqi. I can be my own backer. System. If he lives, you live. If he dies, you die? Lu Qiqi. What kind of bullshit are you talking about being buried with him? System. No. Lu Qiqi. What does that mean? System. If he lives, you live. If he dies, you die. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she was so excited that she knocked over the wash basin, and the basin fell to the ground, spilling water everywhere. Chunbai, Xindai, and Yudai were all shocked. Lu Qiqi kicked the basin far away with a rage. Chunbai, Qing, and Yudai knelt on the ground in fear, not daring to speak. Lu Qiqi had no time to care about other things, and asked the system, "Please explain clearly. What's going on?" She had never been so angry. If she understood it correctly, her life and death were closely related to King Jin. When she thought that her life and death depended on others, she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. System. You won't forget that you are King Jin's person when you wake up. Lu Qiqi. Act King Jin's person. I am myself. System. Don't you believe it? Lu Qiqi was furious, yelled, "I don't believe it," and walked out in a hurry. Chunbai, Xindai, and Yudai didn't know what happened to the lady. and they always felt something was wrong. Chunbai had been with the lady for a long time, so she quickly chased after her and shouted at the two maids beside her to stop Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi was furious, and there was only one idea in her mind. She wanted to see what it was like for him to give birth to me. She could accept her own time travel. She could accept waking up on a strange land. She could accept living a quiet life here. She could not care about the 3 wives and 4 concubines she once looked down upon. She could accept, but the principle of him giving birth to me could not exist. The voice of the system was still ringing in Lu Qiqi's ears. Lu Qiqi, you must not do stupid things. Lu Qiqi's angry heart suddenly rushed into a clear mind, and her footsteps stopped slightly. You mean, if the king of Jin is injured, I will also be injured? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi, I bit the king of Jin that day. How come I am fine? System. I don't know. Lu Qiqi was even more angry at the system's self-righteous tone. What else do you know? The system paused for a while. You will know if you go to see King Jin now. Lu Qiqi asked. What does it mean? The system said. You will know when you go there. Lu Qiqi wanted to know more. And no matter how she asked, the system stopped talking. When Lu Qiqi arrived at Xiushui Pavilion, King Jin was not there. She stopped Butler who was passing by and found out that King Jin was in the study. Lu Qiqi killed her way to the study. Chapter 38. Lu Qiqi was injured. Chunbai saw that things were not going well and didn't know what was going on. But she didn't want to see her wife die. Following Lu Qiqi, she advised her earnestly, Madam, it's just a dream. You don't have to tell the prince. The prince is so busy. He may not have time. Lu Qiqi paused slightly. Are you afraid that I will kill you? Woo-woo. I beg you. Don't talk nonsense. Okay? Lu Qiqi made too much noise, attracting the attention of many people, including Chun Lu. Chunbai wanted to kill this rat shit, but reason told her that her wife was the most important. Lu Qiqi nodded and signaled Chunbai to let go. Chunbai was worried. Madam, you must promise not to say anything. Lu Qiqi pushed Chunbai's hand away. How can I speak when you cover my mouth? After saying that, seeing Chunbai's appearance, she lowered her head close to her ear and whispered, I heard that someone wants to harm the prince. I'm going to see if the news is true. When Chunbai heard this, she ran faster than Lu Qiqi, worried that she would miss the opportunity to save Prince Jin. Lu Qiqi smiled. Most of the anger in her heart disappeared. She passively followed for a while, feeling uncomfortable, and walked quickly in front of Chunbai. Chunbai was so excited when she saw it. My goodness, Madam is finally willing to care about Prince Jin. Soon, someone's movement surpassed them. When Lu Qiqi was about to reach the study, she heard a noisy movement coming from there. She grabbed a maid. What's going on over there? Madam, I don't know why Miss Xiao just rushed into the study crying. The maid knelt on the ground in fear. Lu Qiqi guessed roughly, and to confirm, she ran faster. At this time, in the study, King Jin looked at Xiao Nianqing who was kneeling on the ground and begging, and he was annoyed. Xiao Nianqing couldn't see the current situation clearly, and was still muttering, Prince, please help my father for the sake of my father's dedication to the court over the years. Xiao Nianqing knelt on the ground and kowtowed. My father's matter has become serious, and he is now on the way to Beijing. The only one who can save my father is King Jin. If King Jin is willing to help, my father will definitely be safe, and she will turn over from the current embarrassment. It's a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. She didn't hesitate to beg King Jin during the confinement. King Jin looked at Zhao Kai and asked him to get Xiao Nianqing away. Zhao Kai was not willing to deal with these things, and he had to do King Jin's orders. Reluctantly, he pulled Xiao Nianqing too hard, and Xiao Nianqing, who reacted, slapped him. Snap. Zhao Kai was stunned for a moment, and then looked at King Jin. How could Xiao Nianqing agree to leave by dragging Xiao Nianqing? King Jin was her only hope, and she couldn't leave like this. When he was dragged past King Jin, he wanted to pull King Jin, but King Jin walked sideways inside. Xiao Nianqing was furious when he saw the hand that was thrown away, and blurted out angry words. Prince, do you know that you treat Lu Qiqi as a treasure? But she has had an affair with someone else. She just wanted to drag Lu Qiqi into the quagmire, and see that she could never turn over again. King Jin looked at Xiao Nianqing, with murderous intent in his eyes. She wanted to ruin Lu Qiqi's reputation. Zhao Kai was also a little surprised to hear this. Lu Qiqi had an affair with someone else. King Jin cares so much about Lu Qiqi, What if? Zhao Kai intends to let Xiao Nianqing make it clear. Xiao Nianqing saw hope. Lu Qiqi not only has an affair with Prime Minister Chu, she also hooks up with some men in the market. If the prince doesn't believe it, ask the maid Chunbai, and you will know these things. She said it with a solemn oath, which seemed to be true. In order to discredit Lu Qiqi, she also risked her life. Drag her out. King Jin can get to where he is now, but he is soft-hearted and would not be here today. What happened last night? King Jin will not let it go just because someone died. Judging from Xiao Nianqing's attitude, she was not involved in this matter, but she also knew about it. Zhao Kai saw King Jin angry and dragged Xiao Nianqing away. Xiao Nianqing was scared. At this moment, she saw Lu Qiqi outside the door. She thought that all her misfortunes now were caused by Lu Qiqi. When being dragged away, Xiao Nianqing saw the ice-type Imperial Green bracelet on Lu Qiqi's wrist again. She originally planned to use this bracelet to ruin Lu Qiqi's future, but she put herself in a more embarrassing situation. She was so angry that when she passed by Lu Qiqi, she took out the dagger hidden in her sleeve and stabbed Lu Qiqi. At the critical moment, Lu Qiqi found something wrong and wanted to dodge. Her body was out of control, and she couldn't move. Seeing that the dagger was about to stab her, a figure flashed by, hugged her and turned around, and barely avoided it. What reminded Lu Qiqi that she was still alive was the wound on her wrist that suddenly appeared. It hurts. It hurts. She almost fainted from the pain. Your Majesty, Zhao Kai exclaimed and slapped Xiao Nianqing away with a palm. In an instant, Xiao Nianqing, a martial artist, avoided the fatal blow with his instinct and only had a slight scratch. Sun Chao appeared in the dark and rushed toward Xiao Nianqing's vital point. Xiao Nianqing was extremely cunning and always managed to get away easily. After a few moves, Xiao Nianqing was a little embarrassed and was not killed on the spot. Prince, you are injured. Zhao Kai was annoyed. If Xiao Nianqing had been taken away earlier, the prince would not have been injured. He was anxious to treat the wound for King Jin. Are you okay? King Jin was injured, and he was still concerned about Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi slowly raised her head and met King Jin's eyes. Is he concerned about himself? Should he be sincere? Qiqi. King Jin saw Lu Qiqi staring at him without any reaction, and was very nervous. Just at this moment, Chunbai saw Lu Qiqi's bleeding wrist. Madam, you are injured. It seemed that in an instant, Zhao Kai and King Jin saw the blood on Lu Qiqi's wrist. Lu Qiqi finally reacted, pushed the King of Jin away, looked at her bleeding wrist, and cried, blood, blood, so much. Before she finished speaking, Lu Qiqi fainted. Chunbai panicked. Madam, what's wrong with you? Madam came to tell the King of Jin that he was in danger. So why was she injured and fainted? At this time, Chunbai didn't dare to say that she was dead. The King of Jin saw that. Regardless of his own injury, he picked up Lu Qiqi and brought her to the soft couch in the study, and asked Zhao Kai to find the imperial physician. Xiao Nianqing was happy to hear that Lu Qiqi was injured and fell down, and was subdued by Sun Chao because of his carelessness. Soon, the whole study was in chaos. The King of Jin only had Lu Qiqi in his eyes, and he looked at the wound on Lu Qiqi's wrist thoughtfully. Zhao Kai was also surprised to see it. Your Majesty, Madam's injury. Before he finished speaking, he was stopped by a look from the King of Jin. Zhao Kai was excited. After searching for so many years, he finally found him. He didn't expect that this person was right next to him. It was incredible. Sun Shua subdued Xiao Nianqing and was worried about the injury of the prince. He came to see and saw a surprising scene. Lu Qiqi's wound was the same as that of the King of Jin. Could it be that Lu Qiqi was the person they had been looking for many years, and was closely related to the King of Jin? Ha ha ha. Xiao Nianqing saw their solemn expressions and thought that Lu Qiqi was going to die. So he laughed wildly. The King of Jin couldn't stand this noise. Zhao Kai and Sun Chao both wanted to take action, but the King of Jin took the lead. The King of Jin slapped Xiao Nianqing, and Xiao Nianqing's body flew out. Bang! He hit the threshold and his body was still flying out, followed by the sound of bangs. Chapter 39 Cut off the money of King Chen. Huang, the imperial physician, arrived. He saw the injured Lu Qiqi. Huang, the imperial physician, immediately treated Lu Qiqi's wound. How is she? King Jin was anxious, and his voice changed. Madam's wound needs to be treated with medicine every day. Avoid water. And be careful about what you eat. You can only, after 7 days. Why did she faint? King Jin was most concerned about this. The wound was not big. How could a healthy person suddenly become like this? Zhao Kai and Sun Chao had the same idea. Lu Qiqi could not die. Nor could she be injured. Absolutely not. This, Huang, the imperial physician, was a little embarrassed. Facing such a King Jin, he did not dare to make a conclusion easily, and asked, "What happened to the lady before she fainted?" King Jin did not speak. Chunbai spoke quickly. Madam was injured. She didn't know it at first. When she found out, she saw the place where she was injured and Madam's body is different from that of ordinary people. She should speak quickly? The King of Jin was getting impatient and was hesitant to speak. If this man was not still useful, he would have been killed with a palm. I have never encountered such a situation. It is recorded in medical books that Madam's situation may be due to fainting with blood. Falling with blood? Everyone had a different expression when they heard this. Sun Chao and Zhao Kai were relaxed. It's good that the person is fine. Fainting with blood is not important. The King of Jin didn't think so. After Huang Yui treated Lu Qiqi's wound, Zhao Kai signaled and took Huang Yui away. Chunbai and others left to boil medicine. There were only King Jin and Sun Chao in the study. King Jin looked at Sun Chao, and Sun Chao understood what was going on. He bowed and left. Not long after, Zhao Kai sent Huang imperial physician back and quickly treated the wound for the King of Jin. Make sure Lu Qiqi is fine. As for the King of Jin's wound, it is not appropriate to let too many people know. The King of Jin looked at the fainted Lu Qiqi. Some things are so wonderful. After searching for so many years, I didn't expect that the person was right next to me. Zhao Kai carefully treated the wound for the King of Jin. After the wound was treated, he glanced at Lu Qiqi. This time, no matter how unhappy he was, he could only accept it. Who made Lu Qiqi's life so good? Tied to the King of Jin. The King of Jin looked at Lu Qiqi and spoke to Zhao Kai again. Go! Zhao Kai heard this and turned around to accept the punishment himself. If it weren't for his carelessness, the King of Jin would not be injured. Nor would he know Lu Qiqi's secret. These cannot be compared with his own mistakes. There were only Lu Qiqi and the King of Jin in the huge study room. The King of Jin looked at the fainted woman. He smiled again. Such a cunning woman would faint at the sight of blood. It's funny to think about it. Few people knew that the King of Jin was injured. Lu Qiqi was injured, and the noise was too loud. Everyone in the King of Jin's mansion knew about it. And so did the people in the palace. At this moment, Lu Qiqi was lying on a hammock in the yard, eating the dried fruits that Chunbai had peeled. It was so nice to be served by someone. Chunbai's eyes were red all the time, which affected her appetite. Okay. It's not a big deal. You're crying like a dead person. Madam. How could you curse yourself like that? Lu Qiqi smiled helplessly. She woke up in her own bedroom today. But she would not forget that the King of Jin was injured. And she, who should be fine, was also injured. In other words, if anything happened to the King of Jin, she would also suffer. It feels so uncomfortable to have your life hanging on someone else's shoulders. She was upset and wanted to find a place to vent. But she couldn't say anything when she saw Chunbai's red eyes. Madam, you must never scare me again in the future. Chunbai peeled a pistachio and put it into her wife's mouth. Lu Qiqi was speechless. This girl is so smart. She blocked her mouth with food to stop herself from talking. Seeing that Chunbai really cared about her, she could only nod. Madam, I know that you are the best. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes in anger. How could she not be good? Seeing that the wife agreed, Chunbai began to ask again. Madam, Imperial Dr. Huang said that you fainted when you were injured. But how come you were fine when you were injured last time? The matter was settled. And Chunbai began to wonder if the wife did it on purpose because King Jin was there. Thinking of King Jin's action of saving the wife regardless of danger at the critical moment. King Jin should really care about her. The injury was on my back that time. Can I grow eyes on my back? Lu Qiqi asked back. Chunbai smiled. How could you forget about this? She quickly put aside her negative side and asked. Madam, didn't you see that the prince saved Madam regardless of the danger? I was so moved when I saw it. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes. I won't eat anymore. Leave me alone. There were some things she didn't want to say. Seeing Chunbai trying so hard to speak for the King of Jin, she wanted to slap her in the face. Chunbai knew she couldn't say too much. Madam, You have a good rest. I'll go to the kitchen and make cakes for you. Lu Qiqi waved her hands impatiently. After Chunbai left, Lu Qiqi summoned the system. When did you know? System. When you first came here. Lu Qiqi. Why didn't you tell me earlier? System. You wouldn't believe it even if I told you earlier. Lu Qiqi thought about it. That's what happened. Then why did you lie to me that King Jin died and I would be buried with him? For that matter. She shamelessly ran to hug the thigh. System. If you didn't take action that time, King Jin would really die. Lu Qiqi was speechless. Try to convince yourself. Okay. Saving King Jin is also saving yourself. No matter how uncomfortable you feel. What can you do? Thinking for a while. According to what you mean, I came here because of King Jin? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. When can I go back? Back to her own place. Back to her own kingdom. She is still the female boss of the internet. The system simply destroyed Lu Qiqi's hope. You came here for a mission. Lu Qiqi laughed at herself. For King Jin. System. Yes. Lu Qiqi was already here. And she couldn't go back. She quickly adjusted her mood, thinking that it was good to be in this place. With food and drink. And people to serve her. She didn't have to do anything herself. Just beware of villains. And it was much more comfortable than the modern life. After comforting herself, she asked, Tell me something happy. System. Xiao Nianqing is unlucky. Does it count? Lu Qiqi. It counts? System. Yesterday, Xiao Nianqing asked King Jin to help her father once. And after being rejected, she was angry and embarrassed when she saw the ice-type imperial green bracelet you wore on your wrist. She wanted to kill you. King Jin slapped Xiao Nianqing away for you. And all her years of martial arts training were wasted. Lu Qiqi. She deserves it. Thinking about it, she felt that when King Jin asked her to wear the bracelet, it was just to anger Xiao Nianqing. System. She deserved it. She also cut off the only chance for the governor of Jiangnan to save himself. Lu Qiqi. Is there something going on here? System. The governor of Jiangnan is a man of Prince Chen. Lu Qiqi. Another big thing has been revealed. System. The governor of Jiangnan has been frantically collecting money for Prince Chen over the years. The reason why he is in trouble now is because Prince Chu saw that Prince Qing had no chance and wanted to take action against Prince Chen. Lu Qiqi smiled. How is Prince Qing now? A few days ago, Prince Jin even deliberately reminded him. And the result came so soon. System. Prince Qing did a lot of things. But the crime he was accused of was favoring his concubine and killing his wife. Lu Qiqi. As expected, he is a member of the royal family. And the charges are so nice. System. We must always save some face for the royal family. Lu Qiqi nodded. What will happen to Prince Chen? System. He is not so easy to deal with. This time, Prince Chu can only cut off Prince Chen's financial resources. And can't do anything else. Chapter 40 Specialties from my hometown. When Lu Qiqi heard that there were still people that the king of Chu could not move for the time being, she really wanted to go and see them. Later, she talked a lot with the system while eating dried fruits. Some little secrets of the palace were also known to her. Lu Qiqi thought that she was going to the palace for a banquet, and it would be a good thing to know more. As for the current Jin Palace, she felt that it would be quiet for a few days because of Xiao Nianqing's affairs. When Chunbai arrived with the cakes, she was just tired of chatting with the system. So she just ate it. Madam, how do you think it tastes? Lu Qiqi took another bite. Thin and crispy. What is it called? This is a specialty of my hometown. The sesame cake. Chunbai said proudly. Lu Qiqi thought of the sponge cake said by Tang Xiuya, saying that it was a specialty of her hometown. Chunbai was next to her at the time. Was she being serious? Such a comparison is a good thing. She is blessed. After eating one piece after another, she thought of the Wu Daolong sesame cake she had eaten in modern times. Wu Daolong's pancakes have meat filling inside and are sprinkled with a layer of black sesame seeds outside. They are also delicious. Thinking of it, I suddenly felt greedy. I simply took Chunbai out to buy. Lu Qiqi and Chunbai came to Brother Lu's butcher shop with a basket of vegetables. Brother Lu hadn't seen Lu Qiqi for a long time. Because she didn't come recently, the business was not very good these days. When he saw Lu Qiqi, he shouted loudly, Miss Lu, you are finally here. What's wrong? Lu Qiqi asked. And when she saw the pork elbow was still there, she gestured. I want all of this. All? Brother Lu was happy. Make a new flavor today. Lu Chichi thought. Buy more and eat enough at one time. Chunbai was unhappy when she saw this. Miss, we don't need so much. Yes. Lu Chichi spoke to Brother Lu. Brother Lu was happy. Rounded off the bill. And asked casually, what delicious food did Miss Lu cook today? Wu Daoan Xiaoping. This shocked everyone around. Some women who were buying vegetables saw it and came over to ask. Miss Lu, what is Wu Daoan Xiaoping? Wu Daoan Xiaoping is made by kneading the dough and fermenting it twice as large. Kneading it to release air. Cutting it into small pieces and rolling it out. Then spread the pickled pork filling on it. Sprinkle it with cumin powder and chili powder. Put it in an iron pan and bake it on low heat until both sides are golden brown. So simple? Someone asked. Is it simple? Lu Chichi smiled. I think it's quite troublesome. Everyone around laughed. And someone said, these days, following Miss Lu to cook, our pockets are flat. Why don't you say that your husband doesn't go out to eat? Everyone around laughed. Lu Chichi looked at the lovely women in front of her. They all worked hard for their families, and were busy with the whole family. Some people were not considerate. She was helping them, and had an extra way to maintain family harmony. Later, she shared some food with everyone. If it wasn't too late, they would have waited to go back to cook. And they might have talked until when they could leave. Because they were standing in front of Brother Lu's butcher shop. And because Lu Chichi shared so many delicious foods, they sold out early today. When leaving, Brother Lu saw the remaining pig offal and felt a little embarrassed. Lu Chichi helped him so much. He should be thanked. And it was not good to give these things. Seeing that the other person was about to leave, he hurriedly called out, Miss Lu, I have some pig offal here. Do you have any good recipes? Yes. Lu Chichi walked back and held out her hand. How much is it? I want it all. Chunbai was unhappy. But she couldn't say anything when she saw that the lady had already held out her hand. No money. I'll give it to you. When Brother Lu heard this, he hurriedly put the pig offal into Lu Chichi's basket. Lu Chichi knew that many people didn't know how to eat these things because they didn't handle them well. And they were not easy to sell. Seeing that Brother Lu was so honest, she decided to help him. I'll send you some tomorrow when I make it. Okay. Brother Lu had eaten what Lu Chichi made. And since she said it was edible, it must be delicious. After Lu Chichi walked away, Chunbai complained, Madam, you are kind-hearted. Brother Lu obviously can't sell it. Lu Chichi nodded. It's Brother Lu's fault if it can't be sold. He gave it to me out of kindness. Why should I be inappropriate? Madam, aren't you worried that Brother Lu has ulterior motives? Lu Chichi laughed at herself. What do I have that he wants? I have no money and no power. So what does he want from me? Chunbai saw that Madam couldn't make sense. So she simply stopped talking. Lu Chichi could just quietly buy the necessary seasonings. When the two of them went back, the basket couldn't be lifted. Chunbai knew that Madam was injured. So she didn't let Lu Chichi touch it. When she carried it back to Qingyu Pavilion, Lu Chichi was sweating profusely. Qingdai and Yudai saw it and hurried over to help. Lu Chichi immediately made Wu Dalong's pancakes. Fortunately, she asked them to ferment the dough when she left. And now it was just the right time to come back and make it. She directed Qingdai and Yudai to do it. After Chunbai took a breath, she saw that what they were doing was very interesting. So she simply helped. Lu Chichi's wrist injury was not serious. So she could do it. The three maids would not let her do it. So they could only direct her from the side. After an instant's stick of time, the first pot finally came out. Several people smelled the fragrance and swallowed one by one. Lu Chichi had eaten it in modern times. But it was her first time in ancient times. When she smelled it, she was not afraid of the heat. She grabbed one and took a bite. Wow! This taste is amazing! The outside was roasted crispy. When she took a bite, she just tasted the meat filling inside. The gravy wrapped this crispy layer. And the taste was amazing. Delicious. Delicious. You guys try it. Chunbai and others had been greedy for a long time. Just when they were about to reach out, an inappropriate voice came from the door. Madam, the prince is here to see you. Xiao Kai deliberately raised the volume. He smelled the fragrance in the yard. He heard that the maids could eat it. And as the prince's guards, they could eat even more. Lu Chichi heard the noise and poked her head out of the kitchen. Sure enough, she saw King Jin and Xiao Kai standing in the yard. Seeing the right hand she was holding, She thought that the side of her hand was bitten by herself, and her wrist was left by saving herself. Her current food and drink were all provided by him. It was not this man who caused her to give birth to me. She generously forgave him, raised her fingers and pinched a Wu Daong pancake, and brought it to King Jean. It's just out of the pan. Do you want to try it? King Jean looked over and didn't want to take it for a long time. Lu Qiqi couldn't stand the burn, so she simply stuffed it into King Jin's hand. King Jean was burned by the heat, and saw Lu Qiqi's red fingers, but didn't return them. Seeing Lu Qiqi took a bite, it seemed to be delicious, so he put it to his mouth and took a bite. Lu Qiqi asked, "Is it delicious?" The King of Jin said vaguely. Zhao Kai couldn't help swallowing when he heard the King of Jin say it was delicious. Lu Qiqi saw it, turned into the kitchen and took another one to Zhao Kai. "Try it too." Zhao Kai felt something was wrong, but he couldn't resist the fact that it looked delicious. So he ate it under great pressure. Just one bite, and Zhao Kai's stomach was instantly conquered. Lu Qiqi turned into the kitchen, left one for each of the 3 maids, and asked them to make it quickly. She brought the plate to the stone table in the yard. At this time, the stone table was already set with various side dishes, and it tasted better when eaten with Wudong sesame cakes. When the King of Jin saw that there were so many preparations, he couldn't wait to eat it. Zhao Kai also wanted to, but he didn't dare. Chapter 41 Abortion Pills. After Lu Qiqi and King Jin finished a simple lunch, she said generously, "Your Majesty, thank you for helping me yesterday." Knowing that Xiao Nianqing's sudden madness was related to the bracelet, and that it was related to King Jin, she brushed it off and only said nice things. King Jin looked at her and stood up. "It tastes good." He left after that. Lu Qiqi was left hanging, waiting for Chunbai to run out of the kitchen excitedly. "Madam, why are you just eating and didn't say that these things were made by you?" Lu Qiqi raised her hand. "I'm hurt," and the pain of being ignored. Chunbai looked straight at the lady. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Lu Qiqi smiled. "You saw it." Chunbai turned around and went to the kitchen in anger. Lu Qiqi didn't care and followed behind, shouting that she was not full yet. Qingdai and Yudai were stunned for a while when they saw such a lady, and soon got busy, for people were making Wudong sesame cakes in the kitchen, making noises from time to time. Only when Wudong sesame cakes came out of the pan could they calm down. Here, after King Jin left, he remembered that he had not put down the prepared medicine. He wanted Zhao Kai to deliver the medicine, but Zhao Kai had just been assigned by him and returned by himself. When he came to the courtyard and heard the noise in the kitchen, he looked at the location of the kitchen, put the medicine on the stone table, and turned to leave. When Lu Qiqi and the other 4 came out of the kitchen after eating and drinking, Lu Qiqi had eaten too much and climbed onto the hammock to rest for a while. Chunbai helped to clean up the stone table, while Qingdai and Yudai cleaned up the kitchen. Chunbai found the medicine bag and looked at the lady. "Madam, look." Lu Qiqi was too tired to open her eyes, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Medicine." "Medicine?" Lu Qiqi still felt strange. She was too tired for half a day, and her brain was in a state of strike, and she fell asleep in a daze. Chunbai came to the lady with the medicine bag. Seeing that the lady fell asleep, she looked at the medicine bag in her hand. She was sure that there was no such thing on the table when King Jin left just now. How could it suddenly appear? Who did it? Full of doubts, seeing Chunlu peeking out of the yard, she thought it was another good deed of hers, and threw the medicine bag on the ground. Lu Qiqi didn't know about this and slept until the evening. The moment she opened her eyes, she felt in a trance that it was morning, and she felt that she woke up too early. Seeing the hammock again, looking at the sun, she realized that she had been taking a nap until now. When she got up, she startled Chunbai next to her. Seeing that Madam had woken up, Chunbai hurried forward and helped Madam to get up. "Madam, you sleep too much." Lu Qiqi turned her head and thought. She was used to taking a half-hour nap. Why did she sleep until dark today? She was tripped by something under her feet while walking, and looked down. A pile of things. Like, "Hey, Madam, when I was cleaning the table in the afternoon, I found this thing, and I saw Chunlu outside. I think she did it." Lu Qiqi thought it was possible, but now Xiao Nianqing was punished. Chunlu would not serve. Sun Rume. Would she do it so directly? It always felt unlikely. "Okay. Clean up these things. Don't leave any traces." "Yes." Chunbai felt that Madam was still thoughtful. And when she saw Madam enter the room, she hurried to clean up. When she cleaned up, Chi-Dai and Yudai had brought back the food prepared from the big kitchen. Lu Chi-Chi had been sleeping since dinner. And when she woke up, she started eating again. She had no appetite and didn't want to eat. Chunbai persuaded her to eat some. When the dishes were removed, she basically didn't move. All of this was seen by Chunlu outside the yard. After getting this useful information, she hurried back to Sun Rume to report. My lady, I saw Lu Chi-Chi taking abortion pills. Sun Rume, who was drinking tea, spit out the tea she had just drunk when she heard this. My lady, are you okay? Chunlu stepped forward to help her breathe. Sun Rume recovered and asked, what did you just say? Lu Chi-Chi didn't know whose child she was pregnant with, and took medicine to abort it today. Are you sure? This matter was too big. And Sun Rume lost her usual calmness. I'm sure. Sun Rume picked up the teacup and thought quietly. I saw Chunbai spill some medicine, and secretly threw it away. I have already picked it up. Chunlu presented the herbs wrapped in a handkerchief to Sun Rume, like she was presenting a treasure. Sun Rume looked at it and said, who else knows about this? Chunlu shook her head. Don't let others know about this. Yes. Chunlu was unwilling to accept it. My lady, are you just letting Lu Chi-Chi go? Don't worry about it. Chunlu thought that my lady didn't dare to make a big deal about it. Now Xiao Nianqing had no hope. So she simply pushed him. My lady, you are kind-hearted. You want to help Lu Chi-Chi cover up such a thing. If others know about this, she won't be so lucky. Sun Rume looked at her and sighed. Lu Chi-Chi disregarded the sisterhood. I can't do that. I can only help her for a while. But Chunlu was not selfish. And seeing Sun Rume's impatient look, she could only swallow her words. Sun Rume embroidered a handkerchief as usual, and when she was about to rest, Tang Xiuya came with a sponge cake she had just made. Chunlu saw Tang Xiuya and hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. This servant greets Miss Tang. Sun Rume looked up and saw Tang Xiuya coming in, and gave her a smile. Tang Xiuya walked towards Sun Rume with a food box. Sister Sun, why is Sister Tang here? Sun Rume put down the needlework in her hand and spoke. Sister Tang? They have the same status. Why does Sun Rume call her sister? She was annoyed, and thought of the good things she had lost, which were given to concubine Shu by this person. She was angry, but she could still smile. I just made some sponge cakes, and sent some to Sister Sunday. Tang Xiuya said this, and took the sponge cake out of the food box. Oh, it's great to taste my sister's cooking, Sun Rume said, picking up a piece from the plate, and putting it to her mouth to eat. How does it taste? Tang Xiuya asked nervously. Sun Rume smiled. How can my sister's cooking be bad? Tang Xiuya lowered her head shyly. Sister Lu said so too. Sun Rume was about to eat the sponge cake, but when she heard this, she suddenly found it difficult to swallow. Is this left for others? Chunlu heard the meaning of the words, glanced at Tang Xiuya, and then his eyes fell on Sun Rume. Sister Lu also said it was delicious? Sun Rume tried to keep a smile on her face. Well, if Sister Lu hadn't tasted it, I really wouldn't dare to send it to Sister Sunday, Tang Xiuya said, and she also picked up a piece and started eating. This was the truth, and it seemed to tell Sun Rume that you were just eating what others had left, just like the king of Jin. And it seemed to say that Lu Chi-Chi was just trying it out, and you are the most important. Two meanings. It depends on how you think. Sun Rume obviously thought of the first one. The smile on Sun Rume's lips could not be maintained, and she asked, why are you here this time? Sister Tang? I heard that Sister Sun will enter the palace tomorrow. Can you take me with you? Sun Rume's face was tense. I don't have the final say on this matter. You should ask Sister Lu. Maybe she has a way. Sister Sun's aunt is the concubine. With this relationship, it's not possible. Tang Xiuya tried her best to show that she wanted to enter the palace, but she was anxious and had no way out, and seemed to be deliberately reminding that you used my things to give to the concubine. This matter, I already know. Sister Tang should know that in the Prince of Jin's mansion, especially in the backyard, Sister Lu has the final say. Otherwise, why don't you go to Sister Lu to have a look? Tang Xiuya smiled awkwardly. Thank you, Sister Sun, for reminding me. It seemed to be saying that if you don't help, forget it. And it seemed to have taken over this suggestion. When Tang Xiuya left Sun Rume's side, She really went to Qingyu Pavilion. Chun Lu was used to making small moves behind her back. When she saw Tang Xiaoya go to Qingyu Pavilion, she hurried back to tell Sun Rume the news. Sun Rume didn't say anything when she heard it, but she paused the needlework in her hand. And soon, she was busy with the embroidery at hand. Chapter 42 The Prince of Jin is the next emperor. Palace banquet. Lu Qiqi woke up and looked at the three excited maids beside her. After asking, she found out that the Prince of Jin had just sent clothes to the palace. Lu Qiqi saw their excitement and thought they were just happy. The moment she saw the clothes, she always felt something was wrong. Chunbai explained, "Madam, this is the palace dress of the side princess." Lu Qiqi was gargling, and when she heard this, she swallowed her mouthwash. She wanted to spit it out, but it was too late. After gargling quickly, she looked at Chunbai. "What did you say just now?" Her eyes consciously fell on the clothes next to her. The palace dress of the side princess means that she has been promoted? Why can't she be happy at all? Congratulations, madam. I will call you the side princess from now on. Lu Qiqi had a stern face. Don't talk nonsense. Chunbai thought that the Prince of Jin had not spoken yet, and she was embarrassed. Okay, I'll listen to you, madam. Chunbai thought she would wait until her status as a concubine was confirmed. After Lu Qiqi washed up and had breakfast, she walked to the gate of the palace in the clothes of a concubine. As soon as she walked out of the yard, she met Tang Xiaoya. Tang Xiaoya walked over quickly. Sister Lu. After saying this, she stared at Lu Qiqi's clothes and took a closer look. Sister, your clothes are really beautiful. Lu Qiqi smiled and said nothing. Tang Xiaoya was excited. She originally wanted to sow discord between Lu Qiqi and Sun Rume, and also intended to warn Sun Rume that no matter how capable she was just a concubine. Who would have thought that Lu Qiqi would take the initiative to ask her to attend the palace banquet together? This was an unexpected surprise. Now Tang Xiaoya admired Lu Qiqi from the bottom of her heart. She felt that there were not many people who could win the favor of King Jin and not forget their sisters. Sister, this is for you. Tang Xiaoya said this, took out a small food box from behind, opened it, and saw that it was a sponge cake. Lu Qiqi smiled. Sister Tang is still thoughtful. It would be difficult to eat well in the palace, so she would fill her stomach on the way to avoid going hungry. Chunbai was speechless. Madam, this little food bought you? Lu Qiqi was in a good mood after having food, and she walked to the door with Tang Xiaoya while talking and laughing. As soon as she reached the door, she saw Sun Rume waiting. Tang Xiaoya saw Sun Rume and hurriedly helped Lu Qiqi down the steps. Sister Sun is here too? Sun Rume glanced at Tang Xiaoya. Why was she here? Did Tang Xiaoya really find Lu Qiqi? And did Lu Qiqi, the idiot, really agree? Sister Sun, what's wrong with you? You look so ugly? Tang Xiaoya pretended to be concerned. Sun Rume came to her senses and bowed slightly to Lu Qiqi. Sister, let's go! Lu Qiqi glanced at her and walked towards the carriage behind. Zhao Kai stood next to the first carriage and said, Madam. Lu Qiqi looked over. Zhao Kai lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw the King of Jin inside. Lu Qiqi saluted. I see the prince. Sun Rume and Tang Xiaoya followed suit. Your servant greets the prince. Your servant greets the prince. Come up. The King of Jin looked at Lu Qiqi and said. Lu Qiqi walked to the carriage in small steps. The King of Jin held out his hand. Lu Qiqi took a look, and with the help of the King of Jin, she got on the carriage. As the carriage curtain fell, Tang Xiaoya ran to the carriage behind. Sun Rume was annoyed and followed her to the carriage behind. She didn't want to walk to the palace. She got on the carriage and saw Tang Xiaoya sitting in the right seat. She was annoyed, but she was still generous and didn't care about others. Congratulations, Sister Tang. Tang Xiaoya smiled slightly. Thank you, Sister Sun, for reminding me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the opportunity to go to the palace this time. Sun Rume's mouth twitched slightly. Of course you don't have the opportunity to enter the palace. She also begged her aunt to get this opportunity. Damn, Tang Xiaoya actually sat on the same level with herself. How could she bear it? She also thought that when she went to the palace, she would find an opportunity to humiliate her severely. Thinking of it, Sun Rume felt relieved and didn't care about Tang Xiaoya so much. I wonder how Sister Tang convinced Sister Lu. Tang Xiaoya chuckled. Sister Lu is kind-hearted. She remembered the sponge cake I made last time, so she gave me this opportunity. Sun Rume's mouth twitched. I didn't want to say anything to a fool like Lu Qiqi. Tang Xiaoya in front of her was obviously hostile to her because of what happened yesterday. In this case, there was no need for her to win over this person. Thinking of the secret about Tang Xiaoya made her happy for a while. At this time, Lu Qiqi, who was sitting in the carriage in front, waited for a long time, but did not arrive at the palace. She was bored and turned sideways to take out the sponge cake given by Tang Xiaoya to eat. Prince Jin smelled the fragrance and heard Lu Qiqi's movement, so he simply closed his eyes. After Lu Qiqi finished eating a piece of sponge cake, she turned her head and saw that Prince Jin seemed to be asleep. So she simply took out the sponge cake and ate it openly. Just after eating, Prince Jin opened his eyes. Lu Qiqi thought this person did it on purpose. She smiled slightly. Next time. Next time. Leave a piece for the prince. Prince Jin glanced at the exquisite food box, then at the crumbs at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly stood up and approached. When Lu Qiqi was panicking and wanted to avoid it, Prince Jin stretched out his hand to pinch the crumbs, flicked his fingers lightly, and dropped them beside him, and asked, "Do you like it very much?" Tang Xiaoya's kindness should not be wasted. Prince Jin thought, this woman sold him just for snacks? Is she really stupid? Or is she pretending to be stupid? Eat more in the palace. Don't lose yourself. Don't worry. I will definitely eat enough. There are more delicious foods in the palace. I wonder if I have the appetite today. Hee hee. Prince Jin laughed out loud. Xiao Rui, who was driving the horse, heard the noise, and was so excited that he almost drove the carriage into the ditch. Fortunately, he was not too embarrassed because of his many years of martial arts. Xiao Rui just breathed a sigh of relief, and heard the noise coming from the carriage, and his heart was wailing. Scared you? Xiao Rui didn't dare to say anything, knowing that he would be punished again when he returned. The last punishment has not healed yet. If he goes through it again, he doesn't know when he will heal. Lu Qiqi thought that this was said to herself, and she curled her lips slightly at the king of Jin, turned her head, and complained in her heart again. Humph! What's so great about a prince? The system voice appeared. The king of Jin is the next emperor. Of course it's great. Lu Qiqi was shocked. The king of Jin is the emperor? System. Of course. Otherwise why are you here? Lu Qiqi felt that she was looked down upon by the system, and then thought of the cause of the matter, and then became proud. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have the fate of being the emperor. The system was silent. Lu Qiqi became arrogant. What? Are you mute? The system changed the topic. The carriage behind is very lively. Do you want to hear what they are saying? Lu Qiqi snorted coldly, thinking of the system's prompt when Tang Xiaoya entered the door, and thinking of the words she said in front of Tang Xiaoya. Now the two of them didn't fight. And it was also because they were going to enter the palace. Entering the palace. It was another scene. It's impossible to fight now. But it's not certain after entering the palace. If I guess correctly, Sun Rumei had the upper hand after entering the palace. System. It's not good to wait. You have some idea. Lu Qiqi. What does it have to do with me? System. It's a big relationship. They are your subordinates. If this matter is really serious, you will suffer. Lu Qiqi. Oh my! It's a piece of shit luck that they didn't take me with them. And I was implicated by bad luck. Amid Lu Qiqi's various complaints, the carriage arrived at the palace. When the carriage stopped, a young eunuch was already waiting beside it. Chapter 43. The Queen Mother has an order. The carriage of the Prince of Jin stopped, and the eunuch immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty. His Majesty wants to see you. As the curtain of the carriage was opened, there was a woman sitting inside. The Prince of Jin ignored the eunuch, got off the carriage, and helped Lu Qiqi get off the carriage. This action may not be a big deal at the gate of the Prince of Jin's mansion, but at the gate of the palace, there are too many people coming in and out, and she doesn't know what the Prince of Jin means? She was confused, and pretended to be weak and put her hand in the hand of the Prince of Jin, and got off the carriage with the help of the Prince of Jin. Sun Rumei and Tang Xiaoya, who had just got off the carriage, saw this scene. Tang Xiaoya smiled slightly. Sun Rumei's face was a little tense. The Prince of Jin ignored everyone's gaze and looked at the eunuch. I will go to the imperial study, and you will take Qiqi to the Taiyu Palace. Yes, the eunuch reacted, and saw the clothes the other party was wearing, and knew the other party's identity, so he didn't dare to neglect it. After the king of Jin left, the eunuch made an invitation gesture. Jean concubine. Please come this way. Sun Rume was very familiar with the palace because of the relationship with the concubine Shu. She walked quickly to Luchichi and showed her sisterly love. Sister, let's go! Showing off her familiarity with the palace and proving her weight to the people around her. Tang Xiaoya put away her heart on the road and followed carefully all the way. As soon as the few people entered the palace, the king of Chu got off the carriage. Looking at the few people who walked in. Who is that? Guardian Jiang Yi saw the scene here early in the carriage. The king of Chu asked. The eunuch just said the concubine of Jin. The king of Chu glanced at the carriage of the king of Jin next to him, and then looked at the backs of the women who walked in, raised one corner of his mouth, and a sly smile flashed. Princess Chu got off another carriage, and the king of Chu looked over and said, Talk more with concubine Jin. Yes. Princess Chu was not in a good mood, and she forced a smile when she heard this. Concubine Jin? How could she not know that King Jin had a concubine? At this time, Chunbai and others were waiting by the carriage, watching the lady follow the eunuch to the Taiyu palace. Sun Rume said softly beside her, Sister, there are too many people at the palace banquet today, so it will be held in the Taiyu palace. When you get there, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Lu Qiqi seemed to be unable to hear someone showing off, and asked, Taiyu palace? Yes, the palace banquet today is in Taiyu palace. What is the origin of this Taiyu palace? Sun Rume was stunned for a moment. Idiot. You don't know you can pretend. How can you ask directly? And you are not afraid of being laughed at by others. Tang Xiaoya, who was walking behind, thought that Lu Qiqi really didn't know the origin of Taiyu Hall. So she took a quick step and explained. Taiyu Hall is the largest hall in the palace. The emperor entertains many guests here. There are many people attending the banquet today, so it is set up in this hall. Sun Rume saw that Tang Xiaoya didn't know how to talk nonsense, and opened her mouth to tell the real origin, but then thought that the origin was not good, so she could only remain silent. She was waiting for someone to lose face, and lose face later. At that time, the position of the side princess would fall directly without climbing up. The little eunuch walking next to them heard all their conversations, and said nothing, quietly leading the way. Lu Qiqi heard the real intention of Taiyu Hall from the system, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. On the contrary, Tang Xiaoya seemed to be kind, but did bad things. Sun Rume deliberately talked about Taiyu Hall, and deliberately didn't tell the story. Very cautious. When a young emperor ascended the throne in Taiyu Palace, something happened, and the final result was not good. The later emperor held a banquet in Taiyu Palace to remind everyone present to be cautious in everything, and never follow the footsteps of their ancestors. When she first heard about Taiyu Palace, she didn't feel anything. If the king of Jin was the next king, should she be more cautious? What if the king of Jin also followed in the footsteps of that person? Ding dong. The system sounded. Impossible. Lu Qiqi smiled. You mean that after the king of Jin ascended the throne, he would be a great ruler for thousands of years? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. How do you know about something that hasn't happened yet? What if the king of Jin is a tyrant after ascending the throne? System. Impossible. Hearing such a firm tone, Lu Qiqi felt that the system was a little protective of its own. Protecting its own? Lu Qiqi asked. What is your relationship with the king of Jin? The system did not answer directly, but said, Be careful later. Lu Qiqi asked. Who should I be on guard against? System. The Queen Mother wants to see you. Lu Qiqi laughed. How could it be possible? She was going to the Taiyu Palace. How could the Queen Mother be in the Taiyu Palace at this time? She whispered in her heart, and a harsh voice came to her ears. Are you Lu Qiqi? An old maid suddenly appeared and blocked their way. Lu Qiqi looked at the other party, and saw at a glance that the old maid had some status in the palace. The eunuch who led the way bent down. Madame Luo. Among the maids, only the maid next to the Queen Mother was Madame Luo. Is the person in front of her someone next to the Queen Mother? Lu Qiqi understood the identity of the person, who came and smiled slightly. I am. Nanny Luo glanced at Lu Qiqi. The Queen Mother sent you to the Sinang Palace. The Queen Mother really wanted to see her. The system had even anticipated this. Sun Rume was very unhappy. She was waiting for Lu Qiqi to embarrass herself in the Taiyu Palace, but she was called away by the Queen Mother. What should she do with her plan? She was reluctant, and did not dare to compete with the Queen Mother for her. Seeing Lu Qiqi being taken away by Nanny Luo, She tried to keep her face calm. Sister Sun. Why did the Queen Mother see Sister Lu? How would I know? Sun Rume could not hold back and shook her sleeves, leaving angrily. Tang Xiuya hurriedly followed. The Queen Mother should also like Sister Lu. Right? Sun Rume stopped and said nothing. At this time, Lu Qiqi, who was leaving, was still a little surprised that the Queen Mother was looking for her. Why did the Queen Mother see her? Looking at Nanny Luo walking beside her. She wanted to ask, but she didn't dare. So she could only talk to the system while walking. Hey, why does the Queen Mother want to see me? System, it's not a good thing. You should be careful. Lu Qiqi became more nervous after hearing this. The Queen Mother wants to kill me? System, not really. Lu Qiqi, it's not easy anyway. System was silent. Lu Qiqi knew that she was not kind. And she tried to adjust her mood, trying to face the Queen Mother, the champion of the last palace fight, so that she would not suffer too much. In the past few years in modern times, for the sake of her career, she has wandered among all kinds of people, met monsters and demons, and had a way to deal with them. I hope I can pass it easily this time. Following Luo Mama all the way to the Queen Mother Sinang Palace, I saw many palace maids and eunuchs bowing to Luo Mama along the way, which shows the status of this person in the palace. Prince Jin went to the imperial study. After listening to the emperor's admonition, he came out with a bad look on his face. Zhao Kai was outside the study and saw Prince Jin coming out. He hurried forward. Prince, the lady went to the Sinang Palace. Prince Jin frowned. Why did the Queen Mother look for her? As he said that, he walked quickly to the Queen Mother Sinang Palace. Zhao Kai explained as he walked. I don't know. It was Nani Luo, who was beside the Queen Mother, who led the people. Zhao Kai said that he saw Prince Jin walking faster and thought of the news just received from Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao got the news that the lady was allergic to spinach pollen. A few days ago, someone put spinach pollen on the lady's clothes. The lady was keenly aware of it. A few days later, Chen Ma from the kitchen specially sent snacks made with spinach juice, and the lady ate them. Prince Jin stopped and looked at Zhao Kai. This is the news from Sun Xiao Gang. He said that Lao Zhang, who delivered spinach to the palace a few days ago, has been caught. When we went there, Lao Zhang had been dead for several days. The Lao Zhang who delivered the vegetables was someone else's disguise. Prince Jin frowned. Investigate. There will be no spinach in this season, and it will be easy to investigate if it appears. The person who disguised himself as Lao Zhang has some connections. Who knew that Lu Qiqi was allergic to spinach pollen? How could he do it so flawlessly? Chapter 44 Concubine Shu. Do you have any objections? Sinang Palace. Lu Qiqi followed Nanny Luo to the Sinang Palace. In the palace, there were only the Empress Dowager and the palace maids and eunuchs. Entering the door, Lu Qiqi bowed deeply. The Empress Dowager did not make it difficult, and enthusiastically asked Lu Qiqi to stand up. After Lu Qiqi stood up, she bowed and stood beside her. I heard that you were injured a few days ago. Lu Qiqi wondered what the Empress Dowager meant. Was she going to stand up for Xiao Nianqing? She thought to herself, but did not show it on her face. With a sincere face. It's just a minor injury. It's no problem. The Empress Dowager smiled lovingly. Even if it's a minor injury, why would the King of Jin alarm the imperial physician? Lu Qiqi bowed her head shyly when she heard this. Seeing this move, the Empress Dowager thought that Lu Qiqi was a well-behaved and sensible child, and smiled with satisfaction. She did not continue to ask about the injury, but asked Lu Qiqi some things, such as how old she was, where her mother's family was, what her father and mother did, and whether she had brothers and sisters at home. Lu Qiqi answered honestly when she heard it. She knew these things, and the Queen Mother knew them long ago. She said them just to go through the motions. There was another meaning. Her identity was not good enough in the capital, especially in the palace. The Queen Mother wanted her to know her identity. Lu Qiqi handled these things perfectly. It showed her sincerity and frankness. After a few words, the Queen Mother was very satisfied with her performance. Lu Qiqi knew that her hypocrisy made others think that she was an innocent little sheep, obedient and easy to control. It was really wrong to think so. Lu Qiqi thought in her heart that the system came out to make trouble again. Lu Qiqi, you are great. Lu Qiqi, not bad. To deal with the old man who controls everything, you just need to show your weakness. Be obedient, and let her do whatever she wants. System, Don't be too happy yet. Lu Qiqi. What's wrong? System. The queen is coming here. Lu Qiqi. She is the aunt and nephew of the queen mother. And they are not on good terms? System. Yes. The queen is here with bad intentions. Lu Qiqi smiled. The queen is more optimistic about Sun Rume. Seeing that she has the upper hand, she should be unhappy. Right? Thinking of the imperial concubine in the palace, she asked. Didn't Sun Rume complain to the concubine? The system laughed unkindly. She complained? And now she is being beaten. Lu Qiqi. She deserves it. I knew that Sun Rume had the support of the concubine. It's a pity that the concubine is optimistic about Sun Rume, and can also give advice, and provide so much confidential information. Sun Rume has not been treated differently by the king of Jin until now. It was reasonable for concubine Shu to be angry, and it was expected that she would be beaten. If I were Sun Rume, I would not have entered the palace today, and I would have escaped by claiming to be sick. After thinking for a while, I asked again, does concubine Shu have a good relationship with the queen? System. Not too good. Lu Qiqi. Is there something going on here? System. Concubine Shu was once pregnant, and the queen arranged for someone to do it. Concubine Shu found out about this, and found out about it. But unfortunately, there was no evidence. The emperor was a little angry with concubine Shu, so concubine Shu could only bear it herself. Lu Qiqi. Given the relationship between Sun Rume and concubine Shu, why did the queen still think highly of Sun Rume? There was something fishy going on here. System. Who knows what the queen thinks? Lu Qiqi was gossiping with the system. The queen mother thought that Lu Qiqi was a quiet person who could keep a decent attitude even without speaking, and she was more satisfied with him. At this moment, a message came from outside. Prince Jin is here. Prince Jin is here? Lu Qiqi looked up. The queen mother saw Lu Qiqi's eyes, and couldn't help laughing. Prince Jin just came in from outside. Seeing the queen mother's smile, he stepped forward and saluted. Grandson meets the royal grandmother. Nanny Luo and others saluted quickly. Meet the prince. Lu Qiqi was a little confused. What good luck did she have today? Queen mother, Prince Jin, and the queen who was halfway, and the concubine who stabbed a voodoo doll in which palace? I have never been outstanding, but I am so lucky today? The queen mother glanced at Lu Qiqi and asked Prince Jin, how did Nyener have time to come here? Prince Jin walked up to the queen mother and said, I went to the palace to see the royal grandmother, but my father called me over, so I came a little late. After that, he sat next to Lu Qiqi. The queen mother said, I heard that you have chosen a concubine as your wife. I came to the palace today to take a look. Prince Jin. It's my grandson's fault. The queen mother was happy to see Prince Jin defending Lu Qiqi so much. Prince Jin liked the person she sent, and she was also proud. I look at this dress. Why is it a little inappropriate? The queen mother stared at Lu Qiqi's clothes and asked. Prince Jin pulled Lu Qiqi up and knelt on the ground. Grandson has another matter to ask the royal grandmother to decide before entering the palace. The queen mother understood what Prince Jin meant and signaled to Luo Ma to help Lu Qiqi up. Luo Ma was an old woman beside the queen mother. After a series of actions, she understood that the queen mother was satisfied with Lu Qiqi and treated Lu Qiqi with special respect. I know what Nyener meant. What does the royal grandmother mean? Prince Jin asked. Okay. Prince Jin pulled Lu Qiqi to kneel and salute again. Lu Qiqi was very passive in everything. She also understood that she had become a concubine after entering the palace, wanting to know the real thoughts of the king of Jin. I also feel that the king of Jin is also an interesting person. He deliberately sent the clothes of the side princess and came to the queen mother to ask for them. This was done perfectly, getting rid of the relationship and selling a favor to the queen mother. The queen mother really has a sharp eye. She should like the king of Jin more. Thinking of where the king of Jin will go in the future. Can it be said that the queen mother can see through everything? The queen mother just agreed to the king of Jin's request, and the queen arrived. Entering the door, there are all kinds of ceremonies and kneeling. Lu Qiqi felt a little dizzy after kowtowed several times. Hearing that the queen and the queen mother seemed to be concerned about each other and strengthened the stick in their words, she was really speechless. Fortunately, Lu Qiqi played the image of a good girl, pretending not to understand. Bored, seeing that the cakes around her looked delicious, picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. After eating, the taste was very good, and she couldn't help but eat it piece by piece. I don't know how long they talked. The concubine arrived, and Lu Qiqi followed the salute again. It was also because of this action that she saw several empty plates in front of her. Am I such a big eater? After the arrival of concubine Shu, she saluted the queen mother, and everyone saluted concubine Shu. After concubine Shu greeted the queen mother, she looked at Lu Qiqi. Is this the new favorite of the king of Jin? Lu? New favorite? This is more direct than the queen. Lu Qiqi likes this character. But it's a pity that it would be better if it wasn't directed at herself. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she saluted concubine Shu again. Your servant Lu greets the queen of concubine Shu. Concubine Shu didn't seem to hear it, and deliberately stared at Lu Qiqi carefully. The queen looked at her without saying anything. She also wanted to see what Lu Qiqi was capable of. The king of Jin looked at concubine Shu, frowning slightly. The queen mother first glanced at the prince of Jin, and then said to concubine Shu, Concubine Shu, concubine Jin bowed to you. Didn't you hear it? This was said simply, but the intention of protecting her was obvious. When concubine Shu heard this, she quickly put on a kind look. Old Buddha, you misunderstood me. As she said this, she helped Lu Qiqi to stand up. What a pretty girl. No wonder the prince of Jin liked her so much after seeing her a few times. The prince of Jin did not give concubine Shu face, and directly said, My lady Shu, do you have any objections? How dare you? Concubine Shu kept a smile on her face, but her heart was bitter. This is the benefit of not having a son. It was not easy to get her niece into the palace. And this happened again. Thinking of this, she could not control the hatred in her heart, and held Lu Qiqi's hand, and began to use force, inserting the finger guard on her finger into Lu Qiqi's wrist. Chapter 45 finally found. Lu Qiqi could have endured it, but it was too painful. She screamed, and before concubine Shu could react, Prince Jin pushed concubine Shu away and checked Lu Qiqi's wrist, which had already started bleeding. Concubine Shu staggered, and if it wasn't for Nani Luo's timely support, she would have fallen. Being treated like this by a junior, concubine Shu's face was not good. Just as she was about to get angry, the queen mother spoke first. Quick! Call the imperial physician to come and take a look. After saying that, Nani Luo ran out, and the queen mother looked at concubine Shu. Concubine Shu, you've gone too far. Concubine Shu knelt on the ground in grievance, unable to say a word. Seeing this, the queen said, Don't be angry, Auntie. Concubine Shu must have been too excited to see that Prince Jin could find someone he likes. Concubine Shu didn't like the queen, and now she said, I know I'm wrong, and I asked the queen mother to punish me. The queen mother waved her hand. Queen, concubine Shu, you all go down. The queen and concubine Shu saluted and left quickly. After they left, the queen mother quickly stood up and came forward. She first took a look at the wrist of the prince of Jin to make sure she was not mistaken, and then said to Lu Qiqi with concern, Child, are you okay? The change of address did not make Lu Qiqi flattered, but she felt scared and had the urge to escape. No problem. Lu Qiqi wanted to pull her hand back from the prince of Jin's hand, but the prince of Jin held it too tightly and could not pull it back. The queen mother said in a serious tone, How can it be harmless? The imperial physician should take a good look. Soon, Nani Luo arrived with imperial physician Huang. When imperial physician Huang saw that it was Lu Qiqi again, he was much more cautious than last time. After paying his respects, he checked Lu Qiqi's wound. He didn't know what was wrong with this woman. She was injured twice, and Prince Jin was there. Among all her grandchildren, the queen mother always favored Prince Jin the most. Now that this happened again, he was a little nervous to treat him. Fortunately, the wound was not big, so it was easy to deal with. As an old man in the palace, he could see that the wound was not right at a glance. He said what he should say, but didn't say a word that he shouldn't say. Leaving the queen mother Sinang palace, Imperial Dr. Huang sighed deeply. The queen mother looked at Lu Qiqi. Child, you just came to the palace and are not familiar with many places. Let Yinner take you around. Yes, Lu Qiqi said and bowed again. After bowing to the queen mother, Prince Jin left with Lu Qiqi. When they were far away, the queen mother slapped the table and ordered Luo Mama, send away the big maid next to concubine Shu. Yes, Luo Mama was not surprised. It was rare for the queen mother to get angry. Did the niece of concubine Shu also enter the palace today? Yes. Drive her out of the palace together. and never let her enter the palace again in this life. Nanny Luo saw that the queen mother was really angry, because concubine Shu had always cut off Sun Rume's retreat. So it was good? I really don't know what concubine Shu is thinking. Even if she is a concubine sent away, she should have an identity. She danced as a dancer, which is going backwards. After Nanny Luo received the order and left, the queen mother raised her hand in annoyance, and all the maids and eunuchs in the room retreated. They were cautious and did not dare to make a wrong step. They were not as lucky as concubine Shu when they made mistakes, but the maids around them suffered. There were no outsiders, and the queen mother sat where she was, tears flowing uncontrollably. Her lips were trembling with excitement. Found it. Finally found it. If it weren't for concubine Shu's behavior, she wouldn't know how important Lu Qiqi was to King Jin. Fortunately, she discovered the secret before she made a move. That's why concubine Shu did it, and the maid was the one who suffered. Here, Lu Qiqi left the Empress Dowager Xineng Palace, and quietly followed King Jin, looking at the left and right wrists. She laughed at herself. Now it's better. Both sides are symmetrical. Looking at the same bandaging technique, Lu Qiqi couldn't help laughing. Being too absorbed in thinking, King Jin stopped and didn't notice, and his head hit it hard. Instinctively, her body bent back to stabilize herself. When she stood firm, she saw King Jin's mocking face. Can't walk? Lu Qiqi heard the sarcasm in the words, and thought that this was the palace. So she lowered her head. Your Highness is right. Is this interesting? Lu Qiqi looked up and lowered her head quickly. It's boring. It's quite boring. King Jin saw that the woman was obedient on the surface, and her eyes revealed her true emotions when she lowered her head. Looking at the back of her head, I still think it's cute. Third brother, you are here. The voice of the king of Chu came from a distance. When Lu Qiqi heard this voice, the system reminded, it's the king of Chu. She looked up at the person who came and took a step closer to the king of Jin. Third brother, you made me look so hard. The king of Chu came up and greeted the king of Jin first, and then found Lu Qiqi's presence. Who is this? Lu Qiqi saluted. Meet the king of Chu. The king of Chu smiled and patted the king of Jin on the shoulder. Third brother finally got it. The king of Jin looked over and kept people at a distance. Big brother, what's the matter? Brothers haven't gathered together for a long time. I want to drink more. I didn't expect that the third brother came here secretly. After saying that, he winked at King Jin. King Jin turned sideways and avoided King Chu's hand. Big brother, I understand. I understand. King Chu was very tactful, and said this with a smile, and patted King Jin's shoulder again. Third brother, have fun. After saying this, he strode away. Lu Qiqi looked carefully at the back of King Chu, thinking that King Jin's current fate was caused by him, and that King Chen's financial path was cut off because of this person. This person is very cunning. System reminder, King Chu is full of bad water. Stay away from him in the future. Lu Qiqi agreed. Yeah. Thinking about it, he asked again. Did Xu Fei do it on purpose? System, she came to see you. Lu Qiqi, so she couldn't control herself and hurt me? System, she didn't expect you to speak. Lu Qiqi smiled. I was injured. Why didn't you scream? Be patient when you should be patient, and never compromise when you shouldn't be patient. Prince Jin suddenly laughed when he saw Lu Qiqi. What are you laughing at? Lu Qiqi forgot about Prince Jin beside her. He was not Chunbai, so easy to fool, and asked, Can I cry? Prince Jin wanted to tease a few words, but heard the movement in the distance and reminded, Be careful of concubine Shu. Yes. As soon as the two said this, Prince Chen and Prince Yan passed by and saw Prince Jin here, and pulled him away together. Prince Jin also assigned a palace maid to send Lu Qiqi to Taiyu Palace before leaving. Without Prince Jin, Lu Qiqi felt much more comfortable. When she arrived at Taiyu Palace safely, she was guided to the position of Prince Jin. Prince Jin ranked third and had a front position. Because the emperor valued Prince Jin, he was the most outstanding among several princes. Prince Jin, who ruined his future by favoring his concubine and killing his wife, was the most incompetent among the princes. Without Prince Jin, things will become more intense. Chapter 46 Sisters-in-Law. Lu Qiqi was not familiar with the people here. After sitting down, she saw exquisite pastries in front of her. She thought the pastries in the Empress Dowager Xineng Palace were delicious. so they should be delicious here too. She sat down and started eating. After eating for a while, she didn't see Sunrume and Tang Xiaoya. Where did they go? Sunrume was annoying. And because of the incident with concubine Shu, she had a bad impression of Sunrume. It was better than her being alone here. After eating for a while, she heard people talking next to her. There has been a lot of noise about the Su Shangshu mansion these past 2 days. I wonder if it's true or not. It should be true. Today, Su Shangshu entered the palace, and I heard that he was meeting His Majesty to discuss the divorce. Lu Qiqi had never heard of this person, and didn't know who he was. The system automatically reminded. Mrs. Su Shangshu had a lover before marriage. Zhu Chong. Su Shangshu knew it. But he relied on his good family background to separate the two. Over the years, they have been living in peace. Not long ago, the king of Jin returned triumphantly, and Zhu Chong became a deputy general. Su Shangshu began to insist again, saying that Zhu Chong and Mrs. Su had an unclear relationship and wanted a divorce. Lu Qiqi. How old is Su Shangshu? System. 43. Lu Qiqi. Do they have children? System. There is a son who is now engaged to Yin Linger, the daughter of Staff Officer Yin. This matter is about to be completed. With this incident, I don't think this marriage will happen. Lu Qiqi misses Yin Linger, the Yin Linger she met at EP1 tea house. Yin Linger likes the king of Jin and marries the son of Minister Su. Just think about it. This relationship is complicated enough. Lu Qiqi. You are so old. What are you still doing? System. Minister Su is crazy. Lu Qiqi sympathized with Madame Su even more. Poor Madame Su. If she had known she would marry such a thing, she might not have married. Just at this moment, the people who were talking next to her suddenly looked over, and the system prompted. Look! The lady in red clothes walking over is Madame Su. Lu Qiqi turned her head and looked over. Seeing that this person had a kind face, she should be a gentle woman. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes, she thought that she had a hard time these days. Lu Qiqi looked too directly, and for a long time, Madame Su happened to look over. Lu Qiqi did not peek at the embarrassment of others catching the bag, but nodded slightly at her as a greeting. Madame Su smiled at Lu Qiqi and sat down in her seat. The gossipers around were still talking about the things between Minister Su and Madame Su, and Lu Qiqi was a little annoyed. I am not here, so you can talk. People are here, and you are still talking like this. It's easy to talk without any pain in your waist. Looking at their appearance, how can your backyard be quiet? She looked down on people who built their happiness on the pain of others. Thinking of this, she deliberately raised her hand and knocked over the teacup in front of her. Crash. The voices of discussion beside her quieted down. Lu Qiqi turned her head to look at the two gossipers. Sorry. I didn't scare you too. Did I? Lu Qiqi was a stranger to the people present. She was wearing the clothes of a side princess and sitting in the position of King Jin. The people sitting below did not dare to provoke her, and they were suddenly as quiet as quails. Lu Qiqi was quite satisfied and continued to eat cakes. After a while, the Princess of Chu and the Princess of Yin came together. The Princess of Chu saw Lu Qiqi sitting in the position of King Jin at a glance, and thought of the instructions of King Chu at the palace gate. So she walked quickly. Sister Lu, I finally meet you. Lu Qiqi stood up. Meet the Princess of Chu and Princess of Yin. Princess Chu looked at Princess Yin. Look! Our sister Lu is still so shy. Princess Yin took a closer look at Lu Qiqi's clothes and understood what she hadn't said. She knew that she couldn't say anything that hadn't been officially announced. And she didn't dare to say much about the fact that King Qin favored his concubine over his wife. Sister, you're too enthusiastic. You scared Sister Lu, Princess Yin said. Princess Chu enthusiastically took Lu Qiqi's hand. We're all family. How can we be so formal? Besides, we're sisters-in-law. I'm being bold today and acting like a sister. Sister, you're really good at talking. Princess Yin joked. Lu Qiqi watched them show off their sisterly love, and thought about the days to come. She wondered if they could still call each other sisters. Princess Chu talked for a while, and when she saw Lu Qiqi didn't respond, she looked at the snacks on the table from time to time, thinking of the scene she saw in the Qing palace. She turned her head and told the maid beside her, and the maid left quickly. When Lu Qiqi heard that there were cakes, her eyes brightened a little, and she looked at Princess Chu more kindly. Princess Chu and Princess Yin saw all of this, and thought that maybe Lu Qiqi was too simple. Later, The three women sat together. Princess Chu always had endless things to say. Princess Yin just listened and nodded from time to time. And Lu Qiqi was even more straightforward. She ate 3 plates of cakes in a row. And licked her fingers after eating. Princess Yin really didn't see anyone who could eat so much at a palace banquet. She was originally a little nervous. But at this moment, she was much more relaxed. Sister Lu. Is it really so delicious? Lu Qiqi licked her lips. It's better than the one in the palace. Puff. The Princess of Yin laughed out loud. The food made by the imperial chef in the palace is naturally the best. Really? Lu Qiqi's eyes lit up. The Princess of Chu was also amused. Turning her head to look at the maid next to her. The maid left again. Lu Qiqi leaned on the shoulder of the Princess of Chu. Sister Chu is so nice. The Princess of Yin smiled. You should call Sister He. Why should Princess Chu call Sister He? Lu Qiqi asked naively. Then why should I call you Sister Lu? The Princess of Chu said with a smile. Lu Qiqi finally understood and changed her words. Sister He. You are so nice. I bought you with a few plates of snacks. If you don't know, you would think that the King of Jin treated you badly. A few people were talking and laughing. And the King of Jin, the King of Chu, the King of Yin, and the King of Chu arrived. Everyone stood up and saluted. The Princess of Chu and the Princess of Yin stood up and returned to their seats. Soon after, several princes sat down. The Emperor and Empress arrived. Lu Qiqi followed suit and saluted again. She didn't feel that she could kneel, but it was too frequent. Before she could straighten her back, she knelt again. When the banquet began, Lu Qiqi saw the Emperor sitting in the main seat. And next to him were the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Concubine Wu and Concubine Qin sat on both sides. And below them were Concubine Shu and Concubine De. And below them were some unfamiliar concubines. Looking at this scene, no wonder so many people liked to be the Emperor. Thinking and watching, Lu Qiqi found that Concubine Shu's face was not good. And saw that the Emperor had come. Why didn't she see Sun Rumei and Tang Xiaoya? Where did they go? Thinking in her heart, she turned her head to look behind her, and was suddenly grabbed by the King of Jin. Lu Qiqi looked over. You heard me. There will be delicious food later. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi didn't care where Sun Rumei and Tang Xiaoya went, and concentrated on waiting for the food to arrive. King Jin took a look, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. Chapter 47 Palace Banquet. Lu Qiqi's eyes lit up when she saw the exquisite dishes being served. What people around her said, what they saw, and what songs and dances they performed were not attractive to her. While eating, she commented on the characteristics of the dish in her heart, and communicated with the system from time to time. She had no idea that her behavior was cute and innocent in the eyes of some people. But some people thought it was artificial. What day is today? It's too unreasonable to just eat. Who is the King of Jin? How can such a woman sit next to him? As a few glasses of wine were drunk, many people couldn't sit still and interacted. Someone came to the King of Jin to toast. But Lu Qiqi still stared at the food in front of her, not affected by the surroundings at all. When all the dishes were in her stomach, she began to worry about the empty plates. The dishes in the palace are delicious, but the quantity is too small. She hasn't eaten enough yet. What should she do? Thinking about it, she turned her head and looked at the King of Jin. The King of Jin was drinking with others. He noticed this sight and glanced at the side. Someone left quickly. The Queen Mother, who was sitting on the upper throne, approached the Emperor and asked, Your Majesty, what do you think of that girl? The daughter of the county magistrate? The Emperor thought that this status was too low. I think this girl is good. The Queen Mother stared at the Emperor. The Emperor saw the Queen Mother's eyes, and looked at the woman sitting next to the King of Jin again. The King of Jin had no woman around him for many years. And suddenly there was such a thing, which he felt was not worthy of. Your Majesty has been worrying about the King of Jin for many years, and finally found him. Don't hurt the harmony between you and your son because of a woman. The Emperor looked at the Queen Mother, who nodded slightly. When the Emperor looked at Lu Qiqi again, his eyes became slightly excited. The Queen, who had been sitting next to him, saw in the Sinang Palace that the Queen Mother liked Lu Qiqi, and she didn't expect that she would bring this up to the Emperor. She wanted to interrupt, but seeing the Emperor's attitude, she knew it was not appropriate to talk about this at this moment. The Emperor looked at Lu Qiqi a few more times, and his previous dissatisfaction dissipated a little. He also thought about how the daughter of the county magistrate of Huangshan County could be worthy of his most outstanding son. The women around him had been with the emperor for many years. They saw the queen mother and the emperor talking, and they were obviously more satisfied with Lu Qiqi. Look at the people sitting below. Which family has a daughter of the right age? And they are all eyeing the position of the Princess of Jin. But they didn't expect it to be snatched away by the daughter of the county magistrate. What a shame! The queen was thinking in her heart that there was no hope for the queen mother. So she could only focus on the emperor. Concubine Shu was the most uncomfortable one present. Everyone knew that her niece had become a concubine in the Jin Wang mansion. This identity was embarrassing enough. Then she thought that the Prince of Jin was not interested in women, and it was convenient to approach the Prince of Jin as a maid. Now, what she had worked hard for more than a year was snatched away by Lu Qiqi. What was even more hateful was that she was driven away like that in the Empress Dowager Sinang Palace. Her head maid just disappeared, and her niece Sunrume, who was arranged to dance, also disappeared for no reason. How could she not hate and be angry? Thinking of this, she put all the resentment in her heart on Lu Qiqi. The Prince of Jin noticed this sight, and his eyes stayed on Concubine Shu's face for a while, forcing Concubine Shu to move away the angry look. Lu Qiqi was possessed by a foodie, and only knew how to eat, and was unaware of the curious eyes around her. This was only seen by others. In fact, she was eating while chatting with the system. Lu Qiqi. Good job. Lu Qiqi ate a piece of braised chicken nugget, and then picked up her chopsticks again after finishing it. I've experienced more grand scenes than this. What's there to be afraid of being stared at? After today, she will be famous. System. Lower left. At the 5 o'clock position. Someone is staring at you. Lu Qiqi took a bite of the dry-fried spicy pork shreds. Whose noble daughter? System. Yin Linger. The legitimate daughter of Staff Officer Yin. Lu Qiqi paused for a moment, and then quickly started eating again. Yin Linger and Minister Su's son. Is there still a chance? System laughed. She's about to eat you. Lu Qiqi didn't care. It's okay. The person she really wants to eat is the King of Jin. Thinking about it, she turned her head and glanced at the man next to her. The moment she looked over, the King of Jin happened to look at her. His eyes were too complicated, and Lu Qiqi didn't dare to look directly at him. So she lowered her head and ate quickly. System. Are you moved? Lu Qiqi. No. System. What are you feeling guilty about? Lu Qiqi paused, then looked at King Jin, pretending to be calm. You don't want to eat? King Jin raised his lips and glanced at the empty plates. Anything else? Lu Qiqi subconsciously wanted to say yes, but when she glanced over, she saw that all the plates were empty, and her face suddenly turned red. You are the prince. Just ask them to send more. King Jin nodded. It seems to be the case. King Jin glanced somewhere after he finished speaking. Someone left quickly. Lu Qiqi changed the subject forcefully, looked at Yin Linger's position, and asked, That person is the daughter of Staff Officer Yin, and she has been watching you for a long time. King Jin took a sip of wine. It should be you. You are the sister Lu in her mouth. You followed me? Lu Qiqi knew it long ago. And when the King of Jin said this, she was furious. I'm busy. The King of Jin said this, put down the wine glass, and poured wine for himself. Lu Qiqi closed her eyes, tried to take a deep breath, and after calming down, her expression was just right and gentle. I lost my composure. The King of Jin found Lu Qiqi's pretending very interesting, and wanted to know how long she could last. When the dishes were served, her expression changed, and she started drinking again in a very good mood. Suddenly, I felt that today's palace banquet was not so difficult. Thinking that someone was still setting up a trap for him after today's banquet, he suddenly didn't want the woman to take risks, and said, After it's over, I'll let Zhao Kai take you back. What about you? I have something else to do. Lu Qiqi didn't ask any more questions and concentrated on eating. Attending a palace banquet, Lu Qiqi only focused on eating and didn't do anything else. When leaving, Lu Qiqi's mind was full of the delicious food she had eaten this time. Taking a carriage back to the King of Jin's mansion. When getting off the carriage, Chunbai, Yudai, and Qingdai greeted them. Madam, you are back. Chunbai's excited eyes were full of smiles. Lu Qiqi looked at her. What did you eat secretly? You are so happy? Chunbai's smile disappeared. Madam. She was happy for Madam. Okay. Several people surrounded Lu Qiqi and walked towards the Jin Wang mansion. There was a sound of horse hooves behind her. Lu Qiqi turned her head and saw Zhao Kai driving away quickly in a carriage. She knew that the Jin Wang would make a move tonight. Judging from Zhao Kai's appearance, the situation was a bit serious. Madam, do you know that Sun Rumei and Tang Xiaoye were sent back before the banquet started? Why? Lu Qiqi remembered that she was busy eating and forgot about it. I don't know. But when Sun Rumei came out, she seemed to have been beaten. Chunbai thought of Sun Rumei's return and found it funny. There was an aunt who was a concubine in the palace. So what? She was kicked out before the banquet started. It was shameful. Chapter 48. The Prince of Jin is in danger. Sun Rumei doesn't look good. Does she? Lu Qiqi asked. Not only does she look bad, she looks extremely ugly. Where's Tang Xiaoye? Chunbai thought for a moment. She doesn't look like she was beaten. But her face doesn't look good either. Lu Qiqi knew something was wrong. She also knew that Sun Rumei was beaten by concubine Shu. So why hadn't she been driven back yet? I guess someone was angry at this time. She was thinking whether she should be kind enough to comfort her. After thinking about it, she decided to forget it. Sun Rumei was unlucky. And she might have a lot of anger in her heart but no place to vent it. If she went there, she would be scolded. After thinking about it, she gave up the idea. Back at Qingyu Pavilion, Lu Qiqi changed into a light outfit, came to the soft couch, pulled the thin blanket next to her, covered herself with it, and waved to Chunbai and the others. I'll lie down for a while. You're tired too. Go down and have a rest. Chunbai saw that the lady was really tired. They had been drinking the northwest wind for nearly 2 hours at the palace gate, and were indeed a little tired. Grateful for the lady's thoughtfulness, Chunbai took out some dried fruits, and placed them on the small table next to her before leaving. Lu Qiqi was really full in the palace. Seeing the dried fruits in front of her, she took them and ate them. Hey, how is Tang Xiaoye now? System. Not very good. Lu Qiqi didn't know why Tang Xiaoye wanted to enter the palace. She was kicked out before eating at the palace banquet. She was not in a good mood. How could she be kicked out of the palace? System. A concubine also wants to participate in such an occasion. Humiliating herself. Lu Qiqi was angry when she heard this. Why didn't you say it earlier? Damn system. And made her promise to bring Tang Xiaoye to the palace banquet. The same thing happened to the Prince of Jin. He knew it. So why didn't he say anything? System. Only Sun Rumei. It's not good to kick her out. Lu Qiqi was angry. But she still wanted to ask clearly. What's going on? System. It's a bit complicated to explain. Lu Qiqi didn't have much patience. Hurry up and tell me. System. Sun Rumei is unlucky. Some time ago, the queen kept 10 koi in the pond of Fuyun Palace. She loved them very much. In order to win the favor of the empress, Concubine Da actually appointed the trusted eunuch Su to poison them. Afterwards, Concubine Da naturally did not admit it. After investigating the matter, it was found that it was eunuch Su. Eunuch Su didn't want to implicate Concubine Da, so he took all the responsibility. The queen knew that it was a play used by Concubine Da to win the favor of the empress. But there was no direct evidence, so the matter was all attributed to eunuch Su. Lu Qiqi. It has nothing to do with what happened today. Right? System. It has no direct relationship. The key to the problem is that Shufei happened to hear Defei's plan at that time. But she did not tell the queen. The queen accidentally heard the news yesterday. So what happened today happened. Lu Qiqi broke open a paper shell walnut and put it into her mouth. These women in the palace have big brains. System. People with small brains are dead. Lu Qiqi suddenly felt that the paper shell walnut was not popular. But why do I feel that this Defei is in trouble? System. Eunuch Su is Defei's childhood sweetheart. Defei's parents sent their daughter to the palace for glory and wealth. Eunuch Su followed all the way and became a eunuch in the palace. Lu Qiqi sighed. Another pair of unfortunate Mandarin ducks. System. Not really. After entering the palace, Defei was busy competing for favor and had long forgotten eunuch Su. It was this eunuch Su who was infatuated with her and followed her all the way to the palace, and finally lost his life for Defei. Lu Qiqi. Why didn't I see Concubine Da? System. Concubine Da is the biological mother of Prince Qing. How could she have the face to come out when Prince Qing got into trouble? Lu Qiqi didn't expect this to happen. According to what you said, the queen is narrow-minded enough. Not only did she not tell others about the knowledge, but she also deliberately set up others. There are so many women in the palace, and it is normal for them to compete for favors around a man. Thinking of this, I think the queen is narrow-minded. System. The queen is not a good person. The queen mother took great efforts to get her into the palace. In order to let her sit in the position of queen, she eliminated all obstacles. In order to consolidate the position of queen, she did a lot of things. What about the queen? After no one threatened her position, she still went against the queen mother. Lu Qiqi hit the nail on the head. The queen mother is not the biological mother of the emperor. Right? System. Smart. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi suddenly felt like eating again. She grabbed a handful of pistachios and prepared to eat and chat. The system suddenly made a sharp sound. Quick! Prince Jean is in danger. Lu Qiqi was startled by the noise, and the pistachios in her hand fell all over the floor, and she almost fell off the couch. System. Quick! Hurry up and save him! Lu Qiqi was about to say how to save him, when suddenly, there was an amulet in her hand. Knowing the use of the amulet, Lu Qiqi was still a little reluctant, thinking of her and King Jin's life and death together, and walked out reluctantly. Quick! Tell me what I should do. System. King Jin is on the official road outside the city gate. You take the amulet and rush over immediately. Lu Qiqi was anxious. It's so far. How can I get there? The matter is urgent. And if I run over here? The daylily will be cold. The system also thought of this problem. There is a man named Sun Chao in the dark. You call him out and ask him to take you there. Lu Qiqi knew that someone was watching her, but she didn't expect it to be useful in this way. She came to the yard and shouted at the empty yard. Sun Chao. I know you are around. Come out quickly. After shouting this, there was no movement. But Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai came out. Madam, what's wrong with you? Chunbai asked. Lu Qiqi ignored them and shouted again. Sun Chao. I know you are around here. If he is not in danger, I can pretend that you don't exist. This time, there was indeed one more person in the yard. Chunbai was startled and quickly blocked Lu Qiqi. Yudai and Qingdai saw Sun Chao and bowed their heads slightly. Lu Qiqi pushed Chunbai away and came to Sun Chao. Are you Sun Chao? Yes. Sun Chao looked at Lu Qiqi, wondering what this woman was going to do. Lu Qiqi stepped forward and lowered her voice. He is in danger outside the city. Take me there immediately. No need. Sun Chao refused. Prince Jean should be in the palace now, and it is impossible for him to appear outside the city. Even if there is danger, there are so many people protecting Prince Jean, so there will be no problem. Lu Qiqi was angry, raised her hand and slapped Sun Chao, and asked, Do you dare to risk his life? Chunbai was frightened and wanted to protect the lady. At this moment, the momentum exuded by the lady made even her admire her. Who is the person who said he is in danger? Qingdai and Yudai were startled at the same time, hesitating. Should they protect the lady or obey the order? At this time, Sun Chao said, Are you sure? Lu Qiqi didn't say much nonsense, grabbed Sun Chao and left. When they came to the door, 2 horses were already parked at the door, and Qingdai and Yudai stood beside the horses. Lu Qiqi just took a look, jumped on the horse's back, squeezed the horse's belly, and the horse rushed out. Chapter 49 Whereabouts Unknown. When Sun Chao investigated Lu Qiqi, he had not heard that she could ride a horse. Now that Lu Qiqi had ridden away, he immediately jumped on the horse and chased after her. Lu Qiqi rode very fast. It was already afternoon, and there were not many people. There were still many people on the street. Lu Qiqi kept urging the horse to run faster. Everyone dodged when they heard the sound of horse hooves. Sun Chao followed closely behind. Seeing that heroic woman riding on horseback, he could not associate her with Madame Lu, who only knew how to eat. Just as he was thinking, he saw Lu Qiqi looking back. So he sped up and ran in front of Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi just had to follow Sun Chao on horseback. His brain began to communicate with the system, determine the specific location, and shouted to Sun Chao. On the small road leading to the bamboo forest on the north side of the official road outside the city gate, Sun Chao was a little suspicious of Lu Qiqi's accuracy, but he ran faster. Most people who rode to the city gate had to dismount, but because of the special status of King Jin, Sun Chao, who was a guard, took out his token when he rode through the city gate and passed smoothly. When Lu Qiqi saw it, she immediately felt that she had found Sun Chao. Not long after leaving the city gate, Sun Chao rode to a small path next to him. Lu Qiqi followed closely behind, and soon after, she heard the sound of fighting in front. Lu Qiqi's heart was in her throat. She thought, if King Jin died, she would die too. And if King Jin was injured, she would be injured too. She hated the feeling of being controlled by others. If she were an ordinary person, she might not have any problems in her life. But King Jin was different. His position was destined to be restless. How could she be willing to do that when she thought about not knowing when she would lose her life? Just as he was thinking, Lu Qiqi felt a pain in her back and fell off the horse. Sun Chao, who had been running fast, had heard the noise and realized something was wrong. He was still feeling lucky that Lu Qiqi had reminded him. Otherwise an irreversible situation might have really occurred. At this moment, he heard the noise behind him and saw the woman falling off the horse. He saw the blood on Lu Qiqi's back at a glance. She was injured? How could she be injured? Thinking of the relationship between Lu Qiqi and King Jin, he was nervous and afraid. Afraid that King Jin had also had an accident. Because of the delicate relationship between Lu Qiqi and King Jin, he hesitated for a while, turned his horse's head, and rushed towards Lu Qiqi. He got off the horse and picked up Lu Qiqi. Madam, are you okay? Lu Qiqi was in so much pain that she was about to die, and was worried that she would faint at the critical moment. He took out the amulet from his arms and gave it to Sun Chao. Quick! Give this to King Jin. Sun Chao saw that it was the same amulet that King Jin often held in his hand. He took it and was worried that Lu Qiqi would be in danger. Lu Qiqi didn't have time to think about it. Don't worry about me. Go quickly. Sun Chao knew that it was not right. He was more worried about King Jin's situation. He carried Lu Qiqi to the tree next to him, fed Lu Qiqi a pill, asked the horse to guard by the side, and he quickly got on the horse and left. Lu Qiqi looked at the back of the leaving, and her eyes gradually became blurred. At this moment, she saw a touch of red on the back of her hand, and she couldn't bear it anymore. She tilted her head and fell to the ground. The horse saw this, stood there and roared, and then kept hitting the ground with its hooves, as if sending some kind of signal. Sun Chao left with Prince Jin in his mind. When he arrived, he saw Prince Jin holding the ground with his sword, barely stabilizing himself. A group of black-clad men were dead on the ground around him. He didn't know where the people who protected Prince Jin had gone. He only had the injured Prince Jin in his eyes. He quickly came to Prince Jin and saw the wound on his back. He thought of Lu Qiqi, who fell off the horse in a trance. I wonder how she is now. Seeing Prince Jin's current situation, Sun Chao couldn't care too much. Sun Chao rushed to Prince Jin and took out the amulet Lu Qiqi gave him. Prince Jin saw the amulet and held it tightly in his hand. Did she give it to you? Yes. Sun Chao didn't dare to face Prince Jin at this moment. Just at this moment, many black-clad men came around. Sun Chao first gave a signal, then stood in front of Prince Jin to protect him, and looked around vigilantly. The moment someone moved, Sun Chao's expression suddenly changed, and he turned into a shadow and wandered around. I saw a black shadow flash by, and when I looked clearly, I found that all the black-clad people who came back were lying on the ground. I saw that there were many more black-clad people coming from a distance. This time, the number was huge, and Sun Chao was ready to crush them. He held the sword in one hand and looked around. Sun Chao was ready to fight to the end. At the critical moment, Zhao Kai and Sun Shu came with people. Soon the situation was reversed. King Jin looked at everything happening in front of him coldly. The people who came died one by one under the sword of their own people. Now he was injured in the back. But it did not affect the oppressive feeling brought by his existence. After all the people who came fell, King Jin looked at Sun Chao with his back to him and asked, "How did you know this?" Sun Chao's body was stiff. He knew that he had to face what he had to face. He turned around and met the King of Jin's eyes, and could only tell everything. Lu Qiqi was in the King of Jin's mansion. But she knew the specific location where the King of Jin was in danger? How could this be possible? Many people doubted it. But the King of Jin had no doubt at all. Regardless of his injury, he jumped on the horse to find the injured Lu Qiqi. Sun Chao and others hurriedly chased the King of Jin away. When they arrived at the designated location, they saw blood on the ground and the horse fainted on the ground. But there was no trace of Lu Qiqi. Where is she? Seeing this scene, Sun Chao always felt that Lu Qiqi was in danger. A person who was injured and fainted with blood. Who took her away? I dared not think in my heart. Is she in danger? Seeing this scene, the King of Jin turned around and slapped Sun Chao. Sun Chao took 2 steps back, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He knew that he had failed in his duty, and knelt on one leg on the ground. The king of Jin was angry, and blood kept pouring out of the wound on his back. He insisted on commanding people to look for Lu Qiqi, and he personally led people to look for her. The king of Jin dragged his injured body and searched for a while, but he could not find any trace of Lu Qiqi. Just as the king of Jin jumped on the horse again, preparing to go to the palace to ask for troops, he fell off the horse due to his excessive movements and injuries. Zhao Kai and Sun Shou found out in time and hugged the king of Jin, preventing him from falling to the ground. Just at this moment, the king of Jin spit out a mouthful of blood, and was still worried about Lu Qiqi's safety. Definitely. Before he finished speaking, he fainted. The king of Jin was in danger. Zhao Kai and Sun Shou hurriedly sent the king of Jin back to the king of Jin's mansion, and asked Ma Yui to see a doctor. And Sun Chao began to look for Lu Qiqi. In this situation today, they are all brothers, and they all understand what is going on. When they think of Lu Qiqi, who saved the king of Jin again, and now is missing, they are worried that Lu Qiqi has an accident. Chapter 50. The second brother has been very idle recently. An hour later, the injury on the back of King Jin was treated by the imperial physician Ma, and he woke up. Zhao Kai and Sun Shou cried excitedly when they saw King Jin wake up. King Jin took a look and asked, "Where is he?" Everyone knelt on the ground and fell silent when they heard this. Lu Qiqi was injured and unconscious, and she was in the wild. Who knew what happened? More importantly, the place where Lu Qiqi was not far from where King Jin had an accident. If someone saw her, they could not kill King Jin and attack Lu Qiqi. Now that such a long time has passed, Lu Qiqi should be in danger. King Jin opened his palm and saw the amulet that turned black again. This was given to him by her. The first time she gave him the amulet was the day he returned triumphantly. The horse he had followed for many years died, and he almost had an accident. Afterwards, the amulet turned black. The second time she gave him the amulet, he always wore it on his body. For some reason, when he left the palace today, he found it was lost. He wanted to look for it, but something happened and delayed it temporarily. Just when he was in danger and thought he could not escape, Lu Qiqi suddenly sent this to him. Now, it was dark again. The king of Jin thought that the woman was still missing in order to save him, and he lost his sense of proportion in his worry. He threw out the military token and was determined to turn the entire capital upside down to find Lu Qiqi. Sun Shou, Zhao Kai, and Sun Chao all knew the relationship between Lu Qiqi and the king of Jin, and they did not dare to neglect it. In the evening, some people appeared on the streets of the capital. They all looked ordinary, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were all martial artists. What are they looking for? EP1 tea house. The king of Chu was drinking tea leisurely on the second floor. He smiled when he saw people passing by downstairs. Good. Excellent. He let him escape last time. But not this time. He was in a very good mood listening to the little song downstairs, and he played his fingers. The guard Jiangyi came from outside and whispered something in his ear. In an instant, the king of Chu tightly grasped the teacup in his hand. As he exerted force, the teacup burst, and the tea spilled on the ground along the king of Chu's hand. What's going on? The king of Chu gritted his teeth. Today's plan is flawless, and there is no possibility of escape. He was thinking, what link of the perfect plan has a problem? Thinking about it, he glanced at the people walking outside. What are they looking for? At this moment, the guard Chao Wei arrived, walked in and took a look at Jiangyi, and came to the king of Chu. Your Majesty, Jin's concubine is missing. The king of Chu smiled, looking at the crowd passing through the night outside the window. It turned out that the new love was lost. Who did such a good thing? I couldn't find the weakness of King Jin until now, but now I have it. Glanced at Chao Wei. Find it. Finding Lu Qiqi first is like pinching King Jin's lifeline. In the future, it's up to him to decide what to do with King Jin. Chao Wei left. King Chu looked at Jiangyi. Check. Yes. Jiangyi took the order and left. King Chu looked at the capital city, which was gradually solemnized by the night again. He laughed, loud and crazy, like a beast lurking in the night, only to strike at the most critical moment. He wanted to find Lu Qiqi first, and also wanted to know who ruined his perfect plan. At this time, footsteps came from the stairs again. The king of Chu looked over, wanting to know who was seeking death. When King Chen appeared in his sight, The king of Chu narrowed his eyes. Is it him? Humph. I didn't teach him enough lessons. If I had known this, I would not have cut off his financial resources. Brother. King Chen came over and took the initiative to greet him. King Chu tilted his head and sneered. Second brother. Are you here for tea too? King Chen was not afraid. He came up to him, sat down, took a look at the mess on the ground, and poured himself a cup of tea. I heard that the capital is very lively today. Come and take a look. After that, he picked up the teacup, came to the window, and looked at the capital in the night. Well, it's really lively. When the king of Chu heard this, he knew that King Chen was here to ruin his good deeds. Just when he was about to push him out of the window, he thought that this was only the second floor, and he would not die if he fell. So he gave up, standing beside King Chen with his hands behind his back. They looked at the capital in the night together. My second brother has been very idle recently. King Chen turned his head to look at him. How did you know? King Chu laughed and said arrogantly. In such a big capital. Is there anything I don't know? King Chen nodded. Yes. My brother has been too hard recently. King Chu pursed his lips. Why did he feel that King Jin had concerns, and was no longer indestructible? The King Chen in front of him was the most important. Foofing Garden. Sun Rumei came back from the palace and fell ill in anger. In a daze, she heard Chunlu talking to someone. At first, she couldn't hear clearly, but when she heard Lu Qiqi, her eyes suddenly opened. She gritted her teeth in hatred of this name. If it weren't for Lu Qiqi, she wouldn't be beaten by her aunt. Originally, the aunt had made all the arrangements. When the banquet began, she would perform a dance with a mask on, and then she would be able to conquer the king of Jin with her many years of dancing skills. As long as she is given the opportunity to get close to the king of Jin, one day, she will beat Lu Qiqi to dust. Everything went beyond her plan. Not only was she beaten by her aunt, concubine Shu, but she was also driven out of the palace by an old maid. Until now, she didn't know who the old maid was. Seeing how many people in the palace were respectful to the old maid, it was obvious that the other party had a high status in the palace. Sooner or later, she would know the identity of the old maid, and she would definitely regret humiliating herself in this life. The hatred in her heart made Sun Rumei clear her mind a little. At this time, she heard that it was Xiao Nianqing and Chunlu talking outside. Xiao Nianqing? Why is she here? Anyone who has anything to do with Xiao Nianqing will be unlucky. And she doesn't want to be unlucky again. Just as she was about to get up and drive Xiao Nianqing away, she heard the conversation outside and continued to pretend to sleep. What did you say? Xiao Nianqing exclaimed. Xiao Nianqing saw that the Prince Jin's mansion was in a mess, so she sneaked out when no one was paying attention. She happened to meet Chunlu, who was worried, and heard such a big secret during the chat. Chunlu looked around and made sure that no one was there, and spoke again. Lu Qiqi is missing, and the Prince Jin is sending people to look for her everywhere. What's going on? Xiao Nianqing saw an opportunity to turn things around, but she didn't know that her action was not far from death. A few days ago, I accidentally saw Lu Qiqi secretly taking abortion pills. When I came back, I told the young lady about it. The young lady wanted to keep it a secret for Lu Qiqi, but I didn't expect that the young lady's kindness was not appreciated by Lu Qiqi. Today, the young lady originally entered the palace to dance for the Prince Jin, but I don't know why the young lady came out before it started. I think Lu Qiqi must have said something in the ear of the Prince Jin. Chunlu thought that the chance of the young lady turning over was gone, and she was as angry as Sun Rumei. I thought Sun Rumei could turn over today, but who would have thought it would be like this? Chunlu was completely disappointed with Sun Rumei today. What's the use of having an aunt who is a concubine? She still can't beat Lu Qiqi. On the contrary, Lu Qiqi went into the palace and became a concubine when she came out again, while Sun Rumei was. In comparison, Chunlu was so angry that she vomited blood. Lu Qiqi is so bad. She stole my bracelet and wore it openly on her hand. That day I wanted to expose her hypocrisy in front of King Jin, but I didn't expect that she would do it today, Xiao Nianqing said, clasping her hands on the corner of the table. And she was fine. She looked at the intact table, thought of the one that day, and suddenly coughed in anger. Chapter 51. Are the King of Chu and the Queen in cahoots? Miss Xiao, are you okay? Chun Lu asked with concern. Xiao Nianqing coughed for a while, and when she recovered, her face turned pale. She had practiced martial arts for many years, but now it was all gone. How could she not hate him? Chun Lu saw Xiao Nianqing like this, and couldn't help muttering. I always feel that Lu Qiqi suddenly disappeared. Did she take the effect of the abortion pills, and deliberately hide it, and secretly miscarry? Xiao Nianqing rolled his eyes, and came up with an idea. Chun Lu continued to analyze. There is another possibility. Lu Qiqi eloped with her lover, Sun Rume, who had been pretending to be unconscious in the room. Coughed twice, pretending to have just woken up. Chun Lu heard it, and hurriedly got up and walked in. Seeing this, Xiao Nianqing got up, but did not go in, and turned around and left Fufeng Garden. Xiao Nianqing went to Xiushui Pavilion, and she must tell King Jin about Lu Qiqi's evil deeds. She didn't believe that the high and mighty Prince Jin would allow someone to cheat on him. Thinking of this, Xiao Nianqing saw hope for the bleak future. When she arrived at Xiushui Pavilion, she had thought of a good excuse. But when she arrived, it was pitch black. What happened? Is the Prince Jin not here? In Qingyu Pavilion? Damn it! Thinking of this, Xiao Nianqing walked towards Qingyu Pavilion. No matter what happens today, she will never miss this opportunity. Even if she has nothing to do with being favored in the future, she can't watch Lu Qiqi continue to be arrogant. Halfway through the walk, she heard a maid talking next to her. And then she knew that the Prince Jin was in the study. Study? Xiao Nianqing smiled. The Prince Jin should also know that Lu Qiqi has been entangled with other men. And now he is angry. Suddenly, I felt that the seemingly disbelief of what the King of Jin said that day had worked. This time, she was not in a hurry to see the King of Jin. She returned to Yujinjuan first, and dressed up carefully to make herself look more beautiful. When Xiao Nianqing came to the study again, she was in another state. When she came to the door, she just heard the King of Jin talking about Lu Qiqi. And Xiao Nianqing knocked on the door. The King of Jin glanced at Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai went to open the door, and saw Xiao Nianqing standing at the door. He asked directly, Xiao Zhu, why are you here? I want to see the prince. If Lu Qiqi was a damned person in Xiao Nianqing's eyes, Zhao Kai in front of him was equally disgusting. He stopped her from seeing the prince several times. And it was this man who attacked her last time. The hatred in her heart could only be suppressed because she was about to face the King of Jin. Zhao Kai paused, and there was no movement behind him. He knew what the King of Jin meant, and did not stop Xiao Nianqing when he rushed in. Xiao Nianqing walked in quickly, and the moment she saw the King of Jin, she knelt on the ground. Your Highness, I have something to say about Lu Qiqi. The King of Jin was worried because of Lu Qiqi's disappearance. Hearing this, he thought this person had discovered something. Say it. Today, Lu Qiqi came back from the palace and packed up and left. I also heard that she was. Say it. The King of Jin was impatient. He hated women who hesitated when they spoke the most. Xiao Nianqing knew that the matter was serious. Seeing that the King of Jin was angry, he blurted out the shocking secret. Lu Qiqi has a lover outside. And now she is pregnant with that person's child. I'm afraid she eloped with that person today. After saying this, the surroundings suddenly became silent. The King of Jin looked at Xiao Nianqing and gritted his teeth. Are you telling the truth? Zhao Kai, Sun Shu, and Sun Chao all knew that the King of Jin was a sign of anger. If Xiao Nianqing had kept her mouth shut, she might have survived. If she continued to talk nonsense, death would be the only outcome. When Xiao Nianqing saw that the King of Jin believed it, she also believed her own inference, and simply nodded. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the King of Jin suddenly stepped forward and pinched Xiao Nianqing's neck. He was not a person who got angry easily, nor was he a person who killed innocent people. Today, Lu Qiqi disappeared and her life and death were unknown. Xiao Nianqing dared to frame her. He would not allow anyone to say a bad word about Lu Qiqi. Prince. Xiao Nianqing felt her body floating in the air. This uncontrollable situation made her scared. She wanted to ask for help. But at this time, she found that she didn't even have the strength to speak. As the King of Jin exerted force, Xiao Nianqing, who wanted to make a final struggle, heard a click. Xiao Nianqing's neck tilted, and her life ended. The King of Jin let go, and Xiao Nianqing's body fell to the ground with a thud. The King of Jin took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, then threw it on the ground. Deal with it. Yes. Zhao Kai dragged Xiao Nianqing's body out of the secret passage. The King of Jin looked at Sun Shu again. Prepare an identical one. Yes. Sun Shu left. He knew he needed to find someone to replace Xiao Nianqing and continue to live in the King of Jin's mansion. Xianfu. Lu Qiqi woke up and found herself in a strange place. She stood up suddenly and accidentally pulled the wound on her back. At this time, she realized that the wound on her back had been treated. Who saved me? Maybe someone has an ulterior motive. The system voice sounded. You are lucky. You were saved by Prime Minister Chu. Lu Qiqi. Prime Minister Chu? The good-looking Prime Minister? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi asked. How did he save me? She remembered that she was in the wild before she fainted, and came to this strange place for no reason? If Prime Minister Chu really wanted to save her, he could just send her to the Prince of Jin's mansion, and everything would be fine. Why did he come to this strange place? System. When someone attacked you, Prime Minister Chu happened to pass by and saved you. Lu Qiqi heard the key to the matter. Who wants to attack me? System. The Queen. Lu Qiqi's brain reacted quickly, and quickly understood the key to the matter. Who attacked the Prince of Jin today? System. The Prince of Chu. Lu Qiqi asked. Are the Prince of Chu and the Queen in the same group? System. You don't even know that the Prince of Chu is the Queen's son? Lu Qiqi was confused. She really didn't know about this. Just as Lu Qiqi was digesting this fact, footsteps were heard outside the door. Soon, a maid arrived. Seeing Lu Qiqi wake up, she turned around and ran. She's awake. Miss is awake. Lu Qiqi came back to her senses and asked the system. Where is this? System. Prime Minister's residence. Lu Qiqi finally understood that this was the Prime Minister's residence. The maid just now was from Prime Minister Chu. If Prime Minister Chu was fine, he would come soon. When she saw Prime Minister Chu again, she should thank him for saving her life and then take the opportunity to leave. She was now labeled as the King of Jin. If there were any unfavorable rumors about her and Prime Minister Chu, even if they were not true, it would bring her a lot of trouble. Lu Qiqi had a very good idea, but unfortunately, she overestimated her temptation for food. When Prime Minister Chu arrived, he was followed by two maids with various delicacies in their hands. Lu Qiqi smelled a familiar fragrance before she saw Prime Minister Chu himself. When Prime Minister Chu came in, she saw a top handsome guy with various delicacies behind him, and forgot her previous thoughts. The system was desperately sending signals, but none of this could stop Lu Qiqi from enjoying the food. Chapter 52. Apply medicine to your back. Lu Qiqi ate and drank until she realized what she had done. Seeing the top handsome guy sitting opposite, she gave him a charming smile. Thank you, Chu Xiang, for your hospitality. Chu Xiang gently waved his fan. Do you know me? Lu Qiqi nodded. Yes. It would be too unfair if she didn't know such a handsome guy. She had a system, so she knew everything as long as she wanted to. Looking at the man who looked like a banished immortal in front of her, she wanted to know where this man came from and how he happened to save her. Chu Xian looked at the woman in front of her. She fainted when she came back. When she woke up and saw a strange place, she could still eat so deliciously. Was she really not afraid? Who is the girl? Lu Qiqi. Chu Xian smiled, showing two cute little tiger teeth, and asked, Are you Lu Qiqi? Little tiger teeth. Lu Qiqi was born with no resistance to this thing. She stared at Chu Xiang for a while, and the maid next to her coughed twice, and she came back to her senses. You actually have small tiger teeth. Lu Qiqi stared at Prime Minister Chu with a sly look on her face. Miss Lu. The maid Huaji couldn't stand it anymore and reminded her. Lu Qiqi felt that she had revealed her true thoughts. Sorry. I have always liked small tiger teeth, but unfortunately I don't have them, she said, pointing at Prime Minister Chu. Prince Chu smiled slightly. I didn't go to the palace banquet today, but I still know that someone in the palace banquet was possessed by a foodie. Miss Lu. It's getting late. I'll have someone send you back. Okay. Lu Qiqi stood up and bowed to Prime Minister Chu to thank him. Prince Chu glanced at the maid Huaji next to him, and Huaji understood and quickly sent the plague god away. She was worried that if she didn't send the man away, she would not be able to help but take action. When they arrived at the gate of the Xiangfu, a carriage was parked at the gate. Huaji saw Lu Qiqi get on the carriage and took out a small bottle. Miss Lu. This is the medicine that the Xiangye gave you. Lu Qiqi took the small bottle in her hand and thanked her solemnly. Thank you for saving my life, Xiangye. I will come to thank you another day. Huaji was too lazy to listen and turned away. Lu Qiqi didn't care. Seeing Huaji enter the Xiangfu and close the door, she said to the coachman Zhang Dali, Please take me there, brother. Miss Lu. You are polite. The coachman accepted Lu Qiqi's thanks frankly. On the way back, Lu Qiqi held the small medicine bottle, which looked very delicate and should have some origin. She opened it and put it on her nose to smell it. The smell was a little familiar, as if she had smelled it somewhere before. The system voice sounded. This is the medicine you used on your back. Lu Qiqi turned her head and smelled it. And it was really the same. System. Chu Xiang is very mysterious. Lu Qiqi. Why is it mysterious? System. I don't know where this person came from. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she thought of Chu Xiang's appearance, which was somewhat like a fairy. Could he be a fairy? System. Lu Qiqi continued to talk to herself naturally. Chu Xiang is so handsome and clean. If he is not a fairy, he must be a fairy who lives in seclusion in the mountains and forests to practice. System. If you want to say he is not a human, just say it directly. Lu Qiqi. If you don't even know him, then he is still a mortal? Because of this, Lu Qiqi kept staring at the small bottle on the way back. She clearly had a back injury and fainted from the pain. So why didn't she feel any pain when she woke up? Is this medicine really so magical? Thinking about it, the carriage soon arrived at the Prince of Jin's mansion. Zhang Dali stopped the carriage, got off the carriage, and lifted the curtain. Miss Lu, we have arrived at the Prince of Jin's mansion. Lu Qiqi saw the gate of the Prince of Jin's mansion and smiled at the driver. Brother, you have worked hard all the way. Do you want to go in and have a cup of tea? Thank you. Miss Lu, I have to go back and report. Lu Qiqi did not try to keep her. After getting off the carriage, she asked Zhang Dali. Others are curious about the identity of the Prime Minister. They say it is very mysterious. Could it be that your Prime Minister is really a god? Zhang Dali was stunned for a moment and did not answer directly. Miss Lu, take care. Lu Qiqi stood there without moving. Thank you. Zhang Dali glanced at Lu Qiqi and drove away in the carriage. Lu Qiqi watched the carriage go away and was about to say a few words to the system when she heard a messy sound of footsteps. Lu Qiqi thought there was danger outside, so she lifted her skirt and ran towards the Prince of Jin's mansion. After running 2 steps, she saw a group of people rushing over, and the leader was the Prince of Jin. She stopped abruptly, seeing the Prince of Jin coming to her. She felt something was wrong and subconsciously wanted to avoid him. But the Prince of Jin stretched out his big hand and hugged him directly. Zhao Kai, Sun Shu, and Sun Chao saw Lu Qiqi coming back safely, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she came back. If she didn't come back, I don't know how many people would die. Qiqi, where have you been? Qiqi. This address instantly made Lu Qiqi's lost souls return to their places. She pushed the Prince of Jin away, took a step back, and took a closer look at the Prince of Jin. Are you okay? What about you? The Prince of Jin stared at Lu Qiqi. She didn't look like she was injured. Sun Chao's words were still in his ears. He thought Lu Qiqi was holding on. Lu Qiqi didn't know what to say. She didn't see the wound on her back, and she couldn't feel it now. She couldn't find a reasonable explanation, so she just pretended to be confused. It's good that the prince is okay. Chunbai heard the noise and ran out of Qingyu Pavilion. Seeing Lu Qiqi, she burst into tears. Madam, you are finally back. Chunbai said this and ran over and hugged Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi was infected by her enthusiasm, blinked hard, and squeezed out 2 tears. Chunbai, I finally saw you alive. Zhao Kai was shocked by Lu Qiqi's exaggerated acting skills, opened his mouth wide, and looked at someone talking nonsense. Sun Chao quickly bumped Zhao Kai with his elbow and gestured to look at the face of King Jin. Sure enough, looking at the complicated eyes of King Jin, he thought he had seen it wrong, and then looked at Lu Qiqi, crying while holding the maid, and thought of Lu Qiqi's back injury and falling off the horse. The situation was urgent at the time, and he also applied medicine to Lu Qiqi. He couldn't bear to see the wound. Later, he saw a wound on the back of the King of Jin, and then looked at Lu Qiqi, whose eyes were red from crying, and his eyes also turned red. What a strong woman! The King of Jin moved even faster, took a step forward, and walked away with Lu Qiqi in his arms. Chunbai realized that the madam had been carried away by the King of Jin, and she hurriedly chased after him. It was a pity that her short legs were usually effective, but when she caught up, she couldn't even see the back of the King of Jin. Zhao Kai followed behind and said to Sun Shua, "Great, the madam is back." But Sun Shua was a little impatient. It was already this time. And he was still talking nonsense here. Why did the madam change her clothes? Zhao Kai expressed his doubts. Sun Shuo stopped and quickly ran to Xiushui Pavilion. Lu Qiqi was completely passive. She just felt the wind blowing by her ears. Everything around her was like a revolving lantern. And when she finally stopped, she found herself in an unfamiliar bedroom. Such a bedroom belongs to men. Seeing King Jin stripping his clothes again, she immediately protected his chest. What are you doing? I'm applying medicine on your back. King Jin was anxious. Their injuries were the same. His own injuries had been treated. And Lu Qiqi had been gone for so long. And she didn't know how her wound was. King Jin was anxious and forgot their current relationship. Seeing Lu Qiqi's action, he realized that he was a little impatient. Chapter 53. What is their relationship? Lu Qiqi got off the bed, looked at the King of Jin, and moved to the door. Don't bother the prince. I'll let Chunbai apply medicine for me. At this time, Lu Qiqi felt strange. After such a toss, her back really didn't hurt. What happened? The King of Jin wanted to do it. But when he saw Lu Qiqi like this, he felt it was inappropriate. At this time, Sun Chao grabbed Ma Imperial Physician and came. Ma Imperial Physician walked very fast. And Sun Chao felt that Ma Imperial Physician was too slow. So he simply grabbed him and came. After arriving, looking at the situation of the King of Jin and Lu Qiqi, he felt something was wrong. Lu Qiqi was injured in the back. And it was obviously inappropriate to let Ma Imperial Physician see it. The King of Jin spoke at this time. Let Qinai come over. Sun Chao reacted quickly, and turned around and left when he heard it. Just when he arrived at the door, Qinai, Yudai, and Chunbai had already come to the yard. Qinai, the prince asked you to go in. Yes. Qinai stepped forward. Chunbai wanted to see the lady, but was stopped by Yudai. Qinai came in. Prince, the lady. Show the concubine the wound on her back. Qinai reacted quickly and came to Lu Qiqi. Concubine, I will apply medicine for you. Lu Qiqi always knew that Qinai and Yudai were not ordinary maids. Looking at this situation, Qinai should know medical skills. She was also very curious about the wound on her back. Seeing the King of Jin standing next to her, she didn't say anything, turned into the bedroom, took off her clothes, and exposed her back. Qinai saw the wound on Lu Qiqi's back and saw that it was very deep. But the wound was almost healed. She had been serving Lu Qiqi all the time. But she didn't know that Lu Qiqi was injured. I have a bottle of medicine. Take a look. And use it for me, if it works. Lu Qiqi said, as she passed the medicine given by Huaji. Qinai took the medicine bottle, and didn't feel anything at first. The moment she opened it, she realized something was wrong and took a closer look at the medicine bottle before applying the medicine. King Jin had been waiting outside. He thought of many possibilities. But there was no movement. He thought the situation was serious, and clenched his fists nervously. He had implicated her again. Next time. No. There must not be a next time. Just as she was thinking, Lu Qiqi came out of the bedroom and saw King Jin. Your Highness, it's getting late. I'm going back to rest. King Jin looked at Lu Qiqi and felt a little tired. He glanced at Qinai again. Qinai nodded. King Jin was worried about Lu Qiqi and personally carried her back to Qingyu Pavilion. He carried her to the bed and put her down. He had a lot to say. When he saw the woman who had fallen asleep at some point, he couldn't say anything more. The incident happened in the afternoon. And now it is late at night. I wonder what women have been through during this period. Seeing her tired look, he felt distressed for the first time. Covering Lu Qiqi with a quilt, he asked Yudai to take care of her kindly. When he went out, Qinai followed behind King Jin. When King Jin came to the yard, he asked, How is the concubine? The wound on the concubine's back is very deep. Medicine has been used. The wound will not worsen. What I am most worried about is that the concubine may have a fever tonight, which is extremely bad for the concubine's health. Qinai's words were just a reminder. She was not sure whether Lu Qiqi would have a fever. Unexpectedly, because of this, King Jin stayed by Lu Qiqi's side for a night. There was nothing wrong that night. When it was almost dawn, Lu Qiqi suddenly had a fever. The fever was too fast. Soon Lu Qiqi's body was red like a cooked shrimp. And she kept mumbling words that others could not understand. Seeing Lu Qiqi like this, the King of Jin asked Qinai to stay by her side, and asked Zhao Kai to go to the palace to invite the imperial physician immediately. When it was time to attend the morning court, Zhao Kai went directly to the palace to block people, and brought Imperial Physician Ma back again. Imperial Physician Ma had given up struggling. When he arrived at Qingyu Pavilion and heard that it was Lu Qiqi, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, saluted the king of Jin, and hurried to check on Lu Qiqi. It was terrible at first glance. The person was confused by the fever. According to this situation, even if he woke up, he would be stupid. How is it? Tell me quickly. The king of Jin saw the situation of Imperial Physician Ma and knew that the situation was not good. His heart was so nervous that it was about to jump out. The concubine is not in good condition. If the fever continues, she will be confused. Qingdai also knew this. Seeing that Lu Qiqi was still in a high temperature, she was most afraid of this. Tell me quickly. The king of Jin did not have much patience. Imperial Physician Ma could only bite the bullet and say, increase the dosage. But it will take time. It is best to suppress the concubine with folk methods during the period of boiling the medicine. How to do it? As long as there is a way, King Jin will do his best. There is a folk method. Wet a towel on the forehead, and then rub white wine on the palms, soles, and armpits of the lady, which can quickly reduce the temperature. When Qingdai heard this, she hurriedly responded, I have heard of this method. Although it is a method for ordinary people who have no money to treat the disease, she dared not say this as a concubine. It is also a helpless method at the moment. After a stick of incense, King Jin drove everyone out and personally rubbed wine on Lu Qiqi. Fortunately, this method really worked, and the temperature gradually dropped. The relieved Prince Jin saw the wound on Lu Qiqi's back. Only then did he realize that there was something fishy about the wound on Lu Qiqi's back. When Imperial Physician Ma was boiling the medicine, he called Qingdai to him, and Qingdai took out the medicine bottle. Prince, someone gave this medicine to the lady. Everyone was busy until dawn. Imperial Physician Ma was busy boiling the medicine, while Qingdai, Yudai, and Chunbai were waiting for the order of Prince Jin at the door. Only Prince Jin stayed by Lu Qiqi's side. Zhao Kai, Sun Shu, and others investigated what happened during the time when Lu Qiqi was missing. When Lu Qiqi's body temperature returned to normal, they also got the exact news. Prime Minister Chu saved Lu Qiqi at the moment when someone attacked her and treated her wounds. Prime Minister Chu saved Lu Qiqi's life. But a new question arises. Prime Minister Chu never cares about other people's affairs. So why is he so concerned about Lu Qiqi? King Jin once suspected that Lu Qiqi and Prime Minister Chu were both from Xianmen. The origin of this medicine can be explained clearly. But what is their relationship? Chapter 54. It was Prime Minister Chu who saved me. Lu Qiqi didn't know how many people cared about her. She just felt very tired. It seemed that she had been running all the time. And when she finally stopped, she just wanted to have a good sleep. I don't know how long she slept, and was disturbed by the annoying system. Lu Qiqi, wake up! Lu Qiqi, if you don't wake up, someone will die because of you. Lu Qiqi continued to sleep. What does the life and death of others have to do with her? The king of Jin has been guarding the bed. 2 days have passed, and Lu Qiqi has not woken up yet. He is anxious. Imperial Dr. Ma has no choice. Carefully take the pulse and make sure that the person is fine. Why hasn't the person woken up yet? Qingdai is also very distressed, looking at Lu Qiqi who has not woken up in bed. She frowned. What went wrong in the link? Why hasn't the concubine woken up yet? The king of Jin stared at Lu Qiqi without blinking. He was afraid, worried that Lu Qiqi was really burned stupid. Lu Qiqi was injured because of himself. He appeared outside the city that day, and he knew it better than anyone else. The result of being angry is that everyone involved in this matter is more or less implicated. The most unlucky one is the king of Chu. Except for the people. No one is alive in the king of Chu's mansion. All the fish in the pond died. And the chickens, ducks and geese waiting to be slaughtered next to the kitchen died. The rats in the king of Chu's mansion also died. Not only that, a black dragon appeared on the wall at the gate of the king of Chu's mansion. When you walk in, you can see that it is a dragon drawn by dead and standing on the wall. This incident alarmed many people. And now the king of Chu was called into the palace for questioning. This is not over yet. Not long ago, the king of Chu robbed the king of Qin's wealth and pocketed it halfway. This incident will also break out this evening. Not only that, a concubine will die in the backyard of the king of Chu's mansion today. These things are not a big deal, but when added together, they are enough to keep some people busy. More importantly, the queen will also be implicated because of this. After doing all this, King Jin is still not satisfied, because Lu Qiqi has not woken up, and the assassin who assassinated him at the critical moment has not been caught yet. He only knows that the assassin is from the Blood Evil League. Thinking of this, King Jin gave an order, and many people went to the headquarters of the Blood Evil League. As expected, none of the assassins in the Blood Evil League survived today. Chunbai waited anxiously for 2 days. Seeing that the concubine had not woken up, she was very worried that the concubine would never wake up again. Thinking of this, she went into the kitchen and made a portion of Wu Dalong's sesame cakes made by the concubine that day. After it was done, she brought it to the house and was about to enter the door, but was stopped by Zhao Kai. Chunbai looked at Zhao Kai, raised her foot, and stomped hard on Zhao Kai's foot. Zhao Kai felt pain and wanted to stop him, but was pulled by Sun Shuo. After Chunbai ran in, she rushed into the bedroom. The king of Jin was in a bad mood. When he saw someone breaking in, he turned around and saw that it was a maid, and shouted outside, "Someone come!" Chunbai was most afraid of the king of Jin, and she was even more terrible when he was angry. For the concubine, she didn't care. "Concubine, Wu Dalong's pancakes are ready. You taste it." The king of Jin was angry and raised his hand to sweep Chunbai out. Qinai knew the importance of Chunbai and pulled her at the right time. "Your Highness, the concubine is most used to Chunbai's service." If noisy, a faint voice sounded. Some people thought it was an auditory hallucination at first, and the king of Jin turned his head and looked over in disbelief. Only Chunbai responded directly, rushing to the bed. "Concubine, your Wu Dalong pancakes." Lu Qiqi was having a sweet dream and was woken up by someone. She was very unhappy. When she heard about food, she didn't open her eyes and reached out to grope. Chunbai thought that she was also sick when she first started serving the concubine, and the situation was the same as this. She quickly picked up a Wu Dalong pancake and stuffed it into the concubine's hand. Lu Qiqi felt the temperature in her hand, sniffed her nose twice, and didn't even open her eyes, and put it to her mouth to eat. "Qiqi." Lu Qiqi was still a little confused and was awakened by the greasy voice. The moment she opened her eyes, she didn't see what was going on, and she was suddenly hugged into someone's arms. When King Jin saw the woman alive, his heart was relieved as never before. At this moment, he didn't know what he really thought in his heart, but he was happy from the bottom of his heart when he saw Lu Qiqi wake up. This kind of happiness was happier than the first victory. Lu Qiqi was a little confused. She opened her eyes and saw everything around her, and her eyes turned again and again. What's going on? So many people? Where is she? Concubine, you finally woke up. Chunbai cried excitedly. She knew that this trick was the most effective for a concubine who loved to eat. After one stick of incense, Lu Qiqi understood that she had a high fever after she came back. And then the fever subsided, and she began to sleep again. It was the Prince of Jin who took care of her all the time. And the imperial physician Ma was also detained in the Prince of Jin's mansion, and was not allowed to go anywhere. Lu Qiqi sat at the table, and saw the delicious food coming up one by one. She wanted to thank the Prince of Jin for taking care of her. There was food in front of her, and her mouth couldn't be empty. I always felt that it was not too late to talk after eating. When the Prince of Jin saw such a woman, he was not angry, but felt lively and interesting. He hadn't eaten for 2 days, and was a little hungry. Lu Qiqi ate voraciously, while the King of Jin ate more politely. After the meal, Lu Qiqi touched her round belly, and felt that something was missing. Chunbai understood, and quickly brought a plate of dried fruits. Lu Qiqi grabbed the dried fruits and skillfully peeled a walnut with a paper shell. "Prince, your injury? It's okay," King of Jin said. Zhao Kai was unhappy beside him. King of Jin had been taking care of Lu Qiqi, and he had not taken care of the injury on his back until now, and he didn't know what the situation was. Lu Qiqi glanced at the King of Jin, and his face looked much better than before, and it was a little abnormally pale. She asked Qinai, "Did I give you a medicine bottle when I came back?" Lu Qiqi's memory was a little confused, and she couldn't remember clearly. "Yes." Qinai turned around and brought the small medicine bottle to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi took the medicine bottle and brought it to the King of Jin. "This is given by Prime Minister Chu. It should be a good thing. You can try it." "Prince Chu?" The king of Jin has always suspected the relationship between Lu Qiqi and Prime Minister Chu. So he took the initiative to ask, "Prince Chu, save me." After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she grabbed a handful of pistachios and started eating. After eating too, she stopped eating and waved to Chunbai. "Take it away, concubine. You don't want to eat anymore. Eat later." "Yes." Chunbai took the dried fruits away and soon brought cakes. Lu Qiqi's eyebrows were full of smiles. Chunbai is still the most considerate. She picked up the cake and started eating, and saw the king of Jin, who was still in front of her. "Your Majesty, you don't need to accompany me if you are busy. I'm fine." Only Lu Qiqi could drive people away completely and without mercy. The king of Jin was not angry. Hearing this, he really got up and left, taking the small medicine bottle with him. Chunbai watched the prince of Jin leave and said to the concubine, "Concubine, you are too bold. How can you chase the prince away? Your prince is too busy. You can't stay here without knowing better." Lu Qiqi started to talk nonsense seriously. Chapter 55, Laughing like a goose. The next day, with a word from the king of Jin, Lu Qiqi officially became the side concubine. Her name was included in the royal family tree. Upon hearing the news, everyone came to congratulate Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi really didn't have much energy to deal with these women. She greeted everyone with the words, "I've just recovered from a serious illness." Everyone who saw them just said a few polite words and left quickly, except Tang Xiaoya and Sun Rume. "Sister Lu, congratulations," Tang Xiaoya said as she handed over the sponge cake she made by herself. Lu Qiqi's eyes lit up when she saw it, and she reached out to pick up a piece. "I've just recovered from a serious illness, so I should eat something soft and delicious. As long as Sister Lu likes it," Tang Xiaoya said as she lowered her head. "Of course I like it. But why is Sister Tang unhappy?" After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she put a piece of sponge cake into her mouth. Chunbai saw it. She felt that the side concubine's words were not sincere. And when she thought of the side concubine's appearance yesterday, she felt that this was also good. When Sun Rume heard this, she stood quietly by the side. Just like the impression she gave people in the past. She was well behaved. Just like a lady from a noble family should be. She didn't talk much, didn't stand out, and stood quietly by the side. Tang Xiaoya lowered her head, tears falling. "Oh my! What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell me. I will definitely vent your anger for you." Lu Qiqi said this and glanced at Sun Rume next to her. The meaning was obvious. Sun Rume lowered her head slightly and didn't see this look. Chun Lu saw it, met Lu Qiqi's eyes, and lowered her head guiltily. She didn't know that Lu Qiqi was pregnant with someone else's child. How could she turn around and become a concubine? "Sister Lu, I heard that my sister was sick. I was very worried, and I wanted to come to visit her several times. But I didn't dare to come when I saw King Jin here." Tang Xiaoya looked up. "Sister Lu, you won't blame me, will you?" Lu Qiqi wiped the tears from Tang Xiaoya's eyes with a handkerchief. "I know that Sister Tang is so thoughtful. So I woke up early." Puff. Tang Xiaoya was amused by this. Sun Rume glanced at Lu Qiqi. "Idiot." Tang Xiaoya did it so obviously. But she didn't know that she looked like a little sheep. But in fact she was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Spring Willow trembled. Sure enough, Lu Qiqi had a miscarriage. Otherwise why would she be unconscious? Prince Jin didn't know? Could it be that Imperial Physician Ma and Lu Qiqi were in the same group? Thinking about the day when Xiao Nianqing rushed into the study, they never met again. What happened afterwards? Why didn't he overthrow Lu Qiqi, but became a concubine instead? If Sister Tang made some sponge cakes and sent them to me every day, my body would get better faster, Lu Qiqi said, deliberately glancing at the empty sponge cake plate. Tang Xiaoya burst into laughter. "I will definitely bring you sponge cake every day. I just hope you won't get tired of it." "No. If you bring me different kinds of cake every day, how can I get tired of it?" Tang Xiaoya smiled. "Sister. Oh, this sister is so nice. Call me again." Tang Xiaoya glanced at Lu Qiqi. "Sister. Nice. Call me again." "Sister." Lu Qiqi wanted to continue. Chunbai said at the right time, "Concubine, you are not fully recovered. You should rest more." After that, the medicine bowl was brought over. When Lu Qiqi saw it, her face was suddenly long. "Concubine, good medicine tastes bitter. You should drink it," Chunbai said. and brought the candied fruit prepared beside her. Lu Chichi didn't want to drink it, but it was good for the body. She held the medicine bowl in one hand, pinched her nose with the other, and drank it in one gulp. After drinking it, she quickly took out a piece of candied fruit and put it in her mouth. After swallowing it, she still felt bitter in her mouth. Sister, is the medicine bitter? Lu Chichi leaned on the couch and pulled a thin blanket next to her. Chunbai said, the concubine is tired. Please rest more. When you are well, it won't be too late to entertain the two young masters. This was obvious enough. The concubine was not in good health. And you should get out. Sunrume bowed to Lu Chichi after hearing this. Sister, take care of yourself. Lu Chichi looked at her, nodded, and said nothing. Tang Xiaoye followed suit. Sister, please rest more. I'm leaving first. Lu Chichi nodded with a bitter face, as if the effect of the medicine had not yet passed. And she couldn't speak. After they all left, Lu Chichi quickly stuffed a few more pieces of candied fruit into her mouth. And when the bitter taste in her mouth subsided, she pitifully asked Chunbai, when can I stop taking medicine? This medicine is too bitter. It's better to be in modern times. A few capsules can solve the problem. And there is no bitterness. I miss the modern times so much. The system popped up. Don't think about it. You can't go back to modern times. Seeing Chunbai didn't speak, Lu Chichi simply closed her eyes and chatted with the system. Just think about it. No! System, I advise you not to think about it. Lu Chichi sighed and said to Chunbai and others, you all go down. Chunbai left with red eyes. Qingdai Yudai followed her out. When she came to the yard, Chunbai pulled Qingdai and asked, when can the concubine stop taking medicine? Qingdai thought for a moment. At least 7 days. 7 days? The concubine's condition was too severe to bear for 1 day. But the concubine was injured too seriously and almost died. She felt sorry for the concubine. And there was nothing she could not say. She just hoped to find a way to make the concubine happy. Chunbai knew that the lady did not like to take medicine. Thinking of the situation in those 2 days, she hurriedly persuaded, concubine, your body is just fine. You need to take good care of it. Lu Chichi looked at Chunbai with wide eyes in grievance. Chunbai, you know I don't want to drink these things the most. During that time, her body was fine. And the damn King Jin used his power to force her to drink. This time, because of King Jin, Lu Chichi had resentment towards King Jin in her heart. Chunbai wanted to say something, but was touched by the concubine's expression, and turned to look at Qingdai. Qingdai, you should be considered the concubine's person. Right? Qingdai wanted to say no, but in this situation, she had to nod. Well, the concubine doesn't like to drink bitter medicine, so I'll leave this to you. Chunbai ordered. Qingdai looked at Chunbai, then at the lady's appearance, and finally nodded. Lu Chichi saw that the matter was settled, and hurriedly gave a big smile. Qingdai, I'll share some of the delicious food with you next time. No. No! Qingdai said, and hurriedly fled from here. Facing the master who was playing tricks, she had no ability to resist. She didn't have the courage to compete with the master for food, especially the concubine. Yudai saw Qingdai leave, and she also made an excuse to leave. Chunbai approached the concubine. Concubine, do you know? Sunrume heard that you were a concubine, and she smashed everything in her room. Lu Chichi laughed out loud. Really? Finally, the trick was broken. So good. I was a little reluctant to become a concubine, but now it seems pretty good. Of course it's true. I heard Chunlu and others complaining about this when I went to the big kitchen. Lu Chichi was satisfied that someone had broken the trick. When she heard about the big kitchen, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind. She quickly got up from the couch, put on her shoes, and ran outside. Chunbai was frightened by the concubine's behavior and hurriedly followed behind. The concubine ran to the yard, looked around, sniffed like a puppy, and ran directly to the small kitchen. Chunbai didn't understand why, so she ran in. Qingdai and Yudai were both shocked to see the concubine like this. Before they entered the small kitchen, they suddenly heard the concubine scream. Yudai didn't hide her martial arts skills and rushed in directly. She rushed too fast and bumped into Chunbai, who had just entered the door. But she didn't notice it. The moment he rushed in, he saw that it was not what he expected, and was confused by the concubine's behavior. Concubine, you? Chapter 56 Spreading Rumors. Lu Chichi looked at the red pig offal in the basin, and knew that these things could not be eaten. Although it was free, it was given by others. It was a pity to waste such delicious food. Chunbai was knocked to the ground. Her arm hurt. And seeing the expression of the lady, she simply sat on the ground and could not get up. Madam, it's just some pig offal. Why are you like this? You don't know? This thing is delicious. Lu Chichi was still heartbroken about the pig offal that she didn't eat. Qingdai's movements were a little slow, and when she heard the movement inside, she turned around and left decisively. I have never seen such a lover of food. Some pig offal is as sad as death. Lu Chichi looked at the spoiled pig offal and mourned for a while. Chunbai, throw these things away, and then bring some new ones back. Concubine? Chunbai wanted to beg to let her go, but seeing that the concubine insisted, she could only obey. What Chunbai didn't expect was that her obedience made the concubine follow her out of the Prince of Jin's mansion. And they went to the market together, and then came to Brother Lu's pork shop to buy pig offal. She also saw the concubine give Brother Lu more money, saying that she had pig offal, but later she broke her promise. When Brother Lu heard this, he gave Lu Chichi another set of pig offal. It was obviously worthless. But seeing the concubine laughing so hard that she couldn't even see her eyes because of a set of pig offal, she was really speechless. After finally leaving the market, Chunbai thought she could go back, but she saw someone blocking Widow Ma in a small alley. When the two saw that it was Chunlu, they immediately hid nearby to peek. Chunbai thought that Chunlu threatened Widow Ma, and that the person who pretended to be the lady and did bad things was Sun Rume. Chunbai was very excited by this discovery. Lu Chichi knew about this long ago, and she wanted to hear what bad things Chunlu was going to do. She heard that Ma Gufu spread rumors that Jin's concubine took abortion pills. Abortion pills may seem like a small matter, but for those who did not sleep with the king of Jin, it was stealing a man. Stealing a man would ruin her reputation, and she would not be a concubine for too long. Sure enough, Sun Rume, if she didn't take action, it would be fine. But once she did, it was definitely not a good thing. A new question came up. Why did Chunlu conclude that she had taken abortion pills? Suddenly I thought of a picture, and was about to ask, but I saw Chunbai speak and dragged to the side. After making sure that Chunlu would not hear, she asked, do you remember the herbs from that day? Chunbai nodded, but didn't understand. I picked up all the herbs and threw them away that day. That should be the abortion pills that Chunlu mentioned. Lu Chichi thought, if it wasn't said by Chunlu, why did he say it was an abortion pill? Is there something wrong? The system voice sounded. That was the tonic given to you by the king of Jin. Lu Chichi smiled. So the problem was here. She knew what to do next. Instructed Chunbai. Go back and see if the thrown away medicine is still there? Concubine. Shouldn't we? As Chunbai was talking, Chunlu walked out of the alley, and was pulled by Lu Chichi. When Chunlu turned around, she didn't see the two of them. Since it was sent by Chunlu, there must be traces. What are we afraid of? Lu Chichi was thinking that Chunlio's brain could think of this step, and there must be Sun Rume's plan behind it. She wanted to see what someone would do in the end. The medicine was sent by King Jin, and when the matter was traced back to King Jin, they would surely look unhappy. System prompt. Lu Chichi. You have become bad. Lu Chichi. How can I become bad? I just let some people know that I made something up. And in the end, I hurt myself. Concubine. Widow Ma is gone too. Chunbai felt that it was not right. She always felt that it would ruin the reputation of the concubine. She should teach her a lesson so that she would not dare to do bad things behind her back. Let's go back too. Lu Chichi walked back while touching her belly. Chunbai hurried to catch up. Back to the Prince of Jin's mansion. Lu Chichi asked Chunbai to go to the big kitchen. She wanted to eat fried dried radish and sweet potato porridge for lunch today. Chunbai hurried to do it when she heard it. She knew the concubine's taste very well, and told Chinma about these two things. Seeing that there were fresh ingredients in the kitchen, she ordered a few more dishes. It was almost lunchtime, and it might be too late to suddenly ask for these things. Now the concubine's status was different. In the entire Prince of Jin's mansion, except for the Prince of Jin, the concubine was the concubine. Who dared to disobey? After Chunbai left, Chinma immediately led everyone to get busy. The meals of other young ladies were all given to others to cook. Not only that, those who had some experience were busy serving the concubine. When Chunbai left, She met Chunlu on the way. When she saw her, she thought of this person's bad reputation for the concubine. So she simply blocked the road. When Chunlu wanted to go around, Chunbai spoke. Chunlu, I saw you serving Xiao Xiao a few days ago. Why didn't you go these days? Chunlu looked at Chunbai. The status of Lu Qiqi who served her changed. Let her be proud for a while today. When Lu Qiqi's reputation is bad, let's see how long she can be arrogant. Chunbai, it must be very tiring to follow the concubine? Chunbai looked at her. It's okay. Unlike some people who think about how to harm people all day long, and are not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. After saying this, seeing Chunlu being humiliated, she left with a smile. Xunyu and Chunsui came to the kitchen to get food and saw this scene. They were not in a hurry to go over. They waited until Chunlu left before they went to the kitchen. Before they reached the kitchen, they heard Chunliu's sharp voice. What? It's not ready yet? Chunlu was unhappy and yelled at Chenma. I say, Chenma, why are you busy with the young master's cooking instead of focusing on her? Chenma saw that it was Sun Rumei's maid, and she gave her some face. Now that the concubine has been promoted, Sun Rumei is still a concubine, and everyone with a discerning eye knows what to do. Chenma is an old lady in the Prince of Jin's mansion, and she knows what she should do even better. It turned out to be Chunlu. I'm doing it. Wait a little longer. She looked down on him, and was worried that someone would turn over, and then she would be the one in trouble. Chunlu was less angry when she heard this. Hurry up. The young lady is still waiting for dinner. Okay. Wait a little longer. After saying this, Anshin continued to prepare the concubine's meal. As for Sun Rumei's meal, she could wait if she wanted to, but she didn't know when she would wait. At this time, Chunbai returned to Qingyu Pavilion. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard the noise coming from the small kitchen and hurried over. Lu Qiqi was leading Qindai and Yudai to deal with the pig offal. When she saw Chunbai coming back, she called her over to help. It was smelly, and Chunbai didn't want to move. The concubine had already started, and as a maid, she couldn't stand. Come to work, concubine. Is this really edible? Lu Qiqi smiled. When has the food made by this lady not been delicious? Chunbai thought this was right. The food that the concubine made was always delicious. But she felt that what the concubine said was wrong. Concubine, you shouldn't say this, lady. What should I say? Lu Qiqi chatted while working. What should I say? This palace? My concubine? Should. Chunbai was a little embarrassed. If she was the princess, she should say this princess. But now she is the concubine. It would be better if she removed the word side. Concubine, go talk to the prince and ask him to remove the word side? Chapter 57 Promoted to Princess. Qindai and Yudai looked at Chunbai in disbelief. Are you stupid? It was hard to be a concubine. And you even removed the word concubine. Who do you think you are? Lu Qiqi laughed. Okay. I'll ask the prince later if I can remove the word concubine. Qindai and Yudai didn't take it seriously. Chunbai knew that sometimes the concubine's words were unreliable. After they processed the large intestine, they took out a part to make spicy stir-fried large intestine, and then made all the rest into braised large intestine. Because braised large intestine takes a long time, they only cut a small plate and put the rest in the pot to simmer. Just as they prepared these, Chenma brought people to deliver the concubine's food. When Chenma arrived, she saw 2 dishes on the table at a glance. It smelled good, and she didn't know what it was made of. She heard that the concubine's cooking was delicious. If it was made by the concubine, she would also like to try it. I heard that a few days ago, the concubine made some Wudaong sesame cakes, and even the king of Jin thought it was delicious. Lu Qiqi saw it, but didn't say anything. When Chenma left, she looked back every few steps. Chunbai smiled insincerely. Qindai and Yudai knew it in their hearts, but didn't say it clearly. Lu Qiqi's mind was on the food. Just as she picked up the chopsticks, there was movement at the door again. She thought it was Chenma, who was unwilling to give up. Just as she took a bite of the spicy fried large intestine, a figure came in front of her. She looked up and saw that it was the king of Jin. Lu Qiqi opened her mouth to speak, but was choked by the chili. When she coughed violently, a glass of water was brought to her, and she quickly took it and drank it. The situation improved. Seeing that it was not Chunbai, but the king of Jin who brought the tea, she looked over and said, "Thank you." Chunbai was shocked by the initiative of the king of Jin. And when she heard the concubine say that, she immediately lost her composure. Concubine? How can you say that? Unexpectedly, Lu Qiqi's next sentence almost knocked Chunbai to the ground. Your Highness should not have eaten yet? Yes. I made spicy fried large intestines and braised large intestines. Your Highness, please try how they taste. Lu Qiqi asked the king of Jin to sit down. And the king of Jin really sat down. Yudai brought the bowl and chopsticks. Just as the king of Jin picked up the chopsticks and was about to start, Lu Qiqi spoke again. Your Highness, I feel that it is a bit awkward for others to call me a concubine. Can you remove the word concubine? Ahem. Chunbai was shocked by the boldness of the concubine. She coughed repeatedly. Lu Qiqi sympathized with Chunbai. But the food in front of her was her favorite. And she didn't want to share it. She wanted to anger the king of Jin away. So she deliberately said such inappropriate words. The king of Jin looked at her. Do you want to be a princess? It's not necessary to do this. It's not easy to call a concubine. The maid used to call me madam. But now I call me concubine. It sounds awkward. Look. She is so easy to talk to. She doesn't have to be a princess. She can be a lady. When the king of Jin heard this, it seemed to make sense. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Kai. Take my card to the palace and say that Lu Qiqi is my princess from today on. Let them change the family tree. Xiao Kai looked at the king of Jin. It didn't seem to be joking. He turned around and left quickly. Lu Qiqi looked at the incompetent king of Jin. Is it that simple? I always felt something was wrong. Seeing that the king of Jin started to eat, she didn't care too much. Chunbai couldn't find the north at all. Her mind was in a fog. Her mind was full of thoughts about how the concubine became a princess because of a sentence. So easy? Lu Qiqi ate for a while, and was not too hungry. Seeing the elegant way the king of Jin ate, she asked, Your Majesty, don't you think my request is a bit excessive? The king of Jin looked at her and said, You still have self-knowledge. Lu Qiqi was embarrassed. Facing the unfathomable king of Jin, she thought that she had suffered because of this man. So she deliberately skipped this topic and said something that was beneficial to her. Your Majesty, has the amulet I asked Sun Chao to give you last time been delivered? The king of Jin looked at her and said nothing. He took out a black amulet from his arms. Lu Qiqi only took one look and knew the danger she had experienced, thinking that she almost lost her life. It would be a bit of a loss to change a princess. The king of Jin kept staring at Lu Qiqi, wanting to know how much the woman knew. Just like the wound on her back, it suddenly appeared. Didn't she have any curiosity? Thinking, she tentatively took out a token and put it on the table. For you. Qingdai and Yudai were shocked at the same time. Princess token. Lu Qiqi took it in her hand and looked at it carefully for a few times. What is this? Princess token. Lu Qiqi smiled. Your Highness has long wanted to promote my position? It should be. Prince Jin was sure that Lu Qiqi should know about it. But he was not sure how much he knew. He said to Lu Qiqi, I will never let myself get hurt again. Lu Qiqi looked at Prince Jin. He was the future emperor and obviously had some brains. Lu Qiqi was satisfied with what they knew. He looked at Prince Jin as if he saw a more loyal subordinate. That's good. Clang. Chunbai could no longer bear this stimulation and fainted on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi chuckled. Qingdai. Yudai. Take the useless maid away. It was just that the concubine became the princess. And the maid couldn't stand it. If she knew that the king of Jin in front of her was the future emperor, she didn't know if she would be too excited and die. Qingdai and Yudai also felt that they were useless. So they just carried Chunbai away together. When only Lu Qiqi and King Jin were in the room, Lu Qiqi took the jade card and said directly, I don't know what's going on about this. Can the prince explain it? She was not happy that her life was tied to someone else. King Jin didn't expect a woman to be so direct. It's a long story. I have time. Lu Qiqi didn't intend to miss this opportunity. King Jin looked at Lu Qiqi and was silent for a long time. I can't explain it clearly. I'll take you to see someone another day. Today is also okay. Lu Qiqi habitually showed her side in the business world. Many times, she pressed step by step, forcing the other party to compromise. King Jin looked at the strong woman and felt uncomfortable for a moment. When he wanted to see clearly, that look disappeared. I don't want this to happen again. Lu Qiqi explained. I don't think the prince wants to be hurt for no reason. Right? The system suddenly said. You are the one who gave birth to him. Lu Qiqi stared at King Jin and communicated with the system. I am the passive one? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi smiled. Very coldly. I am the only one who is unlucky. There is no real collective punishment. System. Yeah. Hearing this news, Lu Qiqi became even angrier. She could not control the anger in her heart, and suddenly stood up and stared at King Jin. Your Highness, I hope you can handle this as soon as possible. She wanted to get rid of this terrible fate. Even if she came here because of this person. She was not happy with the current situation. Prince Jin stared at Lu Qiqi. At this moment, she was a stranger. So strange that he suddenly wanted to really understand women. Thinking about it, he moved faster and grabbed the woman's hand. With a turn, Lu Qiqi was pulled into his arms. Women should be gentler. I know. Lu Qiqi pushed Prince Jin away, and Prince Jin let go of Lu Qiqi at the same time. When the two stood still, it seemed that what happened just now had never happened. Suddenly, Lu Qiqi thought of the abortion pills and had a little expectation. Prince Jin looked at her. The palace clothes will be delivered later. Try to see if they fit. Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Qiqi saluted and sent the guest away directly. Chapter 58. I just miss you. The king of Jin saw what Lu Qiqi was thinking and left quickly. When Lu Qiqi was the only one in the room, she picked up the token again. This thing was a symbol of status. She didn't care. Summon the system. How can I dissolve my relationship with the king of Jin? Lu Qiqi didn't regret saying that on impulse. The king of Jin was a smart man. If he showed calmness, people would be suspicious. If he showed anger actively, he could prove his innocence. System. The king of Jin ascended the throne. Lu Qiqi was stunned. It was so simple. When would the emperor ascend the throne? How long will it take? System. 5 years. Lu Qiqi was instantly discouraged. Wouldn't it be hard for me to live these 5 years? She felt wrong when she thought that she might get hurt at any time. System comforted. Don't worry. You won't die. Lu Qiqi. You mean? There is still this situation? System. Not for the time being. Lu Qiqi was not happy at all when she heard this. She thought for a while, and then spoke in a muffled voice. Who is the person that King Jin is talking about? System. Tianhua Temple. Master Xiuyuan. Lu Qiqi. I have never heard of him. System. There will be a chance to meet. Master Xiuyuan is traveling outside now. He will come back in the spring of next year. Lu Qiqi has no feelings for this person. She played with the jade butterfly in her hand. Why do I feel a little uneasy? System. Don't worry. It will be active soon. Lu Qiqi. Who? Sun Rume? System. No. Lu Qiqi. Even after what has happened, can Sun Rume still bear it? System. She will accompany you into the palace. Clank. Lu Qiqi felt her heart fall to the ground. She is very patient. System. If it weren't for you, Sun Rume would be the future queen. Lu Qiqi sneered. Did I take her position? She was even more upset. Why did she feel that she was a third party who destroyed other people's feelings? System. Sun Rume is very cunning. She can use anyone for her purpose. If someone becomes a stumbling block to her, she will not hesitate to eliminate them. Lu Qiqi. Including me? System. You have me. She can't hurt you at all. With the system's words, Lu Qiqi was happy and began to chat with the system about some gossip that had nothing to do with her. Lu Qiqi. That day you said that it was the king of Chu who attacked the king of Jin. And the king of Jin didn't fight back? System. He fought back. Lu Qiqi took out some dried fruits, leaned on the couch, ate the dried fruits, and prepared to have a long chat. Tell me about it. System. Except for the people. There is no one alive in the Chu palace. Lu Qiqi peeled open a pistachio and put it into her mouth. Except for the people. There are dead things in the Chu palace. System. All the fish in the pond are dead. And the chickens, ducks and geese waiting to be slaughtered next to the kitchen are all dead. And even the mice in the Chu palace are all dead. Lu Qiqi became interested when she heard this. The king of Jin is quite capable. System. A black dragon made of dead ants appeared on the wall at the gate of the Chu palace. Lu Qiqi. There should be a lot of people watching. Right? System. There are indeed a lot of people. The king of Chu was called into the palace because of this matter. Not long ago, the king of Chu robbed the king of Chen's wealth and pocketed the money halfway. And this matter also broke out. Lu Qiqi. Sure enough, the king of Jin is also a ruthless character. System. That night, the king of Chu came back from the palace very late. He was drunk and favored a concubine, who died in bed. Lu Qiqi suddenly felt that the dried fruit in front of her was not fragrant. Thinking about how she treated the king of Jin not long ago, she hurriedly asked, "What is the king of Jin doing now?" System. Miss you. Lu Qiqi suddenly felt a chill on her neck. Want to kill me? System. Not really. Just simply miss you. When Lu Qiqi heard this, her hanging heart was slightly relieved. At this time, the excited Chunbai rushed in. Princess, your palace clothes have arrived. Chunbai held the so-called palace clothes in both hands, and came to Lu Qiqi excitedly, thinking that the princess went from a concubine to a lady, and then to a concubine. She just became a concubine, and now she has become a princess because of a sentence. Lu Qiqi lay down on the couch. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Chunbai walked over and wanted the princess to see the palace clothes. Seeing the princess like this, it was obvious that she couldn't wake up someone who was pretending to sleep. Thinking, she whispered, I think some people should be mad. It's better to be crazy. What does it have to do with me? Lu Qiqi said this, turned around, closed her eyes, and soon her breathing gradually became stable. Chunbai thought Lu Qiqi was still pretending to sleep. Qinai covered her mouth, indicating that the princess had fallen asleep. Chunbai didn't believe it at first, but after waiting for a while, the princess really fell asleep. The three of them cleaned up the leftovers on the table quietly, and when everything was cleaned up, they came to the yard. Qinai was busy making medicine for the princess. Yudai was busy cleaning the yard, and Chunbai sat on the steps at the door, holding the palace clothes, and smiled foolishly. She didn't expect that the young lady she served would really become a princess. It all happened so fast that she felt like she was dreaming. How long did Chunbai keep grinning after Lu Qiqi slept? When Lu Qiqi got up, she saw Chunbai grinning with her palace dress on the steps at the door. So she walked around and ran to the kitchen. She calculated that it was almost time, and it tasted just right to eat at this time. Although it was too early to have dinner at this time, it was reasonable to cut 2 pieces to satisfy her craving. When Lu Qiqi went into the kitchen to boil the pot, she picked out the intestines, put them on the chopping board, cut a piece, pinched it with her hands, and put it in her mouth. The taste was amazing. Just when she was about to eat another bite, she felt the kitchen darken, turned her head, and saw 3 maids standing at the door. She called a few people to come and try it. Even farmers were not happy to eat pig intestines, but seeing that the princess was eating it very deliciously, they wanted to try it again. After taking a bite, they couldn't stop. Simply, Lu Qiqi cut a large plate, brought it to the yard, and several people started eating. They were not hungry, but they could not resist the delicious food. They ate a plate after plate, and still felt that it was not enough. Lu Qiqi stopped them for the first time. Okay, we will eat in the evening. After that, she picked out a piece of braised large intestine, put it on the plate, and asked Chunbai to send it to brother Lu who bought the meat. Chunbai was not happy, thinking of the princess's temper. If she didn't go, the princess would definitely go by herself. It would be better to go by herself. When Chunbai left, she told Qinai and Yudai to serve the princess well, and take good care of the palace clothes. Chunbai only went out once. When she came back, she saw people all over the yard and heard congratulations from left to right. Chunbai walked over proudly. Everyone who saw her gave her a smile, and the ladies also looked up to her. Chunbai came to the princess and took a closer look at Chunlu, who was standing next to Sun Rume. Seeing the swollen face, someone was in trouble. In the morning, someone was plotting against the princess. Not only did the princess not suffer, but she became the queen. Chunlu was furious when Chunbai looked at her like this. Seeing the weak Sun Rume, she could only hold back her anger. Congratulations, princess, Tang Xiaoya said as she handed over the sponge cake she made herself. Lu Qiqi's eyes instantly smiled. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, and I can finally eat it. Picked up a piece and put it to her mouth and ate it. It tastes really good, as long as the princess likes it. Chapter 59 promoted to Mrs. Xiao. Seeing Tang Xiaoya trying to please Lu Qiqi so much, everyone mocked her and made the same move. Recently, because Lu Qiqi was promoted several times, they had to give gifts every time. Those with money were fine, But those without money were miserable. The gifts were better and better. And they were jealous. But they had to smile when they arrived and saw that the gifts they spent a lot of money on were not as good as the worthless cakes. Their faces turned ugly. Suddenly, they all looked at Xiao Nianqing next to them with hatred. Xiao Nianqing, who was originally under house arrest, was also released in advance because of Lu Qiqi's good day of becoming a princess today. Today, they gave a lot of money one by one because of Xiao Nianqing's words. Xunyu stood trembling beside Xiao Nianqing. When she came back again, she found that Xiao Nianqing had changed. But what Xiao Nianqing did to her was too deeply rooted, and she couldn't change the fear in her heart for a while. If she hadn't been forced to do so, she would rather wash the chamber pot in the backyard than serve Xiao Nianqing. Seeing the wolf-like eyes, she was a little scared. I don't know how many people will hate Xiao Nianqing after today, and what kind of torture will be waiting for me. Xunyu felt that it was too unfair. How could such a bad person like Xiao Nianqing not die yet? Lu Qiqi ate the sponge cake sent by Tang Xiuya, and was very satisfied. Just as Lu Qiqi was trying to get rid of these hypocritical women, King Jin suddenly arrived. When King Jin arrived, the eyes of the concubines lit up. They wanted to use strange methods to attract the attention of King Jin. But because Lu Qiqi became a princess today, they didn't dare to make too big a move. Just at this moment, someone took a risky move and suddenly fell to the ground while saluting. This person was Xiao Nianqing. Xiao Nianqing seemed to have been confined for a long time and was malnourished. After knowing the noise she had made, she wanted to get up and fell to the ground several times. Xunyu, as Xiao Nianqing's maid, hurried forward to support her. Lu Qiqi saw this scene and laughed in her heart. Did Xiao Nianqing change her style and plan to play a weak beauty? This look can really attract other people's special attention. Her eyes subconsciously looked at King Jin, wanting to know what this person would do. To everyone's surprise, King Jin spoke, not in anger, but as a gift to someone. Xiao Nianqing, do you know your mistake? King Jin spoke, and the people who had just stood up were frightened and knelt on the ground again. I deserve to die. I disturbed the pleasure of the prince and the princess. Xiao Nianqing knelt on the ground to apologize. Lu Qiqi heard it and suddenly felt that King Jin was possessed by a ghost. When did he become so easy to talk to? The system voice sounded. She is not the real Xiao Nianqing. Lu Qiqi heard it and looked carefully at Xiao Nianqing on the ground. Where did the real Xiao Nianqing go? System. Dead. Lu Qiqi. Is that a ghost in front of me? System. It was someone arranged by King Jin. Lu Qiqi asked. Who killed Xiao Nianqing? I guessed a rough idea in my heart and wanted to get a definite answer from the system. System. When you disappeared, Xiao Nianqing was looking for death, saying that you eloped with a man. King Jin was angry and killed you. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she looked at King Jin. He killed Xiao Nianqing for himself, and then arranged a person who looked like Xiao Nianqing to be placed in King Jin's mansion. Why? Xiao Nianqing is still useful? Lu Qiqi and the system gossiped. But they didn't hear that King Jin was promoted to Mrs. Xiao because Xiao Nianqing was in a very good state of admitting his mistakes. When the people around heard such a good thing, they were envious and felt that they had missed the best opportunity. If they had known that Xiao Nianqing would have such good luck, they would have done it earlier. Now that Xiao Nianqing has done it, they will not have such a good thing again. Just at this time, Lu Qiqi happened to look at King Jin, and others thought she was dissatisfied with Xiao Nianqing's promotion to Mrs. Everyone knelt down carefully, hoping that they would not suffer because of this after missing a good thing today. Unexpectedly, the high and mighty King Jin actually asked Lu Qiqi for his opinion. Qiqi, Xiao Nianqing was promoted to Mrs. What do you think? The King Jin, who was so easy to talk to, surprised everyone, and they hoped that Lu Qiqi would make a big fuss. Even if they could not deprive Lu Qiqi of the title of princess, they would anger King Jin. Unexpectedly, Lu Qiqi looked at Xiao Nianqing, who was kneeling below, and her lips curled slightly. Sister Xiao has experienced so many things and is much more sensible. It is only right that she should be promoted to a lady. Prince Jin glanced at Lu Qiqi. A trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes, and he quickly looked away. Okay. Everyone go down. Everyone left one by one. Chunbai saw that Prince Jin had something to say to the princess, so she followed him out. Prince Jin looked at Lu Qiqi. The princess is generous and can be regarded as a role model for princesses. Lu Qiqi bowed her head slightly. This is what I should do. Why do I feel that Prince Jin is a little angry? He arranged someone to replace Xiao Nianqing. And he went with the flow. And he was still angry? The system voice sounded. Stupid. You should be jealous at this time. Lu Qiqi. What am I jealous of? System. On the same day, you were promoted to princess. Xiao Nianqing became a lady. You should feel uncomfortable and want to get angry? Lu Qiqi. I don't have such thoughts. Besides, you said Xiao Nianqing was fake and arranged by King Jin? System. Even if that's the case, you should still make a fuss. Lu Qiqi simply rejected it. I don't have such thoughts. The system was speechless, indicating that it couldn't make sense with this woman. So it simply remained silent. Facing King Jin, Lu Qiqi calmly dragged over a plate of dried fruits, peeled a hazelnut, and prepared to put it in her mouth. Noticing King Jin's sight, she reluctantly handed it over. Your Majesty wants to eat too? King Jin glanced at her and left angrily. After seeing this, Chunbai ran in. Princess, did you make the prince angry? Lu Qiqi cracked another hazelnut and put the dried fruit into her mouth. I didn't do anything. Why is the prince angry? Lu Qiqi thought for a while. He should have gone to see Xiao Nianqing. Princess. Chunbai stamped her feet in anger. Why didn't the princess take this opportunity to keep the king of Jin? Lu Qiqi glanced at her. Okay. Put those things away first. And carefully note who sent them. Chunbai was so angry that she didn't speak. Shi Dai and Yudai responded quickly and got busy soon. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai, who was upset, and reminded her. The whole palace belongs to the prince. He wants to promote the position of which woman? Is it you and I who have the final say? I am not sad to see the princess. If she had been intentional, she wouldn't have had anything to do with Xiao Nianqing. And she wouldn't have let the prince leave like that. Today is my first day as a princess. Why should I be sad? Chunbai stamped her feet in anger. Princess, you never thought about pleasing the prince. Did you? Why should I please? Lu Qiqi spoke quickly. And after she finished, she started eating dried fruits again. After eating for a while, she felt sick of it. Chunbai, go to the big kitchen and see if there are any fresh fruits. I'm sick of eating these dried fruits all the time. Chunbai was furious when she saw the princess's stupidity. And she thought that as a maid of the princess, she had to go out to find out the situation. If the king of Jin really went to find Xiao Nianqing, she had to take precautions in advance. Knowing that her mission was important, she left quickly. Lu Qiqi saw through Chunbai's thoughts and deliberately reminded her after she walked out of the door. Chunbai, just take the fruit. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Don't do what you shouldn't do. Understand? Chapter 60 Pearl Hairpin. After the king of Jin left, he went to Yujing Garden. Chunbai could no longer sit still after hearing the news. Facing the flattering smiles of the crowd, she could not bear to look at them, and picked some fruits and returned to Qingyu Pavilion. Walking into Qingyu Pavilion, she thought that this was where the concubine lived. And now she was the princess. Why was she still living here? And because she heard that the king of Jin went to Yujing Garden. She was worried that if Xiao Nianqing went to bed first, the position of the princess would be in jeopardy. Even if he could not shake the position of the princess, Xiao Nianqing would threaten the existence of the princess. Entering the door, she brought the freshly washed peaches to the princess. Princess, I heard that the king of Jin went to Yujing Garden. Yujing Garden? Lu Qiqi said as she picked up a peach and took a bite. It was full of juice, and she felt the juice moistening her throat. Princess, Yujinjiwen is the courtyard where Xiao Nianqing lives. Lu Qiqi took another bite of the peach. Where is this peach from? Princess. Lu Qiqi understood Chunbai's thoughts. She stared at the king of Jin like an eyeball, which might not be a good thing. Who is the king of Jin? The king of Chu attacked him and peeled off a layer of skin from the king of Chu. If it was Chunbai, I'm afraid there would be no good results. Looking at Chunbai, his expression gradually became serious. Who is the king of Jin? He is the prince. You, a maid, pay so much attention to the prince. Do you think it's a good thing? Princess, you also saw the situation today. Xiao Nianqing. Stop! Lu Qiqi scolded sharply. If you also want to be a lady, I can match you with the king of Jin. If you don't have this idea, put away your set of practices. Chunbai was confused, and soon her eyes were red. She was doing it for the good of the princess. Why did the princess say this? Go back and think about what to do, what not to do, what to say, and what not to say. Princess, go down. Lu Qiqi stared at Chunbai. Her eyes were sharper than ever. Just like treating disobedient subordinates. Her eyes could torture people. Chunbai was frightened by the princess's appearance. And she didn't even know how she left. Shidai and Udai were in the yard. When they heard that the princess was angry, they didn't dare to speak and did things quietly. Not long after, they saw Chunbai coming out of the house, crying, looking a little pitiful, and thinking of the temper of King Jin. They knew in their hearts that Chunbai had touched the bottom line of King Jin. If she continued like this, Chunbai would not have a good result, and might even implicate the princess. Thinking of this, they suddenly felt that the princess was different from their impression. Usually she was very lazy and busy all day for food. At critical moments, the princess's momentum was no less than that of King Jin. Fufeng Garden. Sunrume was not in good health to begin with. After what happened today, she was so angry that she came back and lay directly on the bed. Chunlu kept silent. She thought Xiao Nianqing had no hope. But today she suddenly became a lady, looking at Sunrume lying sick on the bed. Will she also have a big transformation one day? She also thought of Sunrume's aunt, who was a concubine in the palace. This background was many times stronger than Xiao Nianqing's. Thinking of this, she seemed to see hope. Holding a broken heart, she came to the bedside. My lady, you are weak. I will go to the kitchen to make you something light and delicious. Sunrume was too lazy to pay attention. No need. My lady, your health is important. Sunrume opened her eyes and looked at Chunlu. Chunlu hurriedly explained, my lady is weak, so she should eat well. After saying that, she saw Sunrume was about to close her eyes, and continued, my lady, don't be angry. You have seen what happened today. Even though Miss Xiao was in such a state, she was still able to turn things around. According to your ability, sooner or later the prince will see your goodness. How can I be as lucky as Sister Xiao? In her opinion, there will never be a person who can turn things around. She can become a lady, and she thinks she is superior to others, but ends up like this today. Chunlu saw that the opportunity had come. Young lady should believe in herself. When you and others came to the Jinwang mansion, everyone looked up to you. Today, Xiao Nianqing also used Lu Qiqi's old method to get to where she is today. If the prince knew how good you are, how could he look at them more? Why? Lu Qiqi is a foodie, and Xiao Nianqing speaks without thinking. How long can they last? Sunrume felt a little unwilling when she heard this. She got up and asked Chunlu to help her wash up and change into a decent set of clothes. She was no longer sick and regained her confidence. Chunlu was happy to see such a young lady, and her words were as sweet as honey. When Sunrume started reading, she hurried to the kitchen, thinking about the food Sunrume had this morning. She was excited today. What about the princess and the lady? She must fight for a place for the young lady in the Jinwang mansion. When I came to the kitchen, I saw Aunt Chen leading everyone busy. I stood by for a while, and heard that they were preparing food for Lu Qiqi again. I felt sour in my heart, and I knew that this was the current situation. Without saying much, he went to the side and started to work by himself. There were a few familiar people in the kitchen. When they saw Chunlu working, they came to help. Shinma saw the movement here in her busy schedule. She couldn't help but take Sunrume into consideration. She came to Chunlu and brought 2 portions of the porridge she had just made to Chunlu. Chunlu, this is for Miss Sunday. Mrs. Chen? Chunlu was surprised. This person was the best at taking advantage of others. Why was he so easy to talk to today? There are 2 more dishes. They will be ready in a while. Thank you, Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen reminded. Miss Sun is not feeling well now. You have to serve her well. This was a double entendre. Whether you can hear it depends on other people's thoughts. Chunlu saw that Shinma continued to work, thinking that she was also an old man in the Jinwang mansion, and had a clear view of many things. Now that there are more princesses and wives, it will naturally be a little different from the past. Thinking of this, she hurriedly took the stomach-warming porridge in front of her back. The little lady is going to have a little day these 2 days. Drinking more of this is good for her health. As a maid, she even forgot about this. After Chunlu left, Shinma, who was busy, looked back and said nothing, and continued to be busy with things around her. In the evening, Lu Qiqi saw the rich food being delivered, turned her head, and looked at the silent Chunbai. Chunbai thought for a long time, and understood the princess's intention. At this time, she felt that she had been a little bit arrogant recently. She met the princess's eyes and said, I don't know. Lu Qiqi was sure that Chunbai didn't tell her by relying on her status. So she was relieved, picked up the chopsticks, and was about to eat when she heard footsteps outside. Chunbai hurried to the door to see. When she saw the prince coming, she deliberately raised her voice slightly. Prince. As the king of Jin walked in from outside, Chi Dai and Yudai followed to salute. Lu Qiqi sat in her seat and looked at the king of Jin. She seemed to react a little slowly. She stood up slowly and saluted slowly. The king of Jin was also in a good mood and waited for the woman's slow motion. I pay my respects to the king. The king of Jin sat down. Zhao Kai behind him came forward and presented a set of jewelry. Princess. This is what the king prepared for the princess. Lu Qiqi took a look and knew it should be jewelry. She took it and opened it. It almost blinded her eyes. It was a hairpin with a pearl on it. The pearl was as big as the tip of a finger. Whether it was the shape or the color of the pearl, it was of top quality. She took it out and looked at it again and again, and asked the king of Jin, "Is it for me?" "Yes." The king of Jin felt that the woman really liked it. Lu Qiqi got a positive answer and put it on her head with her backhand. The king of Jin saw that it was worn a little crooked, so he stood up to correct it for Lu Qiqi. Chapter 61 Staying Overnight. Chunbai's eyes were red with excitement when she saw the scene. Today is a good day for the princess and Xiao Nianqing. Now with the care of King Jin, she knows that Xiao Nianqing will not become a threat to the princess. Perhaps the princess is right. Caring too much will do harm. Thinking of these days, the princess has never deliberately tried to please King Jin, but has come to this day step by step. Perhaps this is the way the princess fights for favor. Lu Qiqi was embarrassed by King Jin's intimate actions. She blushed. King Jin was quite satisfied when he saw it. He sat down again and invited Lu Qiqi to eat. At the moment of eating, King Jin saw the familiar Lu Qiqi again. As long as she had food, she could forget everything. Just like the shyness just now, Lu Qiqi only knew to eat. After the meal, King Jin also put down his chopsticks. I thought King Jin would leave, but he had no intention of leaving, and asked Zhao Kai to send a few books. Lu Qiqi couldn't understand. What does the king of Jin mean? After waiting for a long time, Lu Qiqi was exhausted. She thought that she could ask the king of Jin to leave by yawning. But the king of Jin actually said, "It's late at night. Go to bed." Lu Qiqi couldn't hold it anymore. "Your highness is very busy, and there should be a lot of things to do, so I won't see you off." The king of Jin didn't seem to hear and walked into the bedroom. Lu Qiqi followed passively. "Your highness, today you are named the princess, and I should stay here." "Stay?" These two words almost exploded Lu Qiqi's brain. Stay. Just sleep with him. She didn't reject having sex with men, but she was not mentally prepared for this situation. What Lu Qiqi didn't expect was that the king of Jin really stayed and nothing happened. For 7 days in a row, the king of Jin stayed at Qingyu Pavilion. Lu Qiqi also went from being unable to sleep at first to sleeping soundly later. She no longer felt anything about the man beside her. What happened at Qingyu Pavilion was envied and hated by every woman in the courtyard. Why did all the good things fall on Lu Qiqi? Xiao Nianqing, who had just been promoted to a lady, did not receive such treatment. Serving in the bed and sending gifts. Why didn't such good things fall on him? Jiuyang Garden. When Tang Xiaoya heard about this situation, she was happy for Lu Qiqi at first, but later she couldn't help but redden her eyes. Chunyu persuaded her for a long time before Tang Xiaoya's mood improved. She went into the small kitchen in the courtyard to make sponge cakes for Lu Qiqi again. She had made it many times and had experience. And she made sponge cakes of various flavors. Chunyu helped, saying from time to time. That day, other ladies sent expensive jewelry to the princess. But the sponge cake sent by you was the princess's favorite. Really? Didn't you see that the gift from Miss Sun was the most expensive? And it was just placed in the corner. And the princess didn't even take a look at it. Tang Xiaoya's lost heart was a little better again. Do you think the princess will like this taste? Chunyu smiled. The princess will definitely like it. Tang Xiaoya put the sponge cake into the food box and handed it to Chunyu. You give it to the princess. Remember? Give it directly to Chunbai. And it can't pass through anyone's hands during the process. Even if you meet someone asking you for help on the way, you will refuse. Nothing is more important than handing this thing to Chunbai in person. Yes, I know. Chunyu looks quiet and thoughtful, and understands that the lady is worried that someone will do something with the sponge cake. In fact, She had encountered this twice in the past few days, and she dealt with it skillfully. Tang Xiaoya watched Chunyu leave, and she took the remaining sponge cake into the house. While eating, she thought about the way Lu Qiqi ate the sponge cake. The king of Jin was there these days, and even if the king of Jin didn't eat it, he would know that the sponge cake was made by herself. Not only can she please Lu Qiqi, but she can also get the attention of the king of Jin. Sooner or later, one day, she will stand beside the king of Jin. Thinking of that scene, she suddenly felt that it was worth it to lower her posture. Yujing Garden. Xiao Nianqing embroidered quietly. Chunyu looked over several times and felt that Xiao Nianqing had changed. In the past, she was canonized as a lady, and I don't know how to show off. She can embroider quietly. Take a closer look at her embroidery. The stitches are much better than before. Could it be that Xiao Nianqing has changed after experiencing so many things because she has not been around recently? Chunyu's scrutiny fell into Xiao Nianqing's eyes. She didn't look at it, and waited until there was a movement outside. Xiao Nianqing looked over. Chunyu went out to see what was going on. Seeing that it was Sun Rume, she felt nervous. When Sun Rume came to her, she bowed and saluted. Your servant greets Miss Sunday. Xiao Nianqing paused her embroidery hand for a moment, quickly put down the needle and thread, and greeted Sun Rume who came in. Sun Rume was even quicker and saluted. Congratulations, Madam Xiao. Xiao Nianqing glanced at Sun Rume and sat down. Sun Rume and Chanlu were both stunned, but soon recovered. Sun Rume glanced at Chanlu, and Chanlu handed the gift to Xiao Nianqing. Madam Xiao, this is a gift prepared by my lady for you. Sister Sun is thoughtful. Xiao Nianqing looked at Sun Rume, addressing her the same way, but without the previous enthusiasm. Chanlu was guilty and lowered her head, not daring to look at Xiao Nianqing at this moment. Mrs. Xiao, please don't call me that in the future. Just call me sister. Sun Rume tried. Xiao Nianqing said. Sister Sun is right. Sun Rume looked at the dog that used to be by her side, and now she was pretending to be a human. She was annoyed, but she still had a smile on her face. Sister, how did Mrs. Xiao change? Xiao Nianqing looked at the gift sent by Sun Rume and said nothing. Sun Rume explained. I heard Mrs. Xiao say that she liked this thing. It just happened to arrive today, so I sent it over. Sister Sun is thoughtful, Xiao Nianqing said and looked at Chunyu. Chunyu, Sister Sun has been here for so long. Don't you know if you can serve tea? Chunyu trembled and started to get busy. Soon, tea and dried fruits were served. Sun Rume took a look. Madam Xiao also likes dried fruits? Xiao Nianqing said. I heard that the princess likes these, so I asked my brother to find these and give them to the princess tomorrow. Madam Xiao is thoughtful. Sun Rume looked at the unfamiliar Xiao Nianqing in front of her. Is this the one she knows? Xiao Nianqing glanced at Sun Rume, and then looked at Chanlu standing next to her. Chanlu, if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't be here today. Chanlu was stunned. Everything is what I should do. Sun Rume was puzzled, suppressed the emotions in her heart and said, It's good to be able to help Madam Xiao. Xiao Nianqing picked up the teacup and took a sip. If it weren't for Chunlia's words, I wouldn't dare to tell the prince that the princess had an affair with someone else, and I wouldn't have wasted my martial arts that I had learned for many years. Chanlu was so scared that she knelt on the ground. Sun Rume saw it and immediately understood the reason for Xiao Nianqing's change. She pretended not to know and looked at Chanlu inexplicably. Chanlu, you are so wrong. How can you casually frame the princess? Chanlu kowtowed and dared not say a word. Xiao Nianqing knew that Chunlia's forehead was red and swollen, so he spoke. If it hadn't happened, I wouldn't be where I am today. In the end, I have to thank Chanlu. Chanlu didn't dare to answer. Xiao Nianqing took a bracelet off his wrist. Chanlu, this is a reward for you. Chanlu didn't dare to take it. Xiao Nianqing glanced at Chunyu, and Chunyu reminded Chanlu. Chanlu, you still don't accept the reward from the lady. Chanlu stood up and stretched out his hands, ready to take the bracelet in Xiao Nianqing's hand. The ordinary action revealed the bracelet that Chanlu had been hiding in his sleeve. At a glance, it was the same bracelet that Xiao Nianqing had just rewarded. Sun Rume's eyes narrowed when she saw it, and soon returned to normal. Chanlu didn't know about this, and she was still trembling in her heart after accepting the reward. Okay, all of you go down. This lady and Sister Sun have something to say. After saying this, Chunyu Chanlu left. Only Sun Rume and Xiao Nianqing were left. Xiao Yanqing had changed his previous appearance and looked at Sun Rumei. Sister Sun, are you really willing to be inferior to Lu Qiqi? Sun Rumei smiled slightly. Madam Xiao, what you said is serious. We are sisters, and should be under the care of the princess. Xiao Yanqing looked at Sun Rumei. Sister Sun, if you always want to sit in the position of a concubine, I won't say anything. If you plan to go further, either follow Lu Qiqi's old path or take a risk. Sun Rumei looked at Xiao Yanqing, wanting to know whether this was true or not. Xiao Yanqing suddenly stood up. Forget it. Sister Sun, go back and think about it carefully. If you think it's reasonable, come to me at any time. If you think this is unreasonable, just pretend that I never said it today. Chapter 62. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not liking me. Qingyu Pavilion. After 7 days, Lu Qiqi was completely out of control. At first, Lu Qiqi would bow to the king of Jin and respectfully say, I pay my respects to the king. Now, you are here. In the past, Lu Qiqi ate honestly and was still in a state of pretentiousness after the meal. Now, after eating, she simply leaned on the soft couch and read the flower book while eating fruit. In the past, the two of them lay in the same bed, and Lu Qiqi tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Now, she gets sleepy at a certain time every day, and regards the man next to her as a roommate. She will also use the man as a pillow when she sleeps until midnight. It only took Lu Qiqi 7 days to completely let herself go, and the king of Jin had a hard time. At first, in order to prove Lu Qiqi's position in his heart, he came to Lu Qiqi every day as compensation after being injured. At first, it was normal. At most, there was one more person when eating, and one more person next to him when sleeping. There was nothing to feel. After 7 days, the king of Jin was infected by women when eating. He ate quickly and eagerly, and even ate a peach after dinner. Before going to bed, he would always think about what happened that day, what was not done, and what was not done. He would summarize the news in his mind. Now he seriously suspected that the woman sleeping next to him really had someone else outside. Otherwise, he was a living person next to him. But he had no reaction? A woman's shyness and reserve were not seen at all in Lu Qiqi. In a trance, there was a feeling that she did not regard herself as a man. Seeing that Lu Qiqi's 7 days were getting more and more moist, King Jin's face showed a trace of fatigue. Gradually, some people felt that Lu Qiqi was too open and drained all the energy of King Jin. According to this situation, King Jin would be drained of his body by Lu Qiqi sooner or later. Many people began to deliberately pass by Qingyu Pavilion and meet the king of Jin several times under the pretext of doing good for the king of Jin. That day, Lu Qiqi heard about the passion outside the courtyard and crouched down early to hide inside and peek outside. I want to see how some women show their pure side in front of the king of Jin while saying that they are fairies behind their backs. After peeking for a while, the women met a few, but the king of Jin did not come, and he lost some interest. Lu Qiqi felt strange that Sun Rumei could also walk here. Lu Qiqi smiled silently, and someone finally couldn't help it and was ready to cater to her. Xiao Yanqing's actions. In the eyes of others, the king of Jin likes to take the initiative. Like Sun Rumei has always been holding a high and mighty frame. How could anyone like it? The royal family is used to these hypocritical tricks, and only something special can arouse others' interest. Seeing Sun Rumei passing by, Lu Qiqi thought something would happen. But unfortunately, she just walked by, just looked around a few times, and nothing else. After watching for a while, she was disappointed that she didn't see any good show and was ready to leave. As soon as she made this move, she was frightened by the person behind her and fell to the ground. The king of Jin stood behind Lu Qiqi with his hands behind his back for a long time. Some people were too absorbed in watching and didn't notice. Seeing the guilty look of the woman, she deliberately asked, "What are you watching?" "I watched the show, but I didn't watch it." She stretched out her hand to the king of Jin. The king of Jin understood what she meant and stretched out his hand to pull the woman up. Lu Qiqi didn't feel embarrassed and asked, "Why are you here? Are you waiting for me?" Lu Qiqi thought for a while and nodded. "Yes. Let's go," the king of Jin said and walked out. Lu Qiqi asked, "Where are you going?" "You don't have to go." The king of Jin said this and strode away. Lu Qiqi didn't have time to think about it and ran after him. The two of them came to the Qingyu Pavilion together. The women who were originally planning to create an encounter around them saw the scene. who dared to act rashly in front of Lu Chichi. They watched the king of Jin and Lu Chichi leave, and each of them thought that Lu Chichi must have done it on purpose. They were unwilling in their hearts, but they couldn't do anything, and finally left disappointed. Sun Rume was one of them. When she heard that the king of Jin had left, she was relieved. She accepted Xiao Nianqing's advice and took the initiative. After years of education, she was somewhat repulsive to such despicable behavior. When she heard that the king of Jin had left, she relaxed. After today, she can still be herself. At this time, Lu Chichi and the king of Jin left in a carriage. After getting on the carriage, Lu Chichi found a comfortable position to lean on the side, ready to talk to the system, wanting to know where they were going. Before they started, King Jin spoke. You don't have to play bad. Play bad? Lu Chichi asked. You don't think that the king really likes you, do you? Lu Chichi felt guilty. Was he seen through? The king just thought that he should compensate you for that matter, and let you misunderstand. Lu Chichi's mouth twitched. It would be better to be like this. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not looking down on me. King Jin pursed his lips. The woman gave him surprises everywhere. Lu Chichi smiled. Your Majesty, don't worry. If someone you really like comes one day, I will also leave tactfully, without mixed emotions. It is much easier to deal with things. She is happy to see this state. The king of Jin felt a lump in his throat. Don't worry, Your Majesty. My leaving won't damage Your Majesty's reputation. If someone else kicks out the future emperor, it will be very embarrassing. Coincidentally, she doesn't care much about reputation or face, so she can be a bad person to highlight the good of the king of Jin and the future princess. The system reminds, what if the person the king of Jin likes is you? Lu Chichi doesn't even think about it. Impossible. System. The king of Jin is the future emperor. Isn't he good enough? Lu Chichi. There are so many good men. Do I have to marry him? As she said that, the image of Prime Minister Chu flashed in her mind. It seems that if it is Prime Minister Chu, she can consider it. System. Do you think you are not good enough? Lu Chichi. I am naturally the best, but no man of this era is worthy of me. System. I understand. You can't accept a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines, right? Lu Chichi. Yes. The system is silent. Lu Chichi didn't say anything else, and turned her head to see King Jin looking at her. Oops. Will this man discover my secret? King Jin only looked at her for a few times, didn't say anything, and waited for the carriage to stop. Lu Chichi looked out and saw that it was Minsheng restaurant. Jiang Haiping is the chef here, and the food is delicious. I wanted to order a few signature dishes and go in with King Jin, skipping this step, and they went directly to the private room. Entering the private room, they saw a table full of food. King Jin went in and sat in the main seat, and Lu Chichi sat on the right-hand side of King Jin. Seeing that there was a set of tableware next to him, Lu Chichi knew that there was someone else. She was very curious about the identity of the other party, who King Jin brought her to meet outsiders. If it was a man, King Jin could have come by himself. But the other party who brought her here should be a woman, or a woman who admired King Jin. Lu Chichi wanted to see what kind of woman could make King Jin so cautious. Chapter 63. You are angry. You are jealous. After a while, footsteps were heard outside. When Lu Chichi heard it, it was different from what she imagined. The footsteps were steady and powerful, not like a woman's footsteps. When the footsteps came to the outside of the private room, Lu Chichi looked up and found that it was a rough man. Just as she was convincing herself that this man had passed by, she saw King Jin and stood up enthusiastically. Brother, you have worked hard all the way. It's okay. I'm used to it. The man came in and saw Lu Chichi in the private room. King Jin introduced them. Brother, this is the princess. Princess? The man looked at Lu Chichi carefully and thought, so the junior brother likes this? No wonder the junior sister has not achieved success for so many years. It turns out that the problem lies here. King Jin looked at Lu Chichi. Chichi, this is my senior brother Jianghe. Jianghe clasped his fist to Lu Chichi. Princess. Lu Chichi saluted. Meet senior brother Jiang. After a simple greeting, several people sat down together. At first, King Jin and Jianghe drank, while Lu Chichi only cared about eating. Perhaps because of Jianghe's presence, Lu Chichi's eating was much more elegant. She brought out her attitude of greeting customers in modern times. She didn't speak, but kept listening to their conversation. She didn't know or understand some things, but Lu Qiqi's facial expressions were good, which made the other party realize that she valued the other party. After a few glasses of wine, Jiang He let go. Princess, I toast you a glass. Lu Qiqi quickly picked up the wine pot in front of King Jin, poured a glass for herself, held the wine glass with both hands, lowered it slightly, and clinked glasses with Jiang He. Thank you, senior brother Jiang. Princess, please feel free, Jiang He said, and the glass of wine was finished. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi followed suit and drank a glass of wine. Jiang He saw that Lu Qiqi was so generous, and after a few glasses of wine, he spoke more directly. Princess, you have a good alcohol tolerance. How many more glasses can you drink? Lu Qiqi smiled. Jiang He suddenly slapped the table. Okay, I am willing to drink with straightforward people. Lu Qiqi poured wine for Jiang He, King Jin, and herself. She saw that Jiang He had looked at her from the time he arrived to his hostility later, and she saw it all. He wanted to get herself drunk today. Ha ha. Who knows what the result will be until the end. King Jin saw Lu Qiqi like this, and wanted to stop her. The senior brother was too enthusiastic, and Lu Qiqi was not afraid. King Jin tried to stop them several times, but to no avail. So he simply let them drink. To his surprise, after an instant's stick of time, Lu Qiqi was fine. Half an hour passed, and Lu Qiqi was still not drunk. She was full of interest in the rivers and lakes that Jiang He talked about, and learned about the things in the rivers and lakes while drinking. In a trance, King Jin thought that Lu Qiqi and Jiang He were senior brothers and sisters. As he was talking, King Jin saw his senior brother's habitual movements, and knew that things were not going well. So he quickly stopped the two who were going to continue drinking. Qiqi, stop drinking. King Jin stopped Lu Qiqi from holding the wine glass. Lu Qiqi was a little drunk, and didn't know what to do. She looked at King Jin with misty eyes. I'm fine. King Jin didn't say anything, but looked at Jiang He with his eyes. And Jiang He happened to be lying on the table. Senior brother? Jiang He looked up, without opening his eyes, and shouted, Drink, senior brother. You've drunk too much. I'll let Zhao Kai take you back. Drink. Jiang He suddenly opened his eyes, looked around, and fixed his eyes on King Jin's face. Don't shake. King Jin supported Jiang He and said to Zhao Kai, Send brother back. Yes. Zhao Kai had a new experience today. Jiang He had a high alcohol tolerance, but Lu Qiqi made him fall down after drinking. When Jiang He was helped away by Zhao Kai, Lu Qiqi shook her head and felt even more dizzy. She simply leaned on King Jin's shoulder and said, I didn't offend your brother. Did I? Why is he hostile to me? King Jin knew what was going on, but was too embarrassed to explain. You're wrong. Lu Qiqi stretched out a finger and shook it twice. I have a sharp eye. If your brother hadn't pretended to be drunk, I would have drunk him down sooner or later. Jiang He, who was just going down the stairs, heard this and almost rolled down the stairs. Zhao Kai was scared for a while, but fortunately there were only a few steps left, so they wouldn't be too embarrassed. Lu Qiqi heard the noise and laughed unkindly. King Jin was also ashamed. Women really have sharp eyes. Lu Qiqi curled her lips, smiled slightly, and lifted the chin of King Jin with her hand, forcing him to look at her. Your senior brother is a little cute. Is it? King Jin felt like he was being teased, but he felt that it was not something a woman should do. So he pushed the woman's hand away. Lu Qiqi was not angry, and pinched King Jin's chin with 2 fingers, forcing him to look at her again. Tell me, do you have a junior sister who likes you? Or a senior sister or something like that? You are drunk. King Jin pushed Lu Qiqi's hand away, stood up, and avoided this sensitive question. Just as he made this move, he suddenly heard a bang behind him. King Jin turned around, and saw Lu Qiqi lying on the table. Lu Qiqi was still muttering. What should I do? I seem to be drunk. Lu Qiqi was really drunk. However, she didn't admit it, and kept asking the King of Jin to carry her away. When the King of Jin carried Lu Qiqi to the carriage, he was sweating profusely. After the carriage finally returned to the King of Jin's mansion, Lu Qiqi was making all kinds of noises again, insisting that the King of Jin carry her on his back. The King of Jin didn't want to, and Lu Qiqi made a fuss at the gate of the King of Jin's mansion, like a child, who couldn't get candy. Sun Shua saw it and didn't dare to look directly at it. According to his understanding of the king of Jin, killing her would be a light punishment. Thinking of the relationship between the king of Jin and Lu Qiqi, he was not sure what the king of Jin would do. Later, the king of Jin seemed to be unable to bear Lu Qiqi's noise, and finally carried Lu Qiqi back to Qingyu Pavilion. The news soon spread to the ears of many women in the backyard, and people in the palace also heard the news. The unlucky king of Chu also got the news. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up and forgot what happened last night. I just felt that the moment I got up, my head was uncomfortable, which was the sequelae of drunkenness. She was used to this kind of thing. When she got up to wash, she casually asked, "How did I get back yesterday?" She remembered drinking with the senior brother of the king of Jin. She drank a lot. But later, she didn't remember anything. Chunbai stopped serving people and told them everything that happened last night in detail. Clang. Lu Qiqi felt that her self-esteem fell to the ground and shattered. No way. Lu Qiqi still had a last bit of fantasy. "Princess, you made a scene at the gate of the king of Jin's mansion and insisted that the king of Jin carry you in. This was not just me who saw it." Lu Qiqi put her hopeful eyes on Qingdai, who came in. "What do you say?" Qingdai nodded. Lu Qiqi touched her forehead and turned around in circles. "I'm not going to live anymore." She turned around and fell on the bed, lifting the quilt to cover her head. The system came out to make trouble. Lu Qiqi, "It's no use trying to cover your ears and steal the bell." Lu Qiqi, "Who said I was trying to cover my ears and steal the bell? I was doing it for King Jin to see." System, "King Jin is not here." Lu Qiqi, "King Jin's eyes are here." The system paused for a while. "I thought you were pretending to be drunk yesterday." Lu Qiqi, "That's what I did. But I just couldn't control myself later. It must be because the wine here is too strong." System, "Overacting?" Lu Qiqi, "What do you mean?" System, "You are angry. You are jealous. And it affects your drinking capacity." Lu Qiqi, "Speak clearly. Why am I angry? Why am I jealous?" System, "Because King Jin has a junior sister who loves him deeply." Chapter 64. Junior sister arrives. Junior sister? Sure enough. It's just as I thought. What about this junior sister? System, "It's hard to describe." Lu Qiqi's mind was full of various images. And suddenly the quilt was lifted. Lu Qiqi wanted to continue to be a turtle. So she reached out and pulled the quilt over her head again. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai were all scared to kneel on the ground when they saw the scene. Lu Qiqi didn't know that King Jin had arrived, and she still wanted to communicate with the system in this way. "Tell me quickly. What about this junior sister? If I guess correctly, she should be a very difficult person." Thinking of a woman with martial arts, Lu Qiqi thought she was inferior to the other party. System, "You don't have to feel inferior. King Jin doesn't like this junior sister." Lu Qiqi, "Who is inferior?" System, "You?" Lu Qiqi, "How am I inferior? Your eye saw that I was inferior. The system directly exposed it. Then why do you care so much about this junior sister?" Lu Qiqi barely found a reasonable excuse for herself. "My junior sister is coming, so I naturally want to know everything about her. I can't violate her taboos. Right?" System, "Keep blowing." Lu Qiqi, "I didn't." System, "Then you lift the quilt and think it through before you speak." Lu Qiqi felt that this was inexplicable, but she also felt that it was just lifting the quilt. So what was she afraid of? In order to prove that what she said was true, she suddenly lifted the quilt and saw King Jin standing next to her, and subconsciously quickly covered the quilt again. System, "You feel guilty." Lu Qiqi, "Why should I feel guilty?" System, "You like him?" Lu Qiqi, "No. How could I like him?" System, "Prove it to me." Lu Qiqi was irritated and didn't want to be looked down upon, so she lifted the quilt again, revealing a self-confident smile. "Why is the prince here?" Just after saying this, the system's voice rang in her ears. "Admit it. You like him?" Lu Qiqi's mouth twitched, and she looked at King Jin steadily. King Jin observed women, and just now, he noticed what Lu Qiqi was thinking. Is there something wrong with the prince? Lu Qiqi was frightened by the prince's gaze, and was the first to break the silence. "What did you do just now?" King Jin said, glancing at the quilt. Lu Qiqi risked it. "They told me that you carried me back last night. So? I'm recalling what happened last night, Lu Qiqi said seriously. King Jin smiled. Are you embarrassed? No. Lu Qiqi denied it too quickly and explained. I have a good drinking habit. Besides, the prince is so high up. How could he lower his status and carry me in here? To be precise, I carried you on the carriage and returned to the palace. You made a fuss again. I didn't want to lose face. So Ahem. Lu Qiqi was shocked by King Jin's words. This situation is more serious than Chunbai said. She tried to deny it. And when she saw that what King Jin said didn't seem to be false, she wanted to find a hole to hide in because of shame. There will be guests coming later. Please entertain them. King Jin changed the subject. Who? I was asked to entertain him. Could it be this person's junior sister? A junior sister from the same sect. King Jin said this and turned to leave. Lu Qiqi made a brilliant move. Could it be a junior sister who likes you? When the king of Jin heard this, he did not react and walked faster. Lu Qiqi watched someone leave and thought he was running away. Did he really not like this junior sister? If he didn't like her, why did he run away? Lu Qiqi couldn't figure it out. Chunbai saw the king of Jin leave, and she became bolder. Princess, the prince asked you to entertain the junior sister. Could it be that what he meant? What do you mean? Lu Qiqi asked. Chunbai thought for a while. Generally, when the prince likes a woman to enter the house, he will let the princess take a look and let the princess arrange the woman's place. Lu Qiqi frowned. Why didn't she understand this? Princess, the prince is interested in this junior sister, Chunbai said. Lu Qiqi was even more puzzled. If you like her, then you like her. What does it have to do with me? Princess, you are the princess now. From now on, you have the final say on all women who enter and leave the Jin palace. Lu Qiqi finally understood what Chunbai meant. It was because of this understanding that she said something that made them fall to the ground. If the prince likes her, he can express his feelings to his junior sister himself. What does it have to do with me? Chunbai saw that the princess was not making sense, and stamped her feet in anger, and sighed to the side. How could you forget about the women outside after guarding against so many people? Yu Dai explained. Princess, every mistress in the palace will fill the backyard with women. Lu Qiqi finally understood and looked at Yu Dai. I think you are good. Let the prince take you in. Yu Dai was so scared when she heard this that she knelt on the ground. Princess, this is not what I meant. Lu Qiqi looked at Qing Dai. And Qing Dai also knelt on the ground in fear. Chunbai was speechless. Princess, it's already this late. And you're still joking here? Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes in slow motion. The prince can marry anyone he likes. He wants me to find him a woman. Dream on. She is not a pimp. Why would she meddle in other people's business? Several maids were confused by the princess's actions. They dared not speak again. They served the princess to wash and brush her teeth. And after breakfast, they served quietly by her side. Lu Qiqi simply changed into a light outfit, carried a blanket, and came under the tree. After spreading it, she asked the maid to bring a plate of peaches, and leaned against the tree to read the storybook. After reading for a while, she couldn't concentrate, so she simply chatted with the system. Hey, what does the junior sister of King Jin look like? The system didn't speak immediately, thinking that the system was just not there. After a while, a screen appeared in front of her. This was the second time she saw the screen. The last time was a shameful scene. But this time, she saw a woman in red holding a sword in her hand. The moment her body turned in the air, more than a dozen people in black around her fell to the ground with blood gushing from their necks. So violent? System. This is the junior sister of King Jin. Hua man. Lu Qiqi's mouth twitched. Too scary. System. You are no match for her. Lu Qiqi agrees. System. You don't have to be too scared. She likes King Jin, so she naturally doesn't dare to do anything to you openly. Lu Qiqi. What about behind her back? System. It's hard to say. Lu Qiqi. Am I going to die? System. It's okay. I will help you. Lu Qiqi touched her neck. Why did she feel cold? It seemed that there was an invisible chill coming. Lu Qiqi hurriedly got up and prepared to find King Jin to make it clear that she was his junior sister and had nothing to do with herself. System. It's too late. Lu Qiqi wondered what this meant. And suddenly a familiar person appeared in front of her. At first, she thought it was an invisible screen in front of her. When she saw a woman in red walking towards her, she didn't feel anything. When she walked in, she was shocked. "Are you the princess?" Lu Qiqi felt that the voice was real, just as she was trying to figure it out. Another voice came. "Where is my senior brother?" Lu Qiqi was frightened and took a step back. She looked at the woman in front of her vigilantly. She was real. This recognition made her feel a surge of fear in her heart. She came here just after killing someone, which means that the people she killed died not far away. "He is in the study." Lu Qiqi said this tremblingly. Seeing the woman in red leave, Lu Qiqi's body tilted. Fortunately, Qi Dai and Yudai supported her. Chapter 65. The female devil becomes a little fangirl. After Lu Qiqi calmed down, she always felt that it was not a good thing to be in the Prince Jin's mansion, and planned to slip away, grabbing Chunbai. "Let's go shopping." Chunbai thought that the princess was running away. But what was she running away for? As the princess was still there, she didn't have to be afraid even if she was the junior sister that the Prince Jin liked. Lu Qiqi didn't think too much. She just wanted to leave the place of trouble. Seeing that she was about to reach the gate, Lu Qiqi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, and a red shadow rushed over. When she looked clearly, she saw the junior sister Hua Man standing in front of her. "You lied to me." Hua Man was about to draw her sword. Lu Qiqi thought she was going to die. But suddenly, someone pulled her, and she only felt her body retreat. When she stood firm, she found that she was protected by Qi Dai behind her, and Yudai had rushed over to block Hua Man's move. Ping ping pong. This movement caused Lu Qiqi's heart to start beating wildly. Junior sister's martial arts skills are too high. If she wants to kill me, it will only take a few minutes. Looking at the scene in front of her, she is more determined to leave the Prince Jin's mansion for her life. Just at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. "Stop!" As the voice fell, the Prince Jin strode in from outside. The junior sister, who was still pressing Yudai step by step, put away her sword and ran to the Prince Jin like a happy bird. "Senior brother, you are back." She was still a female devil the moment before, and instantly became a little fangirl. Lu Qiqi successfully saw someone change her face, and she felt that her life was in danger. Watching the senior brothers and sisters get together, she stepped back without any backbone, intending to disappear in front of them. "Qiqi," the Prince Jin spoke, interrupting all of Lu Qiqi's fantasies. Hua Man's tender eyes suddenly changed, like two sharp swords piercing into Lu Qiqi's heart. "Are you Qiqi?" Lu Qiqi waved her hands without any backbone. "No, I'm not Qiqi. I'm Lu Qiqi." She was stubborn and made a final struggle. When King Jin saw this scene, he laughed in his heart, but his expression changed. He pushed away Hua Man, who was holding his arm, and asked seriously, "Junior sister, did you scare Qiqi?" Hua Man shook her head. "I didn't." "Really?" King Jin asked. "If you don't disbelieve me, you can ask her." Hua Man looked at Lu Qiqi and said that if she dared to talk nonsense, she would kill this woman on the spot. Lu Qiqi shuddered and shook her head. No. This was too against her will. She was a big boss in the modern internet era. When had she ever competed with such a barbarian? The yoga she learned was not on the same channel at all. King Jin glanced at Hua Man with a warning, and walked up to Lu Qiqi, proving the importance of Lu Qiqi with his actions. "Junior sister, if you come to King Jin's mansion just to reminisce about the past, your senior brother, will also warmly entertain you. If you dare to use force and hurt someone you shouldn't touch, this king will not care about the past feelings." Senior brother? And this king? Obviously it depends on how Hua Man chooses between these two identities. Hua Man gritted her teeth in anger. She had to pretend in front of King Jin and said coquettishly, "Senior brother, I came from afar. Is this how you treat me?" Lu Qiqi just felt scared. Why did she feel that this Hua Man was more difficult to deal with than Sun Rume? Half an hour later, Lu Qiqi wanted to leave and give them a chance to reminisce about the past alone. But King Jin insisted on taking her along. In the final scene, the three of them sat together on the stone table in the courtyard of Xiushui Pavilion and had an awkward chat. Hua Man talked about her time with King Jin and what happened after they separated. King Jin just drank tea and didn't respond, seeming to just listen. Lu Qiqi couldn't sit still. Hua Man showed off her past with King Jin and deliberately explained that she and King Jin had a deep relationship. She didn't understand why she had to be dragged into such a scene of affection between a man and a woman. Didn't she feel that this oversized light bulb was a bit of an eyesore? Lu Qiqi felt that there was no need for her to exist. Besides, she didn't want Hua Man to regard her as an imaginary enemy. Looking at the sword next to Hua Man and the scene she wanted to see, she felt that it was a bit dangerous to have her head hanging on her neck. Just when he was thinking about finding a chance to leave, Xiao Kai arrived. Your Highness, Wang Yuchu is here. Prince Jin looked at Xiao Kai and asked, but is Wang Yuchu the chef who presided over the palace banquet that day? Yes. Xiao Kai felt strange. What did Prince Jin mean by asking Wang Yuchu to come? Why is he asking now? I always feel that Prince Jin is acting strange recently. Let him go to the kitchen to cook. Yes. Xiao Kai took the order and left. Lu Qiqi, who wanted to leave, suddenly didn't want to leave. Wang Yuchu cooked for Prince Jin, and he couldn't eat it if he left. When he thought of the food he ate in the palace, every one of them was very delicious. Thinking about it now, he almost drooled. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that it wasn't that hard to be here. Boredom. He picked up a peach and ate it. Hua Man next to him was still talking about the interesting things when they practiced martial arts together. Prince Jin spoke from time to time to prove that he was listening, and glanced at Lu Qiqi from the corner of his eye several times. He saw all her reactions just now. After Hua Man talked for a while, he felt dry in the mouth. Picked up a peach. Took a bite. Brother, peaches are so sweet. If you like, I'll have someone send you some. Hua Man took another bite. It's so troublesome to send them back and forth. I'll live here. Okay. You can stay. But it's not convenient for you, an unmarried girl, to live here. King Jin said. It's okay. We lived together when we practiced martial arts. Hua Man said. You were still a child then. But now you have grown up and become a big girl. It just so happens that my senior brother is here too. So why don't you live with him? My senior brother is also a man. If I live with him, I will be taken care of by your maids, so I can rest assured. Hua Man saw that King Jin was not willing to give in, so she turned to look at Lu Qiqi, her eyes red with grievance. Princess, look at my senior brother. He is so unkind. I came all the way to find him, but he ruthlessly drove me away. Lu Qiqi was chatting with the system at the time, and didn't hear what Hua Man said. Hua Man thought that Lu Qiqi was intentionally humiliating her, and couldn't hold back her temper. So she kicked Lu Qiqi hard. Lu Qiqi screamed in pain. Ah, Princess, you are driving me away too? Hua Man, who was used to being arrogant, regarded this place as her own territory. And she didn't take the other party, who was the princess. Seriously? Lu Qiqi didn't say anything, turned around, and rolled up her skirt. Seeing that her calf was broken, she endured the pain and looked back and forth at King Jin and Hua Man. Which of you kicked me? There were only 3 people present. Lu Qiqi's words clearly showed that it was not her. At this moment, King Jin understood Hua Man's evil deeds and looked at Hua Man. You go, senior brother? Hua Man didn't expect King Jin to drive her away directly. Not long ago, he had gone to great lengths to ask the imperial chef of the palace to cook for him. But then he changed his face again. Seeing Lu Qiqi's face, she couldn't help but take action directly. King Jin had been prepared for a long time. He held Lu Qiqi in one hand and turned sideways, ignoring the slap from Hua Man. The slap hit King Jin's face hard, and it was instantly red and swollen. Lu Qiqi saw that she was shocked by Hua Man's strength. If this slap hit her face would definitely be wasted. Chapter 66 The People of the King of Jin. The King of Jin looked at Hua Man with a cold look. For the sake of our brother-sister relationship, I will not bother with you for this slap. But from now on, you are not allowed to step into the King of Jin's mansion. Brother, are you mean to me for this woman? Hua Man said with tears flowing down her face. She is my princess. Princess? Why is she a princess? She is just the daughter of a county magistrate. What qualifications does she have to stand by my side? Because her name Lu Qiqi is printed on my royal family tree. Hua Man looked at the King of Jin in disbelief, and couldn't believe it. You lied to me. You must have lied to me. Come on. Send the guests away. The King of Jin said this, picked up Lu Qiqi and walked into the house. Xiao Kai arrived and sent Hua Man away. He didn't know what was going on. King Jin cared a lot about his junior sister. How could it turn out like this? Now Wang Yuchu is still cooking in the kitchen. Will he continue to cook? Hua Man couldn't stand King Jin's change of heart. She ran out with a sword in her hand. On the other side, King Jin carried Lu Qiqi into the house, and put Lu Qiqi on the couch. He turned around and brought some bottles and jars. Lu Qiqi was a little passive. She watched King Jin carefully apply medicine to her. In a trance, she felt that this man was not bad. King Jin treated the wound and began to bandage it. After everything was done, he let Lu Qiqi lie on the couch and said softly, "You rest here. I'll go take care of some things." "No. I'm fine. I can go back by myself. You rest first. The food will be ready in a while. Let's talk after dinner." Eat. When Lu Qiqi thought of Wang Yichu, she suddenly felt that she couldn't eat if she left. Now that she was injured, she had to eat enough. Without further refusal, she nodded to show her agreement. After the king of Jin left, Lu Qiqi leaned on the couch and summoned the system. "Hua man is too violent. System, you are going to be unlucky." Lu Qiqi, "I am already very unlucky. Even my legs are injured. But it is not unlucky. System, Hua man has a strong desire for revenge. Today, she was driven out by the king of Jin, and she blamed you for all her grievances. Is this not unlucky?" Lu Qiqi was silent. What the system said makes sense. Thinking that all this was caused by the king of Jin, she cursed all of the king of Jin's ancestors in her heart. System, actually, this is not a bad thing. Think about it. The king of Jin protects you so much. Are you not happy? Lu Qiqi lifted the hem of her skirt to reveal her bandaged legs. "How can I be happy?" System, a blessing in disguise. Lu Qiqi snorted. "Do you know how to use idioms? This is called a blessing in disguise?" The system was silent for a while. Lu Qiqi thought the system also found out that she had made a mistake. Lu Qiqi, say something interesting. Use other people's misery to prove that your luck is not too bad. System, Sun Rume, does it count? Lu Qiqi, it counts. She almost became the queen. And she is very cunning. What bad luck can she have? System, Sun Rume agreed to Xiao Nianqing's suggestion and prepared to take the initiative. Lu Qiqi thought of seeing Sun Rume wandering outside the yard. Did I see that time? System, she was also cunning. She agreed to Xiao Nianqing's proposal on the surface, but only did it once. She thought she could fool Xiao Nianqing, but she was slapped by Xiao Nianqing, and the corner of her mouth began to bleed. Lu Qiqi smiled. I didn't see it. It's a pity. System, Xiao Nianqing is also preparing to make a move. Lu Qiqi, she is someone arranged by the king of Jin. Is it the king of Jin's intention? System, smart. Lu Qiqi, speak quickly. System, the king of Jin arranged her to be Xiao Nianqing, wanting to use Xiao Nianqing's arrogance and domineering to attract all the attention of the people around her. Lu Qiqi, what does he want to do? System, the king of Jin wants to protect you. Lu Qiqi's heart beat wildly when she heard this. System, the king of Qin is completely doomed. The emperor has issued an order that the king of Qin will be imprisoned in the king of Qin's mansion for life. Lu Qiqi sighed. It's his bad luck. A crime of favoring a concubine and killing his wife can still fall to this point. He is really at the end of his rope. System, Da Fei pleaded for mercy, angered the emperor, and is now under house arrest. Lu Qiqi thought for a moment. Is the queen responsible for this? System, the palace is like this. Unlucky. Everyone is involved. But the queen is also unlucky, because of the matter of the king of Chu. She did not dare to plead for mercy because of the lesson of concubinage. So the king of Chu resented her. And now the relationship between mother and son is very strained. Lu Qiqi, the king of Chu is having a hard time. Right? System, 3 of the king of Chu's staff were killed by the king of Jin. Lu Qiqi, the king of Jin is ruthless. System, if a man is not ruthless, his position is not stable. Lu Qiqi agrees with this. In the capital, especially in the palace, who wants to sit in that position does not have blood on his hands. The king of Jin is the most outstanding son of the emperor, and he is also the object of jealousy and wanting to be eliminated by others. If he was too kind, he would not be alive until now. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi asked, the emperor has so many sons. Why did the king of Jin go to war? The system didn't say anything, and a screen popped up in front of her. Lu Qiqi saw the child in green clothes holding a wounded bird. At this moment, 3 slightly older children came over from the side. The children came over to talk to the child in green clothes. The child in green clothes was very afraid of them and kept backing away. At this time, Two children trapped the child in green clothes. And another child stepped forward to grab the bird and threw it directly on the ground. Lu Qiqi was shocked when she saw this scene. These children were not big. About 3 or 4 years old. The child who threw the bird was shocked by the fierceness in his eyes. How could a child have such great hostility? When Lu Qiqi was shocked, she saw two children holding the child in green clothes and kneeling on the ground. This was considered bullying. Lu Qiqi sympathized with the child in green clothes. At this moment, she saw the smile on the corner of the child's mouth when he lowered his head. Did he do it on purpose? System. The child in green clothes is the king of Jin. Lu Qiqi. What about the other 3 children? System. The one who threw the bird is the king of Chu. And the 2 next to him are the king of Qin and the king of Yin. Lu Qiqi looked at the scene carefully. The king of Jin should have done it on purpose at that time? System. The king of Jin has been excellent since he was young and was often praised by the emperor. Over time, the king of Jin was always bullied by people headed by the king of Chu. Over time, the little king of Jin also learned to resist. But his resistance was not obvious. Lu Qiqi thought of the unfortunate King Qin. King Qin can have the current end of the King Jin's credit. Right? System. Concubine Qin is King Jin's people. Lu Qiqi sneered. King Jin is a ruthless person. Seemingly calm, but in control of everything. Poor King Chu. Thought all this was his credit. But he was just taking the blame. Lu Qiqi wanted to ask King Jin where he had arranged his people. But suddenly she smelled a familiar fragrance. Soon, Chunbai and others arrived with food. Lu Qiqi's eyes lit up when she saw it. Just as she was about to get up, the door darkened. And she stopped when she saw King Jin at the door. King Jin strode over, holding Lu Qiqi to the table. You must be hungry. Try the cooking of Wang Yuchu. Lu Qiqi felt a little uncomfortable being held. And facing Chunbai's playful eyes, she could only use eating to cover up her thoughts. Chapter 67. The King of Jin wants to be alone with you. Lu Qiqi is on guard against the King of Jin. Such a young child knows how to fight back. And he can remain calm. On the contrary, she is a blank sheet of paper in front of this person. She thought of Hua Man who was driven out not long ago. The King of Jin didn't like her, but he invited her into the palace. Later, it was the princess and Yudi. She always felt that the King of Jin did it on purpose. Don't like it? The King of Jin saw Lu Qiqi holding the chopsticks and didn't understand. So he asked. Lu Qiqi came back to her senses. Every dish is good. I don't know which one to eat first. It's okay. You will know after eating a few more times. Lu Qiqi didn't take this seriously and started to use her chopsticks. She liked every dish very much. The table of food in front of her seemed ordinary, but gathered various flavors. The flavors of Sichuan and Cantonese cuisine appeared on the same table at the same time. After eating, every dish was very authentic. She, who was used to eating cuisines from all over the country, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. How does it taste? The King of Jin asked. Good. It's delicious. Try this. It reflects the essence of Sichuan cuisine. Lu Qiqi said excitedly. She used her chopsticks to pick up the food and put it in the bowl of King Jin. Xiao Kai didn't expect Lu Qiqi to do this. It was too late to stop her. Chunbai, Qindai, and Yudai were all shocked when they saw this. How could the princess do this? Surprisingly, King Jin didn't dislike it and picked it up to eat. It's really good. Is it delicious? Lu Qiqi started eating again. Did you say Sichuan cuisine? King Jin asked while eating. Xiao Kai was speechless. The prince was led astray by Lu Qiqi. The basic flavors of Sichuan cuisine are numbing, spicy, sweet, salty, sour, and bitter. On the basis of the 6 basic flavors, they can be mixed and changed into a variety of complex flavors. In the process of cooking Sichuan cuisine, if you can use the primary and secondary, strong and weak, and quantity of flavors to mix and change, and add the selection of materials, cutting and cooking properly, you can get a variety of delicious dishes with special flavors with good color, aroma, taste and shape. There are more than 20 complex flavors of Sichuan cuisine, such as salty and fresh flavors, home-style flavors, spicy flavors, fish flavors, ginger flavors, etc. For example, the dish you just ate is spicy. The King of Jin smiled. He was indeed a foodie. You know a lot. When you have eaten all the cuisines from north to south, you will find that the cuisines of each place are very unique. Try it another day. Lu Chichi had food and was in a good mood. Hearing this, she said casually, I will cook a few dishes for you to try another day. Okay. Lu Chichi said it casually. But the king of Jin remembered it in his heart. Chunbai was the happiest one to hear Lu Chichi say that. Look. This is the princess. She can make an appointment with the king of Jin for the next meeting while eating. The princess is still capable and uses different methods to compete for favor. After dinner, the king of Jin asked Lu Chichi to live in Xiaoshui Pavilion on the grounds that Lu Chichi was injured and inconvenient to move. Lu Chichi wanted to refuse politely, but Chunbai ran out before Lu Chichi persuaded the king of Jin to return to his own courtyard. Chunbai and others had already delivered her clothes. Lu Chichi was dumbfounded and tilted her head to look at Chunbai. This girl's meaning is too obvious. Lu Chichi looked at Chunbai, and Chunbai turned her head away with guilt. She looked at the king of Jin, who was reading a book. The system voice came out. Don't read it. The king of Jin wants to be alone with you. Lu Chichi. Can I refuse? System. Prince Jin's temperament does not accept rejection. Lu Chichi wanted to say something else, thinking about the scene she saw on the screen. Prince Jin, who was only 3 or 4 years old, began to calculate others. If she was also calculated by this person, how long could she live? Facing reality, Lu Chichi was forced to accept. As if on purpose, she glanced at the thing sent. No storybook? Chunbai quickly took out a book from her bosom. Princess. Here. Lu Chichi curled her lips. Chunbai is really thoughtful. Chunbai lowered her head and dared not respond. Chinai and Yudai did not dare to face the princess's eyes, and both lowered their heads. Lu Chichi looked straight at Prince Jin, and some words were suppressed in her heart. She was about to speak, but Prince Jin looked over, and she lowered her head with guilt. The system came out to make trouble. You are guilty. Lu Chichi. What am I guilty of? System. Then what do you think of the king of Jin? Lu Chichi was irritated, raised her head, and met the king of Jin's eyes. You? Is it inconvenient for me to be here? This made Lu Chichi feel ashamed. There is nothing inconvenient. You can stay here with peace of mind. Lu Chichi felt that this was a bit inappropriate, and wanted to ask for clarification. But Zhao Kai arrived. Without saying anything, the king of Jin got up and left. Lu Chichi saw it and laughed unkindly. He said that he was here and someone was inconvenient, but he didn't admit it. This time he knew to avoid talking. He whispered to others in his heart and laughed at himself. Chunbai spoke at the right time. Princess, the book in your hand was just published. When Lu Chichi heard this, she instantly became energetic and quickly opened it to see that it was indeed a sequel. She lowered her head and quickly forgot the embarrassment not long ago. She was so absorbed in watching that she forgot the time. When she was a little tired, she reached out and grabbed a peach to eat. She ate while watching. After eating, she reached out to grab another one. When she finished eating another peach, she reached out to grab it, but found that it was not a peach, but a human claw. She turned her head and saw the king of Jin, who had returned at some point. She also found that the maids who were originally around her were gone. She was holding the king of Jin's hand, but she realized that she had lost her composure and quickly retracted her hand. Are you done? Your Majesty? Yes. King of Jin stood up, bent down, picked up Lu Chichi and walked towards the bedroom. Lu Chichi wanted to refuse, but she felt that she had obviously acquiesced until now, and it would be a bit too much to refuse again. Seeing the unfamiliar bedroom, everything around her gave her a sense of oppression. This is a man's room, and it feels a bit awkward to be here alone. The system popped up. You feel guilty. Lu Chichi was angered by this, so she simply laid down to prove that she didn't feel guilty. King Jin took a look and leaned in. He noticed the woman's nervousness and deliberately slowed down his movements. When Lu Chichi couldn't stand it and wanted to get up, King Jin pulled the quilt over her. It's cold at night. Sleep with a thin quilt. Lu Chichi felt ashamed. She was just pulling the quilt. What was she thinking about? It was so embarrassing. King Jin noticed the woman's thoughts, took off his coat, raised his hand, and the lights not far away went out. Lu Chichi grabbed the quilt and couldn't sleep for a long time. King Jin couldn't sleep either. After a while, King Jin said, Don't worry about junior sister's affairs. She dare not hurt you. She should like you. Right? That's her business. Lu Chichi knew that the king of Jin knew about it. If you don't like it, Just reject it. If you like it, just accept it. It's not good to keep people hanging like this. The king of Jin turned his head to look at the woman. Are you talking about you? Lu Qiqi frowned. What does it have to do with me? You want to ask if I like you? Lu Qiqi was choked and immediately fought back. You are talking about your junior sister. Why do you drag me into it? The king of Jin laughed. It's all said outside that I am fascinated by you. Lu Qiqi became arrogant. I know I am very good and there are many people who like me. But I kindly remind you that you must not be fooled by my appearance. I lied to you. The king of Jin said this and closed his eyes. Lu Qiqi gritted her teeth when she saw this scene. Damn it. She was brushed by this person again. Chapter 68. Aren't you tempted? The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up and found that the king of Jin was no longer around her. Lu Qiqi thought that the man deliberately humiliated her last night. And she couldn't stay in this place. The injury on her leg was not serious. After getting up, she washed up and prepared to leave the place of trouble. As soon as she walked out of the door, she heard noise outside. Soon, butler who ran over. Princess. The prince's junior sister is making a fuss at the door. What do you see? Lu Qiqi thought that the king of Jin said yesterday that junior sisters were not allowed to enter the king of Jin's mansion. And this statement really worked. Lu Qiqi looked at Butler who. What did you say? Butler who was a smart person, knowing what Lu Qiqi meant, and hurriedly changed his words. Princess. Wang Yuchu asked you what you want to eat this morning? Wang Yuchu? Is he still in the king of Jin's mansion? Yes. Wang Yuchu has been in the mansion recently. Madam. Just ask for whatever you want to eat. Lu Qiqi was happy in her heart. Whatever. Every dish she made was delicious. Why would she be picky? Butler who took the order and left. Lu Qiqi walked all the way to Qingyu Pavilion. And she was in a very good mood while walking. She smiled slightly when she met the maids who were paying respects. Just after returning to Qingyu Pavilion, she found that the yard was full of furniture. What happened? She finally squeezed into the house and saw Chunbai and the other two who were cleaning. What are you doing? Chunbai and others were very surprised to see the princess. Princess, why are you here? What are you doing? Seeing that the surrounding furniture was about to be cleared, she had a bad premonition? Replying to the princess, the prince said that these furniture are old and need to be replaced with new ones. How can I live? Lu Qiqi frowned. Chunbai looked over. The princess lives in Xiushui Pavilion. The system popped up and said, Prince Jin cares about you. Lu Qiqi glanced at the messy house and yard, turned around and walked out. Chunbai stopped working and hurried over to support her. Princess, your legs are not good. Why did you come back by yourself? Lu Qiqi simply lifted up the hem of her skirt to let her see the injury on her leg. Chunbai saw that there were some broken skin and bruises around. Thinking that this was the order of Prince Jin, she deliberately exaggerated. Oh, Princess, this injury is so serious. Really? Princess should have a good rest and must not be too tired. Lu Qiqi patted her forehead. You are eager for me not to come back. Right? Chunbai was said to be thoughtful. And smiled. He said in a serious tone. Princess, your status in the palace depends on the attitude of the prince. If the prince treats you well, no one dares to make you angry. Lu Qiqi understood Chunbai's thoughts. This is a fact. And you have to accept it even if you don't want to. Thinking of what the system said, she couldn't leave the Prince Jin's mansion. If she wanted to live a better life in the future, she had to plan for the future. She couldn't be as perfect as the Prince Jin. So she still had to ensure her happy life. Chunbai saw that the princess had listened to her words. So she brought fruit to the princess and went back to work. Lu Qiqi came to the hammock with a fruit plate. Eating while thinking. The system popped up. The Prince Jin wants to create an opportunity with you and spend some time together. If you think it's appropriate, you can continue. If it's not appropriate, you can take the opportunity to raise the status of other women and leave at that time. Lu Qiqi, you want me to give the Prince Jin a chance? System. Prince Jin is an excellent man. Aren't you tempted? Lu Qiqi got off. Touching is a luxury. System. Not all men are scumbags. You have to have confidence in yourself. Lu Qiqi was silent for a while. And said, I know. System. Sometimes if you miss an opportunity, you will never have it again. So take advantage of it while it is around. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything. Eating peaches and watching everyone busy. She forgot to eat because she had something on her mind. And when Butler who came, Lu Qiqi knew that the food was sent to Xiaoshui Pavilion. She wanted Butler who to send the food. But she felt that she couldn't be too pretentious. She just went to Xiaoshui Pavilion. As soon as she left, Butler who asked someone to bring a sedan chair. Lu Qiqi saw the sedan chair, which she had only seen on TV. But she didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to sit on it. She sat on the sedan chair with Chunbai's support and walked towards Xiaoshui Pavilion slowly. Sitting high, she didn't have to walk by herself. And the surrounding scenery was better. Seeing Xiao Nianqing admiring flowers in the yard from afar, she nodded slightly as a greeting when she saw her. Sun Rumei, who was standing next to her, couldn't hold back. Watching Lu Qiqi walk away, Sun Rumei asked, "Are sedan chairs only available in the palace?" Xiao Nianqing glanced at Sun Rumei. The princess was injured, and the prince specially asked someone to get a sedan chair. Sun Rumei's face turned pale when she heard this. Xiao Nianqing spoke again. "Sister Sun, you'd better think about it. If you don't act now, it will be too late." Sun Rumei was stunned for a while, and whispered, "What does madam mean? Tonight is a good day. Sister Sun can take a walk on the way to the study after dinner." Xiao Nianqing said this, and left without waiting for Sun Rumei to respond. Chunlu heard it from the side, and when she saw Xiao Nianqing walking up, she stepped forward. "My lady, what does the lady mean?" Sun Rumei looked at her, thinking that Xiao Nianqing was able to get to where he is today because of Chunliu's advice, and also thinking that the reason why King Jin raised Xiao Nianqing's position was not because he liked her, but because Lu Qiqi had a man outside. These days of silence do not mean that there will be nothing in the future. The meaning of Xiao Nianqing's words just now was obvious. Just reminding herself how Lu Qiqi caught King Jin's eye. After a struggle, she asked Chunlu to return to Fufeng Garden, and she left the King Jin's mansion. Chunlu returned to Fufeng Garden, feeling restless. Since Xiao Nianqing rewarded her with a bracelet that day, she felt that Sun Rumei did not trust her as much as before. She had also thought about changing jobs. And when she thought of Xiao Nianqing, she found that Chunyu returned to Xiao Nianqing again, and she trusted him very much. Chunyu is still the same Chunyu, but Xiao Nianqing has changed. After becoming a lady, she is no longer as reckless as before, and she has rules in everything she says and does. Now she wants to go but can't, and she is afraid of offending people if she wants to leave. And now she is not popular at all. She can't sit still in the yard, so she comes out to get some fresh air. Walking on the path in disappointment, she accidentally bumps into someone. She opens her mouth to curse, but the other person speaks first. "Chunlu, what's wrong with you?" Chunyu is carrying the sponge cake that Tang Xiaoya just made, and on the way to deliver it to the princess, she bumps into Chunlu. Chunlu didn't take it seriously when she saw Chunyu, but when she saw the food box in her hand, "Are you delivering cakes to the princess again?" "Well, this is made by the young lady herself, and she asked me to deliver it to Chunbai personally." Chunlu smiled. "Among all the sisters, Chunbai has the best life." Chunyu nodded. "Yeah, I saw that housekeeper who was very polite to Chunbai the other day." Chunlu wanted to say that housekeeper who was also like this when he saw Sun Rumei, but thinking of his current status, he didn't want to say it. She reached out to take the food box from Chunyu's hand, but Chunyu dodged her. "This is for the princess. You can't eat it," Chunlu explained quickly. "I see you're very busy recently. How about, I'll send it to you." If she showed up in front of the princess, maybe she could turn to the princess' name. "No. The young lady has said that she must hand it over to Chunbai in person." Chunlu nodded. "Your young lady is right. I just happen to be free. I'll go with you." Chapter 69 Widow Ma Turns Evil. Chunyu and Chunlu went to Xiaoshui Garden together. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Chunbai in the yard. Chunyu handed the food box over. "Sister Bai." Chunyu walked over with a smile. Chunbai heard the noise, turned around, and saw Chunlu was there too. She only took a glance and asked Chunyu, "Sister, you sent it a little late today. I was delayed on the way." Chunyu explained. "It's okay. The princess was just talking about sponge cakes, and you came just after she finished talking." Chunyu smiled. "Sister Bai is very busy today?" "Yes. Qingyu Pavilion is too busy, and I have to serve the princess here, so I'm a little too busy. Sister Bai, I just have nothing to do. Can you see if there is anything I can do?" "Great. You wait here for a while." "Okay." Chunyi waited quietly in the yard. Chunbai walked into the house. This is Xiaoshui Pavilion, which is inaccessible to ordinary people. Chunbai walked into the room arrogantly and saw the princess eating sponge cake. She deliberately said, "Princess, Chunlu is also outside. What is she doing here?" Chunbai explained. "Chunlu saw you when you were sitting in the sedan just now." Lu Qiqi thought for a while. As long as she doesn't do anything excessive. Don't make a fuss. Thinking about it. I haven't been out recently. I wonder how Chunliu's deliberate rumor is going. Thinking about it. I glanced at my legs. It's not serious. I can go out later. Thinking about it. I asked Chunbai. Has the junior sister, who was making trouble at the door, left? Chunbai shook her head. No. She's not making trouble now. She's standing at the door all the time. Wait a minute. Let's go out. Chunbai naturally refused. Lu Qiqi simply exposed her injured part. Now the wound is almost gone. And Chunbai agreed. Princess, wait for me for a while. I'll go back and get some things. Lu Qiqi knew that Chunbai was going to do something bad. But she didn't point it out. She quietly ate the sponge cake and waited for Chunbai to come back. While eating, she was still thinking that the medicine given by Prime Minister Chu was really good. She applied some on the hammock. And the wound healed so quickly. This time, she finally knew that the things given by Prime Minister Chu were treasures. And she finally understood why the wound on her back that day was so serious. But it healed in a blink of an eye. It turned out to be because of the good medicine. Thinking, such a small bottle has been used up a lot. If Prime Minister Chu gave her another bottle, it would be great. The system popped up. Don't think about it. Lu Qiqi. I know this thing is rare. System. It's not rare. It's that King Jin personally thanked Prime Minister Chu. Lu Qiqi heard the key. What did the King of Jin say? The system bloated. It didn't say anything. Just said that you are now the Princess of Jin. It is not appropriate to show up. If others know that you stayed in the Prime Minister's mansion until late at night, it will cause misunderstandings. Lu Qiqi was happy. Why do you sound jealous from what you said? System. You just heard it. Lu Qiqi was playing bad. I just heard it. What's wrong? System. It's good that you understand the King of Jin's intentions towards you. Lu Qiqi stopped talking. I feel that the system has been trying to match me and the King of Jin during this period. System. You should be careful of Sun Rume. She wants to do something bad. Lu Qiqi. What to do? System. Sun Rume took the medicine bag and entered the medicine shop. Lu Qiqi understood that Sun Rume was going to use medicine to talk about things. System. Sun Rume will go to see the Princess of Chu later. Lu Qiqi thought about the relationship between the King of Jin and the King of Chu and asked, what is she going to do? System. Not sure yet. Lu Qiqi understood what was going on. After thinking for a while, Chunlu concluded that she had abortion pills and that she was not innocent. Could it be that Sun Rume wanted to use this as well? After thinking for a while, she had no clue. Chunbai came back happily, seeing the appearance of a thieving cat. Lu Qiqi asked, what bad things have you done? Chunbai smiled. Chunyi wanted to help clean the yard, and Chunlu insisted on following. So I assigned her the heaviest and most tiring work. Are you so happy about such a small thing? More than that? Chunbai deliberately kept it a secret. Lu Qiqi had something on her mind. So she didn't say much and pulled Chunbai out of the back door of the Prince of Jin's mansion. Pharmacy. Sun Rume gave the medicine residue to the doctor. Doctor, please take a look. After taking this medicine a few days ago, why did you become more and more unwilling to admit defeat? The doctor looked at the person carefully. She was dressed very well. At first glance, she was the woman kept in the backyard. After the doctor looked at it carefully, he felt a little embarrassed. Sun Rume took the opportunity to say, Doctor, is there anything wrong? The doctor looked at Sun Rume. Where did this medicine come from? I felt unwell a few days ago, and the maid gave me the medicine. After taking this medicine, where did you feel uncomfortable? It's mainly in the abdomen. Other places are not obvious. After saying this, Sun Rume asked, Doctor, can you see anything wrong with this medicine? Madam is pregnant? Sun Rume didn't say anything, but put her hand on her abdomen. Looking shy, the doctor understood. This medicine is not suitable for Madam. I will prescribe 2 more medicines for Madam. Thank you. Sun Rume saw the doctor stand up and personally get the medicine. Soon, The medicine was ready. Sun Rumei told the doctor that if anyone asked, he must say that he had never seen her. The doctor understood, nodded, took the money, and said nothing. When Sun Rumei left with the medicine bag, she had just walked 2 streets when a carriage stopped beside her. Sun Rumei looked around and drove the carriage neatly. The carriage started quickly and left along the busy street. At this time, Lu Qiqi successfully left the Jin Palace and came to the busy street. She didn't hear Chun Lu deliberately spread the news that she took abortion pills. Could it be that this matter was done secretly and has not been spread for the time being? Just thinking about it, a carriage passed by and she heard a familiar voice coming from it. Sun Rumei. It was Sun Rumei. Looking at the direction where the carriage left, Lu Qiqi stared carefully. When the carriage passed the corner, she saw the Princess of Chu sitting in the carriage through the gap in the curtain. It was just a side face. She recognized it, thinking of the closeness of the Princess of Chu at the palace banquet that time. Now Sun Rumei is with the Princess of Chu again. They are definitely up to no good. Summon the system. What bad things did the Princess of Chu and Sun Rumei do? System. I don't know yet. Lu Qiqi thought about it. Who would know what hadn't happened yet? It's not like the worm in the stomach of the Princess of Chu and Sun Rumei. So she asked again. Chun Lu asked Widow Ma to spread the news that I took abortion pills. Why didn't it spread? System. Widow Ma's child is sick. Lu Qiqi thought. It's not easy for a widow to take care of a child, and wanted to settle accounts with her. But since she's a poor person, she didn't care. System. Widow Ma's child is very sick and won't live long. Lu Qiqi. So serious? System. After the child died, Widow Ma turned completely evil. And you're still going to attack her now? Lu Qiqi heard the key to the matter. You mean she will help Sun Rumei deal with me? System. Well, Widow Ma will become Madam Li beside Sun Rumei in the future. Lu Qiqi. Madam Li? System. Widow Ma's real name is Li Li. Lu Qiqi hesitated. The system's meaning is obvious. Widow Ma will become Sun Rumei's right-hand man to help Sun Rumei deal with herself. Now Widow Ma has not yet turned evil, and has not completely stood by Sun Rumei. According to the system's meaning, let herself kill Widow Ma. She can't do it. System. You will regret it. Lu Qiqi. Wait and talk about it. Chapter 70. This is how I rose to prominence. Mississippi. Chunbai saw the princess standing in the middle of the road motionless, thinking that the injury on her leg was serious, and regretted coming out with the princess. Lu Qiqi came to her senses, and because of what the system said, she was in a bad mood. She looked around and pulled Chunbai to find a place to rest. After entering, they found that it was a bun shop. It was not yet time for dinner, and there were not many people at this time. Only the old couple of the shop were busy. Seeing Lu Qiqi coming in, they greeted her warmly. Qiqi was a little embarrassed, so she simply asked for 2 steamed buns. She had no appetite, and had just eaten, so she picked up a bun and ate it. But she didn't eat it for a long time. Chunbai thought that the princess's appetite was spoiled by Wang Yu chef, and she couldn't get used to eating ordinary things. So she ate it bite by bite. She had been working since early in the morning, and she hadn't rested until now, let alone eating. Lu Qiqi was a little absent-minded, and accidentally heard a familiar name from someone outside. The families of Yan Qin Mao and Su Shangshu are married. Yan Qin Mao's daughter is Yan Linger, and Su Shangshu has only one son, Su Lei. At that palace banquet, I heard that Su Shangshu and his wife were getting divorced, and the marriage was over. Suddenly, I heard about their good news, and thought about Yan Linger's thoughts, and felt that they were another pair of unfortunate lovers. System. You are wrong. Lu Qiqi asked. What's wrong? System. Yan Linger will be very happy in the future. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi was happy for Yan Linger, and the unhappiness caused by Widow Ma not long ago also disappeared. I was in a good mood and ate 2 buns in a row. After eating, I took Chunbai shopping. I just came out to play today, and there was nothing special to do. Walking. We came to EP1 tea house, thinking about the scene of drinking tea with Yan Linger, Chung Ro, and Guisilan. I yearned in my heart and walked in. When I just walked to the 2nd floor and looked for a seat, I suddenly saw Yan Linger and others sitting by the window. At this time, they also saw Lu Qiqi. Guisilan saw Lu Qiqi and walked over with a smile. Sister Lu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you busy recently? Lu Qiqi smiled and said. Something happened. Chung Ro came over with a smile. No wonder I haven't seen Sister Lu for so long. It turns out that she is too busy. It's okay. Lu Qiqi walked over in their enthusiasm. Yenlinger kept looking at Lu Qiqi. And when she came up to him, she said, "Don't call me Sister Lu all the time. I'm the Princess of Jin." Guisilan didn't believe it. Yenlinger, you can't get drunk by drinking tea. Right? Then I'll have to ask the Sister Lu you mentioned. Yenlinger threw the question to Lu Qiqi. Thinking of the scene she saw at the palace banquet that day, she still can't be sure that what she saw with her eyes was true. Lu Qiqi was frank. And she knew it would be like this the moment she saw Yenlinger. She sat down, poured herself a cup of tea, drank it in one gulp, picked up the melon seeds on the table and ate them. I am the legendary Princess of Jin. Legend? Chung Ro smiled. Lu Qiqi didn't care. I was originally the daughter of the county magistrate of Huangshan County. For some reason, I entered the palace and became a concubine. Later, I was sent to the Jinwang mansion as a concubine. I lived in the Jinwang mansion for a year. When the Jinwang came back, I gradually became a lady from a concubine. After entering the palace once, I became a concubine. Not long after I became a concubine, I became a concubine again. After saying that, she looked at the dumbfounded women and smiled. This is how I rose to prominence. Chunbai felt that the princess's words were inappropriate. That's the case. Why do you feel that the princess is giving up on herself? Chung Ro and Guisilan couldn't react for a long time. Yenlinger looked at Lu Qiqi, and the hostility in her heart disappeared. She was also a noble lady in the capital. How could she not understand that according to Lu Qiqi's status, she was not qualified to be a concubine, and her life was controlled by others? She was lucky to have come to this point. Then, you are also the one who hugged the thigh of King Jin? Yenlinger asked. Lu Qiqi laughed at herself. I heard that King Jin was back, and wanted to go over to take a peek. But I didn't expect to be caught in the act, and my legs trembled with nervousness, and I fell to the ground. And others said that I hugged the thigh to please King Jin. You said so yourself? Yenlinger said. If no one believes the truth, then just tell a lie, Lu Qiqi said. And a melon seed shell was spit out of the window. Yenlinger smiled. You are lucky. Lu Qiqi looked at Yenlinger. You are lucky too. Chung Ro and Guisilan reflected from the identity of Princess Jin, and saw Yenlinger's face was long. As their best friends, they knew about her marriage. Sister Lu. No. Princess Jin. You have heard about it too. Lu Qiqi put down the melon seeds, looked at Yenlinger like a fortune teller, and counted with her fingers. Yenlinger. Just wait and see. What do you mean? Chung Ro asked. It's a great marriage. If you miss it, you will never meet such a good man in this life. Princess Jin can also tell fortunes? Guisilan asked. You don't need to call me Princess Jin. You can call me Sister Lu? Yenlinger, Guisilan, and Chung Ro looked at each other. They originally admired the king of Jin, but they knew their identities and could only admire him. They had no chance to get close to him. Seeing that Lu Qiqi was so interesting, it would be nice to have Sister Lu, the Princess of Jin. Sister Lu, you can also calculate for me, Guisilan said. Lu Qiqi glanced at her and said, You are not ready yet. The system didn't say it, so she couldn't say anything. What about me? Chung Ro asked. You should wait a little longer. Looking at Yenlinger, she said, Your heart is wavering now. You don't want to be controlled, but you can't resist. It's better to let it go and accept reality. Maybe you can have the same luck as me. Yenlinger pointed out directly. I heard that there was a chivalrous woman at the gate of Prince Jin's mansion today. Lu Qiqi smiled. Yenlinger, you are too subtle. That person is the junior sister of Prince Jin, and she is very good at martial arts, she said, lifting her skirt. Look, this is the result of a disagreement. Sister Lu, you are injured. Chung Ro's eyes were red. Lu Qiqi didn't care much. Hey, what's the matter? Don't be too surprised when you hear that I'm dead one day. Princess. Chunbai's eyes were red. Lu Qiqi turned her head to comfort Chunbai. I was just talking. Not really. It's not okay to talk. Okay. I'll tell everyone that I will live 100 years. Longer than that bastard. Mingming's sad words. Lu Qiqi's words made the atmosphere relaxed. And then, they gathered around Yenlinger to talk about the dowry. Lu Qiqi was sent as a concubine. Without a wedding, no dowry, and even no wedding ceremony. She was very curious about getting married in this time and space. Yanlinger saw a trace of envy in Lu Qiqi's eyes while she was talking, and suddenly felt that maybe she could have a bright future. The four women talked for a while, and Yanlinger's maid came to find her, and she left. Lu Qiqi also said goodbye with the others. Leaving the tea house, Lu Qiqi prepared to go to the market to buy things. Walking on the road and listening to some things happening around her, she still found it interesting. Chapter 71 Fight. Grandpa Li's grandson is in Hongming Academy, and is praised by the teacher as a genius. Wang Ergu and Jian Haiping got married not long ago, and now she is pregnant. The proprietress of Saoji Tavern bought a yellow dress, and just walked on the street. The candied haws of Ma Laohan, who sells candied haws, are all sold out. Ma Constable's wife Du is pregnant. After seeing the doctor, she said that the baby is a boy. Ma Constable is in a good mood, and even invited neighbors to drink for 3 days. Hearing these good things, Lu Qiqi also heard a sad thing. Su Xiaocai was disqualified from the autumn examination, so he drank at home and died suddenly from excessive drinking. Su Lingqin is also a cruel person. Knowing that his father died, he did not come back to mourn. The neighbors could not bear it, and buried Su Xiaocai. Lu Qiqi felt sad when she heard it. If Su Xiaoqin had not calculated Li Shangchu's grandson and married into Li Shangchu's mansion, Su Xiaocai would not have died. I think all this is the result of Su Lingqin's greed. She felt that the grandson of Li Shangchu, whom she had never met, was not a good person either. It finally turned into a sigh. There are too many unfair things in the world. If you take everything to heart, you don't need to live. The system voice appeared. Su Lingqin was poisoned, so she couldn't handle her father's funeral. Lu Qiqi. There is also this matter. Su Lingqin has not lost her conscience. Su Xiaocai and Su Lingqin have been dependent on each other for so many years. How can she be so ruthless to her only relative? And thinking that outsiders don't know Su Lingqin's experience, it will damage Su Lingqin's reputation. System. You are sentimental, and Su Lingqin is not a good person. Lu Qiqi. What do you say? System. Su Lingqin successfully overthrew Li Juanxian's concubine because of this incident, and she secured the position of concubine. Lu Qiqi. She was not even a concubine? System. She is just a woman who came in. Not even as good as a maid. Lu Qiqi chuckled twice. She was speechless. Someone planned so much, but only got a concubine. Lu Qiqi chatted with the system. They came to the market, because they arrived a little late. Some farmers went home. Lu Qiqi bought some special vegetables. Lu Qiqi was very happy along the way. It seemed to be a great bargain. Chunbai followed behind, and was also speechless about the princess's happiness. Back to the Jinwang mansion. I wanted to go in through the main gate, but I saw a touch of red standing at the door of the Jinwang mansion from a distance. Lu Qiqi remembered that she had forgotten this plague god. I hurriedly took a detour, and went in through the back door. As soon as I entered, it was a mess again. With the Jinwang away, housekeeper who was in a big trouble. Lu Qiqi learned from Qingdai that Xiao Nianqing had beaten Tang Xiaoya for a simple reason. Tang Xiaoya's maid took away Xiao Nianqing's dishes. Because of this, Xiao Nianqing came to Tang Xiaoya's Jiuyang garden, pressed Tang Xiaoya to the ground, and beat her up. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she didn't care about the bad things. When she arrived at Jiuyang garden, she saw Tang Xiaoya lying on the bed with blood on her face. She turned her head and looked at Butler Hu. Where is the doctor? Butler Hu. I'll go get him right away. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes in anger. What is this all about? Let's not talk about the whole story. Tang Xiaoya is like this. Doesn't she know to get a doctor? Maids and housekeepers are just eating dry food? Lu Qiqi was angry. After pacifying Tang Xiaoya, she asked someone to call Xiao Nianqing. Xiao Nianqing was arrogant, and he didn't dare to disobey the princess's order. He was still arrogant when he arrived. Lu Qiqi shouted, "Kneel down!" Xiao Nianqing knelt down with a bang, without saying a word, stiffening his neck, and invisibly challenged Lu Qiqi. Everyone saw it, and each had their own thoughts. When Xiao Nianqing hit someone, he didn't take the princess seriously at all. If he hit her head on, I wonder what would happen. This was the first time that the princess established her authority in the palace, and everyone watched with wide eyes. Xiao Nianqing, do you know what's wrong? Xiao Nianqing, what's wrong with me? Xu Niu doesn't know the rules. This lady just came over to say a few words, and told her that her status is different. Tang Xiaoya was unreasonable and knocked the dishes that were originally given to me to the ground. She also said that she had the princess's support and didn't take me. The lady? Seriously? I heard this, and was so angry that I hit her. So you still think you were right? Lu Qiqi asked back. Yes. Xiao Nianqing was not afraid. The people around admired Xiao Nianqing's courage. And seeing Lu Qiqi's bad face, this matter today would not end well. Tang Xiaoya in the room heard the noise and came out with Chunyu's support. Princess. The moment Tang Xiaoya walked out of the door, everyone was shocked to see the disfigured Tang Xiaoya. Looking at Xiao Nianqing again, he immediately felt that the princess should be severely punished, even if Tang Xiaoya's maid was ignorant. Xiao Nianqing should not be so cruel. Sister Tang, why did you get up? Lu Qiqi hurriedly helped Tang Xiaoya sit down. Tang Xiaoya did not sit down, but knelt in front of Lu Qiqi. Princess, it's all my fault. I don't know how to teach the maids around me, and I made such a ridiculous thing. Madame Xiao is right to teach her a lesson. Get up and talk first. Princess, you should spare Madame Xiao. Tang Xiaoya pleaded for Xiao Nianqing, and won the favor of everyone for Tang Xiaoya. Those who opposed Xiao Nianqing were even more disgusted. Xiao Nianqing did not say a word since Tang Xiaoya appeared, which was somewhat inconsistent with Xiao Nianqing's temper. Some people felt that there was something else hidden. At the critical moment, Butler who waited for the doctor to arrive. The doctor was also trembling when he saw this scene. The doctor did not say much, and directly examined Tang Xiaoya's injuries. He confirmed that the injuries were all on her face, and she would not be disfigured. She would be a little swollen in the next few days, and she would be fine in a few days. Hearing this, everyone dared not speak, and stared at Lu Qiqi, waiting for her to express her opinion. Lu Qiqi also saw the payment in the matter. The Xiao Nianqing in front of him was not himself, but the person arranged by King Jin. In order to continue the arrogance of the young man, he also completed his mission today. Look at Tang Xiaoya in front of him. She seems weak, but speaks sincerely. She takes the initiative to take the blame on herself, which also shows that she is very scheming. Lu Qiqi knew that none of the women in the backyard were simple. She was a little disappointed that Tang Xiaoya was exposed so quickly. After the housekeeper sent the doctor away, Lu Qiqi asked Chunyu to speak. Chunyu spoke clearly, and seemed to have put all the blame on herself. But in fact, she was insinuating Xiao Nianqing's arrogance. At this time, Chunyu came to her on her knees. Princess, it's not what the lady said. I went to the kitchen to get the dishes. I clearly told Chunyu that the dishes were from Madame Xiao, but she still took them away, saying that Miss Tang was not feeling well, and should be well nourished. Chunyu cried and begged. Princess, she is talking nonsense. Lu Qiqi glanced at Chunbai, and Chunbai left. Lu Qiqi stared at Chunyu, and then looked at Tang Xiaoya and Xiao Nianqing. There were only 4 of them present in the fight, and each had their own story. But when something happened in the big kitchen, no one would be left alone. Chunbai moved quickly, and Shenma arrived. Tell the story. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi directly handed Chunyu over to the housekeeper. Xiao Nianqing was responsible for all the expenses of Tang Xiaoya's injury. Not only that, Tang Xiaoya had to be taken care of by Xiao Nianqing in the next few days until she recovered. I have never seen such a way of handling things before, and I admire the way the princess handled it. Chapter 72 Meat Wrapped in Bones. Lu Qiqi was hungry and returned to Qingyu Pavilion. Not long after she left, the layout of the entire courtyard was different from before. Xinai and Yudai were busy for a long time. When they saw the princess coming back, they hurriedly saluted. What's going on? Why did they change all those things for no reason? Looking at these furniture, they obviously have a history. Replying to the princess's status is different now, and she should change the courtyard. The prince said that this courtyard is better, and everything in the courtyard should be done according to the princess's specifications. Chunbai jumped up happily when she heard this. Congratulations, princess. Okay, let's eat first. Lu Qiqi was too hungry. She hadn't eaten since she came back, and now she was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. She didn't have much energy to appreciate the current layout. The 3 maids heard this and got busy. Soon, a table of fragrant food was delivered. Lu Qiqi only smelled the food and knew it was made by the king's chef. Thinking about what Butler who said, could it be that Wang Yuchu has been staying in the Prince of Jin's mansion? Thinking, Wang Yuchu should not stay here for long. So he should eat more while he is here. Hungry people eat faster. Lu Qiqi ate at an advanced speed. After the meal, she changed her place and lay on the soft couch to rest for a while. Feeling that the soft couch was different from before, she turned over and lifted the cushion to see. What is this? Qingdai said. Reply to the princess. There are ice cubes under the soft couch, and the princess can lie on it to cool down. Lu Qiqi smiled. And it can also be used to avoid the heat. People in ancient times were so smart. The ice cubes will slowly melt, and people will not hurt their bodies because of being too cold. Thinking, she lay on it comfortably and covered with a thin blanket. This feeling is so good. Chunbai brought peaches at the right time. Lu Qiqi picked one up and took a bite. She thought that she had been eating peaches all the time recently and was a little tired of it. Then she thought of the junior sister of the king of Jin. Is the junior sister of the king still outside? Yes, Qingdai said. Is she not making a fuss? She said she was waiting for the king to come back. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything and continued to eat peaches. At this time, Hua Man should be hungry. I don't know how long she can hold on. The system popped up. She can't hold on for long. Jiang He is already on his way. Lu Qiqi didn't think it was a big deal. The relationship between the senior and junior brothers must be very good. System. Jiang He likes Hua Man. Lu Qiqi. There are people who like all kinds of women. Hua Man is a little violent, which is also considered to be a personality. It would be better if he was not so fierce to me. System. Looking at Jiang He's posture, it doesn't look good. Lu Qiqi thought that the king of Jin respected Jiang He very much and opposed Hua Man's dislike for him. She thought for a while and said to Qingdai, "You go to the door and keep an eye on it. If there is anything, report it immediately." Yes. Qingdai left. Lu Qiqi finished a peach in a few bites. She was a little tired. She leaned on the soft couch and fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how long I slept before I was woken up. The moment I opened my eyes, I heard that Jiang He and Hua Man had a fight at the door. The kind that would not stop until death. Lu Qiqi was afraid of death. She wanted to hide far away. She was in the mansion. If someone really died, the crime would be pinned on her head. Reluctantly, she walked out slowly again. As she walked, she asked Qingdai, "How is the prince's sister? Did she suffer any harm?" "No. It's just that the stone lion at the door was broken." Lu Qiqi stopped. "Damn. It's so violent. If I go by myself, I'll die." She turned around and was about to go back. But the system sounded, "You can't go back." Lu Qiqi. "Why? Someone will die." "Okay." System. "There will be a surprise when you go to the door." Lu Qiqi. "I'm lucky enough to see the surprise?" System. "You will live a long life." Lu Qiqi felt that the system was lying to her. And Qingdai spoke up at this time. "Princess, are you okay?" "It's okay. It's nothing serious. I'm just afraid of the sword. It would be bad if I get hurt." Chunbai hurriedly grabbed the princess. "Princess, let's wait until the fight is over before going." Lu Qiqi wanted to nod. But Qingdai spoke up. "I won't let anything happen to the princess." Lu Qiqi. "Why don't I trust you?" Qingdai was silent. Lu Qiqi saw that the atmosphere was not good. Thinking that she was the princess, there were some things that could not be avoided. And she had to show some respect. I had made up my mind to go to the door to see the situation. I would never show off my ability or be stupid. I would just take a look from a distance. The fight between my senior brothers and sisters had nothing to do with me. As a princess, I couldn't let outsiders laugh at me. Lu Qiqi tried to convince herself. She deliberately slowed down. The three maids also saw Lu Qiqi's thoughts and didn't urge her. When Lu Qiqi came to the door like a snail, she was frightened when she heard the fighting outside. Just hearing the sound was so fierce that even the stone lions at the door were not spared. I was just a human flesh wrapped around bones. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, I had good eyesight. When Butler who saw Lu Qiqi, he walked over quickly. "Princess, it's too dangerous here. Why are you here?" Lu Qiqi was moved. Finally, there was someone who cared about her. She was about to leave. Just as she was about to move, she heard a noise coming from outside. "Hua Man, how long will you be stubborn? Don't bother. How can I not care? I've seen you bring disgrace to our sect." "Ha ha. Senior brother, you sound nice. Why did you come to Beijing?" Do you think I don't know? Hua Man saw the hypocritical Jiang He and told him someone's purpose. Jiang He got angry when he heard this, and the sword became sharper. Hua Man saw that things were not going well and wanted to dodge. She was injured by the sword. As she retreated, she hit the door and spit out blood. She used one hand to support the ground with the sword to stabilize her body. After spitting out blood, she looked at Jiang He. Jiang He, I'm going to kill you. Lu Qiqi inside the door always felt something was wrong when she heard this. She didn't know what the situation was outside. From what Hua Man said, it seemed that she was going to fight to the death. She didn't know what was going on with their senior brothers and sisters. In this situation, she couldn't hide anymore. Open the door. Lu Qiqi said this, and the guards at the door seemed to have been waiting for this. The moment the words fell, the door was opened. Lu Qiqi was not ready yet, and a red object hit her. Qinai and Yudai wanted to rush to the front, but were attacked by a powerful force. Lu Qiqi's eyes kept widening, watching the red object hit her, and she became the one at the bottom. It didn't seem to hurt. She pushed Hua Man on her body, and this action touched blood. Lu Qiqi tried to control the discomfort in her heart. Hua Man! Hua Man! Lu Qiqi wanted to wake Hua Man up. Her body was soft, and she seemed to have lost signs of life. Lu Qiqi was scared. At the critical moment, Jiang He rushed over again. Seeing the Jiang He would not stop until he killed someone, Lu Qiqi knew that she would not have an easy time with Hua Man on her body. At the critical moment, a hand appeared, pulled him aside, and rushed towards Jiang He. Lu Qiqi was frightened. Just now, she thought she was really going to die. Princess. Princess. Qinai and Yudai were also frightened. Seeing the king of Jin, they rushed over. Lu Qiqi saw the two of them and confirmed that she was still alive. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Chapter 73. There are still 5 alive. Princess, are you okay? Qinai said. Lu Qiqi tried to hold back. Move her away quickly. Qinai picked up Hua Man, and Yudai helped Lu Qiqi up. The moment Lu Qiqi stood on the ground, her feet landed on the ground, and her hanging heart was put down. At this moment, she saw a familiar figure on the ground. Chunbai? With just one glance, she quickly pushed Yudai away and wanted to help Chunbai up. No wonder she felt strange when she was hit by Hua Man. It turned out that Chunbai was the bottom of her. At this moment, she was scared, afraid that Chunbai was dead. When Lu Qiqi was scared, Chunbai coughed twice. Lu Qiqi knew that Chunbai was still alive, and quickly squatted on the ground to help Chunbai up. Chunbai, how are you? Chunbai opened her eyes. Princess, are you okay? Lu Qiqi shook her head. You are so stupid. Chunbai looked at Lu Qiqi and wanted to speak. She opened her mouth, but was unable to close it. An hour later, Chunbai was lying on the bed. After being diagnosed by the doctor, she was just knocked unconscious and would be fine when she woke up. Hua Man was not so lucky. She had injured her muscles and bones and needed to recuperate for a while. Jiang He was subdued by the king of Jin. It was said that Jiang He was drugged and could not control the violence in his heart. After hearing the news, Lu Qiqi did not have much thought. She stayed by Chunbai's side and waited for Chunbai to wake up. Qinai and Yudai were waiting by her side and were moved by the princess's love for Chunbai. Fortunately, Chunbai woke up in the evening. Lu Qiqi jumped and jumped excitedly. Qinai and Yudai were very happy to see Chunbai wake up. Chunbai was a little dazed when she just woke up. She realized that she was lying on the princess's couch, so she quickly got up. Lu Qiqi pressed her down on the couch and asked her to have a good rest. Chunbai did not insist. She laid down obediently and was forced to accept the feeding of the princess. As a maid, Chunbai would never dare to think about eating cakes made by the imperial chef in the palace. It was even more impossible to take food from the princess, who loved to eat. Princess, I've eaten enough. Eat it yourself. Lu Qiqi asked. Can you eat enough of such good things? Chunbai was embarrassed. I'm worried that the princess will settle accounts with me in the future. Lu Qiqi smiled and touched Chunbai's head. You still have some brains. What were you doing behind me at the critical moment? The princess is in danger. How can I do nothing? You have a conscience. Lu Qiqi set all the cakes to Chunbai. Eat it. If you miss it, it will be gone. Chunbai took a piece and ate it. And then she didn't move again. Lu Qiqi said softly. You take a nap first. I'll make you something delicious later. Wu Daoan Xiaoping? Chunbai asked, still missing the taste. Last time she made it, she always felt that something was missing. Today I'll make something better. Lu Qiqi blushed and put Chunbai to sleep. When she was sure that no one was around, she left Qingdai to take care of her, and took Yudai into the small kitchen. Just now she heard that someone had sent donkey meat to the Jin Palace, and she thought she could make donkey meat hot cakes. This thing she had eaten and made before. It's not too troublesome to make, and it's especially delicious. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi went into the kitchen and saw that Yudai had already stewed the donkey meat on the stove according to her requirements, and she only needed to make the hot cakes. Yudai had made Wu Daoan Xiaoping with her wife, and she saw that the steps were somewhat similar, so she quickly got the hang of it. Not long ago, they were all there, and almost got the princess injured. She felt guilty, and there were some words that she couldn't say, so she could only prove it with actions. The two worked very quickly. After an instant's stick of time, they made a lot of fire cakes. Lu Qiqi cut the fire cakes, and put the cut donkey meat in. Yudai watched from the side. It smelled so good. After Lu Qiqi finished, she ate one herself and gave another to Yudai, asking her to continue making fire cakes. She carried the finished donkey meat fire cakes into the house. When she entered the house, Chunbai had just woken up and insisted on getting up. Qingdai couldn't stop her. Lu Qiqi came in at the right time and saw this scene. She guessed something. Chunbai, you woke up just in time. Try the donkey meat fire cakes. Then she sent the basket directly to Chunbai. Chunbai held the basket with red eyes in her eyes. Princess, did you make this for me? You wishful thinking. You are not eating it alone. We will eat it together. Hearing this, Chunbai picked up a donkey meat fire cake and sent it to Qingdai. Qingdai was embarrassed. Lu Qiqi said, if you don't eat it now, there will be no more. Qingdai quickly took it and ate it. Chunbai also started eating. The three of them were guarding the basket, ready to make a big move, when King Jin suddenly arrived. Chunbai and Qingdai hadn't finished eating yet. When they saw King Jin, they bowed and slipped away. Lu Qiqi saw that there were still 2 donkey meat kebabs in the basket, took one out and sent it to King Jin. Try it. I made it. King Jin was not polite and took it and started eating. Could he say that he came here just because he heard that Lu Qiqi made delicious food? Lu Qiqi quickly finished one, quickly took the one in the basket in his hand, took a bite, and asked, how is your junior sister? Speaking of this, King Jin's expression darkened. Not very well. Then I put her in the guest room, and she should stay for a while. Lu Qiqi sighed. It was good to be alive. Jiang he looked almost scared to death at that time. Regretted going too late, so that such a thing happened. Lu Qiqi regretted a little. If she had gone a step earlier, it might not be too serious. Your senior brother? He has woken up, and is now kneeling in front of my junior sister crying. Cry? This word made Lu Qiqi laugh. Jiang he cried? What would such a big guy look like when he cried? Thinking of Jiang he's ruthlessness. Forget it. Soon, Qingdai brought food and donkey meat hot pot that had just come out of the pot. The two simply sat down to talk. After a meal, Lu Qiqi knew that the person who attacked Jiang he was the king of Chu. Hearing this name, her heart trembled. The king of Chu can still jump around. Will he be the second king of Qing? Seeing the king of Jin anxious to leave after the meal, she felt that the situation would not be too good. Thinking of it, the system popped up. The king of Chu will be fine for the time being. Lu Qiqi, because he has a mother who is the queen. System. The queen and the king of Chu have a bad relationship. After all, they are mother and son. Now the king of Chu went to the queen. He must know that the matter has become a big deal. Lu Qiqi. It has only been a short time since this happened. System. Half a day has passed. Do you think the king of Jin has done nothing? Lu Qiqi. What did the king of Jin do? System. 2 more of the king of Chu's staff died. Lu Qiqi. How many staff did the king of Chu have? System. There are still 5 alive. Lu Qiqi. So many. System. Not many. Much less than the king of Jin. Lu Qiqi was silent. The king of Jin is the future emperor. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as resourceful. There should be many people around him who support him. She guessed that the people who support the king of Jin should all have experienced the battlefield. Just like that senior brother. At first glance, they should be tall and burly, and not easy to mess with. System. What are you thinking about? Chapter 74. I owe you a favor today. Lu Qiqi's thoughts changed quickly, and she asked, I wonder if you lied to me. System. What did I lie to you about? Lu Qiqi. You told me there was a surprise at the door. But I almost lost my life? System. Hee hee. Don't be so anxious. Lu Qiqi. If it weren't for Chunbai, I might have died. System. No. Lu Qiqi. I'll trust you for now. She said it very aggressively, and in order to please her, the system quickly shared the gossip outside. System. The medicine package that Sun Rume asked the doctor to look at is abortion medicine. Lu Qiqi. Still not giving up. System. Sun Rume saw that the Queen of Chu was just for this matter, and she was going to use the Queen of Chu to attack you. Lu Qiqi thought that the relationship between the King of Jin and the King of Chu was so sensitive, and if this matter went well, it would be a big blow to the King of Jin. What should I do? System. Nothing needs to be done. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. Sun Rume went to see the doctor in your name, just like last time, etc. Not good. Lu Qiqi was shocked. What happened? System. Widow Ma's child is gone. Lu Qiqi remembered that the system said that after Widow Ma's child was gone, she would be loyal to Sun Rume. After thinking about it, she asked, Can it be intercepted? System. It can't be intercepted. Lu Qiqi. I just watch. The system was silent for a while and said, A lot of chickens raised by Aunt Wang died in the past few days. You can. The system gave Lu Qiqi advice. After thinking deeply, Lu Qiqi felt that this matter was still too simple. After thinking for a while, she simply found Butler Hu and asked, Butler Hu, how many maids should the princess be assigned? Butler Hu understood and said, replying to the princess, There should be 4 personal maids. Well, pick a few smart ones and send them over. Yes. Butler Hu left. Lu Qiqi thought that the maids in the Jin Palace were limited. Chuni was sold, and she needed some more. So she had to go out and buy a few more. Chen Ma had a good relationship with Aunt Wang because she bought vegetables all year round. So she soon learned the news. Aunt Wang's family situation was not optimistic now, and she would be tempted to know the news, as long as she went to Chen Ma a few times and told her about the failure to sell the chickens. Widow Ma might not be able to enter the Jin Palace, and she might not have the opportunity to serve Sun Rume. At this time, she suddenly thought that Tang Xiuya had no maids, and it would be more convincing if she arranged an older one for her. Tang Xiaoya and Sun Rume resented Sun Rume because of the red agate and soft fragrant cloud yarn. Although Tang Xiaoya's status was not suitable for entering the palace, she was implicated because of Sun Rume's matter and was driven out of the palace. These things added up. Tang Xiaoya blocked it, and Widow Ma might not have the opportunity to get close to Sun Rume. Widow Ma had seen Chun Lu and Sun Rume. Once this matter was exposed, it would be very interesting. Lu Qiqi didn't feel wronged about Tang Xiaoya. She was so good at pretending, and I thought she would continue to pretend. It was a pity that she was beaten by Xiao Nianqing and exposed. It was reasonable to use this matter to expose her true nature. Lu Qiqi's words affected so many people. She felt that she was also a conspirator. When Chunbai arrived, she saw the princess smiling maliciously, and stood at the door, not daring to come in. Princess. Lu Qiqi looked over. Housekeeper who will send someone over later. You arrange for her to work. Okay. Princess. Hearing this, Chunbai was happy. She was fine. But she was a little inconvenient today. One more person to take care of the princess would definitely take better care of her. She was a little worried about the arrival of Qindai and Yudai. But now it seems that it would be better to have another one. Sometimes, it is not more people that are better, but it can show the identity of the princess. Not long after, the housekeeper really sent someone over. There were quite a lot of people. As many as 10. There were so many maids and servants that Lu Qiqi had a headache just by hearing housekeeper who say their names. Fortunately, they were not serving closely, but just doing some rough work in the yard. So it was not important to remember their names. After a long time, they would remember them naturally. After housekeeper who finished speaking, they knelt on the ground one by one to salute, coming to serve the princess. Their status was considered to be elevated. When they heard that butler who was selecting maids for the princess, they were all excited, looking at the princess. Their joy in their hearts had not yet passed. After waiting for everyone to pay their respects, Chunbai took the maids out and assigned them different tasks. Lu Qiqi was in the room and heard everything. Chunbai is a person with leadership ability. If she were in modern times, she could also be a capable assistant and could stand alone at critical moments. Thinking that she should cultivate Chunbai's talents in this area, the system popped up. You are lazy. Don't make excuses for yourself. Lu Qiqi. I am the princess. Which princess have you seen working? The system was blocked and speechless, and couldn't say a word for a long time. Lu Qiqi didn't care, and just wanted to be quiet for a while. Suddenly there was a noise outside. Lu Qiqi stood up suddenly when she heard the voice of the junior sister of King Jean. What is she doing here? Is King Jean unhappy about her living in the guest room and came to her to reason? She frowned, and when she heard someone walking to the door, she stood up and pretended to be enthusiastic. Junior sister Hua. Why are you here? She said carefully and helped Hua Man into the door. When she helped her sit down, she took the initiative to pull the cushion under her buttocks. Chunbai saw the princess serving Hua Man like this, and regretted that she was a little slow to react. Lu Qiqi didn't think that Hua Man was injured. Very seriously. Just looking at the way she walked, she knew that she was holding on. Junior sister Hua. If you are inconvenient, just let the maid do it. Hua Man stared at Lu Qiqi and didn't speak. This is the woman that senior brother likes. The concern in her eyes didn't seem fake. I owe you a favor today. You came here just to say this? What else? Hua Man didn't think she had much to say to this person. Lu Qiqi nodded, thinking that the patient was the most important, and she couldn't argue with the patient. She wanted to show her princess's generosity, and thought that this person might misinterpret her meaning. So she simply drove him away. Chunbai. Have someone bring the sedan chair over and send Sister Hua back. You're driving me away. Lu Qiqi glanced at her. You are a patient, and patients should be well taken care of. If you keep going back and forth like this, it will make the situation worse. You know? She wanted to endure it, but seeing this person's ungrateful look, she got angry. After saying that, regardless of Hua Man's reaction, he personally ran to the door and asked someone to bring a sedan chair. While helping Hua Man onto the sedan chair, he said, I know you don't like me and think I've taken your senior brother away. If you have the ability, take him away from me. Hua Man stared at Lu Qiqi, and without saying a word, she was carried away in a sedan chair. Chunbai was not calm. Princess, you know that junior sister Hua is interested in the prince. Why do you still say this? Lu Qiqi smiled. The prince has his own legs. Whatever he wants to do. How can you and I stop him? Princess is still smart. Chunbai thought that the princess retreated to advance. Great. Chapter 75 The Wrong Person. Lu Qiqi looked at her and knew that this person had misinterpreted her meaning again. So she kindly explained. Since it was the prince who brought the danger, why didn't he let him deal with it himself? Why did you push the problem to me? Chunbai's heart dropped to the ground when she heard this. This makes sense. But no princess would do this. It also shows another problem. That the princess really didn't take the king of Jean to heart. Otherwise she wouldn't say this. Chi Dai and Yudai admired the princess. Hua Man was very difficult to deal with, and the princess sent her away with a few words. Great. Lu Qiqi didn't know what they were thinking, and went back to lie on the soft couch, staring at the three maids in front of her. She didn't want to talk, didn't want to read the storybook, didn't want to eat, just wanted to stay like this. After a long time, Lu Qiqi was tired and simply laid down. At this moment, she clearly felt that no matter how comfortable the sitting posture was, it was not as comfortable as lying down. Seeing the princess like this, Chunbai stepped forward and said, Princess, I will massage your legs for you. Lu Qiqi nodded and said nothing. Chunbai got started quickly. After massaging for a while, she felt that the princess was in a better state and whispered, Princess, how do you plan to deal with junior sister Hua? She is the junior sister of the prince. The prince should make the decision. Junior sister Hua's thoughts are obvious. Isn't the princess afraid of being taken away? If it can be taken away, it doesn't belong to me. If it doesn't belong to me, it's useless to keep it. Princess. Lu Qiqi looked at her and said, People have limited abilities. You can't expect me to do everything perfectly and control everything. Chunbai thought that the princess should be like this. People can be confident, but not overconfident. Just do your best in everything. Chunbai muttered. I didn't see the princess try her best. Lucici suddenly felt that she was not on the same channel as Chunbai. So she simply stopped talking. Later, Chunbai felt too comfortable with the massage. She had experienced a lot today and fell asleep on the soft couch. Chunbai felt that sleeping on the soft couch at night would be uncomfortable. She was planning to ask Chidai for help to carry the princess to the bed. At this time, King Jin suddenly came and carried Lucici to the bedroom. After putting her on the bed, he covered her with a quilt and turned around to tell Chidai, "Stay with the princess tonight. Come to the study and report anything immediately." Yes. Chidai remembered that the princess had a fever in the early morning. After being so frightened today, she might have another fever. Chidai was all worried about the princess's weak body. She always felt that the princess was too weak and could get hurt easily. She was very worried when she saw it. Chidai stayed by her side, and Yudai and Chunbai also stayed by her side. As time passed, the three of them were worried. They did not forget that the princess was very well at first, and she had a fever just before dawn. That night, they dared not close their eyes. Study. After leaving Qingyu Pavilion, the king of Jin went directly to the study. There were many people coming in and out that night, and the news they sent was also from all aspects. The king of Jin was busy dealing with these major events, and from time to time he asked Sun Chao about Lucici's situation. After confirming that everything was normal now, he felt relieved to deal with the major events at hand. Today's incident involved the king of Chu. The king of Jin had dealt with the 3 staff members of the king of Chu, but he still could not calm his anger. He wanted to do something to the king of Chu, but the king of Chu seemed to be afraid and had not come out since entering the palace. The palace? You can't do it easily in that place. He can only bear it. After enduring it again and again, the king of Jin couldn't bear it anymore. He left the king of Jin's mansion at night and went to the king of Chu's mansion. The king of Jin was not very generous. He came to the study of the king of Chu's mansion and set it on fire. Suddenly, the whole king of Chu's mansion was in chaos. The queen of Chu heard the news and directed people to put out the fire. She stood by and directed everyone to put out the fire. Just at this moment, the singing of the concubine, who died not long ago, suddenly came from the blazing fire. At that time, the king of Chu was angry and favored a concubine. As a result, he vented too much and let the concubine die in bed. This is a taboo in the king of Chu's mansion. The queen of Chu was frightened and pale when she heard this. That day, the king of Chu came to find her. She knew that the situation was not good, so she temporarily pulled the concubine to take the blame. Unexpectedly, the person died just like that. The concubine's singing continued, and the people around were frightened like a sieve. Everyone was still thinking about putting out the fire, and they were all stunned. When the fire engulfed the entire study, it was impossible to put out the fire. The king of Jin was on the roof not far away, admiring his masterpiece. The king of Chu thought that he would be fine if he hid in the palace. But he was dreaming. Before the fire was completely extinguished, the king of Chu got the news and rushed back from the palace. Strangely enough, the singing that had been around disappeared the moment the king of Chu arrived. At this time, everyone looked at the king of Chu and felt that he was more terrifying than ghosts. Seeing the expected effect, he was still worried about the woman. So he arranged for someone to watch this place and left first. It was late at night when he returned to the king of Jin's mansion. The king of Jin wanted to go directly to see the woman, but as soon as he entered the door, Sun Shao brought the news, and he hurried to the study. As they were about to reach the study, someone came from a distance. The king of Jin stood there and looked over. Sun Shao found something wrong and wanted to take action, but was stopped by the king of Jin. Soon, they saw that the person who appeared was Sun Rume. Sun Rume's dress was also different from usual. She was only wearing inner clothes. It seemed that something was chasing her from behind. The moment she saw the king of Jin, Sun Rume ran over in a panic. In theory, most men would help a woman who was frightened. Unfortunately, he was facing the king of Jin, and he didn't have the heart to sympathize with women. When Sun Rume rushed over and was about to jump into his arms, he pulled Sun Shao aside. Sun Shao didn't expect the king of Jin to do this. Sun Rume rushed directly into Sun Shao's arms. Sun Rume still hugged Sun Shao tightly. "Someone is chasing me." "Who is chasing you?" Sun Rume heard the voice of the king of Jin next to her, turned her head and looked over, and found that she was holding the wrong person. She was so scared that she quickly stepped back and tried to get closer to the king of Jin. But the king of Jin's disdainful eyes stopped her. In front of the prince, she hugged another man. Sun Rume didn't know what was wrong. She was obviously coming for the king of Jin? All the words she had prepared became pale and powerless because she hugged the wrong man. Facing the furious king of Jin, Sun Rume felt that she was unlucky enough. She wanted to make amends. But the king of Jin interrupted all her fantasies with a word. Come here. Two men suddenly appeared in the place where there were few people. Chapter 76. Who is that? Prince. The man appeared and knelt on the ground. The king of Jin looked at Sun Rume and wanted to give her a chance to tell the truth. Unfortunately, Sun Rume didn't know how to cherish it. So don't blame him for being ruthless. Sun Rume said someone was chasing her. Is that true? There was a white shadow, and it has been caught now. Sun Rume was glad that the king believed what she said. When the so-called white shadow was caught, Sun Rume saw that the person with disheveled hair and wearing a white dress was Chunlu. She couldn't explain it even if she had 10 mouths now. Sun Rume was instantly possessed by a sense of justice and stepped forward and slapped Chunlu. Chunlu, you know how I treated you in the past year. How can you scare me in the middle of the night? Chunlu was confused at first, and after being slapped, she woke up, seeing Sun Rume and the king of Jin. She also felt strange. What happened? Wasn't she sleeping? How did she come here? Send her away. Prince Jin spoke. Sun Rume thought that Prince Jin pitied her and wanted to send her back. But someone came forward and dragged Chunlu away. Chunlu wanted to speak, but the person dragging her slapped her down, and Chunlu's head fell down. Sun Rume was stunned by this situation. It was obvious that Chunlu would not have a good ending, and she didn't want Chunlu anymore. In order to put all the blame on Chunlu today, she also risked it. Prince, slave. Sun Rume pretended to faint in order to get away with it. Prince Jin just took a look and walked towards the study. Sun Shua took a look and walked around. Poor Sun Rume just lay on the ground all night. Although it was summer, Sun Rume was thrown on the ground in her underwear. The next day, the maid who got up early saw a white mass. At first, she thought it was someone's clothes that had fallen. When she approached, she found that it was Sun Rume. This matter instantly exploded. Coincidentally, Lu Qiqi, who had a good sleep, just woke up and heard the good news from Chunbai. Sun Rume went crazy and slept on the ground not far from the study all night. This was not throwing herself into the arms of a man, but losing face. It's what she deserved. At this moment, I suddenly felt that the king of Jin was quite interesting. Chunbai saw that the princess was in a good mood and wanted to say a few words. At this time, Chinai and Yudai brought breakfast. They worried all night, but fortunately the princess was fine. Lu Qiqi washed up, had breakfast, and went to the yard to get on the hammock directly. Chunbai brought a storybook and fruit. Lu Qiqi saw that it was grapes this time. I thought there should be no grapes in this season. I saw that the grapes were big and round, and purple, just like the longan we eat nowadays. They were big and round, and they were even more enjoyable to eat, because she liked to spit out the skins when eating grapes. It was troublesome to spit out the skins when the grapes were too small. Others would always say that eating grapes without spitting out the skins. And then, they would say a lot of benefits of not spitting out the skins. Later, I got used to it and only ate big grapes. After eating one, I felt that it was sour and sweet. Just right. Which was the taste she liked. Later, I simply leaned on the hammock and ate all the grapes one by one. The busy people in the yard would secretly look over from time to time. I always felt that the princess was too casual when I was close to her. She didn't have the airs of a princess. Just as she was thinking, the arrogant Sun Rume came. She came over coughing, and when she saw Lu Qiqi, she quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed twice. Lu Qiqi saw her and thought of what Chunbai said when she woke up. She slept on the road for a night in her underwear. It would be strange if she didn't catch a cold. And because this person tried to harm her several times, she really couldn't care. Sun Rume came up to her and knelt on the ground with a bang. This kneeling stunned Lu Qiqi. What's going on? You failed to throw yourself into her arms. So you come here to cry? The arrogant Sun Rume also had this day, and she was happy in her heart. Sister Sun, what's wrong with you? Princess, I am guilty. Get up and talk. Chunbai heard the noise and came up to her, looking at Sun Rume with disdain. You messed up the competition for favor. Let's see how arrogant you will be in the future. Sun Rume stood up and bowed her head slightly. It was all because of my lax discipline that Chunlu took advantage of the situation. I came here to ask the princess for help and ask her to find a suitable mate for me. What happened to Chunlu? Chunbai couldn't listen anymore. Put all the problems on Chunlu. Who gave me the face? Sun Rume got the news that Chunlu was dead. And the dead couldn't speak. So she simply put all the things that happened last night on Chunlu. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi seemed to believe it inside. Chunlu looks quite smart. But I didn't expect she could do such a stupid thing. Sun Rume stood by and didn't say anything. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. I don't know much about these. You can go find Butler Hu. Just after saying this, she thought of Widow Ma and reminded again. Sister Sun comes from a family of scholars. And they care most about rules. Logically, you should send someone older. Sister Sun is in her prime. And if there is an old woman nagging her all the time, she will be depressed. Otherwise, find a smart, young, lively and active maid. Sister Sun, what do you think? How could Sun Rume dare to refuse? I will obey the princess's orders. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai. Go tell Butler Hu. Yes. Chunbai took the order and left. Lu Qiqi knew that Chunbai was narrow-minded. And what she told Butler Hu would definitely be more harsh. Because of Sun Rume's throwing herself into his arms last night. There would be no one to serve Sun Rume these days. A rich lady who doesn't know anything should have a hard time without someone to take care of her. It is Lu Qiqi's experience in the workplace to make things difficult for others without a sound. Looking at Sun Rume's pitiful appearance, Lu Qiqi still felt that she shouldn't be like this. Thinking of the system's reminder that Sun Rume didn't mean to leave, she wanted to say something. But a familiar voice came. Lu Qiqi sat up straight suddenly and saw Hua Man coming in a sedan chair. And she felt bad immediately. The first meeting was not pleasant. The second meeting became a pitiful meat pad. The third meeting, this person seemed to come to thank her. But she didn't feel it at all. The fourth time, this time, seeing the sedan chair swaying, Lu Qiqi quickly got off the hammock. Junior sister Hua, what's wrong with you? Hua Man didn't say anything, and threw the sword in her hand between Lu Qiqi and Sun Rume. With this action, Lu Qiqi was startled, and Sun Rume coughed repeatedly. Hua Man looked at Lu Qiqi, her eyes full of ridicule. The princess's side is really chaotic. All kinds of cats and dogs come to bark a few times. Lu Qiqi looked at Hua Man, and then at Sun Rume. Is this person venting her anger? Hua Man continued to talk to Lu Qiqi. I heard that someone slept on the ground last night. Is this true? Lu Qiqi. This? Don't cover it up. I've heard about it. But it's not my senior brother's fault. My senior brother is so busy all day. How can he have time to care about these things? Lu Qiqi finally determined the purpose of Hua Man's arrival. Seeing her like this, it's still interesting. Hua Man started to act up again. Hey, help me down. Lu Qiqi stepped forward, but was ruthlessly pushed away by Hua Man. You who are kneeling on the ground. Didn't you hear me speak? Chapter 77 Good-looking but useless. Sun Rume secretly hated him when she heard him calling her. Damn it. What is he doing here? She had heard about the story between Prince Jin and Hua Man. He was just injured and wanted to stay in Prince Jin's mansion. Because of her awkward status, she could only stand up and help Hua Man get off the sedan chair. She caught a cold last night and hasn't seen a doctor yet. She has no maid to serve her and is very weak. It shouldn't be difficult to help a woman who knows martial arts get off the sedan chair. Unexpectedly, the seemingly simple action was too difficult. Hua Man just took one step, and suddenly her body was unstable. Sun Rume tried to support her, but she blocked her back. Hua Man's body tilted and fell directly on her. The two fell to the ground. Lu Qiqi saw that Hua Man did it on purpose. So she pretended to care, and wanted to help Hua Man up. Hua Man glared at her, and then stood up slowly. Hua Man got up and complained. Hey, who knows how to do things? If you can't even do this, what's the point of keeping you? Sun Rume struggled to get up from the ground, coughing all the time. Lu Qiqi was worried that Sun Rume would die in front of her and cause trouble. So she said, Sister Sun, you are not in good health. Go back first. Sun Rume was eager to leave. After hearing this, she didn't give anyone a chance to respond. She bowed and left quickly. As soon as Sun Rume left, Hua Man also wanted to leave. This time, she didn't need anyone to help her. She got on the sedan chair by herself. Before leaving, she looked at Lu Qiqi with disdain. You look good but are useless. I really don't know what my senior brother likes about you. Lu Qiqi spoke quickly. I am the princess. It has nothing to do with your senior brother. If you like her, you can snatch her away with your own strength. Really? Hua Man asked. Lu Qiqi nodded, indicating that this was truer than the truth. Forget it. I've seen the situation of that bastard. I dare not throw myself into her arms, Hua Man said, and directed people to leave. Lu Qiqi couldn't help laughing in the yard. Qi Nai came to her. Lu Qiqi smiled and said, Junior sister Hua is quite interesting. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Hua Man's voice outside. You are blocking the road. Get out of the way. What's wrong with you? It's so troublesome to get out of the way. On the left. Stand on the left and don't move. I'll go from the right. Forget it. You should stand on the right. Lu Qiqi knew without looking that Sun Rume was tormented by Hua Man. She had a loud voice. And because of what happened last night, everyone knew it. It was bad luck for Sun Rume to meet someone like Hua Man. After a long time, Hua Man's voice finally stopped outside, and Chunbai came in from outside with a smile. Lu Qiqi warned, Don't talk. I won't listen even if you talk. After that, she covered her ears and walked into the house. Chunbai got bolder and chased to the princess' room and told her everything she had just seen. Lu Qiqi laughed so hard that her body shook. Qi Dai and Yudai laughed when they saw the princess like this. After a few people had enough fun, Qi Dai and Yudai went to the big kitchen to prepare the food made by Wang Yuchu. Chunbai also vividly recounted what she had said to Butler Hu. Lu Qiqi knew that Butler Hu wanted to embarrass Sun Rume, but he would not be too harsh for the sake of the imperial concubine. Thinking of this, he asked again, Since we are short of manpower recently, has Butler Hu bought some more maids? Housekeeper Hu bought 10 maids and 2 old women. Meet them another day. Don't bring anyone in. Chunbai was finally satisfied. The princess finally realized. The Jinwang mansion should be under the control of the princess. Even if a cat or dog comes in, the princess must review it. Don't find a vixen to seduce the Jinwang. It will be bad. Qi Dai and Yudai acted quickly, and when they brought back the food, they also invited the Jinwang. Lu Qiqi thought, I am just a princess. The chef Wang Yu cooks for the Jinwang. I can't say anything. The prince is here. Yes. The Jinwang came and sat down. Qi Dai brought him the dishes and set the table. Lu Qiqi looked at the Jinwang. The prince is in a good mood? You can see? The Jinwang looked at her. The system popped up. The Jinwang burned the Chuwang study last night. There are a lot of evidence of others' corruption. The Chuwang used this to threaten the other party. Now the evidence is gone. The Chuwang can't cry and find a place. When Lu Qiqi heard the good news, she looked at the king of Jin. Only this man could set fire to someone else's study. What are you looking at? Lu Qiqi stared at the king of Jin. And the king of Jin asked, I'm wondering how long I can eat the food made by Wang Yuchu. Do you like it? Lu Qiqi nodded. Wang Yuchu's food is excellent. Who doesn't like it? Not as delicious as the Wu Daoang sesame cakes and donkey meat hot pot you made. As soon as these words fell, Yu Dai brought in the donkey meat hot pot. Lu Qiqi and the king of Jin laughed at the same time. The two quickly started eating. After the meal, Lu Qiqi took the initiative to say, Junior sister Hua came and gave San Rume a good lesson. Yes. Prince Jin nodded. You know, junior sister is just like this. Let her stay in the mansion for a few days. Lu Qiqi suddenly felt that Prince Jin had ulterior motives for keeping junior sister Hua. Looking at the hypocritical Prince Jin, I always felt that he was too calculating. He can clean up some people without making a sound. Such a person is born to be a king. After sending Prince Jin away, Lu Qiqi winked at Chunbai, knowing what she was going to say, and interrupted her quickly. Okay. Don't talk. Princess. I haven't spoken yet. How do you know what I will say? Chunbai came to the princess in a sly manner. It's the same old story. I'm tired of it. It's different today. Why is it different? Qi Dai and Yudai were cleaning the table, and they all laughed when they saw the scene. Today, the prince is very busy, so he came to see the princess. You know this now? When I went out, I saw many people coming in and out of the study, but the prince still left those people to accompany the princess for dinner. Really? Lu Qiqi made an exaggerated expression. Chunbai knew that the princess did it on purpose, and turned away angrily. Lu Qiqi made a face at Chunbai. You little brat. You are still too young to fight with me. System. You only know how to bully a child. Lu Qiqi. She should be considered an old woman. Okay. System. I can't argue with you. Lu Qiqi suddenly asked. Hua Man's injury is not serious. Right? System. Jiang He is controlled by drugs. And he knows that the person who attacked is his junior sister. Lu Qiqi. Jiang He should like Hua Man very much. Right? System. Yeah. Lu Qiqi. Will they even end up together? System. No. Lu Qiqi. What a pity. Prince Jin doesn't like Hua Man. But Jiang He likes her that much. If a woman is not in love with him, she should marry someone who likes her. Only in this way can she live comfortably in the future. At this time, what Lu Qiqi didn't know was that Hua Man was extremely cruel. Sun Rumei fell ill when she returned. With no one to take care of her, she was not energetic. She drank the medicine sent by other maids. But she didn't know that what she drank was not medicine for treating colds, but a sterilizing soup that Hua Man asked someone to make. Sun Rumei drank it without knowing it. And from then on, she lost her qualification to be a mother. Chapter 78 Death Warrant. Study. The King of Jin was handling things in the study. Zhao Kai brought the latest news from the Prince of Chu's mansion. Hearing that the Prince of Chu had entered the palace again, the King of Jin knew what to do. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The King of Jin had other plans for the matter against the Prince of Chu this time. He explained some things to Zhao Kai. And after Zhao Kai left, he sent someone to keep an eye on the Prince of Yen. After explaining these things, thinking that there was nothing important today, he prepared to leave the mansion. Just as he was about to leave, Sun Chao arrived. Sun Chao was the person arranged by the King of Jin to be next to Lu Qiqi. And something happened there. He suppressed his temper and waited for Sun Chao to finish what he said. He knew what was going on. Arrange Widow Ma to Jiuyang Garden. Yes. Sun Chao was very capable, and should not be in the small Jin Wang mansion. At first, Sun Chao was reluctant. After truly understanding the backyard, he found that the women in the backyard were more terrifying than on the battlefield. He protected the princess, which was to protect the prince, and he was willing to do all these. Before leaving, he said one more thing. Prince, is there an accident in Fufeng Garden? Go ahead. When the Jin Wang thought of the appearance last night, a trace of annoyance surged in his heart. Hua Man changed Sun Rumei's cold medicine. What did you change it to? The Jin Wang had a bad feeling. Hua Man always did things without leaving room for others. This time, helping Lu Qiqi deal with Sun Rumei was also the reason for staying. Hearing this, it seemed expected. Seeing that Sun Chao's face was not good, the matter was a bit serious. Contraceptive soup. A large amount. Prince Jin's eyebrows jumped. Will it kill people? Hua Man has controlled the amount very well. It won't kill people. But you won't be able to have children in your lifetime. The King of Jin's brows relaxed. There won't be a child. The two people in the palace still want Sun Rumei to take the throne. How will they react to this news? Wait a minute. Send a maid over and take a look. Don't die here. Yes. Sun Chao took the order and left. The King of Jin was the only one in the study. This time, the King of Jin was not in a hurry to leave. Not long after, Sun Shu arrived and said something. The King of Jin hurried out of the house. He had planned for 5 years. How could an accident happen at this time? In any case, the King of Chu should not have a chance to live. Anyone who wants to stop him should not blame him for being cruel. Jiuyang Garden. Tang Xiaoye trembled as she served Xiao Nianqing for dinner. The princess said that she wanted Xiao Nianqing to serve her. She didn't expect Xiao Nianqing to do it. She could also let Chunyu, the maid beside her, serve her. Unexpectedly, Xiao Nianqing pretended to be a decent person outside and accepted the punishment of the princess. But when he got to the house, he changed completely. Let herself serve Xiao Nianqing in person. Xiao Nianqing was extremely difficult to serve. When she drank a glass of water, it was either cold or too hot, and it was always splashed on her face. Just drinking water would make her a drowned chicken. In just a few days, she had lost a lot of weight, and her face was bruised and purple. She didn't even dare to look in the mirror. This was not the hardest and most tiring thing. She had to serve Xiao Nianqing meals and wash clothes for him. Tang Xiaoye clearly saw that there were maids' clothes in the clothes she washed. Even so, she dared not speak out. She looked forward to the day when Xiao Nianqing could leave. While serving Xiao Nianqing meals, There was a sound from Butler who in the yard. Is Miss Tang here? Xiao Yinqing grabbed Tang Xiaoya and asked her to sit in the same position as before, motioning Chunyi to go out and take a look. Chunyi saw the housekeeper in the yard, followed by an old woman, and understood the general situation. Housekeeper who? The lady is serving Miss Tang for dinner. What a coincidence. Housekeeper who said and took Widow Ma will be called later, into the house. As soon as she entered the door, she said, Madam Xiao. Miss Tang. This is the maid Li who was arranged. Let Li serve Miss Tang in the future. Li was frightened when she saw the ghost appearance of the lady sitting at the table. She quickly bowed at the prompting of housekeeper who. Li. Greet Madam Xiao and Miss Tang. Housekeeper who is a shrewd person. Seeing Tang Xiaoya's ghost appearance and seeing that Xiao Yinqing is not easy to mess with, he quickly ran away. The person has been sent. I am busy and will not disturb Madam Xiao. Having said this, he left directly. After Butler who left, Xiao Yinqing stood by and urged, Tang Xiaoya, you are really capable. Someone came to save you so quickly. Tang Xiaoya was afraid of being tortured these days. Hearing this, she quickly stood up and saluted Xiao Yinqing. Okay. You already have a maid, so I won't stay here anymore. After saying this, Xiao Yinqing left in a swagger. Chunyi saw this and followed him. Tang Xiaoya sighed deeply. My lady, are you okay? Li had just arrived and saw that the atmosphere was not right. Because her child had just died. Her only hope was gone. So she didn't meddle in other people's business. Tang Xiaoya shook her head. What does it mean to send an old woman here? Butler who felt that he had too many things to do and was tired of it. Or was it intentional by Xiao Yinqing? Everyone was accompanied by a young maid. But an old woman was sent here. Was this a warning to herself? My lady, the food is getting cold, Li reminded. Tang Xiaoya waved her hand. Everyone, go away. It was covered with Xiao Yinqing's saliva, and she couldn't eat it. Finally, Xiao Yinqing was sent away, and she also wanted to have a good rest. When she recovered, she would continue to please the princess. Only by pleasing the princess would she have the opportunity to stand beside the king of Jin. For this, no matter how much grievance she suffered today, she would swallow her teeth. Fufeng Garden. Sun Rumei was in so much pain that she felt she was going to die. At this time, she felt her body getting cold, and she clearly felt the blood in her body was draining. She wanted to see clearly, but she couldn't open her eyes. I don't know how long I have been enduring. I just feel that my body is very cold. Very cold. A hatred and unwillingness rose in my heart, making her continue to persevere. Now she seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss, with countless black air floating around her. Is she dead? No. She can't die. She hasn't become a princess. Hasn't been favored by King Jin. Hasn't. The unwillingness in her heart made her open her eyes suddenly. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the familiar rooms around her. My dear, are you okay? A voice suddenly appeared, and Sun Rumei turned her head and saw Chunlu coming with a small bowl. Chunlu. Chunlu is dead. How could she appear here? She thought she was dead. Or Chunlu was the scapegoat, and she was unwilling to turn into a ghost to claim her life. Seeing the other party coming to her, Sun Rumei pushed the other party away like crazy, trying to escape. My dear. Xinya didn't know what was wrong with Sun Rumei. She finally became a big maid from a maid today. She didn't have time to be happy. Seeing this situation, she was afraid and terrified. Her calls were too terrifying for Sun Rumei, like a death warrant, and she wanted to escape desperately. When she reached the door, she didn't pay attention to her steps, stepped on empty space, and rolled down. Chapter 79, Major and Minor Illnesses continue. The maid Xinya caught up and ran away in fear when she saw Sun Rumei covered in blood. Soon, housekeeper who came and invited a doctor. After seeing the doctor, he shook his head and sighed, saying that the situation was not optimistic. When housekeeper who heard about this, he hurriedly reported it to the princess. When Lu Qiqi heard about this, she hurried over. She was worried that Sun Rumei was really dead, and she would not be able to explain to others. At this time, Lu Qiqi felt that being a princess was not good at all, and she was worried about these trivial things all day long. At first, she thought Sun Rumei was playing some tricks again. After seeing Sun Rumei's condition, she felt that no one would be so cruel to her. What's going on? Lu Qiqi looked at housekeeper who. housekeeper who said, I don't know what happened. The maid came to tell me that Miss Sun was injured. I came to see this. Lu Chichi looked at the maid kneeling on the ground and trembling next to her. Are you a new maid? Reporting to the princess. I am the maid that housekeeper who just arranged to be with Miss Sun today. What's your name? I am Xinya. Housekeeper who explained. There are not enough maids in the mansion. So a maid under Ed Chin was sent here to serve. Xinya. What do you think happened? I just came to Fufeng Garden and heard the young lady yelling. I came in and saw that the young lady seemed to be having a nightmare. She yelled a few times but didn't wake up. Just when I didn't know what to do. I heard the young lady say that she wanted to drink water. I brought water. After the young lady said Chunlu. Lu Chichi knew that Chunlu had done a lot of bad things. But her death was to take the blame for Sun Rume. Looking carefully at Xinya. From a certain angle, she has some similarities with Chunlu. Sun Rume, who had done something wrong, saw Chunlu in a trance and was frightened. After understanding the general situation, Lu Chichi asked the doctor. From the doctor's conversation, she knew that he was hiding something from her. Lu Chichi did not ask and told everyone to take good care of Sun Rume. When sending the doctor away, Lu Chichi glanced at Chunbai. And Chunbai went to send the doctor away. Qingdai and Yudai helped take care of Sun Rume. Lu Chichi saw Qingdai touch Sun Rume's wrist. After a while, Sun Rume thought that the moment she saw Lu Chichi, hatred flashed in her eyes. And soon she turned into a weak face. Lu Chichi saw everything, but said nothing. Sister Sun, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like a demon? I didn't. It's good that you didn't. You are weak. If you need anything, let Xinya do it. Lu Chichi said, motioning Xinya to come forward. Xinya came up to her and bowed. Your servant Xinya greets the young lady. Sun Rume was very weak and didn't look closely. When she heard the noise, she turned her head and looked over. Just a glance. Her eyes widened instantly. You. Lu Chichi smiled. Sister Sun also thinks this maid looks familiar. I was also shocked when I saw her for the first time. Sun Rume forced herself to calm down and put on a pitiful face. Chunlu has done so many wrong things. It's really wrong. In the past year, I've been used to being taken care of by Chunlu. Seeing a similar look, I still miss the days when I was served by Chunlu. This is a double entendre. If it doesn't get better, then someone did it on purpose. Sun Rume thought. Lu Chichi must know something and deliberately use someone who looks like Chunlu to stimulate her. That's good. Lu Chichi acted relieved and gave Sun Rume some instructions and quickly led the people away. When there were only Sun Rume and Xinya in the room, Sun Rume could no longer hold on and was ready to turn a blind eye. Although she could not see, she could feel that people were around her and could hear faint voices. She was upset and grabbed a pillow and threw it directly at Xinya. Get out. At this time, Lu Chichi, who had left Fufeng Garden, looked at Qingdai. Qingdai, what happened to Sun Rume? Young Master Sun was injured and will have a chronic disease. Is it serious? Qingdai hesitated for a while. She can't have her own children. What? Lu Chichi was stunned. Sun Rume did all kinds of bad things and didn't deserve to have children. But after hearing this, she knew how cruel it was to a woman. In ancient times, women were all about having children. This statement was a death sentence for Sun Rume. Miss Sun took strong drugs. Even if she gets better, she will still have major and minor illnesses. After hearing this, Lu Chichi said nothing more. Back to Qingyu Pavilion. Chunbai came back and told the doctor what she had gotten out of her. Lu Chichi asked, who did it? I don't know. Chunbai told the truth. Lu Chichi looked at Qingdai and Yudai, and they all shook their heads. A person suddenly came to Lu Chichi's mind. Hua Man. Who? Hua Man is very extreme. Yesterday, she was still called Hu and Hu, which was obviously very annoying. Could it be her who did it? If it was her, why? The system voice popped up. It was Hua Man who did it. Lu Chichi. Why? System. Hua Man likes the king of Jin. Sun Rume seduced the king of Jin so shamelessly. When Hua Man heard about it, she was furious. After leaving you yesterday, she asked someone to give Sun Rume a large amount of sterilization soup. Lu Chichi. Is Sun Rume so stupid? System. Sun Rume was unlucky. She had a fever after returning home. She thought she was drinking cold medicine and drank it all. This morning, She was frightened again and rolled down the stairs. The situation is even worse. Lu Qiqi was silent. System. Hua Man did a good thing. Lu Qiqi. System. Hua Man said she owed you a favor. She thought that even if she couldn't have a future with the king of Jin, she would still repay you a favor. Lu Qiqi. You will suffer for your own evil deeds. Sun Rumei will be punished sooner or later for her bad deeds. But this retribution will come a little happier. Just at this time, Lu Qiqi thought of a serious problem. Has Widow Ma entered the mansion? What are her plans now? Thinking back to the times when Widow Ma and Chun Lu came into contact. Now that Chun Lu is dead, how can she correct them? Sun Rumei is cautious and always wears a bamboo hat when they meet. Sun Rumei may not recognize Widow Ma. System. King Chu is preparing to fight back. Princess Chu accidentally heard about it and told Sun Rumei that you are pregnant with someone else's child. They are going to use this to attack King Jin. Lu Qiqi doesn't care. I am still a virgin. What am I afraid of? As expected. People can't be too kind. System reminder. Don't be too confident. Lu Qiqi. What's wrong? System. Don't forget that there is another queen in the palace. She is doing this for her son and for Sun Rumei, who she likes. Do you think she will let you go easily? Lu Qiqi thought that was the case. We must be cautious about this matter. Before Lu Qiqi and the system could come up with a result, King Jin suddenly arrived. Lu Qiqi saw what he was holding in his hand. She sniffed it carefully and smelled a strange fragrance. She couldn't tell what it was, but it looked delicious. When she thought of eating, Lu Qiqi's mentality changed. When King Jin arrived, she stepped forward and pretended to pay respects. Snatching the box from King Jin's hand, she opened it and saw that there was really delicious food inside. She couldn't tell what it was, but the smell of the fragrance aroused the greed in her stomach. She took a small piece from behind and put it in her mouth. The taste was very familiar. She said where she had eaten it before, but it tasted great. Chapter 80 White Cake. Is it delicious? King Jin asked. Yes. Lu Qiqi nodded. Did you remember anything? Lu Qiqi looked at King Jin while eating. He was in a very good mood. In the battle with King Chu, this man should have the upper hand. Thinking about it, he ate another piece. What did the prince say? King Jin stared at Lu Qiqi, trying to see something from her eyes. Chun Bai and others saw that King Jin and the princess were rarely close, so they left tactfully. King Jin stared at Lu Qiqi for a while, and all kinds of thoughts flew through his mind. Looking at the way Lu Qiqi eats, she is obviously very cute, but at this moment she is a little strange. Lu Qiqi was occupied by eating and had no time to care about King Jin's business. Just when she was eating happily, the system business rang. Lu Qiqi. This is Huangshan County's specialty white cake. Lu Qiqi's eating movements were slightly heard. King Jin suspected me? System. You can say that. Lu Qiqi ate another piece. And when she looked up, she looked at King Jin. Your Highness, where did you get the white cake? King Jin looked at Lu Qiqi. You said? Lu Qiqi stared at King Jin, eating without saying anything. The system instilled all kinds of information about white cake into Lu Qiqi. After Lu Qiqi understood, she said, I have been in the capital for a year, and I have never seen anyone selling white cake. Where did your Highness get such authentic white cake? When King Jin heard what Lu Qiqi said, he did not find any flaws, and his suspicions not long ago also dissipated a lot. I asked someone to get it from your hometown. Lu Qiqi paused. It was a long way to Huangshan County. When did King Jin start making it? Looking at the man in front of her, thinking about what the system said, she said without thinking, Do you like me? King Jin stared at the woman. What do you think? I'm so outstanding. It's normal for you to like me. King Jin was so shocked by this that he couldn't speak for a long time. Lu Qiqi smiled, took a piece of white cake, and put it to King Jin's mouth. Seeing King Jin eat it, she turned around and left with the white cake. For your sincerity, I allow you to like me. King Jin quickly took the woman's hand and pulled her into his arms. You haven't answered me yet. Lu Qiqi knew what King Jin said. She thought a lot in her mind. She felt a different heartbeat at this moment, and was sure that she had some good feelings for this person. Finally, she followed her heart. I seem to like you a little bit. King Jin heard that Lu Qiqi was holding Lu Qiqi and spinning around. Lu Qiqi protected the white cake in her hand and yelled at King Jin to put her down. King Jin was in a good mood and refused to put her down. Not only that, He also asked people to send food. The two of them intended to celebrate today's clear statement. Lu Qiqi was happy and drank a lot. Later, the two rolled into bed together. Lu Qiqi's mind was clear, not drunk. When the king of Jin stretched out his wolf claws, she did not stop him. She pushed the king of Jin away and rode on him directly. A few days later, the king of Jin stayed at Qingyu Pavilion again. Sun Rumei heard the news and spit out blood. Just then, Xiao Yanqing came in and heard the noise. She walked over quickly. Seeing the scene in front of her, she raised her hand to signal Chunyu to leave. Chunyu left and took Xinya away with her. Sun Rumei looked up at Xiao Yanqing, who was walking over, and said nothing. Xiao Yanqing looked at him and chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Mrs. Xiao? Sun Rumei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve and said. Xiao Yanqing reached out and picked up Sun Rumei's clothes beside her and covered them on the ground. The blood disappeared instantly. Xiao Yanqing took a look. How good is this? Sun Rumei looked at Xiao Yanqing, wanting to know what she was going to do. Xiao Yanqing smiled slightly. You are lying in bed. You don't know what is happening outside. Sun Rumei didn't say anything, knowing that what Xiao Yanqing was going to say was not good. Lu Qiqi has served in the bed. You should not know about this yet? Sun Rumei smiled sadly. Mrs. Xiao, are you here to say this? She really made a mistake. A dog that originally followed her will roar in front of her one day. Don't you think this is an opportunity? What opportunity? It is rumored that the king of Jin is not close to women, and this is not easily broken. Sun Rumei looked at Xiao Yanqing and listened to her continue. Lu Qiqi had her period last night, which means that Lu Qiqi didn't have a man, let alone being pregnant. So there was no abortion, as Chun Lu said? Sun Rumei's heart trembled, thinking of what she said to the Princess of Chu. If these things were confirmed, the Princess of Chu would never believe her again, let alone help her. She was scared. In order to prove that Lu Qiqi took abortion pills, she did a lot. When she heard the news, she felt cold from the bottom of her heart. Xiao Yanqing sat next to her. It means Chun Lu is dead. If she is not dead, I will let her die again today. Sun Rumei also thought so. It's strange to say that I risked my life to go to King Jin to make suggestions that day, and it seemed to work. Could it be that Lu Qiqi really has such a good man outside? After Xiao Yanqing finished speaking, he patted Sun Rumei on the shoulder. Sister Sun, get well soon and do this for me. Sun Rumei looked at Xiao Yanqing, and under pressure, she said something against her will. It is my honor to serve Madame Xiao. Xiao Yanqing was satisfied that someone was understanding. Your body is no longer as proud as before, which is a good thing. A reason of infertility can make the prince drive you out of the palace. Sun Rumei was stunned when she heard this. When she wanted to ask clearly, Xiao Yanqing had already turned around and left. Sun Rumei was too excited and fell off the bed. She didn't feel the pain. I just want to know what Xiao Yanqing meant. After Xiao Yanqing left, Xinya walked into the house and saw Sun Rumei lying on the ground. She walked over quickly. My lady, what's wrong with you? Sun Rumei stared blankly for a while. When she saw Xinya in front of her, she grabbed Xinya's hand with all her strength. Tell me, what's wrong with my body? If her body is really ruined, what qualifications does she have to stay in the palace? And what future does she have? Xinya didn't dare to face such a Sun Rumei. I thought that she had gone from a rough maid to a close maid, and it was a happy ending after all the hardships. When she heard that Sun Rumei's body was ruined, she knew that she was unlucky and followed a bad master. Say, Sun Rumei's eyes were red with anger. I already had an idea in my mind, but I couldn't accept it yet. I heard from the doctor that the lady's body was seriously damaged, and it would be difficult for her to have children in the future. Xinya said it tactfully, and she also wanted the lady to live. If Sun Rumei died, she, as a maid, would also suffer. When Sun Rumei heard this, she thought of Xiao Yanqing's character, and thought that he deliberately exaggerated the facts just to make her work for Xiao Yanqing. She was not stupid, and would not be used in vain. She was anxious and quickly took out her banknotes, and asked Xinya to buy some good things to make up for her body. She knew that giving hope to others would be in vain. The most important thing now was to take care of her body. As for Xiao Yanqing, she should also fight back. She was just a concubine, and could not serve the king of Jin. It was understandable. But Xiao Yanqing was different. She would not have a good result. She wanted Xiao Yanqing to be worse than herself.